Fong Ning woke up and found himself reborn. At this time, the sect is the leader of the righteous path in Qingzhou. Master Bing Wanqing is a well-known ice fairy in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world. She is so cold and beautiful. Senior brotherly Dashian possesses the golden entry, innate sword bone, is a pure swordsman, has a pure heart, and has unparalleled combat power. However, the remnants of the demon sect later pulled out his sword bones, and his sincere sword heart was replaced by a demon heart. He slaughtered all the disciples of the Three Peaks and then defected. Second senior sister Sunnishan possesses the golden entry, flame fairy. She has the blood of the fire phoenix. The name of the peerless fairy is known to everyone. Unfortunately, her appearance was destroyed, her cultivation was abolished, her fire phoenix blood was extracted from her body, and she was suppressed in the frozen sea for 10,000 years. Third senior brother Feng Xiaoyao has the golden entry, 3,000 worldly visitors. The best wind attribute spiritual root, his body movement speed is the best among all the young generation in Qingzhou's cultivation world. Later, his legs were chopped off, he became a disabled person, and was locked up in the demon locking tower, never to see the light of day again. The fourth disciple, Dan Yangzi, possesses the golden entry, alchemy master. An alchemy genius, he is the only peerless genius in the entire Sunnishan realm in millions of years who has the hope of achieving enlightenment through alchemy. However, he was deceived by the saint maiden of Yaoqi, and in order to show his sincerity, he gave up his cultivation, and finally became a wedding dress for the ninth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Fong Ning wrote all these secrets in his diary. Little did he know that his cold and beautiful master actually had a copy of the diary. Unknowingly, Fong Ning had actually changed the fate of these fellow brothers and sisters. Moreover, it seems that I can obtain other people's entries through interaction? Chapter 1 Rebirth and Time Travel? I just want to get away from this place of trouble. P.S. I solemnly declare that the content of the protagonist's diary that Master saw is incomplete. It can be understood as a cover-up of the secret, or it can be understood as the author's will. Many people ignore this point, so I will say it at the beginning: the information they provide is not equal, and Master needs to understand it based on the context. This is not a bad point, it's just to make the plot more interesting. Another point: don't ignore the influence of entries, no matter if it's the protagonist or the villain. If you still don't understand after hearing this brain storage. May 20th, sunny when I woke up. Today was the third day since I officially joined the Jingyi sect. Alas, after all, there is no escape from this predetermined fate. Fortunately, the Jingyi sect is still the leader of the righteous path and is very powerful. The eldest brother who possessed the innate sword bone had not yet fallen into the devil's way and defected after slaughtering all the disciples of the Three Peaks. The second senior sister, known as the Peerless Fairy, has not yet had her appearance destroyed, her cultivation crippled, and been suppressed at the bottom of the vast ocean. And there's also our third senior brother, whose mystical skills are unrivaled among the others. He was the best to me among all the senior brothers and sisters, but unfortunately, he was framed by a treacherous person in the end. His legs were chopped off and he was locked in the demon suppression tower. He will never be able to be reborn. But the one who suffered the most was the fourth senior brother, who was known as the Master of Alchemy. He could have entered the Tao through the practice of elixir and become the only true immortal of the Tao of elixir in the Sunnishan realm in a million years. But he was bewitched by that bitch saint from the Yaoqi Holy Land. He voluntarily gave up his entire cultivation to show his sincerity. But in the end, he got nothing. Well, it's all Master's fault, that old fool. If she hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on taking in the ninth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, none of this would have happened. Poor Master was revered as the ice fairy by the world, living a pure and innocent life, but in the end, alas. I'd rather not talk about it. Who made the ninth prince the so-called son of destiny? All the good things in the world have happened to him. It's not that I don't want to save my brothers and sisters, but it's simply impossible to save them. Only a fool with his head kicked by a donkey would fight to the death with the son of fortune. Forget it. Anyway, I just joined the sect. If I don't rank in the top 10 in the sect's outer disciple competition in 3 months, I'm sure Master won't take me in as a disciple. But if that happens, I won't be able to get those entries. Ever since the ninth prince joined the sect, the Jingyi sect will completely become a vassal of the Great Zhou dynasty within 30 years. By then, almost all of the sect's disciples will be sent to the wild battlefield to serve as cannon fodder to die. I better find a chance to slip away first. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? The Most Handsome Man in the World, by Fong Ning. Qingzhou, the leader of the righteous path, is the Jingyi sect. The entire sect is filled with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and is filled with auspicious signs. Countless spiritual birds and auspicious beasts are flying and walking. As the only sect in Qingzhou that has a patriarch in the God transformation realm at this moment, the overall strength of the Jingyi sect has reached its peak, Bingxian Peak, one of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect. Inside the main hall, even though Bing Wanqing, the master of a peak, was already a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, but looking at the mysterious book in her hand that came from nowhere, her body was still shaking with anger. How dare you, you brat! The calm and steady mind that had been cultivated for hundreds of years actually showed signs of collapse at this moment. Everyone is angry about the contents of this book. Fong Ning? Her beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly. How could I possibly accept such a scum who ruins the reputation of my fellow disciples as my disciple? Look at what this guy is saying. Is it human language? All of my disciples are outstanding individuals with a bright future. How could he possibly end up in such a tragic end as described in this book? Moreover, Jingyi sect is the leader of the righteous sect in Qingzhou. How could it possibly become a vassal of the great Zhou dynasty? Bing Wanqing's chest rose and fell slightly, and the ice blue feathered robe she wore could not hide the tenderness that was about to burst out, and Bing Wanqing's delicate hand traced across a line of particularly eye-catching small characters. Poor master was revered as the ice fairy by the world, living a pure and innocent life, but in the end, what does this sentence mean? Bing Wanqing frowned, although she was indeed very angry that this disciple, whom she had never met before, dared to spread rumors and slander the sect and her own disciples. But after reading these lines that seemed to predict the fate of everyone in the sect, including Bing Wanqing herself, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Who is this Fong Ning? Xiaoling Peak. This is the residence provided by the Jingyi sect specifically for new disciples. At this moment, Fong Ning was lying on a huge rock, basking in the sun. His face was covered with a book that was exactly the same as the one in Bing Wanqing's hand. It's just that his book is darker in color. This is his diary. He has the habit of recording things. It's a personal hobby. Fong Ning sighed helplessly. He is not from this world. In his previous life, he lived in a place called Blue Star. That's right, it was in the previous life. Originally, he thought he was just an ordinary time traveler, but unexpectedly, he not only traveled through time, but was also reborn. In his previous life, he came to this world of immortal cultivation called Song Xuanjie. Because of his good qualifications, he successfully became a disciple of the Jingyi sect, but he also successfully made it into the top 10 in the outer disciple competition. 3 months later, finally, he was noticed by Bing Wanqing, who was known as the Ice Fairy, and was accepted as her 5th disciple. And all of my senior brothers and sisters are outstanding people with promising futures. Fong Ning originally thought that as long as he held on tightly to his master's big, thick legs, he would be able to achieve immortality, but well. Fong Ning shook his head, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Card Leon entry: Sunshine Boy, Purple, Sunny Boy. When you smile, there is a high chance that you will gain the favor of others. This is the golden finger he obtained after traveling through time. The entries are divided into 5 levels: white, green, purple, gold and red. The higher the entry level, the more valuable it is. It stands to reason that it's quite good for Fong Ning to have a purple entry, because many people don't even have a white entry. But according to his experience in the previous life, the 4 senior brothers and sisters above him at least have 1 golden entry each. How cool it would be if I could sort out those entries. Fong Ning sighed. Unfortunately, he only had this 1 entry in his previous life until his death, and the golden entry was out of reach for him. When he thought about what would happen soon, he just wanted to escape from it all as soon as possible. In his previous life, when his sect fell, he was just a Jindan realm cultivator and was completely powerless to change anything. He even paid a very painful price to escape. No matter what, we must not repeat the same mistake this time, disciple. Golden entry? Is it important to have your own life? His master in the previous life didn't like him, so even if he wanted to remind him, the other party probably wouldn't believe it. Nishang. After a moment's silence, Bing Wanqing spoke. Master. Outside the hall, a woman in red clothes walked in. She has a graceful figure, and her long black hair is not tied up at the back of her head, but instead flows down like a waterfall. If Bing Wanqing, who is known as the Ice Fairy, is like the snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain, she can only be admired from afar and not touched. There is a faint sense of alienation in his bones. Then Sunnishan is like a burning flaming rose. Her beauty is extremely aggressive, and she herself is not ashamed of it, but shows it openly. Seeing Sunnishan respectfully performing the disciples' ceremony below, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. Ever since I accepted Nishang as my personal disciple, she became more and more satisfied with this apprentice. Not only is he gifted, but he also practices extremely hard. His cultivation level is second only to his senior brother Dashian, and he is now a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, and she is so beautiful, it's simply perfect. But Bing Wanqing was slightly startled, and the line of small words about Su Nishang's fate recorded in the mysterious book appeared in her mind again. The second senior sister, known as the Peerless Fairy, had her appearance destroyed and her cultivation crippled. She was suppressed at the bottom of the vast ocean. Damn it, that brat who only knows how to talk nonsense and spread rumors to slander the sect. Bing Wanqing felt angry. If it weren't for him, how could I have such an illusion? See, where is that place? How come I have never heard of it? That guy must have made it up. Master asked you to come here because there is something I need you to do. Bing Wanqing calmed herself down. She was more angry today than she had ever been in her entire life. It's all that brat Fong Ning's fault. Just follow master's orders. Nikhang will do her best. Su Nishang knelt on one knee and said seriously, "Good boy." Bing Wanqing looked at the respectful disciple in front of her, and a sense of relief suddenly emerged in her heart. You are to go to Xiaoling Peak right now and secretly investigate a new disciple named Fong Ning for master. Fong Ning, new disciple. When Su Nishang heard Bing Wanqing speak, she suddenly understood. She raised her head and smiled sweetly. Could it be that this junior brother Fong Ning is exceptionally gifted? Is he worthy of such attention from you, master? Could it be that our Bingxian Peak will have another junior disciple? Although Jingyi sect claims to have only 13 peaks, but that is just the place where the masters and disciples of each branch live. In addition, there is the small spiritual peak for newly admitted outer disciples to live in, the Yunmiao peak for the sect master and the supreme elders, the spiritual beast peak for raising spirit beasts and immortal birds, and so on. After all, the Jingyi sect is a wealthy and powerful family, and they are not short of this territory extraordinary talent. New junior brother, Bing Wanqing sneered in her heart, how could such a despicable and shameless person be accepted as her disciple? That's none of your business. The teacher has his own arrangements, you just need to follow them. Although this kid spread rumors and slandered the sect, and cursed his brothers and sisters, but Bing Wanqing gently rubbed the book in her arms. I don't know what material this book is made of. It is neither gold nor iron, neither wood nor stone, neither cloth nor silk. It is not the ordinary paper used by ordinary people. What's more important is that this thing can actually block the detection of her, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. In this way, Bing Wanqing became more and more curious about this disciple named Fong Ning. Could it be that everything recorded in that book is true? Just as Bing Wanqing was guessing this, a few lines of small words appeared on the book. By the way, today is the day that senior brother comes out of retreat. This time, senior brother's 10,000 swords technique has successfully broken through to the 1,000 swords realm. Wow, I'm so envious. As expected, every sword cultivator with an innate sword bone is a favorite of the sword path. But compared to this, my life is more important. Seeing this, Bing Wanqing was slightly stunned. Dashian is coming out of retreat today? Li Dashian went into seclusion half a month ago, with the purpose of breaking through his practice of 10,000 swords technique to a new level, but Bing Wanqing had no idea when the other party would come out. Similarly, no one in the world can know this. After all, breaking through the realm is a mysterious process. It may come naturally or suddenly come to you. Even her master didn't know about this kind of thing, so how could a mere new outer disciple know about it? Bing Wanqing was thinking about this when suddenly a loud noise came to her ears. The next moment, an extremely sharp sword intent instantly enveloped the entire Ice Fairy Peak. A tall man in green clothes walked out from outside the hall, and his body seemed to be surrounded by thousands of sword shadows. Disciple Dashian, I pay my respects to master. Chapter 2, Li Dashian under house arrest. Entry fragments. The young man was wearing a green shirt and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There seemed to be infinite sword intent condensed in a pair of brilliant eyes. The whole person was just standing there simply, like a sword drawn from its sheath. No one can stop its edge. This is Bing Wanqing's chief disciple, Li Dashian, the innate sword bone. Master? After a brief silence, Li Dashian raised his head and looked at Bing Wanqing, his expression seeming somewhat puzzled. At master, what happened? Why do I feel a little absent-minded? Is Bing Wanqing more than just absent-minded at this moment? She was completely numb. Did that guy really calculate the day Dashian would come out of seclusion? How is this possible? And Bing Wanqing looked at her beloved disciple, who was like a sharp sword, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. How did Fong Ning know that Dashian possessed innate sword bones? If it were the direct disciples from other peaks, it would be fine, but he has just gotten started. Who would talk to him about these things for no reason? Bing Wanqing is very confused now, very confused. If this guy is really able to calculate the day Dashian will come out of seclusion, then doesn't that mean, master? Li Dashian was a little surprised that he swore since he started learning. This was the first time he saw such a rich expression on the face of his master, known as the Ice Fairy, Dashian. After a long time, Bing Wanqing spoke softly, master. Li Dashian saluted again and said, during this retreat, I have successfully cultivated the 10,000 swords technique to the 1,000 swords realm. This time, I came here to ask master for permission to go out of the sect and gain some experience, so that I can improve my cultivation. What Li Dashian said is reasonable, that he was originally a sword cultivator, and during the practice he tended to forge himself into a sharp sword. Since it is a sharp sword, how can we stay in our comfort zone and not make progress? Fighting with others and constantly challenging powerful opponents is the path that sword cultivators should take. Although Bing Wanqing was shocked, when she came to her senses and was about to speak, a few lines of small words appeared on the book in his arms. Alas! If I remember correctly, it seems that after breaking through this barrier, my eldest brother accidentally entered a demonic cave while going down the mountain to train. Not only was his sword bones forcibly pulled out of his body, but his sword heart was also replaced with a devil heart. But it's not his fault. Who could have imagined that the heavenly demon sect, which had been dormant for over 20 years, would revive at this time? The eldest brother had his memory erased by those demonic cultivators, had a demon seed planted in him, and was sent back to the sect without even realizing it. Until that tragedy happened. As the spiritual consciousness continuously transmitted those lines of small characters into the mind, Bing Wanqing's expression suddenly turned much uglier. Daoxuan's journey down the mountain to train was actually the beginning of his tragic life? Demon sect, wasn't this demonic force completely destroyed long ago by the Zhengyi sect and all the famous and upright sects in Qingzhou? How come there are still remnants? Although Bing Wanqing was unwilling to believe the nonsense of that boy called Fong Ning, but before that, he had actually calculated the time when Li Dashian would come out of seclusion. If all this is really as he said, then wouldn't I, who approved Li Daoxuan's journey down the mountain to gain experience, become the biggest sinner? Bing Wanqing took a deep breath. After hundreds of years of practice, she had never felt so conflicted. Seeing that his master didn't say anything, Li Daxian could only stand aside and wait respectfully. Just as the disciple who has been here the longest, Li Daxian could faintly sense that there was something indescribably strange about his master today. I don't know how long it took. Bing Wanqing finally spoke. Daxian. Disciple is here. When Li Daxian heard his master calling him, he quickly replied respectfully. Regarding the training, please rest assured, master. I will definitely abide by my original intention and carry forward the spirit of our Zhengyi sect. This was not the first time that Li Daxian went out to gain experience, so he naturally knew what to do better than anyone else: eliminate violence and uphold justice, never tarnish the image of Zhengyi sect. Well, I disagree. Go back and practice some more. Bing Wanqing closed her eyes after she finished speaking, but judging from her slightly twitching eyelids, it was obvious that she was not at peace inside. Li Daxian just stood there in a daze. What does master mean by this? Sunnishan stepped on the flying sword and made finger gestures in her hands. After coming out of Bingxian Peak, she went straight to Shaoling Peak. Along the way, she was thinking about one question: who exactly is this junior brother named Fong Ning? How could he make his master, the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing, care so much about him? The reason why the Qingzhou cultivation community calls Bing Wanqing the Ice Fairy is that not only because of her terrifying ice attribute spiritual power, it's also because she is naturally cold-tempered, no matter male or female, young or old. There is no difference in the eyes of the Ice Fairy. Apart from a few of her own disciples, she never spoke politely to any outsiders. Even the leader has no way to deal with this, but it is this frosty Ice Fairy who. But he was very concerned about a new disciple who had just joined the sect. Thinking of this, Sunnishan clapped her hands, becoming more certain of her previous guess. This junior brother named Fong Ning must be a gifted genius. Only in this way can we explain why the master, who has always been cold and indifferent to everything, values him so much. I'm sorry, little junior brother. This is master's order, so I have no choice but to do it. I hope you won't bear a grudge against me in the future. A sachet tied around Sunnishan's waist flashed with white light, and a mask as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in her hand. As soon as she put the mask on her face, her stunningly beautiful face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was an extremely ordinary face, the type that will disappear instantly if thrown into a crowd. Unfortunately, although this Qianjian is useful, it cannot change the body shape. Sunnishan took a deep breath, looking a little distressed. Sometimes, being too perfect is not a good thing. Looking at the setting sun in the sky, Fong Ning, who was sitting on the boulder, yawned loudly just after waking up. He finally recalled some details of his previous life. In order to prevent himself from forgetting, he chose to write these things down in his diary. I'm so tired. Let's stop here for today. It's time to go home. Fong Ning stood up from the boulder and put the diary in his arms. He is still just an outer disciple now. According to the rules of the Zhengyi sect, he still needs to go back and finish today's homework, clean up the area that you are responsible for on Shaoling Peak. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a gust of wind behind Fong Ning's head. Someone is attacking. Fong Ning's eyes turned cold instantly. Although he was only at the 6th level of foundation establishment at this time, he had not forgotten some of the experience and methods of fighting enemies in his previous life. He slightly misstepped his steps, lowered his waist slightly, and easily avoided the attack from the dark. The person who launched the sneak attack was Sunnishan. She was certain that this junior fellow apprentice who had not yet married was an extremely talented person, and she began to have the urge to test him. After that brief fight just now, the junior brother really brought her a great surprise. Sunnishan's spiritual power was of the fire element, and she was impulsive by nature. She immediately felt a little angry. How can it be that I, a great Jindan realm cultivator, cannot defeat a mere 6th foundation building realm cultivator like you? Come again. Fong Ning frowned, judging from the figure and voice of the person in front of him. She is obviously a woman, although he did not sense any malice in the opponent's moves. But this is not a reason for you to be unreasonable. Then Uncle Fong will have some fun with you. The other party suppressed his strength to the 6th level of foundation building, obviously not wanting to take advantage of Fong Ning. Fong Ning was also happy to play with her. Although the other party's cultivation level is far superior to Fong Ning's, he is not as experienced as Fong Ning. The two fought for only a few dozen moves, but Fong Ning forced Sunnishan to retreat step by step. Sunnishan also has a stubborn temper. Even though she knows that she cannot defeat Fong Ning, she refuses to improve her cultivation. I just don't believe it. Seeing Fong Ning coming at her with a palm, Sunnishan gritted her teeth and went straight forward without dodging or avoiding. It's obviously an injury for an injury. By the time Fong Ning noticed this and wanted to stop, it was too late. After all, he is only at the foundation establishment stage now. Even if his consciousness reacts, his body cannot keep up. Puff! The palm immediately sank into something soft. Fong Ning's face changed, and just as he was about to pull his hand away, a line of small words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Interaction successful. You obtained a small piece of entry fragment. Fire affinity, green. It will become easier for you to practice fire attribute techniques. Chapter 3, the arrogant senior sister came to me, and after an in-depth discussion, I gained interactive, entry fragments, fire attribute affinity. What the hell is going on? Well, for a moment, Fong Ning's little head was suddenly filled with great doubts. After all, he only had one purple entry in his previous life until his death. The so-called interaction and entry fragments have never appeared before. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some changes in the golden finger on my body, Fong Ning? guessed in his heart. Otherwise, how can I explain the few lines of small words that suddenly appeared in front of me? Just when he was confused, a somewhat angry voice suddenly rang in his ears. How does it feel? Not bad, because he was distracted just now, Fong Ning replied almost subconsciously, but as soon as he said this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Yeah? You little pervert. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Sunnishan was angry. Throughout her practice, she had never had such close contact with anyone of the opposite sex. Although this unmarried junior fellow student in front of me does look quite pretty, but this is not a reason for him to be disrespectful to his senior sister. Today, senior sister will teach you a lesson. Sunnishan made up her mind and stopped suppressing her realm. Her extremely hot fire-attributed spiritual power suddenly burst out. I'm going to die. Feeling the extremely terrifying high temperature around him, Fong Ning suddenly cried out in pain. I said that the Jingyi sect is full of dangers, can't stay long. Interaction successful. You obtained a small piece of entry fragment, fire-free, white. Your resistance to fire has been improved. You're still touching. Feeling the hand still doing evil to her, Sunnishan felt even more angry. This unmarried junior apprentice is talented, but he is a little pervert. It seems that I need to correct it in advance on behalf of my master. I'm not. I didn't. Let me explain. Fong Ning quickly let go of his hand and distanced himself from the other person. I swear to God, the second time was completely instinctive. He really didn't mean it. Die. How could Sunnishan, who was angry and embarrassed, listen to these explanations at this time? On Shaoling Peak, a series of screams suddenly rang out. It makes anyone who hears it sad and listens to it cry. Half an hour later, snort. Sunnishan adjusted the hem of her skirt, completely vented her anger, turned around and flew away on her sword. In a huge earth pit, Fong Ning lay at the bottom of the pit, gazing at the endless blue sky, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. It was not because of Sunnishan's abuse, but because of the line of small words that appeared in front of his eyes. Interaction successful. You obtained a small piece of entry fragment, fairy in flames, gold. You were born to be the darling of fire, and have a unique understanding of fire-attributed techniques. Practicing fire-attributed techniques will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Flame Immortal. Fong Ning was almost going crazy at this moment. Isn't this the entry for my second senior sister, Sunnishan, from my previous life? In other words, the woman who suddenly appeared and attacked him just now was Sunnishan. But how is this possible? It's no wonder Fong Ning didn't recognize Sunnishan just now. After all, the other party used a high-level magic weapon to conceal his appearance and aura, but Fong Ning has no cultivation now, so naturally he cannot tell. Although he failed to achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven in his previous life, he at least lived for a considerable period of time. The world has changed dramatically. Most of Fong Ning's memories have become somewhat vague over time, but that's why he chose to write a diary to help himself recall some details. After all, in his long career of cultivating immortals, the days spent in Jingyi sector like a drop of wave in the vast ocean, unable to create any waves. But what puzzled Fong Ning was, in his previous life, after being accepted as a disciple by Bing Wanqing, he had a brief contact with Sunnishan. Don't ask why it was a brief contact, I'm not familiar with it, but even so, Fong Ning had some understanding of the character of this second senior sister, known as the peerless fairy princess. Arrogant. This kind of arrogance is not the superficial arrogance that looks down on everyone. Fong Ning would just call that kind of person a fool. Sunnishan's pride is hidden in her bones. Although she looks extroverted, few people actually catch her eye. In other words, Sunnishan felt that these people were not worthy of having contact with her. Fong Ning could understand this situation. After all, second senior sister is not only beautiful, but also has outstanding cultivation and talent. He would also be arrogant if it were him. In her previous life, Sunnishan didn't have much affection for this junior brother of his who was mediocre in talent. If it weren't for the fact that we are from the same school, I probably wouldn't even bother to say hello to him. But here lies the problem. Enduring the pain in his body, Fong Ning sat up with some difficulty. Why would my arrogant senior sister, who had nothing to do with me in my previous life, come to me on her own initiative? He looked down at his palms, lost in thought. But then again, senior sister is indeed the only female cultivator in Jingyi sect who can be compared with our master, the ice fairy Bing Wanqing. There is no flaw in the whole body. Looking at the 3 extra fragments of entries on the panel, 1 white, 1 green, and 1 gold, Fong Ning's expression turned a little strange. He had previously thought that it would be great if he could get the entries from his senior brothers and sisters, unexpectedly. This happiness came so suddenly. Although they were just some fragments, far less amazing than the original entries, Fong Ning was already very satisfied. How did I get these fragments? Fong Ning began to recall the details of the past. The first time I communicated with my senior sister, I got a green entry fragment. After communicating with my senior sister for the second time, I got a white entry fragment. After being beaten up by my senior sister, I got a golden item fragment. Is this the interaction the panel mentioned? Fong Ning blinked, feeling as if he had grasped something important. No. I have to find a chance to verify it. Fong Ning's eyes flashed with 2 rays of light. If his guess was correct, then it is very likely that I will be very lucky in this life. But before that, let's write in our diary first. Enduring the pain in his body, Fong Ning took out his diary from his arms and began to write on the ground. There's nothing I can do about it. He really loves writing a diary. Ice Fairy Peak. Inside the main hall, Bing Wanqing, who was resting with her eyes closed, noticed that the book in her arms seemed to have changed again. Not a few lines of small words began to emerge on it. Hey, I met my senior sister today. I guess she doesn't know I recognized her yet? Although I don't know why senior sister hides her appearance, I have to say that she has a really good figure. Tisk tsk. Those long legs. If only I could touch them, hee hee hee. Forget it, even though it wasn't intentional, at least I got some extra interest. Ha! Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're my senior sister? Evil disciple, how dare you covet your senior sister? When Bing Wanqing saw this, her disgust towards Fong Ning suddenly increased. How could I possibly accept such a lecher as my disciple? Don't even think about it. Just when she was considering whether to personally drive this bad-behaved disciple out of Jingyi's sect, a few more lines of small words appeared on the book. Alas! It's a pity that although senior sister is beautiful, her appearance will be ruined and her cultivation will be abolished because of the ninth prince. Even the last trace of fire phoenix blood in his body would be sucked out alive. It's a pity that the peerless fairy princess of that generation ended up like this. What a shame, but who was that person? Why can't I remember? The content in the book stopped changing at this point, and it was obvious that the other party had stopped writing. Although Bing Wanqing still had no expression on her face at this moment, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she was extremely shocked. This kid named Fong Ning, how could he know that Xiang'er had a trace of fire phoenix bloodline? Chapter 4. The elder brother of Xiantian Swordbone has also arrived. Bing Wanqing's eyes were gloomy. Although the current Sunnishan is not known as the peerless fairy princess as recorded in the book, however, she has another title of fire fairy. The reason why Sunnishan was able to obtain the title of ice fairy, which matched her master, it was all because of her unique talent in fire attributed skills and techniques. Among all the disciples of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect, the only one who can compete with Sunnishan in fire magic is Qi Lianxin, the chief of the weapon refining peak, but that was a long time ago. Ever since Sunnishan broke through to the Golden Core realm, the gap between the two has become increasingly larger. It can be said that Sunnishan is now the one who is best at playing with fire among the disciples of Jingyi sect. In terms of attainments in fire attributed magic alone, even some elders with weaker strength may not be able to compare with her. The reason why she was able to achieve such amazing achievements was a big part of the reason is because he has a trace of Fire Phoenix bloodline. Fire Phoenix, one of the top monsters in the Zhongshan realm, the king of bird monsters, his fire controlling ability far surpasses that of human cultivators at the same level. On the day of her birth, Sunnishan was fortunate enough to refine a trace of Fire Phoenix blood, and this secret is even more hidden than Li Daoxuan's innate sword bone. Looking at the small words on the book, Bing Wanqing was very shocked at this moment. Fong Ning, what the hell does this kid know? First, he calculated the time when Li Daoxian, the innate sword bone, would come out of retreat. Now even the Fire Phoenix bloodline in Xiang'er cannot be hidden from him. What Bing Wanqing was more concerned about was, according to what is written in this book, Sunnishan will have the Fire Phoenix bloodline in her body extracted from her body in the future. Sunnishan has been practicing for decades, and the Fire Phoenix bloodline has long since become one with her. The two are inseparable. If it is forcibly pulled out, no matter who it is, if they dare to murder my disciple, I will grind him to dust. There was endless coldness in Bing Wanqing's pair of dark blue eyes. After a long silence, she finally put the book back into her arms. Let's take another look. Sunnishan had just returned to Bingxian Peak when she ran into Li Daoxian, who looked depressed. For this senior brother who has an innate sword bone and a firm heart towards the Tao, Sunnishan is not arrogant. Big brother. Sunnishan took the initiative to shout. Junior sister Su? Li Daoxian is very upset now, because he really couldn't understand why his master didn't agree to let him go down the mountain to gain experience this time. Li Daoxian came back to his senses when he heard someone calling him. Brother, are you out of retreat? But is there anything bothering you? Sunnishan rarely saw such an expression on the face of this senior brother who was determined to pursue the Tao, so she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Alas! Junior sister, you don't know, Li Daoxian was just looking for someone to talk to at this moment, and Sunnishan happened to come. So he repeated the content of his previous conversation with Bing Wanqing in detail. Finally, he said, Brother, I really can't understand why Master's reaction is so strange. It's a bit strange. After listening to Li Daoxuan's story, Sunnishan's eyes flashed slightly, indicating that she didn't understand, but thinking that he came here to report to his master about Fong Ning's situation, so he decided to end the topic as quickly as possible. Brother, don't worry. Master probably has his own considerations. Maybe, Li Daoxian sighed, then pointed at Sunnishan. Junior sister, the collar of your shirt is a little dirty. You know, Master hates dirt the most. Sunnishan looked down in the direction of Li Daoxuan's finger. Only then did he realize that the high part of his chest had been stained with several black marks without him noticing. Little pervert. Thinking of what happened before, Sunnishan couldn't help but blush. After saying goodbye to Li Daoxian, she walked straight into the hall, and looking at Sunnishan's hurriedly leaving back, Li Daoxian, however, looked thoughtful. Junior sister, did you suffer a loss in a duel? Otherwise, how could your clothes be soiled? If that's the case, then as her senior brother, I have to vent her anger for her. By the way, I can also vent my dissatisfaction. But Li Dashian was a little confused. Which direction did junior sister come from just now, Shaoling Peak? How could a group of outer disciples who had just joined the sect let their junior sister suffer any loss? Could it be that there are a lot of people? Forget it, you'll find out when you get there. Li Dashian shook his head, pinched his two fingers to make a sword gesture, and a sword shadow appeared under his feet. The sword shadow lifted him into the air, and he disappeared into the sky almost in the blink of an eye. In terms of speed, I wonder how much faster it is than Sunnishan. Shaoling Peak. Fong Ning was sitting cross-legged in his cave. Jingyi sect is worthy of being the leader of the righteous path in Qingzhou. It is truly a wealthy and powerful sect. Every outer disciple on the small spiritual peak has his own independent cave. Tick-tick. On the table in front of Fong Ning, there was an oil lamp with a somewhat strange shape. At this moment, the flame at the wick actually showed three colors: blue, red, and orange. From above, one can vaguely feel an extremely terrifying high temperature. This is a fire attribute spell, 3 talents fire. Even if a cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm accidentally gets involved, it will cause a major disaster, and this oil lamp is the magic weapon that carries this magic. Fong Ning borrowed it from an outer disciple who had joined the sect earlier. After all, he also has a purple entry of Sunny Boy. Many people feel inexplicably familiar with him when they see him for the first time. Staring intently at the oil lamp in front of me, after hesitating for a while, Fong Ning finally stretched out a trembling finger and put it in front of the flame. This entry should be true, right? Looking at the 3 glittering fragments of entries on the panel, Fong Ning gritted his teeth and finally put his fingers into the flame. The next moment, the flame suddenly surged. The flames devoured Fong Ning's entire palm almost in the blink of an eye. Someone come! Put out the fire! Fong Ning couldn't hold back any longer and finally cried out in pain. He is still just a cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation building. If your spiritual power is really burned out by this 3 elements fire, you will die. After howling for a long time, there was still no movement outside the cave. Fuck. Fong Ning suddenly slapped his head when he realized what was happening. I forgot there's a soundproofing formation in the cave. But at this moment, he also discovered something abnormal about his body. This 3 elements fire, why isn't it hot? Fong Ning looked down on the flame that was regarded as a ferocious beast by countless Foundation establishment cultivators and that they tried to avoid at all costs was as docile as a pet in his hands. Not only did I not feel the slightest bit of heat, on the contrary, it felt somewhat cool. Change. Fong Ning looked at the scene in front of him as if he was thinking about something. At the next moment, he tried to inject spiritual power into the flame. The 3-colored 3 elements fire trembled slightly and turned into a vivid fire crow. As Fong Ning's mind moved, the fire crow actually began to fly around him, with tiny sparks of fire on its tail feathers. Until this moment, Fong Ning could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He. Just a piece of entry fragment can allow one to completely ignore the terrifying high temperature of the 3 elements fire. If I could get the complete flame immortal entry from senior sister Su, Fong Ning felt a little greedy. After all, as far as he knew, there were 4 golden entries for the Ice Fairy Peak alone, not to mention the direct disciples from other peaks. To be able to become a direct disciple, one must have some outstanding qualities, and these outstanding qualities are like glittering golden entries in Fong Ning's eyes, or try to see if you can stay in the sect for a while longer. Junior brother in the cave, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out within 3 breaths, I'll tear down your cave. Just when Fong Ning was hesitating, suddenly a voice came from outside his cave. Chapter 5, The Overthinking of the Senior Brother. Fong Ning regretted it. He didn't know why he had such a stupid idea before. You actually want to stay in Jingyi sect for a few more days. Looking at the stern young man in front of him, whose body was emitting countless sword shadows, he really regretted it. Jingyi sect and the like, it's indeed the most dangerous, and, if I remember correctly, Fong Ning lowered his head slightly, the fists curled up and the sleeves were clenched tightly. Is this the senior brother who possessed the innate sword bone in his previous life? Why is he here too? This is unscientific. I haven't even taken the outer sect assessment yet. He should still be going down the mountain to gain experience at this time. If they were faster, they might already be preparing for bone extraction surgery. All in all, he shouldn't be in Shaoling Peak at all. Thanks to the communication with Sunnishan, Fong Ning recalled many memories of his previous life, including the appearance of several senior brothers and sisters. That's why he could recognize the other person at a glance. Unlike Fong Ning, who wanted to cry but had no tears, Li Dashian felt a little strange in his heart at this moment. I have an innate sword bone. Even if you don't deliberately release sword energy, sword shadows will appear all around you. For these outer disciples who are only at the Foundation building stage, it's really oppressive. But this handsome little junior brother in front of me, but he can ignore the pressure of his sword. Li Dashian has a very good eye for people. He could tell that the latter wasn't immobilized by the intimidation of his sword energy. And why do I feel like this guy is looking at me in a strange way? After a long while, Li Dashian spoke. You know me? No. How is that possible? Fong Ning waved his hands quickly and said, this powerful and handsome senior brother, this is the first time we meet. How could I possibly recognize you? Well, the first time we met in this life. Yeah? Li Dashian nodded, thinking that perhaps his perception was wrong. Have you met junior sister Su? I want to die. When Fong Ning heard this name, his heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that, has the secret between me and senior sister Sue been exposed, this senior brother who possesses the innate sword bone came to seek revenge on me just because of this incident? Hateful, I clearly didn't do anything, it was senior sister Sue who took the initiative. Brother, please listen to my explanation. Senior sister Sue and I Fong Ning was about to explain when he saw a few lines of small words suddenly appear on the panel in front of him. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, sword heart clear, purple. You have a far superior understanding of swordsmanship than most people. No, is this considered interaction? Fong Ning was stunned that he originally thought that only physical contact like with senior sister Sue could be considered interaction. Unexpectedly, does chatting count? If you're going to do this, I'll have to change my strategy. At this moment, in Fong Ning's eyes, the young man in front of him, dressed in a green shirt and covered in sword shadows, was like a huge glittering treasure house. No matter what, we must find a way to get the innate sword bone, but... Fong Ning was still very curious as to why Li Dashian didn't go down the mountain to gain experience at this moment. Could it be that after my rebirth, there was some deviation in my memory? Brother, shouldn't you be on your way down the mountain to gain experience now? After thinking for a long time, Fong Ning decided to play straight. After all, Li Dashian has not yet fallen into the evil path, nor is he a bloodthirsty person. There is no danger to your life if you ask directly. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Fong Ning always felt that after he said these words, the sword shadows around Li Dashian seemed to fluctuate slightly. Li Dashian raised his head, his eyes filled with sword intent. How did you know I was going down the mountain to gain experience? He narrowed his eyes slightly. I have just come out of retreat, and my master is the only one who knows about my application to go down the mountain for training. How could an outer disciple who had just moved into Shaolin Peak know this? Could it be that this Fong Ning was a little speechless? Judging from Li Dashuan's reaction, there was no doubt that he was indeed going down the mountain to gain experience, which also proved that Fong Ning's memory was not wrong, but I don't know what happened in the meantime. As a result, this incident did not develop in the direction Fong Ning remembered. Just as Fong Ning was thinking about how to resolve this awkward situation, Li Dashian in front of him suddenly spoke. Did Master tell you? Fong Ning blinked and looked at his senior brother with a confused look in his eyes. I didn't say anything. What are you thinking about, big brother? But what Fong Ning didn't know was, his silence seemed to Li Dashian to be a disguised acquiescence. That's right, it was Master Ice Fairy who told me that you were going down the mountain to gain experience. What can you do to me, come to think of it? Who would dare to spread such a confidential matter without the Master's permission? I never thought that Master would be so optimistic about this new disciple. He even told the other party about his own experience. In 3 months' time, at the outer disciple competition, you must perform well. Don't let Master down. At this moment, Li Dashian was already determined in his heart that this outer disciple named Fong Ning will probably soon become the master's disciple, become your own junior brother. In this case, if I continue to make things difficult for the other party, it would be a bit unreasonable. No wonder he could ignore the pressure of his sword shadow just after entering the sect. It turns out that he is the disciple valued by the master. It's no surprise that he has such talent. No wonder junior sister Sue suffered a loss at his hands. But Li Dashian looked up at the sky, feeling a little depressed. Master, am I not your most beloved disciple? With this thought in mind, Li Dashian was no longer interested in staying in Shaolin Peak. He turned around and flew away on his sword, but the departing figure in Fong Ning's eyes suddenly added a touch of loneliness. No, what did you say just now, senior brother? After a long while, Fong Ning suddenly reacted. What does it mean to perform well and not disappoint master's expectations? Fong Ning's expression was a little strange. When did Bing Wanqing start to have high hopes for herself? In the previous life, after the outer disciples competition ended. If the leader of Jingyi sect had not forced the leaders of the 13 peaks to accept at least one new disciple, I'm afraid that this 10th one of mine won't even catch Bing Wanqing's eye. Moreover, even if he was accepted as Bing Wanqing's disciple, he would still be an insignificant and transparent person on Bingxian Peak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only a rough impression of these brothers and sisters. What kind of high hopes are these? But then again, first, Sunnishan, known as the Peerless Fairy, came to me and had an in-depth conversation with me. Then, the eldest senior brother, who possessed the innate sword bone, personally admitted that the cold-hearted master actually had high hopes for him. Why is this plot getting more and more wrong? Fong Ning took a deep breath, his eyes becoming more determined. I must find a chance to escape. This sect cannot be allowed to stay. But before that, let's write in our diary. Fong Ning turned around and returned to his cave, where he lay down on the desk and began to write. There's nothing I can do about it. He really loves writing a diary. Chapter 6. You, who are at the foundation establishment stage, no more than I, who am at the nascent soul stage, Ice Fairy Peak. In the main hall, the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing was frowning as she flipped through the mysterious book in her hand. There were a few lines of small words constantly appearing on it. Strange. This is so strange. Following senior sister Sue, even senior brother, who possesses the innate sword bone, came to see me. But there is no intersection between us at all. And according to what he said, Master, that old ice-cold girl Bing Wanqing seems to have high hopes for me? This is really funny. If it weren't for third senior brother's careful guidance in my previous life, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the Golden Core realm. Has this so-called master ever truly cared about me? That old ice cube is really good for nothing except his good looks. You're saying you have high hopes for me now? That's ridiculous. Evil disciple. After Bing Wanqing saw clearly the contents of the book in front of her, her whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This Fong Ning is so bold, regardless of whether he accepted him as his disciple or not. Since he was a disciple of Jingyi's sect, it is only right and reasonable that you should respect yourself as the master of Bingxian Peak. But look at what he said, it's simply lawless. How could I possibly accept such a wicked disciple as my disciple? But Bing Wanqing was a little hesitant. This evil disciple seems to have a good impression of Xiaoyao. Why not let him give it a try? The wind is free and easy. He is the third direct disciple of Bing Wanqing. Judging from the content of this book, this should be the third senior brother mentioned by Fong Ning, the evil disciple. Master? Sunnishan stood in front of Bing Wanqing, looking at her master who looked like he was lost in thought, and couldn't help but shout. Just now, she had just finished reporting Fong Ning's situation to Bing Wanqing when she saw her master fall into silence. Well, Shanger, go call your third junior brother. Bing Wanqing spoke lightly. Third junior brother? Sunnishan looked a little puzzled. That guy is nowhere to be seen all day long. Where can I find him? Feng Xiaoyao is also a Jindan realm cultivator, born with a top-grade spiritual root of wind attribute, and his body movements are unpredictable. He likes to wander around on weekdays. Except for the orders from his master Bing Wanqing, he seems to be indifferent to other people. He should be at Bingxian Peak now. Go look for him in his cave. Once you find him, have him go to Shaoling Peak. Find out more about Suning for me. Bing Wanqing had already made up her mind to let Feng Xiaoyao, the third disciple, go and find out Fong Ning's true strength. Judging from the contents between the lines of this book, Fong Ning should have the best impression of Feng Xiaoyao. In that case, letting Feng Xiaoyao go might yield some unexpected gains. And third brother had his legs chopped off and was locked in the demon suppression tower. He will never be able to reincarnate. Bing Wanqing recalled the contents of the book. The icy spiritual power could no longer be restrained and dissipated outwards. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped. It was like an ice cellar. Although she has a cold personality, she still values her disciples very much. Master, even though Sunnishan had a trace of Fire Phoenix bloodline, she couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Go ahead. Bing Wanqing spoke softly. Yes. Sunnishan did not linger any longer and ran out of the hall, but her heart was getting weirder. It seems that Master really values this unmarried junior disciple very much. Should I try to build a good relationship with him in the future? But when I think about what happened before, Sunnishan blushed a little. Bah! Who wants to get on good terms with that little pervert? I'm your senior sister. Sunnishan snorted coldly, but in her heart, she gradually developed a strange feeling towards Fong Ning. Let's talk about it later. No. Third brother has been so good to me, I can't just watch him end up like this. If that's the case, what's the difference between me and an animal? I sensed that the book in my arms seemed to have undergone some changes. Bing Wanqing looked intently again. This kid still has some conscience. Bing Wanqing nodded. Regardless of whether the contents of this book are true or not, judging from these two sentences alone, this guy named Fong Ning doesn't seem to be so hopeless. At least Feng Xiaoyao is good to him, so he will be good to the former. Although I still can't remember who framed third brother, I do remember that he was ambushed because he wasn't fast enough. Xiaoyao's speed is not fast enough. When Bing Wanqing saw this, her expression suddenly became a little strange. Who is Feng Xiaoyao? She is the third disciple chosen by Bing Wanqing herself. Not only does he possess a top-grade wind-attributed spiritual root, he also has an extraordinary talent for understanding and speed in terms of body movements. Even Li Dashian, who is one level higher than him, does not dare to say that he is definitely better than Feng Xiaoyao in terms of speed. Such a fast speed is not fast enough in the eyes of Fong Ning, an outer disciple in the foundation establishment stage? It's totally nonsense. Bing Wanqing sneered at the sight, but after hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but continued reading. I remember there was a monster in the monster garden on Spirit Beast Peak called the Cloud Dream Butterfly. If we can use the wings of this demon to refine a pill and give it to third senior brother, he will be able to break through his current speed bottleneck again. Yunming Butterfly. After Bing Wanqing saw these three words clearly, the expression on her face suddenly became even weirder. Although the Yunming Butterfly has a nice name, it is just a monster that has not reached the foundation establishment stage. Even calling it a monster is a stretch, because Yun Mengdi is not only gentle but also extremely timid. Even mortals who have never practiced cultivation can be frightened by them. The reason why Jingyi sect keeps this monster in captivity is because it is extremely beautiful. The pair of wings is magnificent and is very popular among the female cultivators in the sect. Can such a small gadget help Xiaoyao break through the bottleneck? Bing Wanqing felt that Fong Ning was talking nonsense and couldn't help but feel a little contempt for him. The world only knows that Yunming butterflies are born weak, but they don't know that this race will give birth to a different species every 10,000 years. This alien species is not only extremely powerful, but also full of treasures. It is of great benefit to cultivators at the Jindan realm and below. It's a shame that so few people know this secret. I remember that in my previous life, a different species of Yunming butterfly was born at Spirit Beast Peak around this time. Too bad those so-called elders and sect leaders didn't recognize its value. Such a treasure was wasted in vain. What a pity. What a pity. This evil disciple, what do you mean? Bing Wanqing took a deep breath. Although she knew that the other party's words were not meant for her, she felt offended for no reason. I, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, no less than you, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? What a joke. Then I will go find this alien species myself. I want to see if this is as magical as you said. Bing Wanqing's mind moved, and her whole body turned into a stream of blue light and rushed straight to the Spirit Beast Peak. She had already made up her mind. Once she has proven that everything the other party said is a lie, there is no need to wait for the outer disciple competition to begin. She will personally expel this evil disciple who has ruined the reputation of the Zhengyi sect. Chapter 7. Third senior brother also came to give gifts. Bing Wanqing, Fong Ning is right again. At this moment, Fong Ning was lying on a huge rock outside his cave, writing in his diary, because he felt that the outdoor environment was better than the cave and it would help him to think more divergently. As he was writing, Fong Ning suddenly felt that the sky was getting a little dark. When he looked up, he saw a young and handsome monk standing beside him without him noticing. When you. What are you doing? Fong Ning was a little frightened. He was completely focused before, and without noticing for a moment, he let the other party get close to him. If it were an enemy, I would have died countless times by now. It seems that this rebirth has made me a little slack after all. Be sure to pay attention next time. Just when Fong Ning secretly made up his mind, he heard the young monk say, "Are you Fong Ning?" Feng Xiaoyao was dressed in white, and had a strange look on his face as he looked at his junior fellow disciple, who was said to be particularly valued by his master. That's it, he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura just now, but even though he was so close to the other party, he didn't notice it at all. Can this kind of person really be valued by master? After seeing the young man's face clearly, Suning was so excited that he almost called out his name, but fortunately, he restrained his impulse in time. Otherwise, if Feng Xiaoyao becomes suspicious at this time, there would be no way to defend myself. Woo, that's great. Third senior brother is not a cripple yet, he can even walk on his legs. Fong Ning was a little excited. After all, this was the only senior brother who was kind to him in his previous life. Seeing each other again now, I am naturally a little emotional. Strangeness, from Feng Xiaoyao's perspective, this junior brother in front of him was only at the foundation establishment stage, but he exuded an inexplicable charm. This was clearly the first time I met him, but I felt particularly close to him. Sunny boy, purple, when you smile, there is a great chance that you will gain the favor of others. Fong Ning really missed his senior brother, so he smiled from the bottom of his heart. This maximizes the effect of the entry. Sunny boy. Senior brother, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Fong Ning suppressed his excitement. This time I must change the fate of my third senior brother. If it really doesn't work, then I'll take my third senior brother with me and run away. Have we met before? Feng Xiaoyao originally came here to find out Fong Ning's background on the orders of his master, but under the influence of the entry, his thoughts also changed. No. Fong Ning smiled widely. Yeah. Feng Xiaoyao was a little suspicious and touched his chin with his hand. So, do you know Li Dashian? Just a guy who likes to slash around with a sword all day long? Hearing this, Fong Ning's mouth twitched. Seeing that his third senior brother was still as eccentric as in his previous life, he felt relieved. Then, Feng Xiaoyao scratched his head. Could it be Sunnishan? Hearing this name again, Fong Ning's expression changed slightly. Ha ha. I knew it. Feng Xiaoyao embraced the particularly pleasing little junior brother in front of him, and showed a smile that every man understands. Like her? No. How is that possible? Fong Ning waved his hands repeatedly. Joke, he doesn't like such arrogant people. If we really wanted to become a Taoist couple, that would be so tiring. Successful interaction, you obtained a small piece of entry fragment. Mysterious body movement. Green, your body movement will become more agile. He glanced at Feng Xiaoyao's hand on his shoulder. Fong Ning was secretly delighted. Third brother is such a good person. Not only did he take good care of me in my previous life, but he did the same in this life. This was just our first meeting and he gave me such a great gift. Listen to my senior brother's advice. Sunnishan is not a girl you can control. Feng Xiaoyao had completely forgotten his master's orders at this moment. He is a man of temperament. He had a favorable impression of Fong Ning in front of him, and since he would soon become his junior fellow apprentice, Feng Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't mind fulfilling his responsibilities as a senior brother in advance. If there's a chance in the future, senior brother will definitely let you experience the joy of being a man. As Feng Xiaoyao spoke, a white light flashed from the ring on his hand, and a small white jade bottle appeared in his hand. Here, this bottle of foundation establishment pill is for you. Feng Xiaoyao patted Fong Ning's shoulder and said, this thing can assist foundation establishment cultivators in their cultivation. It will be extremely beneficial to you. Senior brother is looking forward to your performance in the outer disciple competition in 3 months. After putting the small bottle into Fong Ning's hand, Feng Xiaoyao left. As for master's orders, oops, just deal with that kind of thing casually. Senior brother Fong Ning looked at Feng Xiaoyao's departing back and tightened his grip on the small bottle. I will never let you make the same mistake again. Sooner or later I will take you away with me. True to the sect, Spirit Beast Peak, the two inner disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak were feeling rather bored at the moment. Just when they were about to take a nap, suddenly, a long ice-blue rainbow streaked across the distant sky. Changhong landed on the ground and transformed into a cold and beautiful woman in ice-blue feather clothes. Disciple greets Master Bingfang. The two of them bowed quickly. This woman in front of me is not a good person. If she found out that the two of them were planning to slack off and informed the law enforcement hall, they would definitely be punished. Bing Wanqing responded very coldly. The purpose of her trip to Lingshou Peak was naturally to verify the authenticity of the Yunmeng butterfly species. She was too lazy to pursue the matter with the two inner disciples who were planning to slack off anyway. He is not my disciple. Master Bingfeng, is there something important you need to inform Master Zhao Feng about? Zhao Dezhu, the master of Lingshou Peak, like Bing Wanqing, he is also a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Need not. To outsiders, Bing Wanqing always spoke succinctly and to the point. Take me to the Spirit Beast Garden, yes. The two disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak looked at each other. Although they didn't know the purpose of the Ice Fairy's visit, they just planned to do as she said. After all, there is a huge gap in status between the two sides. How is Yun Mengdi doing lately? Walking in a Spirit Beast Garden, Bing Wanqing asked lightly. Hearing this, the two Spirit Beast Peak disciples following behind her looked a little strange. Yunmeng butterfly, this thing can only fool the junior sisters in the sect who are at the foundation building stage. Why would even the usually aloof Ice Fairy ask about this? Could it be that the iron tree is blooming and the eternal ice is finally melting? Put away those dirty thoughts of yours. Without waiting for the two disciples to speak, Bing Wanqing suddenly burst out with extremely cold spiritual power from her whole body, directly knocked the two people away. These two inner disciples have only reached the 7th or 8th level of foundation building. How can they withstand the pressure from the nascent soul cultivators? Seeing that Bing Wanqing seemed a little angry, the two of them quickly knelt on the ground and bowed their heads. A disciple knows that he was wrong. Disciple knows that he was wrong. I hope Master Bingfeng will atone for his sins. Please atone for your sins, Master Bingfeng. That's enough. Bing Wanqing snorted coldly. Did you hear what I asked just now? In reply to Master Bingfeng's words, one of the two disciples replied, there's nothing unusual about the Yunmeng butterfly clan in this Spirit Beast Garden. We are strictly following the sect's rules for raising monsters and taking good care of them. We dare not slack off even for a moment. No abnormalities. Bing Wanqing felt inexplicably happy when she heard this. Really, that evil disciple is just talking nonsense. It seems that the time Dashian would come out of seclusion was calculated accurately before was just a coincidence. I don't know where he heard about Nichang's Fire Phoenix bloodline. In short, my disciples will not end up in such a tragic situation. As for whether these two inner disciples of Lingshou Peak are deceiving themselves, I don't think they would dare. Snort. We'll go back right now and expel that evil disciple from the Jingyi sect. Bing Wanqing, having made up her mind, was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a colorful light coming from not far away. That's the habitat of the Yunmeng butterfly clan. Behind him, the two disciples from Spirit Beast Peak shouted. Upon hearing this, Bing Wanqing's expression changed instantly. The spiritual power in her body circulated, and she arrived at the place where the colorful light was emitted almost in an instant. The countless beautiful Yunmeng butterflies around her were startled by her and flew everywhere. But among these Yunmeng butterflies, Bing Wanqing keenly sensed a hint of unusual aura. She stretched out her hand and caught a Yunmeng butterfly with for wings in her hand. At this moment, Bing Wanqing felt that the book in her arms seemed to have changed again. Third senior brother also came to see me today. Seeing that his legs are intact, I am sincerely happy for him. No. I must find a way to get that Yunmeng butterfly variant for third senior brother. I remember that the alien species looked just like other Yunmeng butterflies, except for having 2 more wings. Chapter 8, study hard and practice diligently, and you will definitely not be able to make it into the top 10. Master, are you looking for me? As soon as Feng Xiaoyao returned to Bingxian Peak, he received a summons from Bing Wanqing. He walked into the hall tremblingly. Looking at the indifferent expression on his master's face, Feng Xiaoyao couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. You can't be here to ask for punishment, right? Could it be that the secret between him and his junior fellow apprentice has been exposed? But strictly speaking, I did not complete the task assigned by my master. It's normal for master to be angry about this. Xiaoyao, as soon as Bing Wanqing opened her mouth, she saw her third disciple kneeling on the ground very decisively. Disciple knows his mistake. Only those who can bend and stretch can be called real men. What did you do wrong? As Bing Wanqing's voice rang out, Feng Xiaoyao raised his head with some confusion. Isn't master here to question me? This is for you. Bing Wanqing raised her hand and a porcelain bottle fell into Feng Xiaoyao's arms. Feng Xiaoyao shook the bottle with some doubt, and suddenly a crisp sound came from it. I asked your 4th junior brother to make you some medicine. Take it. It will be good for you. Bing Wanqing waved her hand after she finished speaking. Go ahead. If you have nothing to do recently, don't run around. Stay at Bingxian Peak with peace of mind. The main material of this elixir is naturally the wings of the 4-winged Yunmeng butterfly. Bing Wanqing wanted to see whether the effect of this pill was as miraculous as Su Ning's evil disciple said. The reason for letting the latter stay on Bingxian Peak was naturally to make it easier for her to observe. As for whether they will eat dead people, if she doesn't even have this little bit of judgment, how can she, Bing Wanqing, be qualified to be a teacher? Shaoling Peak. Fong Ning put away his diary and looked up at the sky. There are still 3 months until the outer disciple competition. If I can break through to the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm, I should be able to easily enter the top 20. The treatment of disciples in this range is actually quite good, in this life. No matter what, I can never fight as hard as I did in my previous life. You must learn to control your score. As long as he is not chosen by Bing Wanqing, it will be much easier for him to betray the sect in the future. With the bottle of foundation establishment pill given by third senior brother, I think a breakthrough shouldn't be difficult. Fong Ning touched his chin. After all, only when you are strong enough can you decide when you should win and when you should lose. I remember, there seem to be several powerful spells and sword manuals in this sutra library, which are quite suitable for my current situation. Judging from the fragments of entries Fong Ning currently possesses, fire attribute magic and swordsmanship are the areas he should focus on now. It's decided. Fong Ning snapped his fingers. Practice diligently for 3 months and make sure you don't get chosen by master. 3 days later, Bing Wanqing called Feng Xiaoyao again, but before she could speak, Feng Xiaoyao knelt on the ground with an excited look on his face. Master, what kind of elixir did you give me before? It's so effective. Before Bing Wanqing could react, Feng Xiaoyao continued to speak. I originally thought that master was just joking with his disciple, but I never thought that master would actually find such a miraculous medicine for his disciple. Looking at Feng Xiaoyao's excited expression, Bing Wanqing appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, a huge wave of shock had been set off in her heart. Although his third disciple appears to be nonchalant and out of touch on the surface, he is actually a worldly wise person. As Bing Wanqing's direct disciple, what kind of treasures has the latter not seen? But it was just such a person who became so excited because of the ordinary pill that was refined according to Fong Ning's idea. It's hard to imagine how much benefit he got from it. So, that pill really has a great effect on you? A strange light flashed in Bing Wanqing's beautiful eyes. More than that. Feng Xiaoyao still thought that the pill was specially made for him by Bing Wanqing and his heart was filled with gratitude. If I must give you an analogy, Feng Xiaoyao before was simply a piece of shit. Ever since taking that pill, I can actually feel the bottleneck loosening. Hearing this, Bing Wanqing's mouth twitched unconsciously. It was the first time she heard someone describe herself like that. Even though she had always disliked her disciples' rude words and actions, she now forced herself to endure it out of curiosity. Are you about to break through again? If I remember correctly, this third disciple of mine had just broken through to the Golden Core realm not long ago, and in the blink of an eye he was about to break through again? It's really because the elixir you gave me, master, is so amazing. Feng Xiaoyao seemed to be on stimulants at this moment, and his words became more and more outspoken. Master, could you ask fourth junior brother to help me refine a few more? With the help of that elixir, I feel that my understanding of the way of wind has deepened a lot. Even its own speed is several times faster than before. Looking at the eager expression on the disciple's face, Bing Wanqing slowly closed her eyes. No, get lost, vulgar, it's so vulgar. Is this rude fellow in front of her really Bing Wanqing's disciple? Oh, hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao's tone instantly became a little lost. Also, you don't have to think about harassing your fourth junior brother. That pill actually has little to do with him. Feng Xiaoyao slowly asked a question mark, but when he saw that his master didn't want to pay attention to him, he immediately had some guesses in his mind. Big brother only knows how to chop people with a sword. Alchemy, a delicate job, has nothing to do with him. As for Sunnishan? Forget it. That woman is even more irritable than senior brother. Expecting her to make pills is worse than expecting a sow to climb a tree. As Feng Xiaoyao continued to speculate, he felt more and more that he seemed to have found the truth. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Feng Xiaoyao's mind. Could it be junior brother? The more Feng Xiaoyao thought about it, the more he felt that all this made perfect sense. After all, if the junior brother really has no special skills, how could he be valued by the picky master? Besides him, who else would be willing to give himself such a great opportunity for no reason? It must be because the other party did this because they were about to become brothers in the same school. TSK. I, Feng Xiaoyao, am truly a genius. Bing Wanqing looked at Feng Xiaoyao, who kept nodding and shaking his head, with a strange expression on her face. Could it be that his third disciple has had problems with drugs? The so-called practice has no time. When Fong Ning walked out of his cave again, 3 months had passed, the outer disciple competition was about to begin, and he had finally achieved his wish by breaking through to the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm. And what's different from his previous life is that in this life he also practiced several fire-attributed spells and swordsmanship. Feeling his own strength, Fong Ning couldn't help but smile. How is this different from an open-book exam? Now he has enough confidence, you can rank whatever you want. Dang dang dang. After 3 consecutive bells rang, a faint celestial sound echoed among the peaks of the Jingyi sect. All outer disciples, quickly gather at Yunmiao Peak and prepare to participate in the competition. Fong Ning looked up at the sky. Make a fist of your right hand and raise it high. Come on, Fong Ning, I must not be chosen by master this time. Chapter 9. Is it difficult to cultivate the 3 talents fire? I don't feel that way. Yunmiao Peak. It is located in the center among the 13 peaks of Jingyi sect. This is where the leader of Jingyi sect and the Grand Elder lived. However, if something big happens in the sect on weekdays, the heads of each peak will gather here to discuss countermeasures. This time in the hall, Dashian, the leader of Jingyi sect, said with emotion. Time flies. Before I knew it, it's time for the new Outer Disciple competition. Remember back then, Dashian, Nishang, Xiaoyao, Lianxin, they all stood out in this Outer Disciple competition and were able to become disciples of Yu Peak Masters. Daoxuanzi's hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an immortal. I wonder how many outstanding disciples will show their talents today. As the leader of the Jingyi sect, the more outstanding the disciples are, the happier he will be, because these disciples are the guarantee of the long-term strength of Jingyi sect. Yeah. Hearing this, the other peak masters all nodded with satisfaction. Bingwan was excluded, because she felt that the book in her arms had changed again at this time. Today is the Outer Disciples competition. I must be careful to keep a good sense of proportion. I absolutely cannot make it into the top 10. Just perform casually and get a ranking of around 10 or 20. This way, we can not only obtain a lot of resources, but also make it easier to rebel against the sect later. Just a few lines of words made Bing Wanqing feel the determination of the person who wrote them. At the same time, she was a little unhappy, although I don't really like to accept disciples. Moreover, the number of his disciples is indeed the least among the masters of these 13 peaks, but after all, my identity is here. Just say something casually of the ice fairy. Bing Wanqing wants to accept a disciple. Countless geniuses in the entire Qingzhou would try their best to become her disciples, but it is precisely this lustful guy who is not very talented, can even be said to be mediocre, likes to make up stories, and covets his senior sister, but does not take her seriously. Instead, I want to stay as far away from her as possible. This kid named Fong Ning, what right does he have? Bing Wanqing was in no mood to listen to what Dao Xuanzi was saying at the moment. She just wanted to see what Fong Ning was capable of. Did he really think he was the only one for him? Character 18. Fong Ning looked at the battle cards in his hand, which were exactly the same as in his previous life. It seems that my memory is still quite reliable. There are about 500 monks participating in the Outer Disciple competition. As long as you make it into the top 10, you will be the first to be selected by the masters of the 13 peaks, and as long as you form the golden elixir, you can immediately become a direct disciple. At that time, countless resources, honors, etc. will be tilted towards it. It can be said to be a step to heaven, but Fong Ning didn't plan to do so in this life. We must stay as far away from Bingwan and Xingyuan as possible. If he were to live his life over again, he wouldn't want to get involved in those disputes. The reason why he is still staying in Jingyi sect temporarily is simply because he can enjoy the shade under the big tree. As the leader of the righteous sect in Qingzhou, the Jingyi sect has extremely abundant resources. When it comes to talented disciples, Jingyi sect will never be stingy in training them. But if this meant that he had to go against the son of luck, Fong Ning could only say ha with. This in mind, Fong Ning stepped onto the number 18 ring. There was already an outer disciple waiting for him here. After the elders guarding the arena have checked the battle cards of both sides, Fong Ning's first competition began. The other party is also a cultivator at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. With what attributed spiritual roots he formed seals with his hands, and spiritual power surged. Soon, a huge vine appeared on the ring. The vine seemed to have life, like a giant green python, attacking Fong Ning directly. It's exactly the same as the scene in my previous life. A candlestick appeared in Fong Ning's hand, with 3 colored flames condensing on it. Just as it appeared, it seemed to raise the temperature around it a lot. This is the 3 elements fire? The outer disciple who was facing Fong Ning's face changed drastically when he saw this. Because of the limited spiritual power of the cultivators in the foundation building stage, there are only a few techniques they can practice, and most of them don't have much killing power. Only the 3 elements fire is an exception. If one is accidentally contaminated with even a little bit of it, even a cultivator at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm will run into a lot of trouble. Therefore, this fire-attributed magic is extremely difficult to practice. For ordinary cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, even meditation and comprehension would take a lot of energy, let alone practice. But Fong Ning happened to obtain 3 fragments of entries from Sunnishan 3 months ago, and they are all related to fire magic, the 3 elements fire, which made the foundation establishment realm cultivators shudder at the mere mention of it, naturally became a powerful weapon in his hands. Go! Fong Ning just thought about it, and the 3 elements fire turned into a fire crow, which burned the huge vine to ashes in just one breath. Elder, I surrender. The outer disciple was straightforward. When he saw Fong Ning use such a deadly move, he immediately lost the will to continue fighting. Logically speaking, the 2 people are at the same level, and this battle should not end so quickly. But helpless, this is the 3 elements fire. I'm not reasoning with you at all. Seeing this, the elder acting as the referee directly and cleanly announced Fong Ning's victory. Thank you. Fong Ning smiled at the outer disciple and turned to leave. The latter was a little unconvinced at first, but his temper disappeared instantly after seeing Fong Ning smile. That he just felt that this fellow disciple in front of him, who looked younger than him, was really very capable. Not bad, not bad. Fong Ning walked off the stage and passed by the elder, who nodded in appreciation. To be able to master the 3 elements fire so skillfully even at the 7th level of foundation establishment, he must have put in a lot of hard work. Fong Ning didn't feel much about this, anyway. Ever since he got those 3 fragments of entries from Sunnishan, the 3 elements fire was as obedient as a sun in his hands. Is it difficult for other monks to practice? Sorry, I don't feel that way at all. This is what is called the inability to share the same joys and sorrows among people. Elder, thank you for your praise. Even so, Fong Ning still gave the elder in front of him a humble smile. My disciple is naturally dull, so I can only practice harder. Ha! Upon hearing this, the elder immediately doubted his ears. Although this 3 elements fire was not worth mentioning to a Jindan realm cultivator, but for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He remembered that the last disciple who could use the 3 elements fire so skillfully at the foundation establishment stage was Sunnishan under the Ice Fairy. The latter's current status and strength are naturally obvious to all. If this is what you call stupid, then the rest of the cultivators in the foundation establishment realm would be killed by hitting themselves with a piece of tofu, right? Fong Ning, looking at the figure that had already walked away, the elder could not help but nodded, neither arrogant nor impetuous, always humble, possessing a profound mastery of fire-attributed magic. It's a good seedling. We can observe it for a while longer. Thanks to the effect of the entry Sunny Boy, the elder is now full of goodwill towards the other party, but Fong Ning didn't have the time to care about that at the moment. He counted on his fingers as he walked. Over 500 outer disciples. If they win the first round, they'll be promoted to around 250th place. If they win another round, they'll be 125th place. There was a glint in his eyes. In that case, we only need to win 4 more rounds to be in the top 20. Although he was ranked 10th in his previous life, it did not make him happy at all. Of the better the talent of the Zhengyi sect disciples, the more training they can receive, naturally, it will attract more attention. This is not the result Fong Ning wanted. You have to lose once in the first 20 battles. Fong Ning's eyes gleamed with brilliance. This is the only way to perfectly control the score. Although this outer disciple competition was held simultaneously on 20 stages, but it will still take some time to select the top 250. Fong Ning has already advanced, so he can naturally arrange the extra time as he pleases. So he found a corner where there were relatively few disciples and sat down, then pulled out his most beloved diary from his pocket. Chapter 10. Isn't this competition shady? In the main hall of Yunmiao Peak, Bing Wanqing ignored the peak masters and Daoxuanzi who were talking to each other around her, and closed her eyes to rest. The masters of the other 12 peaks of the Zhengyi sect and Daoxuanzi were already accustomed to this. After all, she is an ice fairy, so it's normal to feel a little cold. If one day she excitedly takes the initiative to chat with you, that would be jaw-dropping, but they didn't notice that Bing Wanqing's hands, which were placed flat on her legs, were trembling slightly. Phew. The first round is finally over. This is beyond my expectation. Ha ha ha. I'm still pretty awesome. Easy. What does this mean? Because the heads of all the peaks in Daoxuanzi were present, Bing Wanqing did not take out the mysterious book to look through it, but simply scanned it with her own spiritual sense. Everything is going according to my plan. From now on, I just need to let down my guard a bit in the final round, and I'll have no chance of making the top 10. Ha 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 ha. My hard times are finally coming to an end. We Fong Ning will definitely rewrite the chapter of our life. What did you say? The top 10 will have the chance to become the Ice Fairy's apprentice? Pa. No one would even want that. Evil disciple, evil disciple, evil disciple. Bing Wanqing was really angry at this moment. What on earth does this Fong Ning mean? Do you really not want to be my disciple? Hissed the head of Lingfu Peak, rubbed his arms and nodded to the head of Qin Peak beside him. I say, do you feel that this hall has suddenly become much colder? It's okay if you're feeling weak. What's the point of being cold? The head of Qin Fong Peak sneered. The talisman business has been good lately, hasn't it? So you went to Zuixinlu again after exchanging the money? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, the Lingfu Peak master immediately put on a righteous expression. As cultivators of our generation, we should pursue the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment throughout our lives. What's so good about those pink skeletons? I saw you go in with my own eyes. It's okay. Qinfeng Peak master reached out and patted the former's shoulder. I will keep it a secret for you, really? I'm talking about the secret of your weakness. Roll. Fong Ning stood up and put away the diary. It had been almost a quarter of an hour since the last round of competition ended, and it was time to prepare for the next round. Buzz, a white light flashed across the surface of the battle card in his hand, and the words that originally read Jia Z18 changed to Jia Z2. This is the next arena Fong Ning needs to go to. Well, it's just as I remembered. A female cultivator at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, skilled in using water-attributed magic, although there are some attribute restraints, but it doesn't matter. 3 talents fire. Mute the world and listen to the sound of your opponent's defense being broken. With the existence of the plug-in Sankai fire, Fong Ning passed through 5 levels and killed 6 generals along the way. Soon it was time for the competition to select 15 from 30, almost there. Fong Ning, who was waiting at the bottom of the arena, couldn't help but pull out his diary and began to write. Finally, this is the last step. As long as I win this round and then give up in the next round, I will never reach the Ice Fairy Peak. I can finally start a new life. Outer disciple Fong Ning. Prepare to go on stage. Hearing the elder's announcement, Fong Ning took a deep breath, put the diary in his arms, and walked onto the stage with firm steps. Disciple Fong Ning greets the elder. Fong Ning smiled slightly, performed a disciple's salute, and then handed over the battle card in his hand. After seeing Fong Ning smile, even though it was their first meeting, the gray-robed elder felt that this outer disciple in front of him was particularly friendly. Fong Ning, huh? Less than half a year after joining, you've already made it into the top 30. Not bad, not bad. Thanks to the help of Sunshine Boy, the gray-robed elder's voice was filled with concern. Are you ready? Disciple is ready. Fong Ning's eyes were extremely firm. I am ready to say goodbye to the fate of my previous life once and for all. That's good. The gray-robed elder nodded and was about to read out the name of another outer disciple, but at this moment, a stream of light flew out from the main hall of Yunmiao Peak and went straight into the ears of the gray-robed elder. For some reason, Fong Ning felt something was wrong. Yes, I understand, the gray-robed elder nodded, and after the streak of light disappeared, he looked at Fong Ning with a smile on his face. Please wait for a moment. The disciple who was originally scheduled to fight you cannot arrive due to some unexpected situation, so Fong Ning blinked. I automatically advance? So the sect has already designated another disciple as your opponent, and he will be here soon. As long as you can survive 50 rounds under her, your result will still count, huh? Fong Ning's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Do you really think I'm stupid? Do you think I didn't see that flash of light earlier? Isn't that spiritual communication that can only be used by cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above? This competition is shady. Just as Fong Ning was about to protest, a few lines of small words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Interaction successful. You obtained a fragment of the entry talisman affinity, green. Your success rate in making talismans has increased slightly. Can this gray-robed elder in front of me also make talismans? This was somewhat beyond Fong Ning's expectations. After all, according to the consistent style of Jingyi sect, most of the elders who presided over the arena battles came from the law enforcement peak. He originally thought that the gray-robed elder in front of him was the same, but I didn't expect that the other party was also good at making talismans. How? The gray-robed elder looked at the somewhat stunned disciple in front of him, and after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but speak. Let me tell you the truth, kid. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Fong Ning's ear. You are lucky. But good luck. Fong Ning blinked, somewhat caught off guard. You should know who are the people sitting in that hall, right? Aren't they just the leader of Jingyi sect and the masters of 13 peaks? Fong Ning muttered to himself, but still replied respectfully, disciple knows. That's good to know. To be honest, if he didn't like the boy in front of him, he wouldn't bother to say so much. Among them, one of them has taken a fancy to you. Fong Ning's eyes widened suddenly when he heard that. Just be happy in secret, kid. The gray-robed elder was very satisfied with Fong Ning's expression at this moment. In his opinion, the boy in front of him was obviously knocked unconscious by this pie that fell from the sky. After all, how could ordinary outer disciples have the chance to gain the favor of those peak masters? What's more, the person who sent the message this time was known as the most aloof person in the Jingyi sect. Since I specially arranged an opponent for this kid, I guess it's just a formality to be able to worship under the ice fairy Bing Wanqing. If this news gets out, I wonder how many Qingzhou geniuses will be envious. Fong Ning was already feeling a little numb at this moment. Am I really that good? A mere 7th level of the foundation establishment realm can attract the attention of all the peak masters. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as Bing Wanqing doesn't notice it. It's fine. As for other people, let them love whoever they want. Just when Fong Ning was about to accept his fate, a sound of light footsteps came from not far away. Elder, I'm ready. No, why does this voice sound familiar? The gray-robed elder looked at the figure in front of him that looked like a flaming rose, and could not help but nodded, saying with a hint of sarcasm, then I'll trouble you, Fire Fairy. Nick Hang was only following master's orders. Sunnishan also returned the disciple's greeting. A pair of beautiful eyes then turned to the bewildered little pervert next to her. Junior brother Fong, please come in. Chapter 11. The sect master and the peak master seem to have misunderstood something. Fong Ning, standing on the number 2 stage, looking at the fiery red figure opposite with a fierce look on his face, I felt like crying. He can't lose this match of 30-15. So the sect sent him Sunnishan, who was at the Jindan realm, making the golden elixir at the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm. I'll beat your one. Ha ha. This silly boy probably still doesn't know that this competition is just a small test from the ice fairy. Below the ring, the gray-robed elder, whom Ning had a special liking for, stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction on his face. Let him fight with the fire fairy Sunnishan under the eyes of all the peak masters and sect masters. Isn't this a kind of respect? As long as Fong Ning can fully utilize what he has learned, why would he worry about not having the opportunity to become the ice fairy's disciple? Not everyone can have such a blessing. Fong Ning didn't even need to ask. Just from the expression on the gray-robed elder's face, one can roughly guess what the other person is thinking. In response to this, Fong Ning could only laugh. Others thought he was lucky, but only Fong Ning himself knows the sadness in it. Although I don't know why Sunnishan appeared here, but even if you think about it, you know that the other party will not let you win. As for wife, Fong Ning looked down at his right hand. Bah! You little pervert! Watching Fong Ning's actions, Sunnishan's pretty face instantly flushed with an imperceptible blush. The next moment, a hot spiritual power in his hands gathered and attacked Fong Ning rapidly. What have I done to me? Seeing the other party being so aggressive, Fong Ning was also a little angry. I told you it was just an accident. Why doesn't this woman believe it? Call out the speed of a Jindan realm cultivator is not comparable to that of a mere foundation establishment realm 7th level cultivator. Die in just a blink of an eye. Sunnishan had already arrived in front of Fong Ning, looking at the pink fist that appeared in his sight. He almost subconsciously raised his hand to block it. The next moment when the fists and palms met, Fong Ning suddenly realized something was wrong. Is this the power that a Jindan realm cultivator can exert? Why does it feel so soft? The power is about the same as that of a rookie like him who is at the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm. As soon as he thought of this, he looked up and saw a strange look in the other person's eyes. Fong Ning suddenly understood. Got it. Sunnishan is not convinced. It seems that senior sister Fire Fairy, who had suffered some losses on Shaoling Peak before, is determined to use the same cultivation level to wash away the shame of that day today. But so what? A gleam of light flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Don't think that I will give in to you just because you have long legs, a good figure, high talent, and good looks. He must win this competition. It's best if you don't want to give your all, but I'm going to give it my all. With a flip of his wrist, a ball of flame flickering in 3 different colors appeared in Fong Ning's hand. In the main hall of Yunmiao Peak, the 13 peak masters of Jingyi sect and the sect master Dashian were all sitting in their seats. He stared intently at a magic mirror condensed in the void in front of him. At this moment, 2 figures, one red and one white, were reflected on the mirror of this. After watching for a moment, a peak master spoke up. Is this the disciple that Bingfeng master has your eyes on? It's really amazing. Looking at the 3 colored flames flickering in Fong Ning's hand, the peak masters couldn't help but nod slightly. Indeed. With only the 7th level of foundation establishment realm cultivation, he can actually wield the 3 elements fire so skillfully. Could it be that she possesses the same excellent fire attribute spiritual roots as Nikhang? No wonder even the always calm Ice Fairy has developed a love for talent. Bing Wanqing didn't say anything, because at this moment her heart was also full of doubts. Nikhang, why did she deliberately suppress her own cultivation to fight Fong Ning? She remembered that her order was clearly for Sunnishan to defeat Fong Ning as quickly as possible and completely cut off his hope of promotion. Snort, since this guy is so reluctant to become my disciple, then just let him stop here. Do you really think that I, the Ice Fairy, have no temper? But what's going on in this situation now? Bing Wanqing frowned. She felt that the development of the situation seemed to be beyond her expectations. Wanqing, was it because of this boy that you let Nishan go? On the main seat, Dashian, with white hair and beard, spoke. Yes. Bing Wanqing was silent for a moment, then answered. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters looked at each other and nodded, but they didn't know that Bing Wanqing's original intention was completely different from what they imagined. This kid does have some talent. He was able to fight Nishan for such a long time. Dashian pondered for a moment. That's enough. No need to compete anymore. Let's just assume this little guy wins. Just when he was about to let the 2 of them end the duel in a draw, the next moment, the image reflected in the mirror surprised everyone in the hall. Although the 3 elements fire in Fong Ning's hand was suppressed by Sunnishan, he was able to gain a considerable advantage in boxing and kicking with his extremely superb body skills. After several consecutive heavy punches, Sunnishan was forced to retreat again and again. Dashian and the other peak masters were not surprised that the 3 elements fire was suppressed. After all, Sunnishan is also good at this technique, but the fact that Fong Ning could get the upper hand in the fight was really eye-opening for them. What exquisite body movements! This kid has a lot of combat experience. Upon seeing this, Xiongxing Yuan, the master of Jianshan Peak, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jianshan Peak is also one of the 13 main peaks of the Jingyi sect. Most of the disciples of this lineage focus more on practicing the body than the method. When fighting with others, they prefer to use their powerful physical strength to directly crush their opponents. Therefore, everyone in Jianshan Peak is good at close combat. What a shame! If this kid wasn't valued by Bingfeng Lord, I, Zhang Xianfeng, would have snatched him away no matter what. Upon hearing this, the heads of the other peaks all nodded in agreement. They all knew Fong Ning's strength, and it was totally worthwhile to have him as their disciple. And when he forms a golden elixir and is promoted to a direct disciple, the sect will reward him with a lot of resources. Seeing that Fong Ning was favored by the other peak masters, Bing Wanqing fell silent. You have no idea who this guy is. Slandering fellow disciples, coveting senior sisters, and being disrespectful to oneself. And now the most troublesome thing is, in the eyes of the sect leader Dashian and the other peak masters, he was determined to accept this kid as his disciple, but she doesn't want to at all. But if I were to explain, it would inevitably involve many other things. Bing Wanqing is afraid of trouble. So she chose to remain silent. That's enough. On the stage, just as Fong Ning and Sunnishan were looking at each other from a distance, a majestic voice came from the hall. In this competition, let's just consider you 2 a draw. Fong Ning successfully advanced. Is this the voice of the sect master? Fong Ning was a little uncertain. Although he had met the sect leader several times in his previous life, it had been so long that he had long forgotten it. But the good news is that I finally made it to the next round, 1 step closer to success. Snort. Sunnishan on the opposite side snorted coldly and walked off the stage without looking back. Since the sect leader has already spoken, there is no need to argue. There was only one thing she had to do now: quickly run to the master and beg for forgiveness. About another stick of incense had passed, the top 20 list has been finalized, most of the other outer disciples who had been eliminated had already left. Fong Ning stood in the crowd and glanced around. It should be similar to the previous life. There was a lucky guy who drew a buy and was destined to be in the top 10. And Fong Ning also lost to one of the disciples he was fighting against as planned. The final ranking was determined to be 15th, which was just in the middle position among the top 20. Finally, it's all finally over. While waiting for the peak masters and sect leaders to come and select disciples, Fong Ning was very excited, but he couldn't help but show a sad expression on his face. You all are the hope for the future of our Zhengyi sect. There's no need to be dejected. Daochuanzi looked at the 20 disciples in front of him and felt very satisfied. These are all the roots of their Zhengyi sect. I won't waste any more time talking. Daochuanzi stroked his beard. The top 10 will each choose a peak master to become their disciple. Yes. 20 disciples, including Fong Ning, clasped their fists and said the process of becoming apprentices was very fast, because basically the top 10 disciples already had their target candidates in mind. Next, Fong Ning. Daochuanzi read out the next name with a smile. Peak Masters, is there anyone willing to accept this boy as a disciple? All the peak masters looked at each other after hearing this, and smiled without saying anything. The atmosphere of the entire Zhengyi sect is still quite united. Since they knew that Fong Ning was Bing Wanqing's chosen disciple, they were naturally willing to help him. Good. Before Fong Ning could react, Daochuanzi made the final decision. In that case, you will become Bing Feng's disciple. Fong Ning? Chapter 12. The fourth brother who likes to explode. After the outer disciples competition ended, a piece of gossip spread throughout the entire Zhengyi sect at an extremely terrifying speed. The ice fairy Bing Wanqing, who has always been at peace with the world, fought for an unknown outer disciple that he actually took the initiative to ask his personal disciple Sunnishan to go easy on him. Even when he failed to make it into the top 10, he still chose the other party from among a group of outstanding disciples. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused quite a stir in the entire Zhengyi sect. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, no wrong nicknames. Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing, that cold and noble ice peak master who looked like a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. How could he go to such lengths for an outer disciple? Is the sun rising from the west? At the same time, countless disciples of the Zhengyi sect were also very curious. I don't know if the outer disciple named Fong Ning has 3 heads and 6 arms as rumored. He actually let the arrogant Ice Fairy set a precedent for him alone? Ice Fairy Peak is one of the 13 main peaks of the Zhengyi sect. It covers a vast area and has profound blessings. In addition, it is the dojo of the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing. Even in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world, he has an extremely famous name. Logically speaking, if anyone among the outer disciples of Zhengyi sect were lucky enough to become Bing Wanqing's disciple, he would probably be so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But there is one exception. On a huge rock at the top of the mountain, Fong Ning held his head in his hands, beads of sweat covering his forehead. What on earth went wrong? My ranking is obviously different from my previous life. Why was I still accepted as a disciple by Master? Half an hour ago, when Daochuanzi, the head of Zhengyi sect, said those words to him with a smile on his face, Fong Ning felt like the sky was falling. What on earth did I do wrong? Why can't I escape this damn fate? A breeze blew by. The surface of the boulder under Fong Ning's feet was stained with a few drops of water. Junior brother, you are here? Just as Fong Ning was gently wiping the corners of his eyes with his sleeves, a gentle voice suddenly came to his ears. Looking back, it was Feng Xiaoyao. Third brother, Fong Ning subconsciously called out. Congratulations! Seeing Fong Ning become his master's disciple, he was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. This junior fellow not only has a good eye for him, but is also quite capable, just like the pill that Master gave him before. Although Master has always been unwilling to speak clearly, but Feng Xiaoyao, who prided himself on being wise and brave, had already deduced from clues that the elixir that had such a great effect on him was made by Fong Ning. That's what I said. Master thinks highly of you. How could he be willing to give you away to other peak masters? After Fong Ning came down from the boulder, Feng Xiaoyao grabbed his shoulder and said with a smile, "Huh?" Fong Ning was a little surprised. Master, is he very optimistic about me? Is this true or false? Brother, I know you just finished the competition and must be quite tired. Feng Xiaoyao flipped his hand, and 3 small white bottles appeared in front of Fong Ning. This is a mind-concentrating pill. It can help you recover your energy quickly. Fong Ning originally wanted to refuse, but he could not resist Feng Xiaoyao's enthusiasm, so he had no choice but to put the 3 bottles of pills in his arms. He hadn't had time to apply for a new disciple identity token. The storage magic weapon supply to the inner disciples has not yet arrived. Disciples of the Zhengyi sect are roughly divided into 4 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, personal disciples, sect leader. He is now an inner disciple of Bing Xian Peak. As long as the golden elixir is formed, one will be automatically promoted to a direct disciple. But it is absolutely impossible to get promoted. He must find a way to escape from Bingxian Peak, although I can't remember when the 9th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, Dashian, entered the sect, but he absolutely cannot stay in this ice fairy peak for long. Every day you stay there is an additional threat to your life. Live a new life. Fong Ning was determined to reach the pinnacle of that cultivator to see his splendor. After all, he was just a little bit away from achieving it in his previous life, but before that, it is absolutely necessary to be extremely careful. Junior brother. Just as Fong Ning was thinking about this, he felt the hand on his shoulder become heavier. Tell me honestly, how did third senior brother treat you? Looking at Feng Xiaoyao's unusually bright smile, Fong Ning shrugged uncomfortably. It's okay. After all, they didn't have much intersection in this life. At most, he had obtained a bottle of Foundation establishment pill from the other party. If Fong Ning didn't dare to be too intimate with the other party, otherwise, if it attracts the attention of the big boss in the sect, suspecting he was some evil cultivator who had taken over another body and been reborn, I decided to give him a soul-searching combo or something. After all, Feng Xiaoyao is a direct disciple of a peak, and the sect still attaches great importance to him. Forget it, just be honest. He. Senior brother knew that your kindness to me was not in vain. Fong Ning had no idea what Feng Xiaoyao was thinking. Hearing this, the latter immediately moved closer. Actually, senior brother, I came here this time to ask for a favor. If it weren't for the master's repeated orders not to mention the pill in front of my junior brother, Feng Xiaoyao has been shamelessly begging Fong Ning for medicine, because that pill is so important to him. Feng Xiaoyao was born with a top-grade spiritual root of wind attribute. Naturally, his ability to comprehend wind-attributed magic is far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. His top-notch physical skills and speed, which are unrivaled among the younger generation of Jingyi sect, also come from this, but it just so happened that the unknown mysterious elixir from Fong Ning's hand could help him improve even more. It can be said that Fong Ning has completely grasped Feng Xiaoyao's lifeblood. What's up? Fong Ning asked with some confusion. Boom, just when Feng Xiaoyao wanted to say something, a violet explosion instantly enveloped the entire ice fairy peak. The spiritual birds that were hovering above the ice fairy peak were frightened and immediately fled in all directions. The originally quiet and peaceful Bingxian peak now showed signs of chaos. What does it smell like? Fong Ning subconsciously shrugged his nose. At this moment, the air was faintly filled with a strange medicinal fragrance. What a familiar feeling. Fong Ning always felt as if he had encountered this kind of scene somewhere before. Oh. The furnace exploded again. Feng Xiaoyao's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. That idiot. Hard, the fist is hard. Furnace explosion. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes slightly after catching the key words, as if he remembered something. Cough, cough, cough. It's choking. Dan Yangzi, you want to die. Before Feng Xiaoyao could explain, a woman's angry curse rang out on Bingxian Peak. Fong Ning was very familiar with this voice. Outside a cave on Bingxian Peak, Sunnishan looked down at her red dress that was torn to shreds by the explosion, and looked angrily at the figure in front of her who was also dressed in black. Second senior sister, I didn't mean it. Dan Yangzi, who was also dressed in black, spoke cautiously. Besides, if you hadn't insisted on barging in at the moment I was condensing the pill, I wouldn't have exploded the furnace. You dare to talk back? Sunnishan became furious upon hearing this, and the fiery spiritual power in her hands ignited. Have you blown up your own furnace enough times? How dare you pass the buck? Senior sister, please spare my life. I know I'm wrong. Dan Yangzi begged for mercy very quickly. He is obsessed with alchemy, and although he is also a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, he is no match for the fire fairy Sunnishan when it comes to fighting. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. He didn't want to get beaten up for no reason. Snort. The flame in Sunnishan's hand did not diminish. How is the Xuanhua pill I asked you to refine earlier? Dan Yangzi shrank his neck when he heard this and pointed at the black residue on the ground. It's all here, Dan. Yang. Z. Sunnishan was about to lose her temper when she saw this, and Dan Yangzi was very tactful and covered his face. What are you arguing about? The entire ice fairy peak heard it clearly. A flash of light passed by. Feng Xiaoyao's figure appeared in front of the two of them. Third brother. When Dan Yangzi saw the person coming, he felt like he had seen a savior and rushed over immediately. Get away from me! Feng Xiaoyao was caught off guard and saw a big black charcoal rushing towards him. He subconsciously stretched out his foot and kicked the ladder away. The furnace exploded again. Feng Xiaoyao took a look at the debris on the ground and immediately understood what had happened. After listening to Dan Yangzi's hesitant words, Feng Xiaoyao quickly laughed. Are there any materials left to refine the mysterious fire pill? And one last one, Dan Yangzi whispered. That's all. It's no big deal. Feng Xiaoyao smiled and said confidently. You're not going to say, you want to help me make the elixir, right? Sunnishan said with a strange look on her face. As we all know, Feng Xiaoyao can do nothing but eat, drink and have fun on weekdays. Of course I won't. Feng Xiaoyao waved his hands repeatedly and then pushed someone out from behind him. Junior brother. Come here. Chapter 13 Alchemy Master Fong Ning. In fact, just when Feng Xiao landed, Sunnishan and Dan Yangzi noticed Fong Ning following behind him, but they all chose to pretend not to see the latter, and the reasons for this are different. Sunnishan had several conflicts with Fong Ning before, adding to that what Fong Ning had done to her before. She felt a little embarrassed, but for some reason, Fong Ning always exudes an inexplicable attraction, which makes Sunnishan subconsciously want to get close to him. Combining the two, Sunnishan felt extremely conflicted. After much thought, the best thing to do is to pretend that you didn't see it. Dan Yangzi's reason is even simpler. The second senior sister is very angry now, and she is the culprit. Naturally, I have to find a way to reduce my presence, otherwise I will be beaten. After all, it really hurts when second senior sister hits people. He thought about it and decided that it would be better to speak less, but Fong Ning felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had originally planned to try his best to be an inconspicuous and transparent person before escaping from the ice fairy peak. I don't intend to get involved with these senior brothers and sisters anyway. As long as my cultivation level is high enough, I can knock third brother unconscious and take him away. But at this moment, Feng Xiaoyao pushed him to the stage. I could only bite the bullet and say a junior brother Fong Ning greets senior sister Su and senior brother Dan Yangzi. After the outer disciples competition ended, Fong Ning was brought back to Bingxian Peak by Bing W. Wanqing. At first he thought that his master had really changed his nature and was taking extra care of him. So I was a little nervous. After all, in my previous life, I walked back to Bingxian Peak on my own after the outer disciple competition, but fortunately, Bing Wanqing simply took him back to Bingxian Peak. After that, I just ignored it like in my previous life. Not long after Fong Ning felt relieved, Feng Xiaoyao came to his door and brought him to this dangerous place. He can make pills? Sunnishan frowned, but asked Feng Xiaoyao. He. Feng Xiaoyao just smiled and said nothing. The Xuanhua Dan that Sunnishan needed was not of high grade, only the 9th grade. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can practice it. However, the refining process is somewhat complicated, and it is known as the most difficult to refine among the 9-grade elixirs. Its difficulty can even be compared with some 8th grade elixirs. Otherwise, Dan Yangzi, who is in the Jindan realm, would not have failed so many times. He even used up the medicinal materials for refining the Xuanhua pill until only the last portion was left, but all this is nothing in Feng Xiaoyao's eyes. Although the Xuanhua pill is a kind of medicine tailor-made for those fire attribute monks, he had never eaten it either. But this Xuanhua pill is definitely not as good as the one that junior brother gave me before. Junior brother, if you can even make such a difficult elixir, how could you not be able to refine the Xuanhua pill? Although master had previously claimed that the elixir was made by 4th junior brother. Go ahead, junior brother. Show off your skills to your 2 senior brothers and sisters. Feng Xiaoyao patted Fong Ning's shoulder with a look of confidence. Oh? Before Sunnishan could speak, Dan Yangzi ran to Fong Ning's side, his eyes full of curiosity. Junior brother Fong, you also like to make pills? As we all know, the ice fairy Bing Wanqing, due to her own personality, he is the one with the fewest disciples among the 13 peak masters of Jingyi sect, not to mention that he only has 4 direct disciples. Even the lower level inner disciples may not exceed 20 in total. Looking at other peaks, even Tianji Peak, which is also known for having few disciples, has more than 100 people. Moreover, among Bing Wanqing's 4 close disciples, only Dan Yangzi is obsessed with alchemy. The eldest brother Li Dashuan's favorite thing to do on weekdays is to chop people with a sword. Second senior sister Sunnishan is a powder keg that can explode at any time. Third senior brother Feng Xiaoyao is an uneducated and unskillful playboy. Discussing the Tao of alchemy with these people, it's simply disgraceful. Therefore, when Dan Yangzi heard Feng Xiaoyao say that this new junior brother could also make pills, he immediately felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. And junior brother looks pretty good when he smiles, Dan Yangzi muttered to himself. What's more, if he was really an ordinary inner disciple, Feng Xiaoyao would not treat him so cautiously. This junior fellow student might have the potential to form a golden elixir and become a direct disciple in the future. A little bit. Fong Ning nodded with some difficulty, although he didn't want to admit it. He couldn't bear to do it after seeing Dan Yangzi's pleading look. A 4th brother isn't a bad guy. Very good. After receiving Fong Ning's affirmative answer, Dan Yangzi clasped his hands together, and a 3-foot-tall pitch-black alchemy furnace flew out from the storage bag on his waist and landed on the ground in front of the 4 people. Not only that, even the last ingredient for refining the Xuanhua pill appeared in his hands. Then can you help me and let me learn from you? Dan Yangzi's entire body was completely black at this moment, except for his white teeth, which were particularly conspicuous. I can only say I'll do my best. Fong Ning nodded and made a finger gesture. Then, a ball of flame flickering in 3 colors appeared out of thin air in front of them. Go. Fong Ning changed his finger gestures, and the 3 elements fire, which was said to be the most difficult to cultivate in the foundation establishment realm, obediently drilled into the bottom of the furnace. 3 talents fire? Dan Yangzi gently poked Feng Xiaoyao in the lower back and asked, junior brother Fong also has a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root? No. Feng Xiaoyao shook his head. From what I know, junior brother seems to have the void spiritual root. Ah? Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Doesn't this empty spiritual root mean that there is no spiritual root? But seeing junior brother Fong's skillful fire control skills, he thought that the other party had the same excellent fire attribute spiritual roots as Sunnishan. What a pity. Dan Yangzi shook his head. Pity. Looking at Fong Ning, who was constantly adding medicinal materials to the alchemy furnace, Feng Xiaoyao laughed secretly in his heart. Even Without spiritual roots, he can control the three elements fire so skillfully. Doesn't this just show that the junior brother is a genius? Feng Xiaoyao, is this Fong Ning reliable? Sunnishan stood quietly behind the two of them with her arms folded across her chest. The materials for the Xuanhua pill are hard to find. Even Sunnishan had to work very hard to gather the three sets of materials. Thinking of this, Sunnishan couldn't help but glare at Dan Yangzi again. If this guy hadn't vowed that he could definitely refine the mysterious fire pill, she wouldn't waste two chances. Dan Yangzi knew he was in the wrong and was too embarrassed to speak out in rebuttal. He had just entered the Golden Core realm. I had heard that Sunnishan was looking for someone to refine the mysterious fire pill, and I was a little excited for a moment, so I volunteered to take on this job. Who would have thought? But then again, Dan Yangzi stared intently at every move Fong Ning made while refining the elixir. This feeling of being able to control something as if it were your own arm is really addictive. This junior brother Fong really has something. About half an hour later, Fong Ning finally stopped what he was doing. A faint fragrance of elixir emanated from the pitch-black cauldron. Done? Among the three, only Dan Yangzi is proficient in the art of alchemy, but the other two could guess the result just from the rays of light emanating from the top of the pitch-black furnace. Rise. Fong Ning's finger gestures changed again, and three red pills flew out of the furnace and fell steadily into his hands. 3. Dan Yangzi, who was standing by, widened his eyes instantly when he saw this. One set of materials can actually produce 3 pills, and judging from the scene of the elixir being completed, these 3 Xuanhua pills are all of top quality. Such a terrifying method of refining medicine. This new junior brother is really amazing. Ignoring Dan Yangzi's excitement, Fong Ning glanced at the few lines of small words that appeared on his personal panel. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry Alchemy Master, purple. The efficacy of any elixir you refine will far surpass that of other elixirs of the same type. Chapter 14, Law Enforcement. Fong mainly wants to talk to his junior brother. This is the second purple item fragment Fong Ning has obtained since his rebirth. The first piece is Sword Heartclear, obtained from the eldest senior brotherly Dashian. Under the effect of that fragment, Fong Ning's swordsmanship training speed is much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. It's just that there was no chance to show it in the previous outer disciple competition. After all, just relying on the 3 elements fire in his hand was enough for Fong Ning to kill all the outer disciples. If I remember correctly, the golden entry on 4th senior brother seems to be called Master of Alchemy. This entry is also quite useful. The reason why the 4th senior brother in the previous life received such high evaluation in the way of alchemy was all thanks to this entry. If I could get this entry from 4th senior brother, it was just a fluke. Fong Ning smiled, then handed the 3 pills in his hand to Dan Yangzi. Thank you for your help, senior brother. Dan Yangzi blinked. What did I do for him? Ha ha ha. Junior brother is really amazing. Feng Xiaoyao took 2 steps forward and patted Fong Ning's shoulder very vigorously. Well, I said he's fine, right? He looked at Sunnishan with a smug look on his face. Why are you so happy? It looks like you made this pill. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao's expression suddenly froze. Sunnishan rolled her eyes at him and lightly hooked her slender fingers. The 3 Xuanhua pills flew into her palm. Snort. After a moment of silence, her red lips opened slightly. Let's write off everything that happened before. After saying that, he turned into a beam of fire and left. What do you mean? Dan Yangzi looked at Fong Ning with some confusion. He naturally knew that Sunnishan's previous words were not directed at him. Hearing this, Fong Ning's expression became a little hesitant. What does he say about this? Did he accidentally have a close contact with this senior sister who was revered as a goddess by countless disciples in the sect? Feng Xiaoyao was a little slow to react at first. But after seeing the expression on Fong Ning's face, he seemed to understand something in an instant. He put his hand on Fong Ning's shoulder and chuckled. I never knew, little brother, you're quite good at this. Brother, I don't understand what you are saying. Fong Ning would naturally never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Let's go. Senior brother will take you to get your identity token and the benefits that inner disciples are entitled to. Feng Xiaoyao didn't say much. He made a hand gesture with one hand and a breeze surrounded the 2 people's feet. Fong Ning is only a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage now. The spiritual power in his body is not enough to support him to fly in the air for a long time. If you want to be as carefree and relaxed as Feng Xiaoyao and Sunnishan, at the very least, we have to wait until he enters the Golden Core realm. The law enforcement peak that the two were heading to was also one of the 13 main peaks of the Jingyi sect. The IT is also quite a distance from Bingxian Peak. Hey. Seeing that Fong Ning was already more than 100 feet above the ground, Dan Yangzi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Junior brother Fong. If you have nothing to do in the future, please come to my cave more often. After witnessing Fong Ning's terrifying alchemy skills, Dan Yangzi was very reluctant to part with this new junior fellow apprentice. Fong Ning shuddered when he heard this. Walk around more. Forget it. This is really unnecessary. He can't have too much contact with it, but he really wants that golden entry. Feng Xiaoyao's speed is very fast. This was still the case even when Fong Ning was with him. And just a cup of tea. The two of them arrived at the law enforcement peak. As the leader of the righteous Sect in Qingzhou, Jingyi sect naturally, there is a set of sect rules and regulations of its own, but most of these requirements are aimed at the personal character of the disciples. After all, the Jingyi sect is well known, the behavior of the sect disciples is particularly important. As for the others, they are relatively more relaxed therefore. The law enforcement peak came into being. In addition to supervising the conduct of all disciples in the sect, he is also responsible for most matters related to the disciples in the sect. The head of the law enforcement peak is Li Qinghua, who is also a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm. He usually looks quite stern and apart from their own masters. The disciples of each peak of Jingyi sect are most afraid of the leader of the law enforcement peak. Junior brother, do you prefer a storage bag or a storage ring? The Jingyi sect has regulations. All disciples of the sect must walk when they reach the law enforcement peak and are not allowed to fly in the air without permission. This is done to show respect for the rules of the sect. Therefore, as soon as they arrived above the law enforcement peak, Feng Xiaoyao brought Fong Ning down to the ground. The two walked along a small path on the peak towards a law enforcement hall. I'm fine with either. I don't have any big demands for this kind of thing. Fong Ning followed behind Feng Xiaoyao and replied. Although he was already quite familiar with the law enforcement peak in his previous life, he still disguised himself as a new disciple and let Feng Xiaoyao lead the way. Understood. Feng Xiaoyao nodded, and the two of them walked into the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Feng. A disciple from the law enforcement peak recognized Feng Xiaoyao and greeted him. Most of these are ordinary inner disciples. Compared with Feng Xiaoyao, a direct disciple of a peak, there is a big gap in both status and strength. Yes. Feng Xiaoyao said calmly, this is my junior fellow apprentice from Bingxian Peak. He was just promoted to an inner disciple today. I'm here to collect his new identity token and corresponding rewards. A new disciple from Bingxian Peak? Several disciples from the law enforcement peak were stunned when they heard this. Then they all looked at Fong Ning with a bit of curiosity. Is this the man that even the ice fairy Bing Wanqing longed for? It doesn't seem like there's anything particularly outstanding about it now. Meet some of you brothers. Fong Ning clasped his fists and saluted. Although Feng Xiaoyao could show some arrogance in front of these inner disciples, he couldn't. While saluting, Fong Ning habitually gave a big smile. And I remember that the combat power of Li Qinghua, the head of the law enforcement peak, is among the best among all the other peak masters. Besides, the disciples of the law enforcement peak are the easiest to go out. If we can get in touch with them, not every disciple of the Jingyi sect is qualified to go out. It will even someone as powerful as Li Dashian had to report and apply to Bing Wanqing in advance, not to mention the other disciples, but the law enforcement peak is an exception, because they often need to leave the sect to perform some special tasks, including but not limited to purchasing supplies, punishing disciples, escorting prisoners. The laws enforced by the law enforcement peak are not only those of the Jingyi sect, but also those of the second and third-rate sects that it protects. Therefore, conflicts between some second and third-rate sects also require the Jingyi sect to mediate. If I can really join the law enforcement peak, then I can choose a long-term mission outside the sect. Then wouldn't that be thinking of this? Fong Ning's mind inevitably became active. When the inner disciples of the law enforcement peak saw Fong Ning smile, they suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts of this new junior fellow apprentice. Why does he feel so friendly? First, there is Feng Xiaoyao to support the scene, and then there are the effects of its own entries. Fong Ning quickly received his inner disciple token and a storage ring from these disciples of the law enforcement peak. The ring contains 3 bottles of foundation building pills, 2 bottles of spirit concentrating pills, 2 sets of inner disciple robes, and some miscellaneous items needed for daily practice. Thank you, brothers. After receiving the items, Fong Ning bowed again. After all, these people might be our family members in the future. Of course, we need to build good relationships in advance. Junior brother Fong, you're too polite. The disciples also returned the greeting. The more I look at junior brother Fong, the more I like him. Let's go. For some reason, Feng Xiaoyao felt a sense of alertness when he saw the interaction between his junior brother and the disciples of law enforcement peak. These guys, why do they all look like they're up to no good? We have to take our junior brother away quickly. Xiaoyao. Just as the two were about to leave, a middle-aged monk suddenly walked into the hall. He was dressed in a black robe and exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. Meet the peak master. When the inner disciples of the law enforcement peak saw this, they immediately bowed respectfully. The person who came was Li Qinghua, the leader of the law enforcement peak. Meet Uncle Li. Feng Xiaoyao also followed suit and saluted. The other party was of the same status as Bing Wanqing, so he naturally couldn't be as rude as before. Li Qinghua nodded, and then turned his attention to Fong Ning, who was following behind Feng Xiaoyao. Go out first. I have something to say to Fong Ning. Li Qinghua spoke calmly. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao widened his eyes in surprise. Uncle Li, who is known for his strictness, actually wants to talk to his junior fellow apprentice alone. I don't know if my perception is wrong. Feng Xiaoyao always felt that there seemed to be a hint of gentleness in the tone of this Master Li. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Seeing that Feng Xiaoyao didn't move for a long time, Li Qinghua couldn't help but frown. A hint of pressure from a nascent soul cultivator suddenly emanated from his body. Disciple obeys. As if remembering what this terrifying uncle had done in the past, Feng Xiaoyao only had time to give Fong Ning an almost sympathetic look before running out of the law enforcement hall. Feng Xiaoyao ran out of the hall gasping for breath. Master Li is so scary. No. A hint of hesitation flashed across Feng Xiaoyao's eyes. I have to tell Master what's happening here quickly. Chapter 15, Poaching in Person? Bing Wanqing is getting restless. A secluded spot on law enforcement peak. Fong Ning felt somewhat nervous as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who looked intimidating without even getting angry. Regardless of past and present lives, he is the same as the other disciples of Jingyi sect. I am a little afraid of Master Li, who is always serious. This has nothing to do with the level of cultivation. It's entirely because of the other person's personality. There is a well-known fact in the Jingyi sect. Li Qinghua, the head of the law enforcement peak, hates evil and cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. No matter you are a direct disciple or an outer disciple, as long as you make a mistake, you must be dealt with according to the sect's rules, even if sometimes it involves some outer sect elders and peak masters. But Li Qinghua still treats everyone equally and does his own thing. He doesn't care about the human relations at all. The other peak masters and elders also had opinions, but the strength of this Lord Li Feng is too strong. Those peak masters were unable to defeat him, and since they were already in the wrong, the matter ended in nothing. Therefore, almost all the disciples of Jingyi sect respect and fear this Master Li Feng. Although Fong Ning in his previous life had already reached a higher realm than the nascent soul realm, but this feeling of total suppression, like the dean's overpowering of students who made mistakes, still made him feel a little suffocated. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qinghua finally spoke, but the first sentence he said shocked Fong Ning. You are pretty good. Have you ever thought about joining us at the law enforcement peak? Fong Ning's eyes widened instantly when he heard that. Did I hear it right? The leader of the law enforcement peak, who had always been rude to the disciples in the sect, was so serious. Did he just want himself to join the law enforcement peak? Why? Are you worried about Master Bingfeng? Li Qinghua frowned. He was really optimistic about Fong Ning. The disciples of each branch of the Jingyi sect have different focuses. For example, most of the disciples on Wenjian Peak pursue the way of the sword and aspire to become the legendary sword immortal with unparalleled combat power. Another example is Zhan Xianfeng. Most of the disciples in this lineage focus on their own physical cultivation. All kinds of fancy magic have absolutely no appeal to them in the cognition of this group of rough people. Fighting with fists and flesh is the romance of men. For example, the disciples of Lingfu Peak, Dan Peak, Lianqi Peak, etc. also have other pursuits. There are countless avenues of knowledge, and it is impossible to cover them all. In order to become immortals, these disciples must give up some things and try their best to maximize their advantages. As the head of the law enforcement peak, Li Qinghua has a strict standard for selecting disciples can fight, because compared with the disciples of other peaks, the disciples of law enforcement peak are also shouldering more sect responsibilities. When you go out to buy supplies, what should you do if you are not strong enough and get robbed? Although there are very few blind cultivators in Qingzhou who dare to target the Jingyi sect, but what if, for example, when enforcing the sect's rules, he encountered resistance from those rebellious disciples from various peaks? If his own strength is not strong enough, how can he defend the dignity of a law enforcer? To sum up, as a disciple of the law enforcement peak, you must be able to fight. He had watched the fight between Fong Ning and Sunnishan before. Being able to fight against a golden core realm cultivator for dozens of rounds without being defeated with the cultivation level of the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm is a miracle in itself, although there is suspicion that the other party is letting the water. But this cannot conceal the brilliance of Fong Ning. Moreover, his rich combat experience made Li Qinghua marvel at it. It's a good seedling. That's why he rushed back to the law enforcement peak at this time. According to past experience, these newly promoted inner disciples would often rush to the law enforcement peak to collect all necessary supplies as soon as possible. What Fong Ning didn't know was, Li Qinghua had been waiting for him at the law enforcement peak for half an hour. If they hadn't wasted some time refining the elixir on Bingxian Peak, the time they would have met would probably have been earlier. The master of a peak would actually wait for a long time for a new inner disciple. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid that the entire Jingyi sect will be in turmoil again. Bing Wanqing doesn't know how to teach her apprentice. Looking at the somewhat taciturn new inner disciple in front of him, Li Qinghua went straight to the point and said, if Li Dashian had entered the sword-asking peak, he would have probably already reached the late golden core realm by now, and he wouldn't be like this now, unable to return all his sword energy to his body. If Sunnishan were to join the weapon refining peak, her achievements would probably be even greater than they are now. At the very least, her fire control skills could be further enhanced in power. Feng Xiaoyao. Never mind, this guy is the same wherever he goes. When mentioning this name, even Li Qinghua, who was always extremely serious, felt a little helpless. Feng Xiaoyao's cultivation level is not the best among all the direct disciples of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect, but his ability to cause trouble is definitely among the best. Coupled with this guy's lightning-fast speed, unless some elders take action personally, few people can take him down. Therefore, in Li Qinghua's eyes, Feng Xiaoyao is the most troublesome thorn in the eye. Fong Ning. I can't teach that kid Dan Yangzi, and I look down on him. In front of Fong Ning, Li Qinghua frankly admitted his shortcomings and did not brag about himself. Dan Yangzi is obsessed with alchemy, and almost all of his skills are related to alchemy. In Li Qinghua's eyes, he was no different from those ordinary scholars who were powerless. To put it simply, Bing Wanqing is indeed very powerful, but she is also not good at teaching disciples. Fong Ning very much agreed with this point. After all, he had personal experience. If you want, I can go to the sect master right now and apply to have you join my law enforcement peak lineage. Li Qingguo looked at the extremely pleasing disciple in front of him. What do you think? Fong Ning could hardly hide his excitement. Could it be that today would be the day he would escape from his suffering? He calmed himself down and was about to speak. Disciple wishes, snort. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly exploded above the entire law enforcement peak. At the same time, an almost visible ice blue aura quickly swept over the place where the two were. The biting cold contained in it seemed to freeze the entire world. Li Qingguo, what do you mean? Before Fong Ning could react, an ice blue figure appeared in front of him. It is the ice fairy Bing Wanqing, but at this moment, the latter's pretty face was cold and she looked extremely unhappy. Nothing, just stating some facts. Li Qingguo waved his hand, and the ice blue aura around him instantly disappeared. Bing Wanqing took light lotus steps and walked towards Li Qingguo step by step. When she raised her hand, ice blue spiritual power condensed in her palm. Aren't you coming yet? Looking at the new disciple who was following Li Qingguo closely, Bing Wanqing didn't know why, but she suddenly felt angry for no reason. Oh. Fong Ning now feels like he has been caught cheating on his wife, although Bing Wanqing had only uttered 4 simple words before, but Fong Ning knew that this ice fairy master was really angry at the moment. He walked to Bing Wanqing with a guilty conscience, not daring to look up at her. He just called out softly, "Master." Fong Ning didn't look up, so he didn't see. After he shouted these 2 words, a rare hint of tenderness flashed across the ice fairy's frosty face, but she quickly returned to calm. The ice blue spiritual power in his palm dissipated. "Come back with me." The 4 words plain were still spoken, and the ice blue figure turned and left. Yes. Fong Ning sighed helplessly. It seemed that today was not the right time. He looked back at Li Qingguo, who did not move, and wondered if the latter felt as he did that his behavior was a little unkind. "Uncle Li, I'm leaving now." Fong Ning still performed the disciple's salute respectfully. "This Master Li is a very respectable person." Li Qingguo waved his hand, seeming quite magnanimous, but a faint light quietly slipped into Fong Ning's sleeves. Fong Ning blinked in confusion, but he saw the latter put a finger to his lips and made a gesture to him to keep quiet. "Uncle Li. What does this mean?" Chapter 16, the elixir made by junior brother is too powerful. After leaving the law enforcement peak, Fong Ning followed Bing Wanqing silently, not daring to say a word. In fact, Fong Ning has always had complicated feelings towards this ice fairy master, although his previous life's master didn't like him very much, but she treats everyone like this, not just herself. As Li Qingguo said, Bing Wanqing really doesn't know how to teach her apprentices. Bing Wanqing's own personality factors play a big part in this, and the eldest brother and the second sister can achieve something. The vast majority of factors are that they are hardworking and excellent enough. In her previous life, the biggest mistake Bing Wanqing had made was probably accepting Zhou Shan as her disciple, but she didn't know at first what the other party was up to, and in the end, she even got herself involved. Looking at it this way, my ice fairy master seems a bit pitiful? Master. Junior brother. Just as Fong Ning was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Senior brother Fong? Fong Ning looked up and saw a familiar figure beside the mountain path. Take him back to Bingxian Peak. Bing Wanqing spoke calmly, then turned into an ice blue stream of light and disappeared in front of the 2 people. Senior brother, were you the one who called our master here? Fong Ning was not stupid and figured out the whole story almost instantly. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Feng Xiaoyao looked a little nervous. I'm not afraid of what Uncle Li will do to you. That's why I hurried back to invite Master over. But it's strange, Feng Xiaoyao muttered again. Master seemed to have other things to do, but as soon as he heard your name, he rushed over immediately. Feng Xiaoyao looked at Fong Ning with a strange look in his eyes. If it were in the past, such a thing would be unthinkable. And after hearing what Feng Xiaoyao said, Fong Ning's doubts suddenly increased. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about these useless things. Feng Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the breeze from before once again surrounded the 2 of them. Go back first. You've been very tired today. Rest well for a few days. Brother will need your help later. On the way, Fong Ning tried to get some information out of Feng Xiaoyao, but the latter just smiled mysteriously and kept his mouth shut. Ice Fairy Peak in Sunnishan's cave. On a crimson cushion, Sunnishan, who had changed into a new dress, was concentrating with her eyes closed, holding her breath and practicing martial arts. On the ground next to it, there was a small white jade bottle with 2 round pills in it. It was the Xuanhua pill that Fong Ning had refined earlier. At this moment, she was holding a Xuanhua pill under her tongue. I am using the medicinal power in it to practice. As time passed, tiny flames began to flicker around Sunnishan. The appearance of the flames caused the temperature of the entire cave to rise sharply. If a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage came here, he would feel as if he was in a furnace. This extremely terrifying high temperature is enough to evaporate all the spiritual power in their bodies. Indistinctly, you can see on that stunningly beautiful face, a phoenix-like pattern seems to come alive, flowing freely on the snow-white skin, and with the appearance of this phoenix pattern, the temperature in the entire cave rose a few degrees again, and even the air seemed to be filled with a burning smell of fire. Phoenix bloodline, Sunishang's greatest reliance. After about half an hour, Sunishang finally opened her eyes, called her towering chest rose and fell slightly, and she slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, her phoenix eyes filled With surprise, why is the effect of this training so remarkable? It's almost as good as the hard training I put in the previous 3 months. The fiery red spiritual power in his hand flashed and turned into a flaming mirror. Sunnishan stared at the phoenix pattern moving across her face in the mirror, lost in thought. The fire phoenix bloodline is in an excited state. She knew clearly, although he has a trace of fire phoenix blood in his body, he cannot activate it at any time. Most of the time, the fire phoenix bloodline in his body was dormant. According to Master Bing Wanqing, even his current cultivation and body are not enough to withstand the full power of this fire phoenix bloodline. After all, in the Zhongshan realm, the strength of an adult fire phoenix is comparable to that of a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. Looking at the entire Qingzhou cultivation world, only the ancestor of Jingyi sect has reached this level. This shows how powerful the fire phoenix clan's bloodline is. I am only in the early stage of the golden core realm now. It is really difficult to control this fire phoenix bloodline completely freely. Is it the effect of that Xuanhua pill? Sunnishan frowned slightly and quickly found the crux of the problem. But swallowing this pill in the past didn't have such a strong effect, did it? Looking at the phoenix lines on his face that were still moving, Sunnishan was a little unsure. Could it be that little pervert's fault? The Xuanhua pill was originally developed to assist fire attribute cultivators in their practice. Sunnishan had eaten at least dozens of Xuanhua pills, if not 100. But this has never happened before. The only difference is that the previous Xuanhua pills were not refined by Fong Ning. How about, try again? A hint of hesitation flashed across her phoenix eyes, but she soon became determined. She reached out and threw the 2 remaining Xuanhua pills in the white jade bottle into her mouth. He closed his eyes again and began to refine the medicinal powered. It only took 3 to 5 breaths. Sunnishan's exposed white skin quickly turned red. She just felt as if her whole body was wrapped in raging flames. The scorching heat was so intense that even she found it difficult to endure for a moment. Sunnishan couldn't help but moan softly, but before she could sort out the tone, the moan turned into a high-pitched phoenix cry. Bah! At this moment, a phantom of a fire phoenix was hovering high above Sunnishan's head. The tiny flames coiled around it also suddenly expanded at this moment. The red-orange flames burned the dress with good defensive properties into tatters. Faintly, you can see a large area of snow white leaking out. Not good. There was still a trace of clarity in Sunnishan's heart. This is a sign that the fire phoenix bloodline has been fully activated. With her current strength, she is simply not able to control it. This time, she got out of her depth. How fast does the flame burn? Sunnishan had no time to react at all, and all her Jindan realm spiritual power was burned to ashes. If she had not been fused with the fire phoenix bloodline for many years, she would probably have died in an instant. But judging from her current condition, death is not far away. All the spiritual power in her body was burned out, and when the golden elixir in her belly was burned to ashes, her heart was burning with fire. Even if a god came, he could not save her. Are you going to die? Sunnishan's consciousness has become a little blurry. There are layers of double images in front of my eyes. A hint of self-mockery flashed across his lips. I never thought my life would end so ridiculously. Senior sister? At this moment, a hesitant call came from outside the cave. Chapter 17. Saving the younger brother. Outside Sunnishan's cave, Fong Ning was pacing around with a hesitant look on his face. There was some hesitation in his eyes as he looked at the stone door of the cave in front of him. Earlier, Feng Xiaoyao left after sending him back to Bingxian Peak. He said that he needed to make some preparations in advance for that thing that would happen in a few days. Fong Ning had no choice but to go to his new cave on his own. But when he arrived at his destination, according to Feng Xiaoyao's instructions, my whole body is numb, because his new cave was right next to Sunnishan's cave. He really couldn't understand Bingxian Peak is so big. Why does he have to be a neighbor of this grumpy second senior sister? Is this Bing Wanqing's arrangement or Feng Xiaoyao's bad taste? But Feng Xiaoyao was not here right now, so Fong Ning had no way to argue with him. With a soft sigh, Fong Ning could only accept this fact. But when he passed by Sunnishan's cave, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Perhaps it is because of the 3 lives I have lived. Fong Ning's perception ability is far stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. He soon noticed that there was a red flame in the air outside the cave. Moreover, the flame seemed to carry an extremely fierce and fiery force. Sunnishan is practicing? Fong Ning frowned. He knew that the other party had the blood of the Fire Phoenix. The current movement is very similar to the movement of the Fire Phoenix clan when they are practicing Dai in his previous life. Fong Ning had also had many dealings with the Fire Phoenix clan. He knows more about this clan than ordinary monks. No reaction? That means he's practicing, right? After Fong Ning shouted, he saw that there was no movement coming from the cave and was about to turn around and leave. He was afraid that if he disturbed Sunnishan's practice, he would definitely be involved in more trouble. Boom! Fong Ning had just turned around when he heard the sound of a stone door opening behind him. He turned his head and looked. I saw a delicate body wrapped in flames lying powerlessly on the ground, and most of its clothes had been burned by the flames. Within the sight, large areas of snow-white skin were glowing an abnormal pink. Sunnishan used up the last bit of her strength to open the door of the cave. She was so confused that she couldn't even see the face of the person in front of her. She only felt that the voice was extremely familiar. Help, help me. Sunnishan subconsciously asked for help. After saying this, she finally couldn't hold on any longer, closed her eyes and fainted. Damn it. Fong Ning secretly thought that this was not good. He is now only a cultivator at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Facing this flame that is powerful enough to burn even a golden core realm cultivator into a miserable state, he has to treat it with caution. He made a hand seal and all the spiritual power in his body suddenly burst out, protecting his body. At the same time, on the personal panel that only Fong Ning could see, 3 fragments of entries were shining brightly: fire attribute affinity, green; fire immunity, white; flame fairy, gold. Even with all these blessings, Fong Ning still felt extremely hot. When he was slightly swept by the remaining waves of the flames, he quickly came to Sunnishan and stretched out his hand to feel her breath, still breathing. The biggest problem now is that the power of the flames generated by the Fire Phoenix bloodline is too fierce. It is simply not something Sunnishan can handle at this stage. I have to guide this flame out of her body. Fong Ning quickly came up with a plan. As his mind moved, another fragment of the entry on his personal panel began to glow. Talisman affinity, green. Fong Ning stretched out his hand and poured spiritual power into Su Nishang's heart to protect her heart meridians. Although the spiritual power of the Foundation establishment realm cannot last long, it is better to have it than not. Then he distanced himself from the other party. A white light flashed from the storage ring on his hand. Several pieces of talisman paper needed to make talismans appeared in his hands. Fortunately, the Jingyi sect is a large and powerful sect, and the training materials prepared for the new inner disciples are relatively complete. Otherwise, it would take some time to even find these talismans. Fong Ning opened his mouth and bit his index finger, forcing out a few drops of blood that dripped onto it. Drawing talismans requires spiritual objects, but Fong Ning has nothing on him right now. The most useful thing is naturally his blood as a monk. Hold your breath and concentrate extremely. The index finger kept moving across the blank talisman paper. The pen moves quickly and smoothly, and the whole thing is completed in one go. Almost within 5 breaths, a talisman with a faint blue color appeared in his hand. Ice Heart Talisman, 9th grade talisman. There are 9 realms of cultivators in the Tsangshuan realm from low to high, namely a foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, refining emptiness, fusion, Mahayana, transcending tribulation, and immortality. Therefore, all the elixirs, talismans, and other things that monks need to use for their practice are also divided into 9 grades. The 9th rank is the lowest and the 1st rank is the highest. With Fong Ning's current cultivation level, he can only draw 9th grade talismans. Higher grade talismans require greater amounts of spiritual power. Stick the Ice Heart Talisman on Su Nishang's eyebrows. The next moment, the faint blue light immediately spread throughout her body. The frown finally relaxed a little at this moment. Fong Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but his hands continued to move. He took out another blank talisman paper and continued to pour spiritual power into it. After another 3 breaths, the 9th grade talisman spirit attracting talisman is done. Fong Ning reached out and held Su Nishang, who was as soft as a burning charcoal, in his arms. At this moment, he did not care about feeling the amazing softness of the latter's delicate body. He hurriedly placed the spirit summoning talisman between the 2 men's palms and silently began to mobilize their spiritual power. Under the effect of the spirit summoning talisman, the flames attached to Su Nishang's body began to gradually surge towards Fong Ning. As soon as the flames touched Fong Ning's skin, he immediately started to grimace. This Fire Phoenix bloodline is no joke, just a trace of the residual power made Fong Ning feel as if he was in a furnace. Fortunately, the few fragments of entries on him have been playing a role. Otherwise, not only would the rescue be unsuccessful, but Fong Ning himself might also be sacrificed. Fong Ning closed his eyes tightly and used all his strength to activate the soul summoning talisman, first drawing the wisps of terrifying flames towards himself. Then, using his own body, he guided it to the heaven and earth, causing it to dissipate his spiritual energy. Su Nishang in his arms suddenly let out a low moan, and her pink skin finally slowly returned to normal. The feeling that the other person's breath has calmed down, Fong Ning's anxious heart finally relaxed. He gently carried the ladder back into the cave and pulled a thin quilt from the bed to cover the large area of snow-white skin that was exposed. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry of fairy in flames, gold. Fong Ning was a little surprised, although according to this panel, as long as you interact with others, there is a chance that you can obtain corresponding entry fragments from them. But so far, among all the people he had come into contact with, Su Nishang was the only one who diligently and continuously blasted fragments for him. In some ways, it seems that my senior sister is pretty nice to me. Thinking of this, Fong Ning's expression became a little strange. At least the 2 golden item fragments on him were all obtained from others. After confirming that Su Nishang was fine, Fong Ning tiptoed out of the other party's cave and considerately activated the magic circle to close the door. But what he didn't know was, just as he turned to leave, a pair of beautiful eyes slowly opened behind him. Chapter 18, Uncle Li is so generous. Bing Wanqing, the evil disciple, still wants to run away. Bing Xian Peak is really big. Fong Ning confirmed this again, even if he and Su Nishang are neighbors in name only, but it still took him nearly half an hour to reach the door of his cave. There is no way around it. Before they form the golden elixir, the cultivators live such a miserable life. Although cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can barely fly for a distance, but he lacks spiritual power and will fall from the sky if he is not careful, which is not a pleasant experience. It's easy to become a little bit here and a little bit there. After sticking his inner disciple token on the magic circle surrounding the cave, the heavy stone door opened quickly. Fong Ning walked into the cave. Little impatiently, take a deep breath. The incomparably abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave instantly poured into his body. In just a short while, Fong Ning felt that his cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. As expected of the Jingyi sect, the leader of the righteous ways in Qingzhou, Fong Ning's face looked a little intoxicated. This is why he still strives for a good ranking even though he knows there are risks if Fong Ning's qualifications are not good. If I were to go alone to the Qingzhou cultivation world and become a casual cultivator, I might die on the way one day. Compared with this, it is more cost-effective to be a disciple of Jingyi sect. As long as you are careful, low-key and cautious, you will always be able to get through it. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, Fong Ning took something out from his arms, a jade pendant that looks very simple and ancient. It was Li Qinghua who secretly gave it to him when he left the law enforcement peak. Although Fong Ning was not sure about the situation at that time, did Bing Wanqing notice the other party's little action, but gently stroking the jade pendant in his hand. It is also a magic storage weapon, but compared to the storage ring that a newly promoted inner disciple like Fong Ning could receive, it was countless times better. At least the storage space alone is on a different level. The storage space of this jade pendant is comparable to a small football field. The supplies placed there only occupied a very small corner, most of the rest is blank. After Fong Ning saw the supplies clearly, he immediately took a deep breath. Foundation building pill. They are all foundation building pills. A rough calculation shows that there are at least more than 10 bottles. As we all know, the most suitable elixir for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage is the foundation establishment pill. This kind of medicine is mild and does not have many negative effects. For cultivators in the foundation establishment stage who need to lay a solid foundation, it is more useful than other higher grade elixirs. Although the Jingyi sect is a large and powerful family, but according to the sect's rules, an inner disciple can only receive 2 bottles of foundation establishment pills per month. 3 pills per bottle, 6 pills in total. That is to say, Li Qinghua gave Fong Ning a share for more than half a year after just meeting him once. Besides, next to the dozens of bottles of foundation building pills, there were 20 jade white stones neatly placed, emitting a bright white light. Spirit stone. A spiritual stone that can speed up the cultivation of cultivators. As we all know, the purpose of a monk's practice is to purify and refine the spiritual energy that is floating between heaven and earth, then transform it into spiritual power and absorb it into your own sea of qi. This is to achieve the goal of improving one's cultivation. The spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth is more or less mixed with some impurities. If these impurities cannot be removed, they will accumulate over time and leave hidden diseases in the cultivator's body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the spirit stone is often the purest. It is even so pure that it can be directly absorbed into the qi sea without any additional refining. With these spirit stones and foundation building pills, Fong Ning could already foresee that his cultivation speed would skyrocket. That's strange. Master Li and I have only met once. Even if he wants to win me over, he doesn't need to use such a big bargaining chip, right? Fong Ning was a little puzzled. I'm not a genius, however. Don't miss out on these resources that come to your doorstep. Fong Ning happily took out his diary from his pocket and started writing on it. Qingzhou, somewhere in the mountains. An ice blue figure was sitting cross-legged in meditation here. After a while, he seemed to sense the movement of something in his arms. Bing Wanqing reached out and took out a book from her bosom and began to read it. Strange, senior sister Su was fine today. Why did something go wrong during her practice? Why would the Fire Phoenix bloodline go berserk for no reason? Bing Wanqing frowned. Something went wrong with Nichang's practice. Fire Phoenix bloodline is running wild. I had clearly warned her before. You must not rush into cultivation. Although the Fire Phoenix bloodline is an opportunity, it is also a calamity. Do you really think that the bloodline of the top demon beast king in the Songshan realm can be controlled so easily? Luckily, I, being smart, clever, and handsome, arrived just in time and resolved the crisis with just a few moves. As expected of me. Oh, when Bing Wanqing saw this, she suddenly felt curious. This evil disciple is only at the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm. Logically speaking, if he even touched a little bit of Nichang's Fire Phoenix bloodline, his spiritual power would be instantly burned dry. How did he solve it? I have to say, talismans are really useful. I wonder which genius invented them. Although my current cultivation level can only draw 9th grade spiritual talismans, it is barely enough. I don't believe she will have any problems practicing in the future. 9th grade talisman, Ice Heart talisman, Soul Guiding talisman. A look of surprise flashed across Bing Wanqing's beautiful eyes. This evil disciple can also make talismans? Who taught him? Bing Wanqing always felt that something seemed to be wrong. What on earth is this evil disciple hiding from me? Before she could think carefully, a few lines of small words appeared in the diary again. Speaking of which, isn't Master Li too generous? It's only our first meeting, and yet he gave me so many great things. What should I do? I really want to go to the law enforcement peak. Li Qinghua, you despicable villain. Seeing this familiar name being mentioned, Bing Wanqing's heart instantly became more angry. I didn't expect that you, Li Qinghua, who looks like a handsome guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually doing such dirty things behind the scenes. Since Fong Ning, this evil disciple, has already become a disciple of Bingxian Peak, that is my disciple. You, the dignified lord of law enforcement peak, actually want to secretly seduce my disciple? And there is also Fong Ning, this evil disciple. I accepted you as my disciple with good intentions, and originally wanted to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, but I didn't expect that you would even have the intention of betraying the peak. I'll give you a good beating when I get back. Just as Bing Wanqing was thinking this, the next moment, he frowned slightly. A huge spiritual consciousness emanated from her body and swept towards a place 100 miles away. There seems to be someone running for their life. Chapter 19, Zhou Xian, the 9th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Young master, run. I'll block you here. In the dense woods, there were two figures fleeing in panic, there are three figures chasing them from behind, and the people chasing them all exuded an extremely powerful aura. Surprisingly, they are all in the golden core realm. Seeing that the young man in gorgeous clothes could hardly run anymore, the black-clad girl who had been guarding beside him had a look of determination in her eyes. The next moment he stopped and stood still. A white light flashed in his hand, and a long sword was firmly grasped in his hand. Ha 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 ha. You two little bastards. Just keep running. The three people chasing behind saw this scene. Not only did they not feel any sympathy, but they laughed even more wildly, judging from the bloodstains on their cuffs and collars. Apparently, a lot of people have been killed. An extremely terrifying murderous intent emanated from his whole body. The young man in gorgeous clothes was already exhausted, and when he was hit by the bloody smell, he staggered. The next moment he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Young master. Although the girl in black looks ordinary, there is an inexplicable heroic air on her face. Seeing the boy fall, he immediately shouted anxiously, but she was only at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How could she be a match for those three Golden Core realm cultivators? If he wasn't paying attention right now, he would be blown away by the opponent. He fell heavily beside the young man in gorgeous clothes. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale, and his whole aura became weak. It's all your fault, you bunch of rubbish. But the young man in fancy clothes was not moved at all when he saw this. Instead, he cursed with a face full of resentment. Your father, your brother, and you, your whole family are trash. Aren't you guys really that powerful? How come you can't stop even one of them? Looking at the three figures in front of me who were like a cat playing with a mouse, Dashian was completely desperate. My third brother is really cruel and ruthless. He actually sent out all the elite forces under his command, determined to kill his fellow brother, his ninth brother. Although Dashian is the ninth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, however, his biological mother died due to complications during childbirth. This also led to him having no support from his mother's family since childhood. She is extremely unwelcome in that deep palace where people are eaten without leaving any bones. In addition, his emperor father has been obsessed with spiritual practice in recent years and often goes into seclusion for 3 to 5 years to die in the deep palace. He, the ninth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, had completely become a helpless person, being bullied. If he had not been detected a few days ago as possessing a top-grade thunder attribute spiritual root, he would have been an unprecedented genius in cultivation. Dashian even wanted to die, but just when he thought he had the capital to turn things around, even worse news followed. That ruthless third brother somehow got the news that he possessed a top-grade thunder attribute spiritual root. In order to prevent this annoying ninth brother from becoming the biggest stumbling block on his way to the throne, he actually sent out all the servants under his command. It is necessary to completely kill Dashian before he grows up. The black-clad woman and her family are the only available force at Dashian's disposal. It was secretly left behind by his long-dead mother in order to protect Dashian, who was still in her womb at the time. It's a pity that they are no match for the third prince. Among the 9 princes of the Great Zhou dynasty, the most powerful force belongs to the third prince Zhou. If it weren't for the fact that the current queen of the Great Zhou dynasty was not his biological mother, the position of crown prince had already been decided. In order to protect Dashian, the black-clad woman's father and 2 brothers had all died in the battle. She was the only one left. Don't worry, young master. I will make sure you escape even if it costs my life. Faced with Dashian's vicious curses, the woman in black pretended not to hear them at all. As Dashian's biological mother, Princess Mu, had been kind to their family. Since Dashian is their own flesh and blood, they must protect him even if it means their family is destroyed. Escape? How? Dashian was completely desperate, and his words became more and more outspoken. Do you expect them to be so fond of a little bitch like you that they'll show some mercy and let me go while they enjoy you? Dashian's eyes were filled with resentment, and his 10 fingers dug deep into the soil. Hatred. He hates it. I hate the injustice of this world. He has royal blood and possesses a unique talent for cultivation. If you give him time, the Great Zhou dynasty will surely become his possession. Then Zhou would have to kneel at his feet and submit to him, but now he is going to die in this nameless place. The black-clothed girl didn't argue after hearing this, but just stared at the 3 Jindan realm priests of the Great Zhou dynasty in front of her with playful expressions. At the same time, a hint of darkness quietly crept into the depths of her eyes. This blackness is so pure, without any vitality. It seemed as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. Die. The 3 Jindan realm priests were too lazy to say any more nonsense at this moment. They gathered the spiritual power in their hands and waved it towards the 2 people who had completely lost their ability to resist. His Royal Highness the third prince had promised them, as long as Dashian's head can be brought back, you can be promoted. Reward of 10,000 taels of gold. These 3 worshippers were originally disciples of a cultivation sect in Qingzhou. I just have no talent. The Golden Core realm is the limit of what they can achieve in this lifetime. They also know how much they weigh. Rather than sitting in the mountains for 100 years, waiting for your life to end, it would be better to serve as a worshipper in the Great Zhou dynasty. At least you can enjoy all the glory and wealth in the world. Therefore, it is imperative to intercept and kill Dashian and his men. Facing those fierce spiritual attacks that were whistling towards him, Dashian was unable to resist and could only close his eyes and wait for death. But after 3 or 5 breaths, the pain Imagine did not fall on my body. Zhou couldn't help but open his eyes. The next moment he opened his eyes slightly, his face expression dull, his mouth was open so wide that a fist could almost fit in it. He swore that he would never forget this scene of the dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the woods and fell upon an ice blue figure. The other person looks like a fairy in heaven. Countless tiny ice blue ice crystals linger around it. Under the refraction of sunlight, they look like stars. In the sky, the waterfall-like black hair was not tied up with a hairpin, but was allowed to flow down behind the head, adding a bit of extraordinary temperament, although I could only see a back figure, but that graceful figure was deeply engraved in Zhou Xian's mind. Beautiful, what a beautiful woman. Zhou Xian couldn't help swallowing. Inevitably, a hint of obscenity appeared in his eyes. If I could conquer a woman like this, and watch her enjoying herself beneath me, what a wonderful scene that would be. This woman, he wants it. Who is coming? The three Jindan realm cultivators were also surprised by the extraordinary beauty of the female cultivator who suddenly appeared before them, but their minds are still clearer than Zhou Xian's. This woman, could it be that Zhou Xian's backup? There was an unfathomable smell emanating from his body, which was obviously not something they could handle. He immediately became afraid and stood blankly in the distance. Not daring to move, Bing Wanqing ignored these people. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently placed it on the body of the woman in black. The latter paused slightly, the darkness in his eyes quietly faded away, and in the blink of an eye he regained clarity. You are? The woman in black asked cautiously. You are seriously injured, so it's better not to speak for now. Bing Wanqing took a few steps forward after she finished speaking. Get out within 3 breaths. Or die. Chapter 20 Xuanjin Treasure Mirror, Preparation for Perfect Taoist Foundation. Fong Ning stood on a huge rock outside the cave and stretched, facing the first ray of morning sun. He had just accomplished a major event in his life. It's good to be young. A look of satisfaction appeared on Fong Ning's face, although he can't fly and hide like in his previous life, but fortunately, my mentality has become a lot younger. Peeing 3 feet in the wind, it really is a sword that never ages. Tightening the white jade belt around his waist, Fong Ning turned around and walked down the boulder. Okay. Let's start practicing. Fong Ning is a hardworking person. Although his own qualifications are not very good, he has a firm heart to pursue the Tao. What's more, he is already in the second round and dare not waste any time. After all, it was rare that Feng Xiaoyao didn't come to chat with him. I randomly found a clean and tidy piece of grass and sat down cross-legged. Fong Ning faced the morning light and made a pose with his 5 hearts facing the sky. As the consciousness gradually empties, an inexplicable charm began to emanate from his entire body, and he seemed to have merged into one with the world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a small vortex above Fong Ning's head. This is the technique he practiced in his previous life, Xuanjin Baojian. This is a mysterious skill he obtained from a secret place overseas. This technique was not originally called this name. Perhaps it is because of the erosion over a long period of time. When Fong Ning found the ancient book that recorded this technique, it was already in a state of disrepair. The title page recording the name of the technique has long since disappeared. Fong Ning chose this name himself. Although the rank of this mysterious technique was unknown, Fong Ning was confident that it would be effective of the entire Jingyi sect. No, even if you look across the entire Qingzhou, you won't find a more powerful cultivation technique than this. It was one of the few opportunities Fong Ning had in his previous life. After all, he is not the son of destiny. There will naturally not be a mysterious old ringwraith who will suddenly appear beside him to guide him in his practice. It's not like you can just dig into a cave and pick up a peerless magic weapon. Those are the treatments only the protagonists have. Li Fong Ning is very self-aware that he was already very satisfied to own a copy of the Xuanjin Baojian. Holding a spiritual stone containing pure spiritual energy in your hand, Fong Ning began to activate the Xuanjin treasure mirror. Although this technique is not like the 10,000 swords technique that Li Dashian practiced, it can give the sword cultivators who practice this technique unparalleled offensive means. It's also not like the great sun blazing flame sutra that Su Nishang practiced, which can make the spiritual power in the body of a fire-attributed cultivator even more fiery and overbearing, but it can allow Fong Ning to have a broader and more solid foundation than anyone else, because the spiritual power cultivated by Xuanjin Baojian is pure and powerful, and it has the effect of endless life. The quality of spiritual power is unrivaled in the same realm. In other words, no cultivator in the same realm can last longer than Fong Ning, and Xuanjin Baojian also has a rather incredible effect. It can allow monks to possess the legendary perfect Taoist foundation. Songxian realm cultivators have to face a total of 9 levels when they reach the foundation establishment stage. Each level brings you to a new level. It is also known as the 9th level of immortality, although this statement is a bit exaggerated. It also shows the importance of the 9th level of foundation building. After all, a tall building rises from the ground only by laying a solid foundation. Can you walk more steadily and further on this long journey to immortality? If an ordinary cultivator reaches the perfection of the foundation building stage, that is to say, after being promoted to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm, you can begin to prepare to form the golden elixir. Only when the golden elixir is formed can one be said to have truly embarked on the path to immortality. But Xuanjin Baojian is different. When Fong Ning was studying This technique in his previous life, he discovered that it could actually allow cultivators in the foundation establishment stage to take one step further before forming a golden elixir. As we all know, there are only 9 levels in the foundation establishment realm. However, this Xuanjin Baojian allows cultivators to build one more level, reaching the realm of 10th level perfection. One possesses the so-called perfect foundation of Taoism. Even looking at the entire Zhongshan realm, this is unheard of. According to Fong Ning's previous life deduction, this method really works. What a pity. At that time, Fong Ning had already passed the foundation building stage. It's like having a mountain of treasure but being unable to use it. Live a new life. This time, I'm going to give it a try no matter what. 2 rays of light shot out from Fong Ning's eyes. His aptitude for cultivation is average, and he himself has ethereal spiritual roots. Although there are many types of spiritual energy in the world, none of them can allow him to explore in depth. It can be said to be extremely mediocre. Fortunately, the Xuanjin Baojian pointed out a clear path for him. After all, he needs to gain more power before the sect undergoes major changes. You must build a perfect foundation. Just when Fong Ning was immersed in cultivation, not far away, a woman in red was looking at his back with a complicated expression. This guy, Sunnishan, bit her red lips lightly, and her expression showed an unprecedented shyness. Anyone who comes here will probably be shocked. When did Sunnishan, the famous and powerful fire fairy of Jingyi sect, ever act like a little woman? Yesterday. Was it really this guy who saved me? Sunnishan's expression was complicated. The fire phoenix bloodline in her body is too powerful. Just a burst of raging flames was enough to burn her unconscious, but before she completely lost consciousness. But he vaguely felt that someone had saved him, especially since she had witnessed the man's back with her own eyes. Although he looks a little thin, he feels extremely reliable. That silhouette really looks like Fong Ning. But the problem is, Sunnishan's beautiful eyes flashed with a few doubtful expressions. Even I, who was at the Golden Core realm, was unable to resist the runaway Fire Phoenix bloodline. How did Fong Ning, who was only at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, do it? And Sunnishan twisted her body somewhat unnaturally. Since she woke up, she found that her cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. Even the Fire Phoenix bloodline became more docile, although it still cannot exert its full power, but the share that can be mobilized is much larger than before. It's the effect of the Xuanhua pill. She had never seen such a miraculous Xuanhua pill anywhere else except Fong Ning's. If I could eat a few more Xuanhua pills made by Fong Ning, maybe I will be able to break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm soon. Then, I can try to complete that thing. For various reasons, although Sunnishan still felt that Fong Ning was a bit annoying, but I couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Just like now, after discovering that her cultivation had improved, she did not report to Bing Wanqing as usual. Instead, he chose to come to Fong Ning quietly not long after Fong Ning has finished his morning exercise. But he still sat cross-legged there, with no intention of getting up. Strangeness, Su Nishang frowned slightly. Is this guy really that hard-working? It's obvious that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him is no longer flowing into his body. Fong Ning was feeling anxious, with beads of sweat already appearing on his forehead. No, why is this woman Sunnishan here again? Thanks to the powerful perception that far exceeds that of ordinary monks, while Fong Ning was still practicing, he had already discovered Sunnishan hiding not far away. It's just that he couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do for a while, but I am afraid of having anything to do with him. That's why I pretended that I had never finished my practice, but now it's no longer possible, because his body is already filled with spiritual power. The spiritual energy that can be contained in the body of a cultivator at the foundation building stage is limited. If he continues to practice, he will explode. Fong Ning felt bitter. Can someone come and take Sunnishan away? How could a senior sister keep staring at a junior brother who has just joined the sect? Don't you need to practice yourself? Chapter 21 Introduction to Zhou Xian, Golden and Red Double Entries. Fong Ning practiced for 3 days. Sunnishan watched him practice like this for 3 days, and later on, the famous fire fairy seemed to have discovered that this new junior brother was deliberately avoiding her. She simply stopped hiding it. He just sat down not far from where Fong Ning was practicing. Tell the other party clearly. I'm just going to stay here. What can you do to me? Fong Ning was numbed. He suddenly felt how nice it would be if I could continue to be an insignificant and transparent person like in my previous life. Unfortunately, reality is cruel, but Fong Ning did not gain nothing from it. Sunnishan herself possesses a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root. It also has the golden entry flame immortal. During these few days of watching Fong Ning practice, perhaps it was because I felt a little bored, she couldn't help but start practicing. The location of Bingxian Peak is on a spiritual vein. The heaven and earth are full of spiritual energy. Sunnishan only needs to slightly activate the Great Sunflame Sutra to attract countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth to flow into her body. Among them, the fire attribute spiritual energy is the most common. Most of Fong Ning's entries were obtained from Sunnishan. There are even 2 fragments of flame immortal. Therefore, with Sunnishan as a human-shaped spirit gathering a ray at his side, his cultivation speed also increased a lot. This is the power of the ethereal root. Although it cannot gain the favor of a single spiritual energy, its advantage is that it can absorb any spiritual energy. According to Fong Ning's estimate, whenever Sunnishan practiced beside him, his own practice speed would increase by about 30%. This is already an extremely remarkable increase. Even the effect of the 9th grade spirit gathering array is almost the same. Today, Fong Ning and Sunnishan began to practice with each other tacitly. In the main hall at the top of Bingxian Peak, a melodious bell sound was heard. This is Bing Wanqing's signal to summon her disciples. Sunnishan and Fong Ning opened their eyes almost at the same time. Different from the latter's confusion. Sunnishan blinked slightly. A few days ago, she also went to the main hall to look for Bing Wanqing, but the latter was not there when I asked him through the disciple token. However, he learned that the latter would need to stay outside for a few days before returning to the sect, and it seemed that he was dealing with something outside. Sunnishan gave up the idea of reporting to the other party. I plan to talk about it in detail after Bing Wanqing comes back. Let's go. Sunnishan stood up and said to Fong Ning, who looked bewildered, this is the master's signal to gather all disciples. Not only the four of us direct disciples, but inner disciples like you must also be present. Looking at the Fire Fairy's senior sister in front of me who was explaining to me with a serious face, Fong Ning felt something strange in his heart. Strangeness, why don't I remember when Master needed to gather all the disciples? The memories of the past life are too distant. If Fong Ning could only remember a rough outline, for many things, he would not be able to remember all the details unless he experienced them personally, although I feel strange, but Bing Wanqing is still his nominal master after all. It is reasonable for me, an inner disciple who has just joined Bingxian Peak and is favored by outsiders, to go there. In addition, Sunnishan has been staying by his side these days, even if you want to pretend to be sick. You can't, no. Fong Ning nodded, then followed Sunnishan towards the top of Bingxian Peak. Outside the main hall, many disciples have gathered here at this moment. The four direct disciples of Bingxian Peak stood at the front. The eldest senior brotherly Dashian, dressed in a green robe, has countless sword shadows wrapped around his body, and he looks like a sword drawn from its sheath. Second senior sister Sunnishan, dressed in a fiery red feather robe, hides unparalleled arrogance beneath her stunning beauty. The whole body also exudes an extremely hot aura. The third brother Feng Xiaoyao, dressed in white and seemingly not caring about anything at this moment, he was winking at Fong Ning who was standing behind him. The fourth brother Dan Yangzi, who has a fair and gentle appearance and looks more like a scholar than a monk, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, he turned his head and looked around, as if he wanted to talk to someone, but Feng Xiaoyao glared back at him. He immediately lowered his head with a sense of grievance. Fong Ning was speechless upon seeing this. Why didn't I notice before that Feng Xiaoyao is a bit of a bully? But he turned his head and looked around. Bingxian Peak is indeed the peak with the fewest disciples among the 13 peaks of Jingyi sect. Now all the inner disciples of Bingxian Peak have gathered together, but looking around, there are still no more than 30 but compared to this matter, what Fong Ning cared about most was why Bing Wanqing had gathered so many disciples today. I don't know why he felt something was wrong, as if something big was about to happen. Junior brother Fong. Just as Fong Ning was trying hard to recall the relevant details, but a soft call came from my ear. When he turned around, he saw Dan Yangzi with a guilty look on his face. Fourth senior brother, what's up? Fong Ning smiled back. It's okay, it's okay. Dan Yangzi waved his hands repeatedly and secretly glanced at Feng Xiaoyao who was not far away. Seeing that the latter was not paying attention here, he breathed a sigh of relief. I just want to ask, little junior brother, when can you come to my cave and sit down? Your techniques are truly amazing. Could you teach me? Dan Yangzi's face was full of anticipation. Such a huge ice fairy peak, the only person who could discuss alchemy with him was his junior fellow apprentice Fong Ning. The other inner disciples had too low a cultivation level, and Dan Yangzi looked down on them. As for the three senior brothers and sisters above him, Dan Yangzi still maintained his previous opinion. Fong Ning has not yet expressed his opinion. The few inner disciples of Bingxian Peak who were closer to him had already widened their eyes. In disbelief, did they hear it right? The high-ranking senior disciple was actually begging an inner disciple who had just joined the sect to teach him techniques. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be the ones looking for talent? Why is it that when it comes to Fong Ning, Tian Gang is reversed? Is this reasonable? Obviously unreasonable. Fong Ning felt somewhat melancholy upon hearing this. He has been completely watched by Sunnishan these days, although he never knew what the latter's purpose was. But I really don't have the energy to think about other things. But the words on Dan Yangzi are very fragrant. Except Sunnishan, whether it is Li Daxian, Feng Xiaoyao, or Dan Yangzi, Fong Ning didn't get any of the golden entries on them. Just as he was hesitating about how to answer, Dan Yangzi. Three figures walked out of the hall. The leader was dressed in ice blue and exuded an extremely cold aura from his whole body. The two people following behind her were a young man in gorgeous clothes and a woman in black. Although the young man had no cultivation, he revealed a sense of arrogance. Greetings, master. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, all the disciples of Bingxian Peak bowed their heads and saluted. The four direct disciples were no exception. Among all the disciples present, only Fong Ning still held his head high, which seemed particularly strange. Bing Wanqing naturally noticed him at first sight. Bing Wanqing frowned slightly at this evil disciple. What does he mean by this? Did he think that once he got in touch with Li Qinghua, the head of the law enforcement peak, he would be completely ignored? Fong Ning didn't notice Bing Wanqing's attitude at all at this time, because his entire attention was drawn to the young man in gorgeous clothes following behind the other person, Zhou Xian, the ninth prince of the great Zhou dynasty. I was wondering why Bing Wanqing wanted to gather all the disciples at this time. Turns out it was because of this damn bastard. Fong Ning quickly lowered his head, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. This is the culprit who caused the destruction of Jingyi sect. Although his character is not very good, his aptitude for cultivation is truly amazing. Top-grade thunder attribute spiritual root. The damage it can cause is even greater than that of the top-grade fire attribute spiritual root possessed by Sunnishan. Perhaps only his senior brother Li Daxian, who possesses the innate sword bone, can suppress him. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Dan Yangzi, who had been staying by Fong Ning's side, seemed to have noticed something. He first glanced at the young man in gorgeous clothes, then asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" "I don't know him." Fong Ning shook his head and tried his best to calm himself down, even though he knew that the other party would cause the destruction of Jingyi's sect. What could he do? Tell Bing Wanqing directly? Will the other party believe it? "I have something to announce today." Bing Wanqing glanced at the many disciples in front of her. "These are my new disciples. They will also live on Bingxian Peak from now on." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Ice Fairy Peak was in an uproar. When did Master become so fond of accepting disciples? Didn't you just receive one a few days ago? Not to mention the inner disciples. Even Li Dashian and his 4 direct disciples were quite puzzled. Why accept disciples? I'm afraid only Fong Ning knows the reason. There is no other reason. It is just because Zhou Shen, the son of destiny in this world, has 2 entries, 1 gold and 1 red entry, true dragon. Emperor, golden entry, natural charm. Chapter 22. You come with us, true dragon emperor. Red, he is destined to be the one who possesses all the great fortunes of the world. Charming nature, gold. Regardless of your level of cultivation, all members of the opposite sex will have a strong natural liking for you. Look at the few lines of small words on the panel of Fong Ning was numb. You know, even those senior brothers and sisters with outstanding talents only have 1 golden entry, but in addition to the golden entry, Zhou Xian even has a red entry. On the other hand, Fong Ning, if your own golden finger has not changed, he himself only has 1 purple entry, and if we must make a comparison, the purple entry Sunny Boy on Fong Ning's body is completely a poor copy of this charming nature. It is no exaggeration to say that just in terms of the effect of the entries, charming nature definitely beats Sunny Boy in every aspect. I'm afraid it is precisely because of the effect of this entry only Bing Wanqing would accept Zhou Shen as her disciple. Gold and red double entries, so terrifying. Just when all the disciples of Bingxian Peak were in an uproar, Zhou Shen, who was standing behind Bing Wanqing, first glanced at the former's curvy figure, and a hint of obscene color flashed in his eyes. Again. My cheap master is so beautiful. Even though I grew up in the Deep Palace, the name of Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing is also well known. It is known to everyone in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world. Even Zhou Shen himself had not thought that one day he would be able to become a disciple of this famous ice beauty. But he didn't just want to be a master and apprentice. Just as Zhou Shen was thinking this, glancing forward casually in the crowd, a beautiful female cultivator in a fiery red dress instantly caught his attention. So beautiful, Zhou Shen's pupils suddenly dilated, and even his breathing became rapid. Unexpectedly, on such a small Ice Fairy Peak, there is a stunning woman who is comparable to Bing Wanqing in beauty. If Bing Wanqing is compared to a white snow lotus blooming on a 1,000-year-old iceberg, that cold and unique aura makes people only admire it from afar and not touch it. Sunnishan is a flaming rose blooming in the fireworks of the world. The beauty is so breathtaking. That bright and generous feeling is completely different from Bing Wanqing, but it also makes Zhou Shen feel an irresistible desire to conquer. If I could take such a pair of peerless beauties into my arms, upside down, living a life of drunkenness and dreams, what a wonderful thing that would be. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Zhou Shen's mind: to get her. No. Get them. Apart from myself, who else in this world is qualified? Nishan, take Zhou Shen to find a cave later. After a brief pause, Bing Wanqing calmly spoke again. Let's select according to the standards for direct disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Ice Fairy Peak fell silent in an instant. Did I hear that right? What did Master say just now? Choose a cave according to the standards of a direct disciple. You must know that although the inner disciples and direct disciples on Bingxian Peak are all disciples of Bing Wanqing, but there is actually a huge gap between the two. For example, the cultivation resources, lecture frequency, and welfare benefits provided by each peak every month, these are incomparable. Otherwise, these inner disciples wouldn't be trying so hard to form golden elixirs and become direct disciples. And the more crucial point is, this new disciple named Zhou Shen doesn't have any cultivation at all. As an inner disciple of Bingxian Peak, at the very least, one must have a foundation building level 6 cultivation base. The fluctuations of Zhou Shen's aura naturally could not escape their perception. A new disciple who has no cultivation at all, why can you enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple as soon as you arrive? Why? Disciple obeys your orders. After a while, Sunnishan clasped her fists and said, although she had no idea what was wrong with her master, as a disciple she had no choice but to obey. In that case, let's all go our separate ways. After Bing Wanqing finished speaking, she turned and walked into the hall. After a moment, a faint voice came out: you don't have to feel unfair. Zhou Shen possesses a top-grade lightning-attributed spiritual root. It's only a matter of time before he forms a golden elixir. A top-grade thunder-attribute spiritual root. Bing Wanqing's light words seemed to drop a bombshell in the crowd. No wonder Master values him so much. Everyone looked at the young man in gorgeous clothes again, and their expressions were somewhat complicated. Zhou Shen enjoyed this feeling very much. The proud look on his face was almost uncontrollable. That's right, this prince is a person of extraordinary talent. The gap between me and you low-level monks is like a huge chasm. Ignoring the inner disciples, Zhou Shen walked over to the fiery red figure with a smile on his face. Greetings, senior sister. Sunnishan glanced at Zhou Shen and replied indifferently. I'll trouble you, senior sister, with the matter of choosing a cave. May I know your name? Zhou Xian smiled, and the smile on his face became brighter. In fact, when Zhou Xian was very young, he discovered a special thing about himself. I seem to be very popular with the opposite sex. This is true for both palace maids and princesses. I think this hot senior sister in front of me should be no exception, Sunnishan. Sure enough, the female cultivator in red in front of him quickly said her name. Zhou Xian's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say something else, he heard the beautiful woman suddenly speak of Fong Ning. Come here. Fong Ning, who was this? The smile on Zhou Xian's face froze, and he turned his head to look behind him, where there was a young figure with a dazed expression. Of Fong Ning felt numb again. This time, most of the inner disciples had already left. They had no interest in staying to watch Zhou Xian show off. Instead of wasting time, they would rather go back and practice more. Other people's spiritual roots are ultimately theirs. It won't happen to you if you look at it a few more times. Therefore, now only Sunnishan and her 4 direct disciples and Zhou Xian and Fong Ning were left outside the hall. That's not right. Fong Ning glanced at a place not far away where a woman in black was standing. The guards around Zhou Xian? A vague impression emerged in Fong Ning's mind. Oh, Feng Xiaoyao is so smart. He is an old hand in the flower world. It only took a moment for him to realize that something was wrong. This Zhou Xian is obviously interested in Sunnishan, and Sunnishan should have felt it too. After all, she has never lacked suitors. Even if Zhou Xian thought he had hidden it well, Sunnishan would probably have seen through it a long time ago. At this critical moment, she just called out to Fong Ning, "There's going to be some fun." Feng Xiaoyao put his hands behind his head, looking like he was enjoying the fun. Ha! Dan Yangzi looked at Feng Xiaoyao with a bewildered expression. What's the good show? Li Dashian, who was also standing aside, had no intention of paying attention to what was happening here. Because he has some jade again. I used to think that junior brother Fong Ning was master's new favorite. The master even told the other party that he was going to go down the mountain to gain experience before the other party even entered the sect. This made him feel that his status in his master's heart had declined a lot. Now, here comes Zhou Xian again, even more exaggerated than junior brother Fong Ning. He is not even an inner disciple yet, but he can enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple. Li Dashian looked up at the sky. Master, am I really not your most beloved disciple? The sound of sword ringing rang out. Li Dashian clasped his hands together and controlled the flying sword to leave this sad place. What happened, big brother? Dan Yangzi nudged Feng Xiaoyao with his elbow. I don't know. The latter rolled his eyes. I guess he's having a seizure again. Fong Ning walked over to Sunnishan with gritted teeth. Senior sister, you come with us. There was an air of unquestionable authority in Sunnishan's tone. Ah? Fong Ning was a little stunned. What does this have to do with me? Fong Ning, Zhou Xian, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry opposite sex affinity. Blue can slightly increase the opposite sex's favorability towards you. Chapter 23. The conditions for entry fusion. In Zhou Xian's grudge, Fong Ning hadn't recovered from what Sunnishan had said. The prompt that appeared on the panel in front of him surprised him again. This opposite sex affinity entry fragment should have dropped from Zhou Xian, right? But the problem is, when did I interact with him? I didn't say a fucking word. What is the basis for the success of this interaction? Fong Ning was a little unsure, and at this moment, in the sight, a few lines of small words appeared on the panel again. Complete interactions with 5 people cumulatively and obtain entry fragments. Entry fusion function is enabled. Term fusion. What is this? Fong Ning was a little stunned. Why did it feel like his golden finger was getting more and more powerful the more he played with it? 5 people. Calculate carefully. Sunnishan, Li Dashian, Feng Xiaoyao, the gray-robed elder, Dan Yangzi. It seems to be true. Fong Ning looked carefully at his panel. I saw a small plus symbol appear behind the several entry fragments I owned. He tentatively focused his attention on a fragment of the entry for Flame Immortal. The next moment, the remaining fragments of entries on the panel disappeared instantly. Only 4 fragments remained: 2 pieces of Flame Immortal, 1 piece of Fire Attribute Affinity, and 1 piece of Fire Immunity. This is, Fong Ning had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that only fragments of the same type of entries can be merged with each other? To verify my guess, Fong Ning concentrated his mind again and called out the fragment of the entry Sword Heart Clear. Sure enough, the plus behind this fragment of the entry was a dull gray, and it was obviously unusable. Fong Ning thought about it and clicked the plus behind one of the Flame Immortal fragments. Then, 5 blank columns extended behind it. Does this mean that I need to add 5 fragments of the same attribute to complete a fusion? Fong Ning frowned, but then he quickly relaxed. Forget it, take your time. Fong Ning comforted himself. Anyway, senior sister Su's drop rate is much higher than others. Sunnishan didn't know what Fong Ning was thinking. I saw him laughing, depressed, and elated at times. He frowned again for a while, but after looking at himself, he felt relieved again. Are you performing face changing in front of me? Sunnishan was looking at Fong Ning, and Zhou Xian was looking at Sunnishan. Then he also looked at Fong Ning. This guy. A hint of jealousy and resentment flashed through Zhou Xian's eyes. Why does senior sister Su care so much about him? The person senior sister Su should care about is obviously me. So without Fong Ning realizing it, Zhou Xian hated him. That just as Sunnishan turned to leave, Fong Ning suddenly pointed at the woman in black not far away. Is she also Master's new disciple? This. Sunnishan frowned when she heard that. I don't know, Master didn't say anything either? Don't worry about it. Zhou Xian waved his hand and said, she is just my bodyguard. Master only accepted me as his disciple. Are you kidding me? I am the 9th prince of the great Zhou dynasty. How could he allow a lowly guard to have the same status as himself? Senior sister Su, don't pay attention to her. Let's go. Dashian only wanted to get closer to Sunnishan at this moment. Fong Ning's appearance made him feel a great crisis. Seeing this, Sunnishan didn't say anything more. He turned around and led the two of them towards the mountainside of Bingxian Peak. After choosing a cave for Dashian, Sunnishan turned around and left without saying a word. By the way, he also took away Fong Ning, who wanted to take the opportunity to return to his cave. This guy, looking at the backs of Sunnishan and her group. As they left, Dashian's face was gloomy. You were so good, Sunnishan. If you weren't so pretty, I wouldn't bother paying attention to you. I really give you face. Just wait for me, Your Highness. Sooner or later there will be a day when you beg me for help. And that Fong Ning. Dashian stroked a black ring in his hand, as if thinking about something. The viciousness in his eyes is chilling. Senior sister, if you have something to say, just tell me. Seeing that Sunnishan looked like she was going to follow him back again, Fong Ning finally got scared. Sister, are you coveting junior brother's beauty? Feng Xiaoyao on the side winked and said. Why do you keep pestering me? Feng Xiaoyao. Sunnishan said calmly, if you really have nothing to do, why don't you spar with me? I can also let senior sister see if you have made any progress. Well, Feng Xiaoyao's face changed instantly when he heard this. This crazy woman is really not worth playing with. He winked at Fong Ning and left in disgrace. He really can't beat Sunnishan. This woman is really fierce when she fights. But Dan Yangzi waited for a long time, and when he finally had a chance to talk to Fong Ning, but before he could finish his words, Sunnishan interrupted him. Roll. Okay. Dan Yangzi is very tactful. If Feng Xiaoyao couldn't even beat Sunnishan, let alone him. It seems that I have to find another opportunity to discuss the art of alchemy with my junior brother. After these two guys left, Sunnishan no longer concealed her feelings and said directly, help me refine another batch of Xuanhua pills. His tone was firm, leaving no room for Fong Ning to refuse. These are the materials for refining the mysterious fire pill. I'll come back to get them from you in 3 days. Fong Ning felt that he should say something. This is your reward. Sunnishan directly threw a storage ring to Fong Ning. There are 3 spirit stones, a fire-attributed spell, and a 9th grade magic weapon in here. Alright, I admit I was a little too loud before. Without waiting for Fong Ning to refuse, he almost subconsciously took the ring from Sunnishan. This is not because Fong Ning is greedy for money, but because he is afraid of being poor. In the previous life, after the fall of the Jingyi sect, Fong Ning didn't know how long he had been a wandering monk outside. At that time, I really wanted to break a spirit stone into 10 pieces to use. Forget it, just this once, last time. It's always good to save. More money. Fong Ning comforted himself in this way. In addition, before leaving, Sunnishan hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, my impression of Dashian is not very good. Fong Ning was stunned when he heard this. Why did Sunnishan say this to me? And doesn't Dashian have the attribute charming nature? Sunnishan was not affected, but before Fong Ning could react, Sunnishan turned into a beam of fire and disappeared in front of him. Fong Ning shook his head, feeling a little confused. After putting the storage ring in his arms, he took out his diary. I haven't written today's diary yet. Fong Ning picked up a huge rock and lay on it very skillfully. Chapter 24. I accepted you as my disciple because someone is very optimistic about you. Ice Fairy Peak. In the main hall, Bing Wanqing was flipping through the diary in her hand. Why did Dashian, that bastard, come so early? Don't even mention giving me more time to save up some money. Bing Wanqing frowned slightly from the words between the lines. She could tell that Fong Ning had a lot of opinions about Dashian. Adding to what he said before, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but be lost in thought. In fact, just a few days ago, after she rescued Dashian and the woman in black, Bing Wanqing asked their names and why they were being hunted. Dashian then explained the reasons behind it in detail. He said that he was the 9th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty in Qingzhou. Because of the persecution by the 3rd brother, he was forced to flee the palace for his life. The guards around him were also killed and only Lan Ruo was left. Lan Ruo is the name of the woman in black. Qingzhou is very big. It is large enough to accommodate many ordinary dynasties like the Great Zhou dynasty. The status of Sunnishan realm cultivators is transcendent. Secular dynasties like the Great Zhou dynasty actually also need to rely on some immortal sections. Therefore, in Bing Wanqing's eyes, Dashian's identity was actually quite ordinary, far from being worthy of her attention. But I don't know why, when she first met Dashian, she felt that he was somewhat familiar to her, so she rescued the master and servant who had a miserable fate. After bringing the two back to Jingyi sect, Bing Wanqing discovered that Dashian actually possessed an extremely rare, top-grade thunder attribute spiritual root. So she began to appreciate talent again after a long time. It seems I need to speed up the process. I need to find an opportunity to talk to Master Li and see when I can join the law enforcement peak. Then I can find a permanent assignment outside the peak. That way, I can rest easy. Evil disciple, this evil disciple. Bing Wanqing's hands were shaking with anger. Is my Ice Fairy Peak really so unbearable? Why does this evil disciple always think about betraying Fong? I remember that the black-clothed woman who followed Dashian also had quite good talent. It seemed she also had an extremely rare spiritual root. It seemed to be no weaker than Dashian's thunder spiritual root. Bing Wanqing couldn't help but frown when she saw this. That girl named Lan Ruo, is she really that powerful? The spiritual roots of the Sunnishan realm cultivators are diverse. The most common spiritual roots are the 5 elements spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there are some rare special spiritual roots, for example, wind spiritual roots, thunder spiritual roots, dark spiritual roots, ice spiritual roots and so on. Generally speaking, there is no particularly obvious difference in strength between special spiritual roots and 5 elements spiritual roots. It's like Feng Xiao, who has wind spiritual roots, still can't beat Sunnishan, who has fire spiritual roots. It's just that special spiritual roots basically have some different emphases than ordinary spiritual roots. Just like the thunder spirit root in Zhou Xian's body, its attack capability can be said to be the best among ordinary cultivators. Bing Wanqing knew clearly as a cultivator, Fong Ning naturally couldn't be unaware of this, but even so, Fong Ning still gave his judgment with such confidence. Could it be that, did I really make a mistake? If I were Bing Wanqing, I would find an opportunity to take that woman in black under my wing. If I could train her well, I would definitely have another extremely powerful disciple in the future. And most importantly, Zhou Xian is clearly unreliable. What's the point of cultivating him? Will it accelerate the demise of the Zhengyi sect? Forget it. Given Bing Wanqing's ability to teach disciples, I'm afraid such a promising talent would be wasted. How about finding an opportunity to introduce her to Master Li? That would be like establishing a pledge of loyalty. Good. This evil disciple. After reading these lines, Bing Wanqing was so angry that her body trembled. Before, you at least called me master, but now you dare to call me by my name? And this evil disciple not only wants to run away himself, but also wants to drag others to run away with him. This is simply outrageous. Do you want to drag others away? I just won't let you get what you want. Bing Wanqing's phoenix eyes opened slightly. The nascent soul cultivator's spiritual consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Ice Fairy Peak, and he easily found the figure of the woman in black. Lan Ruo was still outside the main hall of Bingxian Peak at this time. She originally only had the 6th level of foundation building cultivation. It is not possible to stay on Bingxian Peak for long. In addition, Zhou Xian had no regard for their old friendship and had never thought about making good arrangements for this loyal guard who had been with him through thick and thin, and Bing Wanqing had never accepted her as her disciple before. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Just when Lan Ruo felt a little overwhelmed, a cold voice suddenly rang in her ears. Come to the main hall to see me immediately. These few simple words instantly made Lan Ruo's originally quiet heart lively, because she could tell that the owner of the voice was the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing. The Ice Fairy wants to see me. There was a hint of doubt in Lan Ruo's eyes. After a brief moment of thought, she walked into the hall respectfully. Greetings, immortal. Lan Ruo knelt down and bowed respectfully. To her, Bing Wanqing saved her life, so kneeling down was nothing. Bing Wanqing nodded. He's someone who knows how to repay a favor. Thinking this in her heart, Bing Wanqing looked at the somewhat nervous woman in front of her and said directly, would you like to take me as your master? Lan Ruo was a little surprised when she heard this, but the next moment, a look of ecstasy could not be suppressed on her face. Did I hear it right? The famous Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing from Qingzhou actually wants to take me in as her disciple? If this news gets out, I don't know how many monks will go crazy, but soon she seemed to remember something, and the expression on her face quickly became gloomy. He forced a smile towards Bing Wanqing. I'm grateful for your kindness, immortal, but I'm afraid I'm not worthy enough to accept it. Oh? Bing Wanqing saw the expression on her face clearly and knew that she probably had some difficulties. But you think I can't teach you? Of course not. Fearing that Bing Wanqing might misunderstand, Lan Ruo quickly shook her head and denied it. It's just what? But His Highness, he probably won't allow it. As she spoke, Lan Ruo's voice became lower and lower. What kind of personality does Zhou Xian have? She knows it better than anyone. In his eyes, I am just a guard. How could I be qualified to become a fellow disciple with His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince? I only ask whether you are willing. Don't worry about the rest. Bing Wanqing spoke again. Of course I am willing. After hesitating for a while, Lan Ruo finally couldn't help but speak out what was in her heart. After witnessing Bing Wanqing's strength, she naturally yearned for it. Moreover, only after you have mastered the powerful power yourself, only then can I avenge my father and brothers. Although the 3 Jindan realm priests had died at the hands of Bing Wanqing, but the culprit behind it, Zhou Haoxiong, is still alive. Then from today on, you are my disciple. Bing Wanqing made the decision directly. Don't worry about Zhou Xian. I won't make things difficult for you. Shangxian, still calling me immortal? Bing Wanqing pretended to be displeased. Master. Lan Ruo's eyes were a little moist, and tears blurred her vision. Why are you so nice to me? Bing Wanqing was silent for a moment, then she spoke softly. Because I have a disciple who is very optimistic about you. He thinks your potential is no less than Zhou Xian's. Lan Ruo was even more confused when she heard this. Who is this disciple that Master is talking about? Chapter 25, holding senior brother Fong on both sides, and junior brother Fong who abides by his duties, Fong Ning stood up from the boulder and stretched. He carefully put the diary into his arms. Even if I already have 2 storage magic weapons, but Fong Ning still had the habit of keeping his diary close to him. Fong Ning stroked his chin and pondered. The most urgent thing is to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. Then we need to find a way to get the 5th fragment of the fire attribute. Complete the fusion of the attributes. Only in this way can your advantages be maximized. Grasp both ends and it will never go out of style. Fong Ning's ideal state is when he forms a golden elixir. At least you can have a complete golden entry. After making up his mind, Fong Ning turned around and returned to his cave. Sit cross-legged on a cushion casually. The ancient jade pendant hanging around his waist flashed with white light. A spirit stone fell into his palm. After holding his breath and concentrating for a short moment, Fong Ning was immersed in cultivation. As his chest rose and fell slightly, Xuanjin Baojian started running. The surface of the spirit stone held in his hand also began to emit a flickering luster. If this scene was seen by other Foundation establishment cultivators, I'm afraid he will only scold Fong Ning for being a spendthrift with great regret. How can a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage use spirit stones for his cultivation? It is enough to absorb and refine the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Normally, before forming the golden elixir, the place in a cultivator's dantian that can store spiritual energy is just that tiny. The spiritual energy stored in the spirit stone far exceeds the needs of a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm in terms of both quantity and quality. Using spirit stones rashly for cultivation will only result in unnecessary waste, and spirit stones are really expensive. Disciples of the Jingyi sect like Fong Ning are lucky. As long as they can be promoted to the inner sect, they will have the opportunity to receive a certain number of spirit stones from the sect every month, and those independent cultivators who have no sect to rely on will really fight for a piece of spirit stone. The practice of a monk is nothing more than the 4 words dharma, friends, wealth, and land. But what if you don't have these things? Go rob. Go kill. This is also the reason why Fong Ning chose to continue to stay in Jingyi sect. With the sect's blessing, as long as you are careful and cautious enough, you can still gain many benefits. For example, now he is very rich because of a generous uncle. Namely, even though Fong Ning uses spirit stones to practice every day, it's enough for him to squander for a month. No pressure at all. Even some of the disciples who have been in the sect for a long time may not have as rich a family background as Fong Ning. Because of practicing Xuanjin Baojian, although Fong Ning's own spiritual power quality is the best among his peers, but in the process of cultivation, you also need to absorb and transform more spiritual energy. Therefore, the combination of Xuanjin Baojian plus a large number of spirit stones is simply perfect. It's rare that senior brother Fong and senior sister Su didn't come to disturb me. I must seize this opportunity to practice hard. Fong Ning thought to himself. Hey, hey, hey! Junior brother, open the door. Just as Fong Ning was thinking this, an extremely familiar voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Feng Xiaoyao. Fong Ning was numb. This monk was so unlucky that even drinking cold water got stuck in his teeth. I was just about to say that since no one was disturbing me, I could practice quietly for a while. Don't think I don't know your home just because you pretend not to speak. Just as Fong Ning was silent, Feng Xiaoyao's voice suddenly rose several pitches outside the cave. What's wrong? You were there when your senior sister Su knocked on the door, but you pretended not to be home when your senior brother Fong came, right? Alas! The world is truly changing and people's hearts are no longer as they used to be. Outside the cave, the third disciple directly taught by the ice fairy was complaining with grief and indignation about a junior fellow apprentice who was inhumane towards the opposite sex. Well, Feng Xiaoyao, dressed in white, looked worried at the moment. How is senior brother inferior to that senior sister? Think about the regret we felt when we first met. Think about the bottles of Foundation establishment pills that senior brother gave you without asking for anything in return. Think about senior brother. Feng Xiaoyao's voice became more and more sad and angry, just like a wronged young wife. It seemed as if he was planning to let the entire Jingyi sect know about it. But before Feng Xiaoyao finished reading the prepared lines, the stone door of the cave opened with a creak. Of Fong Ning walked out from behind the door with a dark look on his face. Senior brother Fong. Looking at Feng Xiaoyao, who looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan, Fong Ning felt helpless. There is no other way. I have to come out. Based on my understanding of Feng Xiaoyao, Fong Ning was very sure that as long as he didn't come out, Feng Xiaoyao would definitely harass him outside the door for several days. He has no shame anyway, and shameless people are often invincible. Hey! Junior brother! After seeing Fong Ning, Feng Xiaoyao immediately pounced on him. Brother Fong, what can I do for you? Fong Ning said helplessly. Hey. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao whispered mysteriously in Fong Ning's ear. Didn't senior brother tell you a few days ago that he needed your help with something? Now, it's time. Fong Ning was stunned. There are so many things happening around him these days. Now I vaguely remember that Feng Xiaoyao seemed to have mentioned such a thing before. Follow me. Feng Xiaoyao didn't waste any words. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the familiar breeze appeared under their feet again. Fong Ning hadn't even reacted yet. The two figures disappeared into the sky. Faintly, there was a voice coming from high in the sky. Brother Fong, where are you taking me? He. Although it's not convenient to tell you too much now, but it's a good place anyway. Feng Xiaoyao's voice contained a hint of excitement and a bit of drooling. Anyway, just follow me. How could I possibly harm you? That's not the case, it's just that, senior brother, I still have to make pills for senior sister. Fong Ning's voice sounded a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao's voice instantly became somewhat dissatisfied. Why? Sunnishan's matter is a matter, but my Feng Xiaoyao's matter is not a matter? Junior brother, you can't be partial to one over the other. I was the one who came here first. But brother Fong Ning hesitated for a while, but finally expressed his inner concerns. You seem unable to defeat senior sister. High in the sky, Fong Xiaoyao's silence was deafening. After a long while, he continued, it's okay. At worst, I can just go out and hide for 2 days. No matter how powerful Sunnishan is, can she run faster than me? Brother, you are amazing. Of course. There was a hint of pride in Fong Xiaoyao's voice. Don't even mention Sunnishan, even my senior brother might not be able to catch up with me. But what they didn't know was shortly after they left Bingxian Peak, a beautiful figure also turned into a beam of fire and left Bingxian Peak. The two of them flew for about half an hour. Beside my ears, Fong Xiaoyao's voice finally became excited again. We're here. This is it. Fong Xiaoyao's finger gestures changed, the breeze dissipates, the two figures slowly fell to the ground. When Fong Ning came to his senses, he found that the two had already left the territory of Jingyi sect. What comes into view, it turned out to be an extremely prosperous downtown. Fong Ning looked around and saw that the place was bustling with people and countless cultivators coming and going. Even the street vendors have at least the 3rd or 4th level of the foundation establishment realm. If placed in some small sect forces enough to receive focused training, the hawking sounds around my ears are endless. 9th grade demon beast inner elixir for sale. It only takes 5 low-grade spirit stones. The smoke fan, an 8th grade magical weapon. It can be used for both attack and defense. Excellent workmanship. Beautiful design. It's truly the perfect gift for a Taoist companion. One price, 20 low-grade spirit stones. A fragmented map of an ancient secret realm. It contains the inheritance of immortals. Now we're having a tearful sale. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones are needed. This is such a shocking scene. This made Fong Ning's long-forgotten memories begin to loosen up a little. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Fong Xiaoyao beside him. No wonder Fong Xiaoyao had to drag me here. He probably already knew where the other party was going. Really, Fong Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to everything around him. He just walked in one direction with a determined look in his eyes. Not long after, an 8-story building appeared in front of the two. Its decoration is not outstanding. All I can say is that it is ancient and standard, but on the plaque at the door were 3 large, glittering golden characters: Zuixinlu. He. We're finally here. Fong Xiaoyao couldn't help but rubbed his hands, took a few quick steps, and walked straight in with Fong Ning. Fong Ning, who was following behind him, felt helpless. Just because of this Zuixinlu, it is a place specially for monks to entertain themselves and drink wine. This was Fong Xiaoyao's favorite place to come in his previous life. It is beautifully called, tempering the heart in the red dust. Look, the two of them just walked into the door. 2 beautiful female cultivators surrounded Fong Xiaoyao on the left and right. He reached out and embraced both of his arms. There was a hint of complaint in that soft and sticky voice, as if it was trying to drain all the strength out of Fong Xiaoyao. Mr. Fong, you haven't been here for a long time. Have you forgotten me? The mournful tone, coupled with a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, is enough to make any male cultivator's blood boil. How could that be possible? Fong Xiaoyao stretched out his arms and took the 2 delicate female cultivators into his arms. If it weren't for the exorbitant prices at your Zuixinlu, I'd want to stay here every day. Young Master Fong is a disciple of the Jingyi sect and comes from a wealthy family. How much more expensive can the cost of our Zuixinlu be? The female cultivator refused and pouted, seeming very dissatisfied with Fong Xiaoyao's answer. God in heaven! I didn't lie to you. Fong Xiaoyao was somewhat helpless. If it weren't for your Zuixinlu's new member promotion, I wouldn't have dared to come today. It is true, Fong Ning's eyes twitched. There is a rule in Zuixinlu: old customers who bring new customers can enjoy a free treat. Even Fong Ning couldn't help but sigh. The boss behind Zuixinlu really knows how to do business. What's this gentleman's name? As soon as Fong Xiaoyao finished speaking, 2 beautiful female cultivators surrounded Fong Ning. Just call him Master Fong. Fong Xiaoyao said with a smile. Mr. Fong, feeling the soft touch on his arms, Fong Ning was a little disdainful. Are you using this to test the monks? We Fong Ning adhere to our original intention and devote ourselves to the Tao. It's absolutely not. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Charming, blue can slightly enhance your own charm, and has a significant effect on the opposite sex. Fong Ning smiled brightly. You're welcome. It's truly a privilege for me to meet you ladies. Chapter 26. Lin Muqing, familiar mass. To be frank, senior brother Fong is really kind. Although he dragged me to Zuixinlu because he was broke, I gained a lot of benefits from it. In the main hall at the top of Bingxian Peak, Bing Wanqing frowned as she flipped through the diary in her hand, becoming angrier and angrier the more she read. Fong Xiaoyao, this bastard, is this how you, as a senior brother, set an example? You've completely disgraced me. How long has Fong Ning been here? She actually took him to a place like Zuixinlu to fool around, and there is also Fong Ning, this evil disciple. It only takes a few days to get started. Instead of thinking about practicing well, I just focus on studying useless things. Can't your determination to pursue the Tao be a little more resolute? Whereas Zuixinlu, Bing Wanqing naturally knew it. The benefits you can get from there, it's unbearable. Although these female cultivators are very beautiful, to be honest, they are still not as good as a single hair of senior sister Su and Master. Hee. Don't think that I will show mercy to you just because you say that. Wait until you come back to the peak and see how I punish you. Bing Wanqing felt somewhat dissatisfied after the previous series of events. Although Bing Wanqing was unwilling to admit it, her opinion of Fong Ning had actually changed a lot in her heart. At the very least, she knew that her disciple was not ordinary. Now that I see that he only knows how to hang out with Feng Xiaoyao, I naturally feel a little angry at him for not fighting back. When they come back, let Feng Xiaoyao go to the law enforcement peak to accept his punishment. As for Fong Ning, this evil disciple, he was punished to reflect on his past for 3 days on Bingxian Peak. Bing Wanqing thought so in her heart. Feng Xiaoyao, my great master Qing Tang. The next moment, the contents of the diary changed again. So the good stuff that senior brother mentioned earlier is actually the auction. The owner behind Zuixinlu is truly a financially savvy guy. It's hard for Zuixinlu not to make money. Auction. Bing Wanqing saw this and understood a little of the owner behind Zuixinlu was extremely mysterious. In Qingzhou alone, there are several branch buildings. All of them are for the monks to eat, drink and have fun. This auction is one of them. Although most of the items put up for auction are useless, there are occasionally a few good things that come out. The excitement of the monks competing with each other by raising prices for young people like Fong Ning and Feng Xiaoyao, it is naturally full of great attraction. Actually, this so-called useless thing is only for nascent soul cultivators like Bing W. Wanqing. At the auction held at Zuixinlu, many items are of great benefit to some foundation establishment cultivators and even golden core cultivators, otherwise, it would not attract so many monks. Forget it. Let's talk about it after they come back. Bing Wanqing thought so and closed her eyes again. In the lobby of Zuixinlu, Fong Ning followed Feng Xiaoyao into a crowded hall, sat in the seats belonging to two people, waiting for the auction to begin. The two people who had just met had already dined in a superior compartment. These are all delicacies, fruits, and fine wines that are not easily seen in the outside world. During the meal, Fong Ning even tasted some so-called dragon liver and phoenix marrow, although it is just based on some monsters that look like dragons and phoenixes. But fortunately, the chef at Zuixinlu had superb cooking skills, and even Fong Ning, who didn't have much of an appetite, managed to eat several large bowls of food in a row. In the Zhongshuan realm, dragons and phoenixes are both top-level demon beast clans. No matter how powerful Zuixinlu is, it cannot catch real dragons and phoenixes to cook. After the meal, Fong Ning and Feng Xiaoyao came to the auction house under the guidance of several maids from Zuixinlu. After several attempts, Fong Ning found that he still couldn't obtain more entry fragments. I can't help but feel a little regretful. There's really some mystical magic in this triggering condition. However, when I thought about being in the world of immortal cultivation, everything became reasonable. After putting away the regret in his heart, Fong Ning kept the diary close to him, looking not far ahead. In the middle of the magnificent hall, a female official who looked to be in her 30s was standing on a high platform. The azure blue dress she was wearing was somewhat similar to the cheongsam in Fong Ning's memory. Still a pretty close-fitting one. It just happens to show off the female cultivator's perfect figure with a curvy figure of Fong Ning could not help but sigh once again. The boss of Zuixinlu has a really good eye for selecting people. It was quite clear what the monks loved to see. Everyone. Although that female cultivator was only at the 3rd or 4th level of the foundation establishment stage, her temperament was excellent. Obviously, he has received quite professional training. Although her appearance is not the best, it is above average, and the whole body is filled with a ripe smell. This is another type of beauty that is completely different from Bing Wanqing and Sunnishan. It's my honor to host this auction for you all today. Every frown and smile of the female cultivator was filled with a unique charm, which easily attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the audience. Without further ado, our first auction item today is the inner elixir of a foundation establishment realm demon beast. Starting price, 5 low-grade spirit stones. Of course. If you have elixirs, talismans, or other rare treasures of equal value, they can all be used as capital. Lin Muqing smiled gently, stretched out 5 snow-white fingers and shook them gently. I'll give you 6 spirit stones. $6, you dare say? I'll give you $8. Fong Ning leaned back in his chair, chin in his hand, looking a little bored. In all conscience, the quality of this inner elixir of a foundation building demon beast is quite good. It should be taken from a demon beast with the 8th level of foundation building cultivation, from the outside, as round as jade, without a single flaw, and there is also a hint of extremely sharp golden energy in it. It is truly a rare masterpiece, but unfortunately, Fong Ning shook his head secretly. It was of no great use. It doesn't catch his eye either. Turning around, I saw Feng Xiaoyao standing beside me, who was watching intently. Of course, he was not looking at the inner alchemy of the monster, but the person on the platform. Sister Qing is still as beautiful as ever. There are 3 auctioneers in this Zuixinlu, a middle-aged male cultivator, an old man and Lin Muqing. To be fair, if Feng Xiaoyao were a normal man, he would know who he should like more. Fong Ning was speechless, but he didn't know what to say. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere in the entire hall is becoming more and more excited. Although Lin Muqing, this woman, has no talent in cultivation, but his ability to mobilize people's hearts is first class. Most of the cultivators in the hall are young people in the foundation establishment stage, so it is naturally easier for them to be brought in. Based on my past experience, Fong Ning felt that Lin Muqing at least had a blue entry on him. If I could get in touch with him. Just as he was thinking this, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly noticed something in a corner of the hall. A figure in a black robe was particularly eye-catching. It's not that his dress is exaggerated or outrageous, it was because Fong Ning noticed that the mask he was wearing looked familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Chapter 27. Wait a minute, I want to take a picture too. Fu Wishing was wearing a black robe with a huge hood that covered his entire head. The skull mask he wore on his face not only concealed his appearance, but also hid his own aura die in the auction hall. I found a seat in an inconspicuous corner. Fu Wishing thought silently in his heart, according to the sixth elder's intelligence, that thing will appear at this Zuixinlu auction. He looked around cautiously, and when he saw that no one noticed him, Fu Wishing breathed a sigh of relief. Under the pale skull mask, Fu Wishing's somewhat dry face was extremely gloomy. If it were more than 20 years ago, when the demonic sect was at its peak, there would be no need for a dignified deacon of the demonic sect like me to be so timid, afraid of being discovered by others. In the past, the Qingzhou cultivation world was terrified at the mention of demons, and this demon is the demon of their Tianhua sect. Wherever the members of the demonic sect go, it is enough to make young children and babies stop crying. It can be said that the devil's flames are raging, but nowadays, even when attending a small auction, one has to be careful and low-key at all times. This is simply a great humiliation, and all this is to blame on the Jingyi sect. If the ancestors of Jingyi sect had not joined forces with those so-called famous and upright sects in Qingzhou, plus, the demon sect has its own people stabbing them in the back, it's still uncertain who will win. Snort. Thinking of this, Fu Wishing clenched his hands tightly under the black robe. Damn Jingyi sect, just wait for me, the deacon. I want to see how long you can continue to be so arrogant. As long as this deacon can obtain the key to the legendary Buddha's secret treasure at this auction, the day when the demon sect rises is just around the corner, and by then, this deacon will become the greatest contributor to the revival of the demon sect. Whenever Fu Wishing thought of this, he felt full of energy. The legendary Buddha's secret treasure contains the life's collection of a powerful person in the fusion stage. A powerful person in the fusion stage. There is no one in the entire Qingzhou who can match him. Even the ancestor of the Jingyi sect, who is known as the strongest cultivator in Qingzhou, is only a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. Compared to that existence, there is still a huge gap of 2 realms. Jingyi sect, just wait for me, the deacon. Little junior brother, what's wrong with you? Feng Xiaoyao extended his elbow and nudged Fong Ning beside him. You've been looking so uneasy since just now? Is there? Fong Ning forced a smile. Nonsense. Feng Xiaoyao rolled his eyes upon hearing this. You're just short of having the words "I have something on my mind" plastered on your forehead. Fong Ning felt a little conflicted. He just felt that the mask on the black-robed man's face looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen it. What? Are you thinking about your senior sister Su again? Feng Xiaoyao was serious for no more than 5 seconds, and the next moment he smiled at Fong Ning with a shameless look on his face. Don't worry. This auction will end in 1 hour at most. I won't delay you too. Fong Ning's face was filled with speechlessness. In Brother Feng's mind, there are only 2 kinds of things in this world. First, it's about women. Second, it will be related to women, just like this auction. That he didn't come here for the items at all, but for the auctioneer of Ren's Wixianlu. Everyone, the next lot is a bit special. Please bid carefully. On the high platform, there was some hesitation in Lin Muqing's voice. In front of her was an exquisite jade box, with a pitch black stone in the middle. This is a mysterious item I accidentally found in Zuixinlu. A smile reappeared on Lin Muqing's face. After our professional appraisal, we found that the material of this stone is extremely special. It's not just ordinary metal, grass, or wood. Lin Muqing reached out and carefully picked up the mysterious black stone. Furthermore, there seems to be an extremely mysterious power lingering on this black stone. I have to say, Lin Muqing's voice is quite nice. She has both the liveliness and cuteness of a girl next door and the dignity and steadiness of a mature woman. It is easy to attract other people's attention and make them let down their guard. As everyone knows, the Sanchuan realm is full of opportunities. Lin Muqing's red lips moved slightly, and every frown and smile of hers was filled with a unique charm. Of this mysterious black stone might be a relic left behind by some powerful being. If I can comprehend and refine it. Lin Muqing paused for a moment, and only continued after attracting everyone's attention. Perhaps there is an opportunity to become an immortal before you. Starting price, 10 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the auction site. Even Zuixinlu cannot be identified. Could it be something really good? But is it really worth exchanging 10 low-grade spirit stones for an unknown's chance to become an immortal? In the crowded hall, after the initial uproar, there was a strange silence. See the scene. Lin Muqing on the high platform bit her red lips lightly. This deal is indeed not that easy to do. The monks present are not fools. All the previous auction items can be put to use in their hands to a greater or lesser extent, but now, the so-called chance to become an immortal in his hands is, after all, just a unilateral speculation of their Zuixinlu. If they were really 100% sure, then Zuixinlu would not have put this stone up for auction. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for themselves? Owner, oh, you've really left me with a big trouble. Lin Muqing sighed helplessly. Although she is the ace auctioneer of Zuixinlu, it is difficult for her to get everyone to accept an item that is somewhat unreasonable in itself. If no one bids higher, then I'll just have to follow the rules and let the mysterious black stone go unsold. In the audience, Fu Wishing is trying hard to suppress his inner excitement. It's it. That's it. There's no doubt about it. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious black stone in Lin Muqing's hand, and even his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In fact, as early as when Lin Muqing took out this mysterious black stone to show it, he has already confirmed that this item is the key to the Buddha's secret treasure that he has been searching for. In the message delivered by the sixth elder, the appearance of the key has been described in detail. A bunch of idiots. Looking around, he saw that the monks around him all looked hesitant. Fu Huixing couldn't help but sneer in his heart. How could you possibly covet such a treasure? Are you worthy? The reason why he didn't bid at the beginning was to cool the mood. As long as he waits until everyone loses interest in it, he can take it down without any effort. I, Fu Huixing, am really smart, ahem. Yukiyoshi coughed lightly, trying to make his voice sound calm, but it's like it was just a spur of the moment thing and there's nothing special about it. I'll give you 11 spirit stones. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly harsh in the unusually quiet hall at the moment. Ha ha. I didn't expect there would actually be idiots who wanted to take pictures. Yeah. I think he's probably been bewitched by Lin Muqing. 11 low-grade spirit stones are enough for me to practice for half a year. I can't bear to give them up. What do you know? Maybe they have plenty of money. Suddenly there was a buzz of discussion around. His words were full of gloating and sarcasm. Fu Huixing was disdainful of this and sneered in his heart. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. When my demonic sect makes a comeback, you idiots will know what true stupidity is. This customer bids 11 spirit stones. Is there a higher price? You know, there might be a great opportunity hidden in this, right? Lin Muqing had a professional smile on his face. Although she knew that most people would not raise the price, she still asked again out of professional ethics. Upon hearing this, Fu Huixing's face hidden under the mask twitched unconsciously. This woman, ahem. Seeing that the scene was still deserted, Lin Muqing could only cough twice, then raised his right hand high and shouted at the same time, 11 spirit stones at a time, 11 spirit stones twice. The corners of Fu Huixing's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Finally, I am finally going to get this treasure. Wait a moment. Just when Lin Muqing was about to announce that the mysterious black stone belonged to Fu Huixing in the hall, a voice sounded again, I'll offer 15 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 28. If you have money, just continue. The hall suddenly fell into dead silence again. I originally thought it was outrageous enough that someone offered 11 low-grade spirit stones to buy a broken stone of unknown use. Unexpectedly, there are also experts. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look towards the source of the sound. Fu Huixing was stunned at first, then he looked at him with an angry face. What a courage, just when he was about to return with the treasure, someone suddenly jumped out to ruin his plan. The deacon wants to see who has such courage? Junior brother? Are you sure you want to buy this broken stone? Feeling the countless gazes around me focused on me, even with Feng Xiaodao's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. More importantly, why did my junior brother ask me to bid for him? It's obviously what you want. It's not what I want. And Feng Xiaodao's eyes twitched, looking at the completely different face sitting next to him. He felt a little confused. Why do you want to wear Qianjian to change your appearance? Also, isn't this Qianjian Sunnishan's magic weapon? How could it appear on junior brother? Could it be that the two of them have already? For a moment, countless questions flooded into Feng Xiaodao's mind. Let me make it clear first, I don't have any money. Even if I take a picture of this broken stone, I don't have the money to pay for it. Feng Xiaoyao still looked calm on the surface, but secretly he was sending a message to Fong Ning. My junior brother must have his reasons for doing this. Since he doesn't want to reveal his identity, I'll just have to be more tolerant. Who made me your senior brother? Fong Ning didn't say anything. He was only at the foundation establishment stage now and couldn't transmit his spiritual power like Feng Xiaoyao could. Therefore, he just nodded slightly. To show that you know what's going on. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that my junior brother has money. The next moment, Feng Xiaoyao sat up straight and said loudly to the platform, Fairy Lin, if no one bids higher, this black stone will belong to the Jingyi sect. Jingyi zone. When the cultivators in the entire hall heard Feng Xiaoyao speak, their expressions changed and became envious. No wonder this guy is so showy. It turns out he is a disciple of Jingyi sect. As the undisputed #1 sect in Qingzhou, these 15 spirit stones must be nothing to him. He's really stupid and rich. A cultivator who was jealous of Feng Xiaodao's background murmured in dissatisfaction. Feng Xiaoyao glared at him, and the man quickly turned his head and pretended nothing had happened. So he's a top disciple of the Jingyi sect. No wonder he's so courageous. On the high platform, Lin Muqing said with a smile, according to the rules, if no one continues to bid, then this immortal fate will belong to this young master. And scrupulous businessman, Fong Ning, who was sitting next to Feng Xiaoyao, cursed in his heart, when no one wants it, it is a mysterious black stone. Seeing someone raise the price is a fairy fate. Isn't this a clear hint for the monks to continue raising the price? You see, even the top disciples of the Runjiang sect have noticed the extraordinary nature of this stone. You should be relieved now, right? But no one spoke at the scene. It was obvious that 15 spirit stones had exceeded their expectations. He is from a wealthy family and has a lot of wealth, so he doesn't need this little bit. They are different. If no one continues to raise the price. Lin Muqing felt a little regretful when he saw this. According to the rules of Zuixinlo, for every item sold, the auctioneer can earn a hefty commission based on the final transaction price, so she naturally hopes that the stone will be sold at the highest price possible. 15 spiritual stones once, 15 spiritual stones twice, $17. Suddenly, someone else shouted from the back of the hall. Everyone turned their heads again and saw that it was the man in black robe who had made the first bid. Is this a fight with the Jingyi sect? This thought popped up in the minds of all the monks present. Even Feng Xiaoyao couldn't help but frown and look at him. You know, these 17 low-grade spirit stones are not a small amount. They can almost be exchanged for a good 9th-grade magic weapon. Now, for a piece of broken stone whose function is unclear, such a waste, snorted. Fu Huixing also looked in the direction of Feng Xiaoyao. It turns out he is a disciple of Jingyi sect. No wonder it's so unlucky. At this moment, Fu Huixing also felt a little pain in his heart. The current Tianhua sect is not the same as before. The sect declined, and the disciples died out. The resources we have are naturally very different from before. The sixth elder had previously deduced that the appearance of the key to the Fu-Tu secret treasure was extremely deceptive, and concluded that not many people would compete with him for it. So he only gave Fu Huixing 15 spirit stones. These extra 2 pieces are his own wealth. How can I not feel heartbroken now? Damn disciples of Jingyi sect, it's all your fault. Really, seeing that the black-robed man raised the price again, Fong Ning became more and more certain of his previous guess. A long-forgotten memory suddenly awakens at this moment. That mask is the symbol of the demonic sect, or it can be said that it was derived from the original Tianhua sect logo. Ever since the Tianhua sect was eliminated by the Zhengyi sect and the Qingzhou Zhengdao sect, most of the remaining remnants of the demonic sect lived in hiding. Although hiding in the dark, they never gave up the idea of revenge. This pale skull mask is their new logo. Now that the identity of the black-robed man has been confirmed, Fong Ning would naturally subconsciously pay attention to his every move. Considering the special features of this mysterious black stone, Fong Ning finally remembered it, Buddha's secret treasure. In his previous life, when he was still cultivating on the Ice Fairy Peak, a frenzied event erupted in Qingzhou, enough to engulf all the sects of cultivation. The palace of the great master in the fusion realm, Futu Tianzuan, is revealed. You know, Futu Tianzuan is a powerful person at the peak of the fusion realm. He is even just one step away from entering the legendary Mahayana realm. A few years ago, Buddha Tianzuan was suspected of being robbed and killed by his enemies, and was besieged by several powerful monks of the same realm. In the end, he was seriously injured and fled back to Qingzhou. That's right, the legendary and famous Buddha Tianzuan was originally from Qingzhou. When he was seriously injured and dying, this powerful man sealed up all the knowledge and possessions he had learned throughout his life, as well as an opportunity he had snatched, in his own palace. This is the true immortal fate. Moreover, this powerful person set up 2 restrictions before his death. 1. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above are not allowed to enter the palace. 2. Non-Qingzhou native monks are not allowed to enter the palace. This is an immortal fate that truly belongs to all the cultivators in Qingzhou. Such a precious thing, naturally, it cannot fall into the hands of the demon sect. In the previous life, it was because the disciples of the demonic sect seized the initiative and accumulated enough foundation that they had the opportunity to join forces with Dashian to destroy the Jingyi sect. That's right, in his previous life, Dashian also got a great opportunity in this event, the most precious treasure that can refine everything in the world, pagoda. It can be said that this pagoda is one of the important forces for Zhou Xian's future rise. Fong Ning leaned back against the chair behind him. Feng Xiaoyao received the hint, and his voice once again enveloped the entire auction hall. 20 low-grade spirit stones. If you have the ability, keep bidding. Chapter 29, Encountering Robbery on the Road. Senior sister comes to the rescue. It's numb. At this moment, all the monks in the auction hall were paralyzed. No, all of you disciples of the Jingyi sect are sick, right? At present, the specific function of this broken black stone has not yet been figured out. You're going to offer 20 low-grade spirit stones just to snatch it? This isn't the way to ruin a family, is it? So you guys in the Jingyi sect are just stupid and rich? And the fool in the black robe, who do you think you are? Are you richer than the disciples of Jingyi sect? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Muqing was also numb. She originally thought that this black stone could fetch about 15 low-grade spirit stones, but she didn't expect, this can't really be a treasure, right? She muttered secretly. A pair of beautiful eyes then unconsciously looked towards Feng Xiaoyao. She still had some impression of this disciple of Jingyi sect. After all, the former was also a frequent visitor to Zuixinla. I have also participated in many auctions. It's just that this guy always likes to stare at me. Besides, based on his spending habits, he should be out of money this month, right? Boom. Just as everyone was surprised, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in the hall. Caught off guard, he actually knocked several nearby monks away. Golden Core Realm. The man in black robe was actually a cultivator in the Golden Core Realm. In the hall, many people showed horror expressions. How can this be possible? Fu Huixing clenched his fists, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Feng Xiaoyao not far away. The hatred contained in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. Damn disciples of Jingyi sect, they will only make things difficult for our demonic sect. Oh? Feng Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, and his expression instantly turned cold. What? Is your confidence based on your Golden Core Realm cultivation? Before he finished speaking, an aura suddenly burst out from his body that was no weaker than that of the man in black robe. If a tiger doesn't show its might, does it really think I'm a soft persimmon? It's like everyone is already in the Golden Core Realm. When you are out, your words and actions represent the Jingyi sect behind you. Disciples of the Jingyi sect, not everyone can bully him. If you don't have money, don't try to imitate others and attend auctions. Feng Xiaoyao smiled faintly and raised his middle finger towards Fu Huixing. Poor bastard, you. When Fu Wishing saw this, he instantly became furious. Just as the two were on the verge of a fight, an old voice came from the top of Zuaishan Tower. You two, fighting is not allowed in Zuaishan Tower. If there are any conflicts, please wait until you leave the tower to resolve them on your own. In his words, he didn't care about the identities of the two people at all. As strangely enough, this old voice did not contain much spiritual power, but it made Feng Xiaoyao and Fu Wishing both hold back their momentum. Snort. Fu Wishing looked Feng Xiaoyao up and down with cold eyes, then turned and left. Damn brat, if the sixth elder had not previously instructed that this action should not cause too much noise, this deacon would have made you pay, and this Zuaishan Tower, just wait and see, when the day comes that my demonic sect makes a comeback, you will be in for a treat. When the man in black robe left, the old voice and figure also disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Mr. Feng, are you okay? Not long after, Lin Muqing came in front of Fong Ning and Feng Xiaoyao, looking a little worried. It's okay, it's okay. Feng Xiaoyao waved his hand nonchalantly, just a clown. Without waiting for Lin Muqing to speak again, Feng Xiaoyao said directly, Fairy Lin, I have something else to do here, so I won't stay any longer. Lin Muqing was a smart man. As soon as he heard Feng Xiaoyao speak, he handed the jade box containing the mysterious black stone to the other party. A white light flashed in Feng Xiaoyao's hand, and 20 neatly arranged low-grade spirit stones fell into Lin Muqing's arms. The next moment, the whole person turned into a green light and left Zuixinlu. Strangeness, Lin Muqing looked at the other person's departing figure, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Why didn't this guy stare at me today? Although the identity of the black-robed man was indeed somewhat suspicious, but even the elders guarding the place did not speak. As a small auctioneer, it's better not to meddle in other people's business. In the hall, while everyone was still in shock, Fong Ning quietly left among the cultivators. As soon as Fong Ning came out of Zuixinlu, a voice sounded in his ears, Junior brother. This way. Following the instructions transmitted by voice, Fong Ning soon met Feng Xiaoyao, who was hiding in a small forest. Senior brother Feng. Fong Ning shouted. Let's go. Return to the sect now. Feng Xiaoyao made a hand gesture and a breeze instantly formed under the feet of the two people. The black-robed man looked like a bad guy, and the junior brother was determined to take a picture of this broken black stone that the other party valued, even if Feng Xiaoyao used his. But to think, he knew that the matter here must be very complicated. In this case, we naturally have to return to the sect as quickly as possible. After all, thanks to the profound influence of Zuixinlu, the surrounding area is a mixed bag of people. Fong Ning also nodded. Senior brother Feng is such a person. When there is no danger, he is the biggest danger, but in dangerous situations, he is quite reliable. The two flew towards the direction of Jingyi sect for less than a cup of tea. Fong Ning suddenly frowned. Before he could warn him, a jet of dark spiritual power suddenly shot out from midair. As the spiritual power surged, one could vaguely see several hideous and terrifying pale skulls condensed within it. Such a huge momentum, it came straight towards the two of them. Fuck. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Feng Xiaoyao also reacted. The finger gestures in his hands changed continuously, and the breeze under his feet helped the two of them avoid the attack narrowly. Snort. A cold voice came from not far ahead, and then a figure covered in a black robe appeared in their sight. You bastard. You really won't give up. Feng Xiaoyao cursed under his breath. Hand over the black stone. Fu Wisheng said gloomily, the dark spiritual power in his body fluctuating. How dare you attack us disciples of the Jingyi sect in broad daylight? Feng Xiaoyao was shocked and angry. How could anyone dare to attack disciples of Jingyi sect in Qingzhou? Jingyi sect? That's bullshit. Unexpectedly, after Feng Xiaoyao raised the banner of Jingyi sect, the other party not only did not restrain themselves, but became even more ferocious. The next moment, he gathered all his spiritual power and attacked Fong Ning and Feng Xiaoyao. Under the mask, there was a fierce light flashing in Fu Wishing's eyes. Since you can't afford it, just kill and rob. As long as we act quickly, the higher-ups of Jingyi sect won't have time to react. The death of a close disciple must be a headache for the Jingyi sect. Fu Wishing is very confident in his hiding skills. After all, he has been hiding like this for so many years. Oh no. This guy actually had a trick up his sleeve. After barely fending off several waves of attacks from the black-robed man, Feng Xiaoyao felt the aura coming from him, and his heart suddenly became heavy. Middle stage of the Golden Core realm, one level higher than myself. Moreover, the martial arts this guy practices are somewhat strange, and his spiritual power is extremely dark and difficult to deal with. Obviously, he is not some independent cultivator without any sect or school. Brother Feng, are you okay? After the two separated, Fong Ning asked in a low and quick voice, it's a bit difficult. Feng Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, then whispered, I'll take you away first, I'll hold him back here. I'm not good at direct combat, not to mention that the opponent's cultivation is even higher than mine. The only thing we can do now is to find a way to send our junior brother away. No matter what, nothing must happen to junior brother. He. Want to leave? Fu Wishing seemed to have seen through Feng Xiaoyao's thoughts. With a casual raise of his hand, countless densely packed black iron chains suddenly appeared in the space around them. The iron chains are intertwined with each other, and an extremely mysterious aura permeates them. Invisibly, this world was completely blocked. Demonic lock. This magic weapon obtained from the sixth elder is specifically designed to restrain extremely fast cultivators like Feng Xiaoyao. the winner is decided, the smile on Fu Wishing's mouth became more and more rampant. Don't worry, brother. We won't necessarily lose. Fong Ning whispered comfortingly. Feng Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. What does this mean, junior brother? 2 furnaces of Xuanhua pills. Fong Ning spoke, the iron chains were hanging in the air all around, and nothing had changed. Fu Wishing scoffed, what? Is this your last words? Fong Ning said helplessly, I can only refine this much. If I make more, the medicinal materials you gave me won't be able to guarantee the quality of the pill, snort. As soon as the words fell, a graceful figure quietly emerged, with flames rolling in her hands, emitting an extremely terrifying high temperature. Make a deal. The next moment, flames shot up into the sky. Chapter 30. My disciples are not someone who can be bullied by anyone. The overwhelming flames contained extremely terrifying high temperatures. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Fu Wishing. Faced with this fierce flame, he didn't dare to take it lightly. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, and his finger gestures changed, and a dark barrier blocked his way. It works? Sunnishan sneered and lightly tapped her 10 fingers. The flame instantly expanded a little more and turned into a vivid fire phoenix. Bah! The loud phoenix cry instantly resounded throughout the world, and on that delicate white cheek several strange fiery red lines are constantly moving. Oh my goodness! Feng Xiaoyao swallowed hard. Is Sunnishan making another breakthrough? Why does it feel like the flames in her hands are even more fierce than before? Fong Ning didn't say anything, although he is the only one who knows the truth at present, but this kind of thing is always a little difficult to talk about. Little junior brother, does this have anything to do with you? Feng Xiaoyao suddenly asked out of the blue. How is that possible? What are you thinking, brother Feng? Fong Ning quickly waved his hands in denial. Senior sister is a Jindan level cultivator. And I'm only at the 7th foundation building level. How could she possibly be related to me? That's better. Feng Xiaoyao still had some doubts. He knew that Fong Ning also had amazing alchemy skills. Who knows, he might be secretly giving Sunnishan some special treatment. Well, I'll have to serve snacks later. Feng Xiaoyao thought to himself, I can't let Sunnishan take all the benefits. What a weird fire. In just a few breaths, Fu Wishing had already fought with Sunnishan for dozens of rounds, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became, and he no longer had the leisurely attitude he had before. This is because the flame driven by Sunnishan is not only extremely hot, but also seems to be able to burn the spiritual power in his body. It only took a moment. Fu Wishing felt as if he had experienced a battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The spiritual energy in the body is evaporating at an extremely fast speed. No. There's something strange about this woman. I can't keep wasting time with her like this. A fierce look flashed in Fu Wishing's eyes. The next moment, the pitch-black chains that were originally used to block the space suddenly attacked Sunnishan. Sunnishan, be careful. Feng Xiaoyao exclaimed, there's something strange about this chain. Don't let it touch it. Is there something strange? A shadow of a fire phoenix flashed in Sunnishan's eyes, and the temperature of the flame in her hand rose sharply. The next moment, she reached out and grabbed one end of the chain. Sizzle. The scorching flames instantly burned the black iron chain red. Ah! Fu Wishing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This heavenly demon chain was connected to his mind and soul. Now it was suddenly severely damaged, and as its owner, he naturally suffered the backlash. Fu Wishing was also a ruthless man. Seeing that the situation would only become increasingly unfavorable to him if it continued like this, he gritted his teeth and cut off the connection between himself and the heavenly demon lock. Humph. Disciples of the Jingyi sect, remember this. The next moment, Fu Wishing turned into a wisp of black smoke and quickly fled into the distance. The speed was so fast that everyone present was caught off guard. Cut. Sunnishan dispersed the flames around her body. I've been forced to use this secret method that will cost me my essence and blood, and you still dare to speak so shamelessly. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Fong Ning. This thing is not compatible with me, so I'll give it to you. Once you form your golden elixir, you'll have one more magical weapon to use. Before Fong Ning could react, the black chain had already fallen into his arms. I have already cast a spell to erase the remaining soul mark on it. You don't have to worry about being noticed by the man in black robe. Feng Xiaoyao, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment. No, when did Sunnishan become so easy to talk to? I've never seen her be so nice to anyone before. Could it be that? A pair of eyes kept looking back and forth between Fong Ning and Sunnishan. Feng Xiaoyao, if you don't want your eyes anymore, you can tell me. Sunnishan's tone was calm, and a faint flame was gathering in her palm. That's not necessary. Sunnishan was too lazy to waste time talking to him. She stretched out her hand and pulled Fong Ning behind her. Flames gathered under her feet. I can't even protect my own junior fellow apprentice. How shameful. After saying that, without caring about Feng Xiaoyao's reaction, he turned into a beam of fire and disappeared into the sky with Fong Ning. Feng Xiaoyao knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say much. He just followed the two of them back to Bingxian Peak, Ice Fairy Peak in the main hall. Bing Wanqing frowned slightly, only to feel the diary in her arms moving again. That was a close call. I never thought I'd run into someone from the demonic sect at an auction at Zuixinlu. If my senior sister hadn't arrived, I might have been in real danger. Luckily, senior sister's flames restrained the opponent. But it's all worth it. As long as the key to the Buddha's secret treasure doesn't fall into the hands of the demon sect. It's a pity that I didn't kill that guy completely. The remnants of the demonic sect. When Bing Wanqing saw this, she felt a nameless anger burning in her heart. According to Fong Ning, the evil disciple, the reason why his eldest disciple Li Dashian encountered a drastic change and rebelled against the sect was because of the remnants of the Tianma sect lurking in Qingzhou. I haven't had time to bother you yet, you guys are so nice. He actually set his sights on another disciple of mine. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? My disciples are not people who can be bullied by anyone. The next moment, a stream of ice blue light left the Ice Fairy Peak at an extremely fast speed. In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from Jingyi sect, Fu Huixing leaned against a stone wall with a pale face, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The hatred in Fu Huixing's eyes was almost condensed into substance. Damn Jingyi sect. First, they stole the key to the Buddha's secret treasure, then they stole this deacon's magic weapon, and finally forced this deacon to use a secret method that was extremely harmful to himself to escape. Bang! Fu Huixing punched the stone wall hard, creating a big hole and countless small stones rolling down. We still have to tell the sixth elder what happened here first. After a short rest, Fu Huixing's injuries have stabilized a lot. He struggled to stand up and was about to use secret methods to send a message, but the next moment, countless tiny ice crystals fell from the sky. Is it snowing? Fu Huixing was a little stunned. Just as he was about to continue making seals, he was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his body. He forced himself to open his eyes, and saw that his hands and feet were covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. Could it be? Fu Huixing's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he thought of something, but before he could resist, the ice crystals quickly spread throughout his body. The endless cold not only blocked Fu Huixing's movements, but also slowed down his thinking. After a moment, Fu Huixing's figure disappeared, and only a lifelike ice crystal statue remained in its place. Bang! A small stone fell from the stone wall and hit the ice crystal statue. Eye in the sun, countless tiny ice crystals formed an ice mist, starry, beautiful. Chapter 31. If you make a mistake, not only will the master not punish you, but he will also reward you. Fong Ning looked up and took the diary on the table into his arms. He took out the black stone and the demonic lock from the storage ring and looked at the two things carefully. I never thought that this Zuixinlu auction would bring me such a huge gain. Fong Ning rubbed his hands excitedly. This heavenly demon lock is a genuine 8th grade magic weapon. Only cultivators in the Golden Core realm can refine and use it. Although it is a little weak in attack ability, it is a great treasure for trapping enemies. He is especially good at restraining monks like senior brother Fong, who are known for their speed, not to mention that inconspicuous black stone. This is the key to the Buddha's secret treasure, although I don't know the exact opening time of the Buddha's secret treasure. As long as the key is in my hands, I will never let others get the upper hand. Or, with Fong Ning's eyes flickered, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Can you try to snatch that Buddha tower? Anyway, Zhou Xian is not a good GUI. It would be a complete waste to keep this pagoda in his hands. If that kid wasn't the lucky boy of this world and not so easy to kill, Fong Ning would have taken action long ago. Fong Ning has always advocated killing with one strike, before you are absolutely sure. It is better not to act impulsively. After all, the Son of Luck is like an indestructible cockroach. If you can't destroy it instantly without leaving any residue, in the end, you are the one who suffers. If we can seize the pagoda, Zhou Xian's rise will definitely be much slower. This way, we'll definitely be able to buy more time. The more Fong Ning thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Just as he was thinking about how to carry out his plan, the disciple token on his waist suddenly began to vibrate, and then a voice came out from it. Come see me in the main hall. It was Bing Wanqing's voice. Fong Ning thought for a moment, put away the things on the table, and headed straight for the hall on the top of the mountain. Master, are you looking for me? Speaking of which, this was Fong Ning's first time entering the Peak Master's Hall on Bingxian Peak in this life. The decoration and furnishings in the hall are exactly the same as what I remember from my previous life. It is simple and plain, far less grand than other Peak Master halls. The surroundings are mostly blue and white. This is quite consistent with Bing Wanqing's usual style, simple and elegant. At this moment, Bing Wanqing was sitting on a cushion with her eyes closed. Fong Ning looked around. At this moment, there was no one in the hall except the two of them. After hearing Fong Ning speak, Bing Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. When I was looked at by those cold blue eyes, even though Fong Ning had lived 3 lives as a human, he still felt a little uneasy. No matter in past or present life, Fong Ning and his master had very few opportunities to be alone together like this. He was not used to it. Did you go to Zuixinlu with Feng Xiaoyao before? After a moment, Bing Wanqing spoke lightly. Broken, Fong Ning thought to himself that this was not good. It turned out that Bing Wanqing called herself here to question her, as expected of the master of a peak. These little tricks of mine and senior brother Fong could not be hidden from him at all. This is going to be a good experience. Judging from Bing Wanqing's previous attitude towards me, my punishment will probably not be easy. Although I was dragged there by senior brother Fong, but this is not important in Bing Wanqing's eyes. At this point, Fong Ning didn't even think about defending himself, because it was all in vain. Anyway, the impression I had on this master was never very good. At your age, you should still focus on cultivation. If you don't become an immortal, you will ultimately be nothing more than a skeleton. Remember? Bing Wanqing said in a deep voice. Disciple will remember this. Fong Ning lowered his head, looking as if he knew he was wrong. In that case, Bing Wanqing raised her hand, and an ice blue storage bag fell into Fong Ning's arms. Feeling the slightly strange touch in my arms, Fong Ning raised his head hesitantly. There are enough cultivation resources for you here. You don't need to look elsewhere. Practice well, I am very optimistic about you. Bing Wanqing closed her eyes again after she finished speaking, and whispered, if you're alright, leave now. Remember not to do this again. Is this the end? Fong Ning looked at the storage bag in his arms in surprise. It has an ice blue sheen and is beautifully crafted. It is obviously not the standard storage magic weapon issued by the sect. In other words, is this Bing Wanqing's personal collection? And what did Master just say? She thinks highly of me. Is this something that Bing Wanqing could say? For a moment, Fong Ning was confused about what the other party was thinking, and subconsciously asked. Master, senior brother Fong Xiaoyao is the third disciple of this master, but he cannot set a good example for his disciples. He actually took you to hang out in places like Suixinla. I have already sent him to the law enforcement peak to accept his punishment. Fong Ning was completely upset now. Clearly, both of them committed the same crime. So why did Master only punish senior brother Fong as an accomplice? Not only was he not punished, he was even given resources for cultivation. No need to look elsewhere. Fong Ning shuddered. Could it be that the matter between Master Li and I has been exposed? Fong Ning wanted to say something else, but after seeing that his ice fairy master refused to talk about it, he finally gave up the idea. Until I walked out of the ice fairy peak hall, Fong Ning was still a little dizzy. He looked down at the ice blue storage bag in his hand and still felt that everything that had just happened was very dreamy. Why do I feel like Master is a little weird? Fong Ning shook his head, hung the ice blue storage bag around his waist, turned around and walked towards his cave. The private meeting this time by Master Ice Fairy had caused him too much of a shock, and he needed to take it easy. But the next moment, a few lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry ice skin and jade bones. Gold. Your physical toughness far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, and your ability to withstand blows is greatly improved. Ward hair? Withdrawal again, or did it burst out from Master Ice Fairy? Fong Ning rubbed his eyes, seeming a little bit unbelievable. In addition to Sunnishan, he finally met someone who could give him golden entries. Although this person's choice surprised him a little, Fong Ning took a deep breath. What on earth is going on? In the hall, Bing Wanqing opened her eyes again. Li Qinghua, you think you can snatch my disciple from me? Are you worthy? Whatever you can give him, I can give him too, and what you can't give me, I can still give you. But what is this Buddha's secret treasure that this evil disciple, the good disciple, is talking about? Bing Wanqing frowned. How come I have never heard of it? Chapter 32, Gambling Among Disciples. Because the impact I received before was really big. Fong Ning didn't leave the house for several days. He practices meditation in his own cave every day. Since you have made up your mind to snatch Zhou Xian's treasure, you must naturally make adequate preparations. After all, the things belonging to the Son of Fortune are not so easy to get with the good fortune of this world. Those precious treasures that all cultivators covet might be given to Zhou Xian in an extremely shameless way. It is even possible that when you have already got the pagoda in your hands, he accidentally slipped and fell, and the baby rolled to Zhou Xian's feet. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, this situation is not impossible. In order to prevent this phenomenon, Fong Ning naturally had to make more preparations. The first thing to do is to try your best to improve your cultivation. The pagoda can only be yours after taking the time to refine the Xuanhua pill that Sunnishan needed. Fong Ning began his immersive practice. It is said that there is no time in practice. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Call in the cave. Fong Ning slowly opened his eyes, holding a low-grade spirit stone that had completely lost its luster in each of his left and right hands. When the key to the Buddha's secret treasure was auctioned, Fong Ning had already spent all the 20 low-grade spirit stones that Li Qinghua had given him. Fortunately, the storage bag that Bing Wanqing gave him also contained a large amount of spirit stones. Only then could Fong Ning continue to bear the consumption brought about by practicing Xuanjin Baojin. Almost there. A gleam of light flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Based on my current cultivation progress, I will be able to break through to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm in 10 days at most. The spiritual power required to practice Xuanjin Baojian is a huge number. In addition, Fong Ning's own qualifications are not very good, so he naturally has to work harder than others. It turns out that the world without Brother Fong is so peaceful and beautiful. Fong Ning stood up from the mat and stretched. In the blink of an eye, 3 small white jade bottles appeared in his hands. What is contained in it is the Xuanhua pill that Sunnishan needs. 1 furnace of materials can produce 2 pieces of. Fong Ning had previously promised to refine 2 more furnaces for him. Strangeness. Fong Ning weighed the bottle in his hand and asked, why hasn't senior sister Su come to get the pill yet? In terms of the other party's personality, he should be calculating the day to come and get the pill from me, right? Could it be that something happened? Fong Ning frowned. To be honest, his opinion of Sunnishan has changed greatly now. If Sunnishan had not come to the rescue, he and Feng Xiaoyao would have paid a huge price when facing the remnants of the demon sect. Moreover, Sunnishan in this life seems to be a little different from her previous life, although he still looked as arrogant as I remembered. He was obviously a little too nice to me. Fong Ning was extremely conflicted. Or, take senior sister Su with you when you run away next time? Forget it. I'll just go out and take a look. Who can blame me for being kind? Fong Ning waved his hand to open the restriction at the entrance of the cave and strode out. While on the road, Fong Ning could clearly feel that his spiritual energy reserves and quality had made significant progress compared to when he was at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, he is now a cultivator in the late Foundation Establishment realm, and he is practicing the heaven-defying technique Xuanjin Baojian. Soon, he arrived at the door of Sunnishan's cave. After hesitating for a while, he shouted, "Is senior sister Su here?" "Junior brother is here to give you the mysterious fire pill." Before Fong Ning could finish his words, the stone door of the cave opened automatically. "Come in and talk." Sunnishan's voice came from the cave. "I won't go in. I've left the pills outside for you, senior sister." Fong Ning keenly sensed something was wrong from Sunnishan's tone, so he put down the pill and wanted to run away, but the next moment, a long flaming whip came out from the cave with a whoosh sound, tied him up tightly and dragged him into the cave. Then the stone door of the cave closed. "Just come in if you're told to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Sunnishan was wearing a fiery red dress and sitting cross-legged on a cushion. There seemed to be some anger in her voice. "Can I still eat you?" The flaming whip dissipated, and Fong Ning fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he still has a fragment of the ice skin and jade bones item on him, otherwise, my butt would probably be covered with bruises. "Where are the pills?" Sunnishan stretched out a small white jade hand towards Fong Ning and said bluntly. Hearing this, Fong Ning quickly put the white jade bottle that he had not yet put on the ground into the other person's hand. It was not until this moment that Fong Ning had the time to carefully examine the furnishings in the cave. Well, the traces left by the last loss of control have been wiped out by Sunnishan, and now the cave is clean and tidied out only. Fong Ning reached out and picked up an ancient book from beneath him. The essence of fire mage. This is. Fong Ning turned his head and looked around. There were at least 7 or 8 ancient books like this around Sunnishan. They are all secret manuals of magic related to fire attributes. Senior sister, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? What are you looking at? Sunnishan was probably a little embarrassed by Fong Ning's slightly strange look, and she subconsciously scolded him. Before Fong Ning could explain, Sunnishan sighed inexplicably and said, "The chief of the weapon refining peak, you should have heard of him, right?" Who is that?" Fong Ning blinked his big eyes, which were clearly black and white and filled with clarity. You can tell at first glance that he has a good brain that has not been polluted by cultivation. Sunnishan was speechless. Why did she feel that her junior brother was very capable in some aspects, but a little silly in other aspects? Her name is Qi Lianxin. She's also a fire-attributed cultivator at the Golden Core stage. A few days ago, she challenged me to a fight. Speaking of this name, Fong Ning had a vague impression in his mind. I seem to have heard someone talk about it somewhere. That fight? Fong Ning asked curiously. Yes, a gambling fight between direct disciples. Sunnishan's tone inexplicably became heavier. The stakes are the cultivation resources that the sect will distribute to the direct disciples of each peak next month. Senior sister, you can't beat her? Fong Ning spoke cautiously, then he turned his head again and looked at the ancient books scattered around him. So, is this considered cramming? Humph. If we only talk about the attainments in fire magic, even 10 Qi Lianxins would not be my match. Sunnishan snorted coldly, but a fight between direct disciples is not that simple. As long as no one is killed, the sect tacitly allows the use of any means. How cruel is the world of monks. The path of cultivation is one of competition and struggle. You have more of dharma, friends, wealth, and land, while others have less. Once you get outside, who will give in to you? In order to help the disciples in the sect adapt to this cruel yet beautiful world of cultivation more quickly, the Jinyi sect is unexpectedly cruel in some ways. Fong Ning blinked again. I heard that Qi Lianxin got a strange fire from somewhere some time ago, and it's incredibly powerful. Sunnishan explained again. Strange fire. Fong Ning blinked again, finally coming to the area he was good at in that Songshan realm. In addition to natural treasures, there are also some strange things. For example, powerful flames, water flows, etc. These things are different from natural treasures. It can bring great benefits to the monks in a very short period of time. Although Sunnishan has the blood of the fire phoenix, she has not yet fully mastered it, and Qi Lianxin is at the same Jindan realm as her, so the combined strength of the two is not that great. In this case, it is normal for Sunnishan to be worried. Do you have any ideas? Looking at junior brother Fong, who had remained silent, Sunnishan asked a question for some unknown reason. Fong Ning was a little confused when he heard this, because he really has a way. Chapter 33, Your elder brother has reached his rebellious stage. Please bear some responsibility for your master race. Fairy Peak in the main hall. Li Dashian, dressed in green, stood in front of Bing Wanqing, his eyes sparkling under his sword-like eyebrows. After a moment, Bing Wanqing finally opened her eyes helplessly. Are you really going? Yes. Li Daoxian took a step forward, and his whole body stood up straight like a sword drawn from its sheath. Master. Disciple has vaguely sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. But it's definitely not within this Jinyi sect. That's right, Li Daoxian came to Bing Wanqing this time to resign. He had requested to go down the mountain to gain experience before, but was rejected by Bing Wanqing. But this time, he insisted on going down the mountain, because he has been settled for long enough. Master. Li Daoxuan's words were sincere and full of emotion. As the saying goes, a sword's sharpness comes from constant grinding, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Sword cultivators like us should use everything in this world to hone ourselves. Working in isolation is definitely not the path I want to take. In fact, until now, Li Daoxian still hasn't figured it out. Why did my master reject my application when I first applied to go down the mountain for training? Over time, this matter has almost become a source of worry for him. If a practitioner's thoughts are not clear, it will definitely be harmful and have no benefit, especially for a sword cultivator like Li Daoxian, who has a pure heart. He is more likely to get stuck in a rut than ordinary people. Hearing the question from his own disciples, Bing Wanqing also felt a little helpless. What should I say? You can't say that because I read your junior brother's diary. I know that you will definitely encounter an accident when you go down the mountain, or even die on the way, right? If I say this, will Li Daoxian believe it? Even old man Yang, the master of Tianji Peak, did not dare to guarantee that his prediction would be correct, but the key is, everything else Fong Ning predicted was very accurate. How many years have passed, Bing Wanqing's heart had never been so conflicted. Should I believe Fong Ning's words? Slowly opening his eyes, there was some helplessness in his pair of dark blue eyes. Don't look at me like that. If you insist on going, then go ahead. With a sigh, Bing Wanqing finally relaxed. Really? Li Daoxian instantly perked up after hearing this. Master, please don't lie to me. Once I have spoken, I cannot take it back. Bing Wan knew the temperament of her eldest disciple very well, that if we continue to suppress him and prevent him from practicing according to his true heart, I am afraid that even if he has an innate sword bone, he will never be able to achieve great success. But I have a condition, Master, please speak. Li Daoxian was extremely excited at this moment. As long as you can let me go down the mountain, don't mention one condition. Even if it's 10 or 100 disciples, I will agree. When you go down the mountain for training this time, you must bring your junior brother with you. Bing Wanqing spoke softly. Li Daoxuan's eyes widened instantly when he heard this. Junior brother, Fong Ning, I'm going down the mountain to gain experience. Why should I take him with me? Master. Li Daoxian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Bing Wanqing interrupted calmly. This is the only condition for being a teacher. No discussion, no way. The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. She had other things to do, and only if Fong Ning followed Li Daoxian could Bing Wanqing feel a little more at ease. Besides, I had killed the black-robed man before. If they had a way to connect with each other, the remaining remnants of the demonic sect lurking in Qingzhou would surely not dare to act rashly. Daoxian would undoubtedly be much safer if he went down the mountain. This is also one of the important reasons why Bing Wanqing gave Li Daoxian his Fong Ning by his side, so if anything really happens, he will be the first to know through the diary. This is what Bing Wanqing thought, but after listening to what Bing Wanqing said, only one thought remained in Li Daoxuan's mind. Master, actually trusts junior brother so much? Then what am I to squeak? The stone door of Sunnishan's cave opened. Fong Ning walked out with a pale face. At this moment, he felt a little weak, because just now, he had invested too much effort and energy in Sunnishan. Should be alright, right? Fong Ning reached out and touched his chin. In my previous life, I didn't have much impression of the strange fire in Qi Lianqin's hand. I thought it shouldn't be very powerful. He stretched, feeling a little helpless. Well, we originally agreed to keep a distance from these senior brothers and sisters. Why do I feel like we are getting more and more entangled now? Is it really okay to continue like this? But then again, Fong Ning rubbed his eyes, and a few lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Flame affinity, blue. Your affinity for fire attribute spiritual power has been greatly improved. Finally, I finally got the 5th piece of entry fragment related to fire attribute. Fong Ning clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of excitement. This means that I can finally merge the entries. I don't know what benefits I will get after fusing fragments of the same type of entries. It's really exciting to think about it. Just as Fong Ning was thinking this, the next moment, he suddenly frowned, because he felt as if someone was staring at him in the dark, and the mood wasn't exactly friendly. Who is it? I am just an insignificant person. How could anyone hate me? Junior brother. At this moment, a voice came from above Fong Ning's head. When I looked up, it was Li Daoxian, the senior brother of Bingxian Peak, dressed in green. Big brother. Fong Ning returned the greeting. I don't know if it's my own illusion. Why do I always feel that there is something strange on the expression on senior brother's face? And why doesn't the eldest brother say anything and just looks at me like this? Just as Fong Ning was daydreaming, Li Daoxian finally spoke. Master has ordered you to accompany me down the mountain for training. Li Daoxuan's voice became softer and softer, and Fong Ning almost couldn't hear the last few words. Senior brother, what did you say? You, a Jindan realm swordsman, are coming down the mountain to gain experience and you still want me to follow you? And it was Bing Wanqing who said this. Which of us is still asleep? Fong Ning felt his mind was a little confused. He wondered if his confusion was caused by expending too much energy earlier. Now? He asked subconsciously. 3 days later. Fong Ning's question was concise, and Li Daoxuan's answer was also simple and clear. Did Master really say that? Fong Ning still had some doubts. Yes. Li Daoxian replied concisely with one word. Come with me, Master has something to tell you. Li Daoxian pointed his finger, and a sword shadow appeared under Fong Ning's feet. Then the two of them flew towards the hall at the top of Bingxian Peak again. After they both left for a long time, a figure walked out from the darkness, looking in the direction where the two people left. His eyes were full of gloom. Damn it. Zhou Xian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with extremely creepy bloodshot. How did this guy come out of Senior Sister Sue's cave? What does Master want him to do now? A piece of trash who doesn't even have spiritual roots. It is obvious that I am the real chosen one. Why would Senior Sister Sue, who had always ignored me, allow this kind of rubbish to enter and leave her cave so freely? But Zhou Xian couldn't, damn it. Fong Ning, right? Zhou Xian took a deep breath. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. You are asking for death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. In the sun, the pitch-black ring on Zhou Xian's finger flashed with a chilling light. Chapter 34, Kill People and Steal Treasures. Strengthen my demon. 3 days later, the mountain gate of Jingyi sect. Junior brother, you must be very careful on this journey. Feng Xiaoyao leaned close to Fong Ning's ear and whispered, don't say senior brother didn't remind you. Senior brother can do basically nothing except wield a sword and chop people. In some ways, they're no different from idiots. Hearing this, Fong Ning slowly turned his head and looked at Feng Xiaoyao with eyes full of shock. Since I came back from Zuixula last time, Feng Xiaoyao has been imprisoned by Bing Wanqing until now. If it weren't for the fact that today was the day Fong Ning and Li Dashian were leaving, Fong Ning probably wouldn't have been able to let him out. Moreover, Feng Xiaoyao kept silent about the punishment he received at the law enforcement peak, as if it was difficult to bring up. In order to avoid Feng Xiaoyao feeling unbalanced, Fong Ning lied that he had also been punished by Bing Wanqing. In this way, the friendship between brothers can be maintained. This can't be possible? Fong Ning spoke with some difficulty. Hasn't senior brother already gone down the mountain to train many times? Whether in past or present life, Fong Ning didn't know much about Li Dashian. Who says you can do anything if you practice more? Feng Xiaoyao rolled his eyes. There are so many cultivators in this world who practice every day. Have they all become immortals? Oh no, what you said makes so much sense that I have no way to refute it. After listening to what Feng Xiaoyao said, Fong Ning suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but now the arrow is on the string and must be shot. So, Master asked me to follow the eldest brother so that I could be his babysitter? Inexplicably, this idea came into Fong Ning's mind. In short, senior brother, I just have one thing to say, you're on your own. Feng Xiaoyao reached out and patted Fong Ning's shoulder, his tone extremely tragic. At this moment, not far away, Li Dashian, dressed in green, was slowly walking towards her. Fong Ning saw clearly that there was an unconcealable excitement in the eyes of his senior brother. Look at what the child is holding back. Little junior brother, are you ready? Li Dashian said, if you are ready, let's go down the mountain. I've packed it. Fong Ning nodded. Isn't it said that cultivating immortals is convenient? When you go out with lots of luggage, just throw it into the storage magic weapon and you're done. He feels light and brisk. After saying goodbye to Feng Xiaoyao, Fong Ning followed Li Dashian down the mountain. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Feng Xiaoyao couldn't help but mutter in his heart, strange, why didn't Sunnishan come to see me off? Given the relationship between her and her junior brother, shouldn't this be the case? Feng Xiaoyao thought for a long time but could not come up with a conclusion. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and leave. When big brother comes back, I'll have to find an excuse to get master to let me go out and gain some experience, preferably with little brother. Although there is no substantial evidence, but Feng Xiaoyao felt that the reason why Sunnishan was able to break through again in such a short time was definitely related to Fong Ning. After Feng Xiaoyao left, a figure also walked out from the darkness. Fong Ning, don't blame me, you brought this upon yourself. Who made senior sister Sue and master think so highly of you? Obviously, I am the one who deserves the most attention. The surface of the black ring in the figure's hand was faintly emitting a strange fluctuation, as if conveying some message. In a valley about hundreds of thousands of miles away from Jingyi sect. A secret space formation covers the entire valley, isolating it from all outside perception. It cannot be detected by cultivators who are not at the nascent soul stage or above Gelder. In the valley, two middle-aged men in black robes knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted a skinny, white-haired old man in front of them. Both of them exude an extremely powerful aura. They are all Jindan realm cultivators. Well, did you hear what I said before? Duguyen said with a gloomy expression, for so many years, under the suppression and targeting of the Jingyi sect, our Tianma sect has been living in hiding. Even if our disciples dwindle and our sect declines, we never think of giving up. Because we firmly believe that the banner of the heavenly demon sect will once again cover the entire Qingzhou. Rebuild its former glory. One day, the Jingyi sect and those so-called famous and upright sects will repay everything they owe us. Duguyen's tone was excited, and the spiritual power in his body gushed out uncontrollably as he spoke. Right now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived. Duguyen looked at the two people in front of him, his tone solemn. We must get the key to the Buddha's secret treasure. That is the lifelong collection of Buddha Tianzuan. As long as we can get the resources inside, it will be enough to make up for the losses we have suffered over the years in an instant. Duguyen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the two most trusted confidants in front of him. Fuishing has lost contact. We must prepare for the worst. Speaking of this, Duguyen's expression couldn't help but become gloomy again. I have contacted him before, and the key to the Buddha's secret treasure has been taken away by two disciples of the Jingyi sect. What? Another Jingyi sect? The two middle-aged men were instantly furious when they heard this. Damn Jingyi sect, why do you always want to go against our Tianma sect? That's right. Yen was very satisfied with the reactions of the two people in front of him. According to the news I received, one of the two Jingyi sect disciples at the auction that day was a direct disciple of Yifeng. A direct descendant? The breathing sounds at the scene suddenly became heavier. If you can kill a direct descendant of the Jingyi sect, what kind of reward will Her Highness the Saint give you? There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in Yan's tone. Saint, when the two heard this, a perfect figure appeared in their minds at the same time, powerful, beautiful, supreme. Ever since the complete defeat of the demonic sect 20 years ago, Her Highness the Saint has become the entire faith of all the remaining disciples of the demon sect. If I could gain the favor of Her Majesty the Saint, the two looked at each other. Even if I die, it's worth it. I just received a piece of news not long ago that a disciple of the Jingyi sect has recently come down the mountain for training. It's Dashian from Bingxian Peak. Yan did not hide the coldness in his tone at all. Go and bring him back. As a direct descendant of the Jingyi sect, he might know something. Dashian, when the two heard the name, a look of understanding appeared on their faces. They have always regarded the Jingyi sect as a thorn in their side, therefore, day and night, they study and speculate on this Qingzhou righteous leader, trying to collect all the information related to him. As the saying goes, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Naturally, they had also heard of Dashuan's name, the chief disciple of the ice fairy Bing Wanqing, one of the masters of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect. Just him? One of the middle-aged men asked. Yan sneered. I heard that he has an inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage following him. Just kill him. As he spoke, a dark ring in his hand flickered with light. Chapter 35. Junior brother is truly a genius, yet he can achieve this level without any spiritual roots. The night is bright and the stars are sparse. On a deserted plain, there was a faint fire flickering, patta, patta, in the silence. The sound of burning would seem particularly abrupt, and the air around was filled with a faint aroma of meat. Two young men sat facing each other in front of the campfire. It was Fong Ning and Dashian, who had been traveling for a whole day. Junior brother, what is this? Suddenly, Dashian asked out of the blue. Hearing this, Fong Ning, who was busy fiddling with firewood, replied without even looking up, barbecue, brother, you haven't even seen this? Nonsense, of course I know this is barbecue, but whose barbecue smells so good? Dashian is determined to pursue the Tao. Since he established his foundation and started fasting, he has rarely eaten these mundane foods. He thought he had given up on this idea a long time ago, but unexpectedly, junior brother, do you have this skill? Just the smell made him feel the urge to eat it heartily. Dashian spoke calmly, looking at his junior fellow apprentice who was busy flipping the roasted rabbit, and frowned slightly. Although you are only at the foundation establishment stage now, you should still think more about your future. It's best to eat less of such vulgar things. Not only does it taste terrible, but it also easily accumulates impurities in the body, which is ultimately not conducive to cultivation. Although he was a little unhappy that this little junior brother had snatched away some of the favor from his beloved master, but as the eldest senior brother, Dashian felt that it was necessary for him to give his junior brother more advice in such matters, so as to prevent him from taking many detours in the future. But before he could finish his words, Fong Ning's voice came to his ears. It's almost cooked, now it's time to add the seasoning. There was a hint of joy in his tone, not hateful. Are you listening to me? Dashian was a little angry as his junior fellow apprentice. He really doesn't take his senior fellow apprentice seriously. I don't know why the master asked me to take him down the mountain to gain experience. Could it be so that he can accumulate some experience in advance? Thinking of this, the expression on Dashuan's face became complicated. Can't be a tool. When Dashian was thinking about this, the next moment his nose twitched slightly. What does it taste like? It smells so good. He couldn't help but look down at Fong Ning, who was fiddling with the roasted rabbit. I saw a flash of white light in the little junior brother's hand, and dozens of bottles and jars of various sizes appeared in his hand. Under the control of spiritual power, the fine powder in the small bottles was evenly sprinkled on the roasted rabbit. At the same time, Fong Ning kept muttering, cumin, chili powder, salt, 5-spice powder. Following Fong Ning's actions, the already rich fragrance around seemed to be completely activated in an instant. Brother, what did you just say? Fong Ning held the roasted rabbit meat in his hand and looked up at Dashian. Dashian didn't say anything. The next moment, a sharp sword energy attacked the roasted rabbit in Fong Ning's hand. He cut it into two neatly and then returned to Dashian with half of the roasted rabbit meat. Eating it once in a while can be considered as training one's mind. Dashian thought so in his heart, and then he couldn't wait to take a bite. Tasty, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, crunchy. Dashuan's eyes widened slightly. Who would have thought that this ordinary wild rabbit without any spiritual energy could be so delicious? I never knew that my junior brother had such a skill. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry of swordsmanship mastery. Blue, you have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. A few lines of small words suddenly appeared on the panel in front of Fong Ning. He couldn't help but stop eating the barbecue. This is the second piece of entry fragment related to swordsmanship. Only 3 pieces left before another fusion. Junior brother, I have a question for you. Could you please help me? Just as Fong Ning was thinking about the questions related to the entry, Dashuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Fong Ning looked over and said, brother, please speak. Dashian nodded. From what I know, it seems that you don't have any spiritual roots, yes? Fong Ning nodded. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. But I saw that your fire control skills just now are not inferior to those of some cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Why is that? There was some doubt in Li Daoxuan's voice. Just now, when he was watching Fong Ning grilling meat, he had already noticed this from the way he was fiddling with the firewood driven by Fong Ning's spiritual power. The flame seemed to be controlled by his arms. As docile as an obedient pet, this is simply against common sense. Li Daoxian also has spiritual roots, but they are a little special. It is not the common 5 elements spiritual root, but an extremely special sword spiritual root. He was born with an exceptionally strong understanding of swordsmanship. It is for this reason that Li Daoxian chose to become a sword cultivator. Monks practice, naturally, you have to choose a path that suits your own spiritual roots, so that you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But Fong Ning is different. Li Daoxian heard Bing Wanqing say, my junior brother has no spiritual roots. But he can do things that even cultivators with spiritual roots cannot do easily. This was the first time that Li Daoxian had seen such a thing in his entire practice. I was naturally curious at the moment. Fong Ning was silent after hearing this. He knew that although the question asked by Li Daoxian touched upon the personal privacy of the cultivator, the other party actually had no ill intentions, simply because he has a sincere sword heart. He was confused, so he asked directly, it's not that I want to test my background. The reason for this is very simple. Entry. After obtaining the 5th piece of fire-related fragment from Sunnishan, Fong Ning couldn't wait to choose to fuse it. The result of this action is Fong Ning held a small wooden stick in his hand and casually stirred the campfire in front of him. In the personal panel, of the 5 fragments of entries related to fire attributes, only one golden one remained. Flame Fairy Current unlocked progress, 60%. That's right, after fusing 5 fragments of the same type. They all turned into the unlocking progress of Flame Immortal. As long as Fong Ning can push this progress to 100%, he can truly own this golden entry. Complete golden entry, and it is precisely because of the effect of the Flame Fairy entry, only Fong Ning can do things without spiritual roots that even cultivators with spiritual roots cannot do. In fact, Fong Ning has always had a doubt in his heart. After the same type of entries are merged, they can serve as the unlocking progress of a complete entry. What if there are different types of entries? Logically speaking, different types of entries should also be able to be integrated. But Fong Ning glanced at the gray plus sign still displayed behind the other entry fragments and had a few guesses in mind. Could it be that a complete entry is required to use the fusion function? After all, most of what he has now are just fragments of entries. I don't know why. Fong Ning raised his head and smiled at Li Daoxian. Maybe it's because I'm a genius? This possibility cannot be ruled out. To Fong Ning's surprise, Li Daoxian took this obvious joke seriously. The Ice Fairy Peak's chief disciple and talented swordsman said to Fong Ning seriously, junior brother, you are a genius. Chapter 36, Just a Strange Fire, a pill from my junior brother. True to the sect, Ice Fairy Peak Fong Xiaoyao was lying on the grass, feeling a little bored, with a piece of spiritual herb in his mouth. He sighed deeply and spat out the spiritual herb in his mouth that had been chewed to the point of losing its taste. Today is the 2nd day since my junior brother left the mountain. I miss him. Is everything okay, big brother? Fong Xiaoyao was a little worried. Don't mess with my junior brother, that idiot who only knows how to chop people with a sword. Master is really something. Big brother has already reached the Golden Core realm, and he's also a swordsman with unparalleled combat power. It's just a trip down the mountain for training. Why do you insist on asking junior brother to come along? Fong Xiaoyao was a little depressed. Even Bing Wanqing was blamed. Ever since his junior brother left, he suddenly felt that the entire Jingyi sect had become much more boring. I want to go to Zuichenlu, but I'm afraid of being caught by my master. The punishment is no joke, so annoying. Fong Xiaoyao put his hands behind his head and looked at the clouds floating in the sky with lifeless eyes. This cloud looks quite like my junior brother. Yeah, that one looks like it too. Junior brother, oh, junior brother, you must come back soon, senior brother Fong. Just when Fong Xiaoyao was feeling a little melancholy, a voice sounded in his ears. He turned around and saw that it was that person, Yu Zhou, dressed in black, bowed respectfully upon seeing this and said, junior brother, what's your name? Fong Xiaoyao glanced at him and couldn't quite remember his name. Apart from his junior fellow apprentice, he didn't bother to pay attention to the rest of them, and the aura on this guy is quite weak. It is estimated that he is at the 3rd or 4th level of foundation building. If the one who came to see him was a cute and lovely junior sister, then he might be able to pique some interest. As for junior brother, forget it, not every junior apprentice is a junior apprentice. Li Zhouxian's expression froze when he heard this, and a hint of gloom suddenly emerged in his heart. Damn Fong Xiaoyao, you weren't like this when you were hanging out with that wild kid Fong Ning. At that time, you were just about to put your warm face on someone else's cold, but why do you start putting on airs when you're in front of me? Damn Fong Ning, how exactly is this His Highness inferior to you? Why does everyone treat you differently? All of this should clearly belong to me. Zhou took a deep breath. His expression remained unchanged, still looking respectful and polite. Junior brother Zhou, following master's orders, I've come to invite senior brother Fong to go to Weapon Refining Peak to watch the gambling match between senior sisters Su and Qi. Sunnishan's gambling fight. Fong Xiaoyao was stunned when he heard this. When did this happen? How come I don't know? No wonder that violent girl didn't come to see my junior brother off when he went down the mountain. It turned out it was because of this incident. Sunnishan and Qi Lianqin, the old enemies, are almost known to everyone in the Jingyi sect. These two women always quarrel with each other. Before this, Sunnishan was probably preparing for a gambling fight with the other party. Well, there's nothing else to do anyway. Feng Xiaoyao stood up and dusted himself off. Since it's master's wish, let's go and take a look. After saying that, he changed his finger gestures and a breeze appeared under his feet. What are you doing? The next moment, Feng Xiaoyao frowned slightly and looked at Zhou Xian, who was approaching him. Well, Zhou Xian paused, his expression a little dazed. Brother, aren't you going to take me with you? There is quite a distance between Bingxian Peak and Weapon Refining Peak. Figure it out yourself. After Feng Xiaoyao said this, he instantly turned into a green light and disappeared on the spot. Are you kidding me? Why should I take you with me? Do you think you were a junior brother? Looking at Feng Xiaoyao's departing back, Zhou Xian was somewhat bewildered. Am I really that unpopular? After a while, Zhou Xian came to his senses and had to run towards the Weapon Refining Peak on his own. Damn it! It's all Fong Ning's fault. Zhou Xian's eyes were gloomy, but the next moment, as if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. You can't come back anyway. After a while, I want to see who will still remember you. Just wait, Fong Ning, everything you own now will eventually belong to me, including Senior Sister Su and Master Refining Peak. It is also one of the 13 main peaks of the Jingyi sect, different from the cold and ethereal Ice Fairy Peak. The overall color is blue and white. The main color of the Weapon Refining Peak is red. Even the soil on the peak appeared faintly dark red. The entire mountain of the Weapon Refining Peak is surrounded by an undispellable heat wave all year round, the fire. Attributed spiritual power here is the strongest in the Jingyi sect. The reason why such a strange scene is created is that it's all because there's an active volcano underneath the ground where the Weapon Refining Peak is located, and it's constantly flowing. At this time, on a stage on the Weapon Refining Peak, two slender figures were looking at each other from a distance. The floor tiles covering the entire arena were dark in color. These are floor tiles made by Yan Jinqing, the master of the Weapon Refining Peak, using his great supernatural powers to refine volcanic rocks and many other hard materials, extremely hard. It is enough to withstand the full force of a Jindan realm cultivator, and this is where Sunnishan and Qi Lianqin made a bet. Sunnishan, you really are brave. I thought you would be too scared to come. Like Sunnishan, Qi Lianqin also loves red dresses. The only difference is that because it is hot on the refining peak all year round, the clothes worn by Qi Lianqin are much cooler. Qi Lianqin's exposed skin is wheat-colored, and she looks like a wild leopard full of explosive power, full of wild beauty. At this moment, the pair of red eyes were staring at Sunnishan not far away. Why shouldn't I come? Sunnishan's tone was filled with disdain. Just relying on that strange fire in your hand? How ridiculous, you. Qi Lianqin was furious when she heard this, but she quickly calmed down and sneered. Don't try to be so good at talking. I'm going to beat you until you're convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of red-orange flame suddenly ignited in Qi Lianqin's hand. Different from the flames that monks create using their own spiritual power, the high temperature emitted by this ball of red-orange flame is extremely terrifying. Under this terrifying high temperature, even the space around it showed signs of distortion. It seems as if it cannot withstand the power of the flame. This fire is called Scarlet Sky Flame. Qi Lianqin's tone was full of pride. A full-strength burst is enough to severely injure a peak-level Jindan cultivator. I want to see how long you can last. After saying that, Qi Lianqin shouted and suddenly poured her own spiritual power into Qi Xiaoyan. The fire instantly increased by another 3 points. It almost covered the entire arena. In response, Sunnishan just smiled faintly. The sachet on her waist flashed white light, and a fiery red pill was stuffed into her mouth. The eye and the lowered eyes, the shadow of a fire phoenix flashed faintly. On a high platform next to the ring, a muscular man with a red beard cheered loudly. Good job. Training your mind. That's it. Defeat your opponent in one go. The big man with red beard is Yan Jinqing, the master of the Weapon Refining Peak. He is also Qi Lianqin's master. Like Bing Wanqing, he is also a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Master Bing Fang, it seems my disciple has won this time. Yan Jinqing glanced at the almost omnipresent Qi Xiaoyan on the stage. I feel extremely relaxed. It's just not for myself, but for Qi Lianqin. A master naturally knows best what his disciple is like. For so long, Qi Lianqin has had only one goal in mind, that is to defeat Sunnishan once and for all. Now it seems that this time I will finally get what I want. Bing Wanqing, who was sitting next to Yan Jinqing, did not show any obvious emotional fluctuations, just said lightly, it's better not to jump to conclusions before the outcome is determined. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinqing burst into laughter. Master Bing Fang, I will tell you the truth. The thick finger pointed in the direction of the ring. I spent a lot of effort to obtain this scarlet sky flame from somewhere else. It's the most suitable fire for training the mind. With the blessing of Scarlet Sky Flame, the power of her fire-attributed spiritual energy and magic can be increased by at least 4 levels. No matter how good Nishang is, she can never be a match for Lianqin. Bing Wanqing remained unmoved upon hearing this, just because a few days ago, she had read these few lines in the diary in her arms. Senior Sister Su wants to gamble with Qi Lianqin. This is really hard on me. I am only at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It is difficult for me to refine the 8th grade elixir, Phoenix Blood Pill. But, never mind. Just consider it my bad luck. Senior Sister Sue was pretty nice to me, so I might as well help her this time. Take 3 drops of blood from Senior Sister Sue's tongue tip, add some fire attribute herbs, and the resulting Phoenix blood pill will be able to stimulate her Fire Phoenix bloodline to its full potential. Although it can still only exert the power of the Golden Core realm, it is enough. After all, who can play with fire better than the Fire Phoenix? Sunnishan. Admit defeat. The power of this Scarlet Skyflame is not as simple as you think. If you keep trying, you'll probably have to stay in bed for 3 months. On the stage, Qi Lianqing raised his hand casually, and the red-orange Qi Xiaoyan surrounded him like a loyal guard. The omnipresent raging fire has completely covered the entire arena. It seemed as if announcing that the outcome was already decided. Yeah. Suddenly, amidst the raging flames, a proud voice rang out, like the cry of a phoenix. The next moment, the ubiquitous red-orange flames actually shrank and moved towards one direction, and Qi Lianqing's face suddenly changed, because she felt that even the origin fire of the red sky flame that she controlled was slightly affected at this moment. It was as if something was fighting with her for control. Could it be? No, impossible. Absolutely not. Qi Lianqing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with horror. Qi Xiaoyan? It's a nice name. I want it. The previous voice suddenly rose a few notches, as if giving orders. At this moment, Qi Lianqing inexplicably felt a sense of panic, because she found that the Qi Xiaoyan that she had refined was showing signs of leaving her at this moment. Aren't you coming? After the last 3 words were spoken, Qi Xiaoyan finally broke free from Qi Lianqing's control. The flames in the sky gathered, then a road of fire was opened up. A figure in red slowly walked out, surrounded by flames, like a queen of fire, noble and elegant. Beside him, Qi Xiaoyan was like a well-behaved pet. You. Qi Lianqing, who was suddenly severely injured, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. You actually stole my Scarlet Sky Flame? Chapter 37. Fong Ning, being thought of again. You actually stole my Scarlet Sky Flame? On the refining peak, Qi Lianqing's extremely shocked voice resounded through the sky, ignoring the figure in front of her that looked like a queen of fire. She looked down at her palm in a daze. Am I dreaming? The master had spent so much effort to find the Qi Xiaoyan for me, the Scarlet Sky Flame that he had just refined not long ago, just gone like that. It's gone so easily. Qi Lianqing couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She knew Sunnishan was powerful, but the gap between the two will never be so big. There must be something wrong here. Give me back the Scarlet Sky Flame. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the next moment Qi Lianqing suddenly jumped up. He endured the piercing pain in his lower abdomen, mobilized his spiritual power, and rushed towards Sunnishan at an extremely fast speed. Even with the Scarlet Sky Flame, you were no match for me. Several fiery red lines appeared on Sunnishan's face, and flames seemed to be flowing in them even more so now. A jade-white palm stretched out, and a burst of hot spiritual power suddenly burst out from it. Qi Lianqing had just reached the opponent when he was blown away again by the sudden and terrifying spiritual power. Damn it, how so? On the high platform, Yan Xinqing, who had been closely watching the movements of the 2 people on the ring, punched the stone wall behind him. He stood up suddenly, heavy breathing coming out of his mouth. What kind of secret technique is this? He was able to snatch the Scarlet Sky Flame from Lian Xian in an instant. He turned his head and looked at Bing Wanqing, as if he wanted to get an answer from her. Bing Wanqing frowned. She didn't know how to explain. The trace of Fire Phoenix blood in Nishang's body is her biggest secret. The Phoenix blood pill that Fong Ning gave her only allowed her to unleash the power she should have possessed. This also meant that Bing Wanqing was destined not to tell Yan Xinqing the truth. Master. At this moment, a green light fell from the sky and quickly came to Bing Wanqing. Greetings, Master Yanfeng. Feng Xiaoyao clasped his fists towards the big man. Snort. Yan Xinqing ignored him, snorted coldly, and sat back down again, looking at the 2 people on the stage again. The fight isn't over yet. He was well aware of his disciple's stubborn temper. If the competition ends at this time, she will never accept it. Maybe then he will even blame himself as his master. Bing Wanqing nodded at Feng Xiaoyao. She called him over because she originally hoped that Feng Xiaoyao could learn something from the battle between the 2 direct disciples of the Jindan realm. Unexpectedly, the battle ended so quickly. No, this gambling fight was one-sided from beginning to end. Has the competition not started yet? Looking at the 2 people standing again on the ring, Feng Xiaoyao asked curiously. If I had known, I would have come slower. Snort. Before Feng Xiaoyao could finish his words, Yan Xinqing beside him snorted again. No, what's wrong with you, sore throat? Feng Xiaoyao looked towards Yan Xinqing with some confusion, and happened to meet his gaze. A gulp. Feng Xiaoyao swallowed hard, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Feng Xiaoyao, please stay at my weapon refining peak for a while. I have something to say to you. Yan Xinqing had a fake smile on his face, which made Feng Xiaoyao break out in a cold sweat. No, who did I offend? I didn't do anything. From Yan Xinqing's every move, Feng Xiaoyao felt that he was being targeted, and more importantly, why didn't my master say a word even though he was right next to me? Could it be that he tacitly approved of the other party's behavior? But why me? This doesn't look like a good thing. It's over. Suddenly, Bing Wanqing uttered 3 words lightly. Upon hearing this, Yan Xinqing immediately turned his head and looked towards the arena. At this moment, Sunnishan was the only one still standing on the ring. Qi Lianqing, who was standing opposite her, had fainted on the ring due to exhaustion of spiritual power. Master Yanfeng, in that case, I will take Nishan and leave first. Bing Wanqing spoke lightly, and then swung out a dark blue spiritual power from her hand, pulling Su Nishan on the ring into her arms, and in the meantime calming the other party's spiritual power that was still in an excited state. Master, wait for me. Seeing that Bing Wanqing really left with Su Nishan without looking back, Feng Xiaoyao suddenly became anxious. What's going on? Why did Master really run away without me? I don't want to stay in the weapon refining peak. The disciples here are all rough men. It doesn't suit my personality. Run away. Feng Xiaoyao made up his mind, but just as he was about to take action, he found that he could not mobilize any spiritual power in his body. Not only that, he was nailed to the spot, unable to move. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Yan Jinqing turned his head to look at Feng Xiaoyao, his tiger eyes full of thought. Someone come, yes. Yan Jinqing gave an order and several muscular men surrounded him immediately. Those huge, well-defined muscles seemed to be coated with a secret essential oil.I in the sunlight. It even emits a bronze glow. Take this kid away first. I'll come and question him after I've settled Lian Xin down. Yes. Master. These inner disciples of the weapon refining peak are all big and strong men. In their hearts, Master Yan Jinqing's words must be listened to. So they immediately surrounded Feng Xiaoyao, who was unable to move, with a chuckle. Brother Feng, we advise you not to resist. Yes, yes. If Master gets angry, it will be very scary. Brother, just be obedient and we won't make things difficult for you. Hey. Feng Xiaoyao's face changed drastically in an instant. Just as he was about to speak, he found that his mouth was also blocked by Yan Jinqing's spell. Looking at the group of strong men wearing essential oils who were getting closer and closer to him, he could only scream madly in his heart, "Don't come over here." Master, as soon as Qi Lianqing opened her eyes, she saw Yan Jinqing's unusually broad back. The two of them were currently at the top of the weapon refining peak. Not far away is the crater that is famous throughout the Jingyi sect. The temperature here is even more terrifying than on the mountainside or at the foot of the mountain, but both of them are monks who practice fire attribute techniques in such an environment. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, I felt even more comfortable. Moreover, the martial arts that Qi Lianqing practiced was called Kuei-Gong Lava Gong, and the surrounding environment actually helped her recover. How does it feel? Yan Jinqing spoke in a deep voice. The disciple is fine now, although his face was still pale. Qi Lianqing was born with a stubborn character who would never give in. How could I allow myself to appear so weak in front of my master? Do you hate Su Nishan for stealing your Qi Shaoyan? Yan Jinqing suddenly asked out of the blue. No hate. Qi Lianqing shook her head, her tone extremely firm. I can only blame myself for not being as skilled as others. I just feel a little ashamed of all the effort Master has put in before. Yan Jinqing finally smiled when he heard this. Finally, his disciple did not disappoint him. The answer she gave was exactly what he wanted to hear. It's just a scarlet skyflame, it's nothing. Yan Jinqing waved his hand and said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll find another rare fire for you. I, Yan Jinqing's disciple, can afford to lose. For a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it is not difficult to find a rare fire. Yan Jinqing was just afraid that his disciple would be devastated by the huge blow he suffered this time and would never recover. That was the real loss for his weapon refining peak. This gambling fight is a bit strange. After a moment, Yan Jinqing spoke again. The gap between you and Su Nishan isn't that big to begin with, and with Qi Shaoyan's help, you shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Master means. Qi Lianqing supported herself on the ground and stood up, looking at Yan Jinqing. During your competition, I saw Su Nishan stuff a pill into her mouth. Perhaps that's why you lost. Yan Jinqing said thoughtfully, but on this ice fairy peak, apart from that Dan Yangzi, no one is proficient in the art of alchemy. According to Bing Wanqing's personality, she would not take the initiative to provide Su Nishan with convenience. Someone is helping Su Nishan behind the scenes. Qi Lianqing was very clever and quickly grasped the key point, and he's also a master of alchemy. Don't rule out this possibility. Yan Jinqing nodded upon hearing this, so I kept Feng Xiaoyao here, hoping to get something out of this kid. This time, it was Qi Lianqing's turn to be surprised. Is Bingfang Master so easy to talk to? He actually left his own disciple in our weapon refining peak. Snort. Yan Jinqing waved his palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan. Easy to talk to. Do you think Master gave away that scarlet sky flame for nothing? Bing Wanqing probably also knew what he meant, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so willing to keep Feng Xiaoyao. That is to say, Feng Xiaoyao's one-day use rate equals Qi Shaoyan. I want to see who made that pill. There was a gleam in Yan Jinqing's eyes. Chapter 38. Zhou Xian, tired and darkened. The main hall of the weapon refining peak was shrouded in a very stuffy air. The overall layout and decoration here still presents a dark red colored. It fits the tone of this vein very well. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyao, who was hanging upside down on the beam in the hall, looked as if he had lost all hope in life. In addition, his own spiritual power was sealed by Yan Jinqing's spell, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head, making his entire face a little red. But this is not the scariest thing. Hey! Brother Feng, are you okay? In the hall, more than a dozen burly men, their bodies covered in a layer of secret essential oil, surrounded him. Master should be here soon, just hold on. Heaven and earth, conscience, Feng Xiaoyao had never been in the same room with so many male cultivators in his life, in such a weird posture. Among the 13 main peaks of Jingyi sect, apart from the Zhanshan peak, the refining peak has the most male disciples. Moreover, because the weapon refining peak also has the responsibility of producing magical weapons, the male disciples here are even more exaggerated in size than the disciples of the immortal war peak. After all, smelting materials requires swinging a sledgehammer to forge iron, and these are definitely muscle-building exercises. Feng Xiaoyao didn't want to talk at this moment. He just wanted to be alone. Surrounded by so many men, he really didn't feel very safe. Junior brother, when will you come back? I miss you so much. Just when Feng Xiaoyao was feeling sad, two figures walked in from outside the hall. One of them was extremely tall and strong. Master. Upon seeing this, the inner disciples all bowed respectfully. Yan Jinqing nodded and looked at Feng Xiaoyao, who was hanging upside down on the beam with a strange expression on his face. You guys go out first. He waved his hand. No one is allowed to disturb us without my order, yes. With the departure of these strong men, there were soon only 3 people left in the hall. The atmosphere at the scene was so silent that it was a little scary. Call out. Yan Jinqing snapped his fingers, and Feng Xiaoyao, who was upside down, quickly changed his position. Now he looked at Yan Jinqing and the hot female cultivator beside him with a look of grievance. Master Yanfeng, what exactly do you want to do? I just like talking to smart people. It saves a lot of trouble. Yan Jinqing smiled and walked a few steps in front of Feng Xiaoyao. His burly figure cast a big shadow in front of Feng Xiaoyao. Do you know why Sunnishan has made such rapid progress in such a short period of time? Feng Xiaoyao was stunned at first when he heard this, then he spoke with great courage. Master Yanfeng. Sunnishan is my senior sister. How can I easily really? Then I'll keep you hanging for 2 more days. Renqin, let's go. Yan Jinqing turned around and left without any hesitation. Qi Lianqin, who was following him, also made a gesture to follow him. No. Feng Xiaoyao saw this and hurriedly shouted, Master Yanfeng. Although Sunnishan is my biological senior sister, but on the other hand, we are all one and the same, the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect. Is there anything that can't be talked about openly? Yan Jinqing paused when he heard this, a smile appeared on his lips, and then he turned to look at Feng Xiaoyao again. Don't worry, I'm just a little curious. I won't have any other ideas. Just tell me what you know. I promise I won't make it difficult for you. You've made it difficult for me, Feng Xiaoyao complained weakly in his heart, then he forced himself to speak. Actually, all of this is just my guess. I'm sorry, junior brother. Senior brother was also forced to do this. Feng Xiaoyao sighed and told some of his guesses. As he spoke, the light in Qi Lianqin and Yan Jinqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. Fong Ning, Yan Jinqing touched his chin, looking thoughtful. I seem to have some impression of this name. After pondering carefully for a while, Yan Jinqing suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Isn't this the guy Bing Wanqing insisted on choosing during the intersect disciple assessment? Feng Xiaoyao's face twitched. Master Yanfeng, I know you were very excited, but can you pat your legs? Have you ever thought about how terrible the damage would be if your palm as big as a palm fan hit my thin legs? Fong Ning, Qi Lianqin on the side also subconsciously repeated the name. The reason why Sunnishan has become so strong, is it all related to him, an inner disciple who hasn't yet formed a pill? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Qi Lianqin stretched, revealing her beautiful figure. Damn it. At this time, outside the main hall of the weapon refining peak, Zhou Xian, dressed in black, was panting with exhaustion and sweating all over his body. We finally arrived. Feng Xiaoyao refused to take him with him, so he could only rely on his own legs to run here step by step. At this moment, he was only at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Such a long distance really made him very tired. Which peak are you from? Before he could catch his breath, several majestic figures appeared before him. Bling bling. Zhou Xian looked up in shocked eye in the sunlight. A muscular man with a bronze luster all over his body looked down at him and asked. I am a disciple of Bingxian Peak. I came here to observe the competition between senior sisters Su and Qi. Zhou Xian swallowed his saliva. When he was in the palace, he was oppressed for a long time, and he was malnourished and short and thin. Compared with the burly inner disciple of the weapon refining peak in front of him, he looked like a dwarf. Such a huge feeling of oppression made Zhou Xian feel frightened, and he couldn't help but take several steps back. Competition? The man frowned upon hearing this, and his whole face fell in an instant. His senior sister lost so badly. What a good thing this kid is, he wants to rush over to watch a competition now. Do you want to see the eldest sister make a fool of herself? What Zhou Xian didn't know was of the Lianqi peak lineage, from the master to the disciples, is very united, especially Qi Lianqin. She was able to hold the position of the eldest senior sister of the weapon refining peak as a woman. I wonder how many disciples in the weapon refining peak admire her so much. The man in front of me is naturally no exception. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Xian with an increasingly unfriendly look. This kid is here to cause trouble, right? There's nothing to see. No one is allowed to approach here for the time being. Get out of here. Thinking of this, he waved his hand impatiently. Hot. Zhou Xian's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Senior brother, is there some misunderstanding here? It was clearly Master who asked me to come and see this. How come it's over just when I arrived? If I said no, it means no. If you continue to make trouble, I won't be polite. The man had already determined that Zhou Xian was here to laugh at his senior sister, and spiritual power was already gathering in his fist. Okay. I'll leave now. Brother, please don't be angry. Zhou Xian was shocked when he saw this. Shocked by the other person's aura, he quickly apologized with a smile. Humph. Get out of here. The man looked at Zhou Xian with disdain. This kind of bastard dares to come and laugh at the senior sister's joke. Zhou Xian lowered his head and clenched his hands tightly in his wide sleeves. This look, he is so familiar. Damn it, how dare you look at me like that? The emotions of anger and violence continued to surge and swell in Zhou Xian's heart. He seemed to be back in that dark palace. Damn Fong Ning, damn Feng Xiaoyao, damn Jingyi sect. Chapter 39. Will everything written in the diary come true? Ice Fairy Peak, beside a cold pond. Bing Wanqing, dressed in a dark blue feathered robe, stood quietly by the pond, her beautiful eyes fixed on a figure in the cold pond. The blazing fire swirled around it. The perfect figure in the cold pond looks like a blooming flaming rose, a true fire queen. His call, an extremely light breathing sound, was heard, mixed with a bit of hot spiritual power. It actually caused ripples to appear throughout the entire cold pond. The Fire Phoenix bloodline is about to improve again. Looking at the various strange sights before her, Bing Wanqing's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Sure enough, the next moment, a high-pitched phoenix cry came from the cold pond. The noble meaning contained in it was self-evident. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, Bing Wanqing frowned slightly, raised her hand, and countless ice blue spiritual powers burst out from her fingertips, quickly forming an ice blue barrier. The sound of the phoenix and the spiritual power fluctuations it generated were completely isolated in this small world. Master. Soon after Bing Wanqing finished all this, she heard an ecstatic voice. I did it. In the cold pond, a fiery red figure rapidly rose to the surface of the water and then walked on the water. Bing Wanqing's pair of dark blue eyes saw very clearly. In the void above Sunnishan's head, a shadow of a fire phoenix flashed by, and in his eyes, Bing Wanqing seemed to see a glimmer of humanity. This is, before Bing Wanqing could think carefully, Sunnishan rushed to her with excitement, holding a ball of red-orange flame in her white and tender palm. Disciple has completely refined this Scarlet Sky Flame. I can feel that my cultivation has improved a lot. Everyone could hear the excitement in Sunnishan's tone. Although in the eyes of the outside world, she is the gifted and extremely arrogant fire fairy, but in front of my own master, he is still a child who likes to act like a spoiled child occasionally. Bing Wanqing nodded. Do you feel any discomfort? No. I feel amazing. At this moment, Sunnishan's face was flushed. The Crimson Sky Flame, a rare fire naturally nurtured by heaven and earth, actually has great benefits for my Fire Phoenix bloodline. I feel, if I could be given a little more time, I might be able to reach the late Golden Core realm before my senior brother. Sunnishan looked down at the Qishayan in her hand, and her words were filled with extremely strong confidence. In the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. After listening to what Sunnishan said, Bing Wanqing actually shook her head. You have just broken through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Don't rush it. Take your time. Don't rush things and ruin your foundation. Disciple understands. Sunnishan nodded without saying anything more. A master won't harm me, so I'd better do as she says. The pill you took earlier, was it given to you by Fong Ning? After a moment of silence, Bing Wanqing spoke again, but there seemed to be an inexplicable meaning in the tone. Yes. Sunnishan didn't notice the change in her master's tone, and nodded without hesitation. She had never thought of hiding it from Bing Wanqing. Junior brother, he is really amazing. First, he helped me calm down the outburst of the Fire Phoenix bloodline and prevented me from dying. Afterwards, he refined a Phoenix blood pill specifically for her, allowing her to easily win the bet with Qi Lianxin, and incidentally, he also stole one of the other party's rare fires. Junior brother, how many secrets are you still hiding? Sunnishan thought of this and asked impatiently, Master, do you know when my junior brothers will be back? I don't know, Bing Wanqing shook her head. According to Dashian's personality, if he doesn't make a breakthrough during this training, he'll probably have to stay out for a while longer. I see. Sunnishan couldn't help feeling a little regretful when she heard this. For some reason, she now felt an urgent need to share her joy with Fong Ning. This little pervert isn't that annoying. Bing Wanqing naturally noticed the change in Sunnishan's expression. My heart suddenly became more complicated. Does this evil disciple really have such great abilities? She touched the diary she carried close to her bosom again. Will all of these things come true? Will Nikhang really have her Fire Phoenix bloodline extracted and be suppressed under the vast ocean? When I think of this, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but become a little nervous. At first she was unwilling to believe it. He believed that Fong Ning was a bad disciple who liked to talk nonsense, had no respect for his teachers, and was a bit lustful, but as a series of things happened around Fong Ning, Bing Wanqing's heart was finally shaken. She couldn't help wanting to understand Fong Ning. Even the number of times I flipped through the diary in my arms has obviously increased. But then again, why hasn't this kid written in his diary for several days? Did you run into some trouble outside? Bing Wanqing thought to herself, or find a chance to go see him? At the same time, an idea also came to Sunnishan's mind. I don't have anything to do right now anyway. Or go down the mountain to look for my junior brothers. Brother, are you ready? Fong Ning took a deep breath and asked Li Daoshan, who was sitting opposite him. Ready. Li Daoshan nodded, looking a little nervous. Okay. Listen to my command. 1, 2, 3. Get started. After Fong Ning shouted, he rushed out without hesitation. The movements were so swift and fierce, as if they had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Clang. Li Daoshan was also not vague. He stabbed a hare in the grass with the long sword in his hand at an extremely tricky angle. Yeah. Seeing this, Fong Ning finally showed a hint of joy on his face. Call after the attack was successful, Li Daoshan felt relieved. With a swipe of his sword, he handed the lifeless hare to Fong Ning. Under my sword, there is no escape. Li Daoshan put away his sword and stood up, his tone full of complacency. Junior brother, go and clean up this rabbit quickly so we can grill it. As he spoke, Li Daoshan couldn't help but wipe the corner of his mouth with his hand, because at this time some liquid was rapidly secreted from his mouth. Who understands? I originally didn't want to eat these mundane foods, but my junior brother's cooking skills are so good. About half an hour later, the two sat around a campfire again. The flickering flames made the faces of the two people appear bright and dark. After a long while, Fong Ning finally spoke. Big brother, how long will it take us to get out of this wasteland? Without using spiritual power, it will take about 3 days. Li Daoshan stared intently at the two plump rabbits hanging on the bonfire. He answered subconsciously. 3 days? Fong Ning nodded, and the fingers of his hand changed slightly, and the fire instantly decreased a lot. He reached out and selected a few bottles from the pile of bottles and cans, and sprinkled them on the roasted rabbit. Big brother, have you always come to this place when you go down the mountain to train? Yes. Although Li Daoshan was focused on the hare, he instantly came to his senses when the topic of cultivation came up. I took a reluctant look at the roasted rabbit. He said solemnly, as sword cultivators, we should follow the path of truth and temper ourselves with the mighty power of heaven and earth. Grow your knowledge, travel far, and swing your sword 1,000,000 times. Only in this way can you understand your own sword path. Fong Ning's eyes twitched slightly. To put it bluntly, you're asking for trouble, junior brother. What did you say? Fong Ning's voice was too soft and Li Daoshan could hardly hear it clearly. Nothing much to say. I just wanted to say, big brother, you're so ambitious. Fong Ning began to praise. So, junior brother, do you understand what I mean? Suddenly, Li Daoshan asked in a serious tone. What do you mean? Fong Ning was a little slow to react for a moment. That's how the eldest brother is. No matter what, he always likes to say something that people can't understand. I mean, seeing the bewildered look on the face of his junior brother, Li Daoshan took a deep breath and said seriously, this is true not only for sword training, but also for spiritual practice. You are still young and haven't formed your core yet, so stop hanging around with Feng Xiaoyao. After spending these few days together, Li Daoshan gradually changed his opinion of Fong Ning. Junior brother has good talent and a decent character. Although he had taken away the master's favor, he couldn't be blamed, because even he had unconsciously developed a better impression of this junior fellow. In this case, how could he watch his junior brother fall into depravity? The road to becoming an immortal is long. It would be such a pity if I couldn't eat my junior brother's barbecue in the future. No, it would be such a pity if I couldn't be with my junior brother. Don't go to places like Zuixinlu. Li Daoshan frowned, it will be of no benefit to your practice. I think it's okay. At least someone gave me a fragment of an entry the first time I went there, Fong Ning complained in his heart, but did not express his thoughts out loud. The eldest brother is still the eldest brother, exactly the same as in the previous life. The heart of pursuing the Tao is firm. The sword art he practices also reflects the upright and gentlemanly style, but when Fong Ning thought about the future fate of his senior brother, he couldn't help but sigh. A swordsmanship prodigy like the eldest brother shouldn't have such a dismal exit. Or help him. There was a hint of struggle in Fong Ning's expression. Chapter 40. My barbecue. Damn it, I had clearly made up my mind to keep a distance from these seniors. Why do I feel like I'm getting deeper and deeper into trouble now? Looking up at the full moon in the night sky, Fong Ning felt a little melancholy. That guy Zhou Xian is really difficult to deal with. The son of destiny for a world is not just talk. As long as you face it, you will be risking your life, just like myself. In order to snatch the Buddha Tower from the other party, I have to make full preparations in advance, and you also have to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Shit, it's all Zhou Xian's fault, that bastard. Why couldn't he die sooner? Why do you have to live in this world and make people feel disgusted? I just want to live forever. I don't want to get involved in so many things. According to your own plan, he should quickly improve his strength, form a golden elixir, obtain a complete golden entry, and then run away. The sky is so big and the earth is so big, where can't I go? No matter how awesome Zhou Xian is, that will be in the future. 9 states in Singshuan realm, the territory of each state is vast, stretching for countless billions of miles. At that time, just go to other states to avoid the limelight temporarily. Even if Zhou Xian turns the entire Qingzhou upside down, it has nothing to do with him. But Fong Ning was a little annoyed. Why are these senior brothers and sisters a little different from my memories of my previous life? Why are they so nice to me? Junior brother? Did you hear me? Li Daoxian looked at Fong Ning, who was suddenly dazed, and his tone couldn't help but soften. Could it be that what I said was a little too harsh? Junior brother is still young, so it's normal for him to be a bit playful. No matter how wrong a thing is, it's all Feng Xiaodao's fault. As a senior brother, not only did he fail to set a good example for his junior brother, but on the contrary he led him into depravity. The more Li Daoxian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. It seems I need to have a good talk with Feng Xiaoyao after returning. Li Daoxian touched the scabbard beside him and had made up his mind. Fong Ning still knew nothing about this and just poured various seasonings on the roasted rabbit. He has always been quite particular about gourmet food. Not far away, behind a huge stone wall, the two male cultivators in black looked at each other and nodded. Confirmed. That guy with the sword is the Li Daoxian that the sixth elder mentioned. There was a hint of excitement in the two people's extremely low voices. As for Fong Ning, who was grilling meat nearby, they subconsciously ignored it. He is just an inner disciple. How can he be as important as Li Daoxian in their eyes? After all, the other party is very likely to know the whereabouts of the key that both the saint and the sixth elder dream of. What do you mean? Just do it? One of them asked. Both of them are in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and have been immersed in this realm for a long time. Even if Li Daoxian is a sword immortal with extremely terrifying combat power, they are confident that they can defeat him. As for the kid in the Foundation establishment stage next to him, just kill him. Anyway, the sixth elder only told them to try their best to bring Li Daoxian back. As for other people, it probably doesn't matter what happens, right, as long as Li Daoxian can be brought back. Maybe he can get a chance to meet Her Highness the Saint. That is the belief of all the followers of the demonic sect. Not everyone can have this kind of blessing. Just thinking about this, a flame rose in the hearts of both of them at the same time. Don't be impatient. Wait a moment. The other person decided to be more patient and advised, wait until they start eating before we take action. People are often least vigilant when they are enjoying themselves. Good. The other person also felt that what his companion said made sense and forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart. Only, why does the barbecue made by these two guys smell so good? Why do I feel like eating, big brother? Fong Ning took a roasted rabbit from the campfire rack and handed it to Li Daoxian. There seems to be someone behind the stone wall behind us. He looked normal as he spoke, with almost no sign of anything unusual. Li Daoxian frowned slightly when he heard this, and almost subconsciously reached out to draw his sword. The wasteland they were in was sparsely populated. Apart from some unintelligent beasts, there are no living creatures to be found, but at this midnight, there were actually two people hiding behind a stone wall not far from them. Li Daoxian didn't believe that these two people just happened to pass by. A master had told him long ago, the world of immortal cultivation outside is extremely cruel. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others. In the past, many disciples of Jingyi sect who went out for training died in unclear circumstances, and in the end, even their bodies were never found. If the life tablet hanging in the sect had not been broken, I'm afraid even the news of his death won't be passed back. Don't worry, we can try a trick. Seeing that Li Daoxian was about to take action, Fong Ning hurriedly tried to dissuade him. How can a head-on battle be as satisfying as a sneak attack from behind? It is true that the other party is plotting against them, but doesn't Fong Ning also want to take advantage of them? Since the battle can be resolved at the lowest cost, why bother spending more effort? Fong Ning cherishes his life very much. So if someone wanted to kill him, he had to take the other person's life first. Li Daoxian nodded imperceptibly when he heard this, although Fong Ning's approach was different from his usual style, but after a little hesitation, he decided to do it according to Fong Ning's method. Only obviously, my cultivation is higher. Why was it that my junior brother was able to discover those two guys before me? Li Daoxian was a little confused, but he soon felt relieved. After all, my junior brother is a genius. The two pretended not to know and continued stuffing the barbecue into their mouths. Finally, at a certain moment, a loud shout came from behind the two of them. Die. Behind the stone wall, two black shadows suddenly jumped out, emitting extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The dark spiritual power was like a group of demons dancing wildly, attacking Fong Ning and Li Daoxian with a gloomy aura. The icy chill that permeated the air seemed to completely freeze the blood and spiritual energy of the two people, but this chill was different from the one on Bing Wanqing. Bing Wanqing's coldness is due to the ice spiritual power she has cultivated. The chillness from these two people is a kind of coldness that comes from the bones. It was as if countless wrong souls were roaring in my ears, and such a special spiritual power fluctuation in Qingzhou. It only appears in members of the demonic sect. Fong Ning's heart moved slightly. The Xuanjin Baojian in the body automatically operates as the three-colored flames flashed. 3 elements fire ignited in his palm, and then quickly spread throughout his body. For this kind of cold spiritual power, the most yang and powerful fire attribute magic has a natural restraining effect. In addition, he has a piece of flame immortal fragment on him, so there shouldn't be any major problems in the short term. If that doesn't work, Fong Ning's fingers trembled slightly, and a faint blue storage bag hanging on his waist began to emit a bright white light. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. You bold rat! How dare you plot against us? Li Daoxian was furious, and sword energy surged around him. Sword shadows appeared in the sky, surrounding him and trembling. The two people in front of me are both in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and are quite powerful. You must go all out and win quickly. If this takes too long, I'm afraid junior brother will be in danger. Li Daoxian thought so in his heart and glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, a voice filled with grief and indignation rang out from the wasteland. My barbecue. Chapter 41. Touch my junior brother? Die. After the dark spiritual power filled with cold aura collided with Li Dashuan's sword energy in an instant, a large amount of dust and gravel was stirred up, covering the sky and the sun. By the bonfire, Li Dashian watched helplessly as the tempting barbecue he had not yet finished eating turned into dry firewood in an instant. Obviously it can no longer be eaten. Upon seeing this, the eyes of this unparalleled swordsman turned red in an instant. Damn it, you two bastards, do you know how delicious the barbecue made by my junior brother is? This is such a waste of resources. Amidst the emotional upheaval, the sword shadows surrounding Li Dashian also began to become restless. Countless sword sounds rang out at this moment, with itself as the center. The area within a radius of 10 miles instantly turned into a sword domain. Die! Li Dashian waved his hand, and the sword shadows in the sky split into two, and rushed towards the two men in black without mercy. Fong Ning had already retreated behind Li Dashian. His entire body was covered in a layer of three-colored flames, leaving no part uncovered. There are dozens of fire crow guards around him. As soon as it senses a cold and gloomy aura approaching, it will be completely burned. Tisk. Is this the sword cultivator who possesses the innate sword bone? Fong Ning sighed inwardly. Although those two guys from the demonic sect were also in the middle stage of the golden core realm, they were no match for Li Dashian. The combat power of sword cultivators is no joke. They may have expected that Li Dashian was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Are they after the key? Fong Ning pondered in his heart. If it weren't for this reason, Fong Ning really couldn't understand why the remnants of the demonic sect, who had been lurking in Qingzhou for more than 20 years, would frequently appear at this time. Moreover, he even dared to openly attack the disciples of Jingyi sect so boldly. Was this the message passed on by the black-robed man who had been seen at the auction house before? That little bastard from the Jingyi sect really has some abilities. The two black-robed men who were fighting against Li Dashian had changed their expressions at this moment. It was exactly the same as Fong Ning had guessed. They really didn't expect Li Dashian to be so powerful. He was actually able to defeat both of them by himself. Damn it, so what, isn't it just a roasted rabbit? Before joining the Heavenly Demon sect, both of them were already well-known independent cultivators in Qingzhou. Now that he was being beaten by a junior like Li Dashian, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Demon lock. The two of them looked at each other, quickly made hand gestures, and summoned their own magic weapons in tacit understanding. The next moment, two black iron chains as thick as pythons, controlled by their owners, quickly attacked Li Dashian. The demonic lock is forged from extremely lean materials. It is the iconic magic weapon of the demon sect. It is a great treasure for trapping enemies. Although the sword energy that Li Dashian mobilized was extremely sharp, as long as the heavenly demon lock could get close to the opponent, the spiritual power in his body could be blocked instantly. At that time, the winner will be decided in just a moment. As long as they get rid of him, won't the remaining Foundation Establishment realm kid be at their mercy? It was already dark at this time, and the pitch-black demon lock was extremely difficult to detect under the cover of the night and the dark spiritual power. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Li Dashian. Die, kid. When the two saw this, they were instantly overjoyed and their finger gestures kept changing. The two pitch-black chains extended infinitely at this moment, covering the sky and the sun. What is this? Li Dashian was shocked, seeing that the pitch-black chain was about to fall on him. It was too late for him to defend himself. The pitch-black chain approached, and the cold aura spreading from it was about to freeze Li Dashuan's spiritual power. At the same time, Li Dashian, who was in midair, saw clearly one of the men in black robes rush towards Fong Ning with a grim smile on his face. Broken, junior brother. At the critical moment, what Li Dashian was thinking about was still not his own safety, but his junior brother Fong Ning. These two are both masters in the Jindan realm. Junior brother is only at the 8th level of foundation building now. How could he possibly be their opponent? Quack. Just when Li Dashian was regretting his carelessness and putting his junior brother in danger, 3 fire crows had come to him silently. Then it transformed into 3 palm-sized balls of 3-colored flames. The light at this moment seemed to illuminate the entire wasteland. Under the roasting of the fierce and scorching flames, the 2 pitch-black pythons could not get close to Li Dashian at all. Big brother. Now is the time. Take action. A loud shout exploded in Li Dashuan's ears. At this moment, he was surprised to find that he had regained control of his body. Looking down, the man in black who had attacked the junior fellow earlier was now also burned badly by a large group of fire crows. He retreated in panic. 10,000 swords technique. Li Dashian understood that the opportunity had come. This is the opportunity created for him by his junior brother. Absolutely don't waste it. In his dantian, a small longsword phantom was spinning wildly at this moment. Behead him. The spiritual power in his body traveled throughout his body, and finally came out of his body, condensing into a broad giant sword that was almost tangible above Li Dashian. Boom boom boom, the endless sword light finally shrank into a point and slashed fiercely towards the 2 men in black robes. The 2 of them had no time to react. The panic expression on his face was clearly visible. No! A cry filled with despair rang out. The bodies of the 2 were completely submerged in the endless sword energy. Junior brother. Li Dashian fell from midair and looked anxiously in the direction of Fong Ning. Brother, I'm fine. The fire in Fong Ning's hand went out, and he looked at Li Dashian with a smile on his face. I'm glad you're okay. Li Dashuan's tone seemed to be filled with guilt. Brother, you were careless for a moment and nearly got into trouble with these 2 people. If you hadn't come to my rescue in time, I'm afraid. Before Li Dashian could finish his words, he heard a rustling sound in his ears. He turned his head and saw that Fong Ning had already come to the bodies of the two men in black robes. His hands were wrapped in spiritual power and he was groping for something up and down. Junior brother, what are you doing? Li Daoxian was a little surprised. Why did he feel that his junior brother was a little heartless? We've already fought, so we can't let the fruits of our victory go to waste, right? Fong Ning said without raising his head, his hands still moving up and down with extreme skill. After a moment, Fong Ning finally stopped what he was doing. Li Daoxian looked again and saw two pitch-black rings lying quietly in the palm of his hand. Senior brother. Fong Ning came to Li Daoxian with an excited look on his face. He generously picked up a ring and put it into the other person's hand, one for you and one for me. Let's split it. Feeling the sincerity in the other party's tone, Li Daoxian hesitated for a while, and finally shook his head. I'll give you all these. Li Daoxian stuffed the ring back into Fong Ning's hand. The resources I need for cultivation are not many. The resources distributed by the sect every month are more than enough. You can keep these. Fong Ning fell silent upon hearing this. The wealth and background of the two Jindan realm cultivators, Li Daoxian must be aware of the value of this, but even so, he still chose to give both rings to himself. It was obvious that he was still feeling guilty about the incident that had nearly gotten him into danger. Senior brother, you don't need to say more. Just consider these as some small compensation from my senior brother. Li Daoxian said seriously. There was silence for a while. Fong Ning smiled brightly again. Okay, then I'll accept it. Thank you, brother. Fong Ning tightened his grip on the ring. It seems that I will have to take one more person with me when the time comes. Chapter 42. I thought I told my senior brother that he had collapsed, but he broke through. Junior brother, I understand that you put away the elixirs, spirit stones, and magic weapons in these two people's rings. Li Daoxian looked at his junior fellow apprentice who was still working hard with a strange look in his eyes. But why didn't you even take the spare clothes of these two people? Li Daoxian was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that my junior brother has some special hobby? It will be useful in the future. Fong Ning didn't explain much after hearing this. The eldest brother is good at everything. He is good at fighting and reliable, but he is a bit stubborn. Tio put it nicely. It's called a pure heart, to put it bluntly, like a little fool. Junior brother, what is this thing? Bone melting pill, a 9th grade elixir, a must-have for home, travel, and cleaning. The monks all say it's good. What is this? A spirit dispelling talisman, a 9th grade talisman, can clear away the aura left behind by some cultivators. Perfect for playing hide and seek. Junior brother, then this, junior brother, this is, for a full half hour. Li Daoxian didn't know how many whys he had asked. It far exceeds the time when I was practicing undermastered. It just so happens that my junior brother always gives unexpected explanations, but they are also reasonable. Alright. Brother, let's go. Finally, after clearing all traces of himself and Li Daoxian from the scene, Fong Ning's face once again showed a satisfied smile. Junior brother, did you do this often before? On the way out, Li Daoxian couldn't help but feel curious and asked Fong Ning. Not really. I'm just used to being cautious. Fong Ning answered calmly. Heaven and earth, conscience, he just liked to do this when he was a casual cultivator in his previous life. After all, I had no sect or school at that time, so when I met those independent cultivators or disciples from other sects, after a dispute occurs, you always have to find a way to clean up the matter. Otherwise, it is easy to happen that when the younger one is beaten, the older one comes, when the older one is beaten, an even older one comes. It's always a good idea to be more prepared. This is what Fong Ning thought in his heart, but these words had a different meaning when they fell into Li Daoxian's ears. I heard that when my junior brother joined the Jingyi sect, he had no relatives around him. In addition, since he has no spiritual roots, it must be very difficult in the early stages of cultivation, right? Perhaps it is precisely because of this that junior brother has developed such a cautious habit. You have suffered so much. Junior brother, but I won't do that anymore. A firm thought arose in Li Daoxian's mind. From now on, I will protect my junior brother. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. While they were on their way, Li Daoxian suddenly reached out and patted Fong Ning's shoulder with a serious tone. Here it comes again. The eldest brother is sick again. Fong Ning felt strange. What else did he imagine? Big brother, I have something to say to you. Suddenly, Fong Ning stopped and stood still. What? Li Daoxian was a little confused. Big brother, please don't be so honest in your actions in the future. Fong Ning hesitated for a while, then uttered two words with some difficulty. Really, big brother is so real. Although he is an indomitable swordsman with unparalleled combat power, he lacks a bit of brains. Compared to him, Feng Xiaoyao is the one who has too many tricks up his sleeve and has no place to use them. Junior brother, I know that the sword art you practice emphasizes perseverance and a clear conscience. Looking at Li Daoxian's puzzled expression, Fong Ning finally expressed his opinion, but the world of immortal cultivation is full of intrigue and deception. It's far from as beautiful as you imagine, senior brother. Just like those two black-robed men just now, they don't care about sneak attacks or dirty tricks. Fong Ning said sternly, they only pursue efficiency. They only think about how to maximize benefits at the lowest cost. Although I have decided to run away with my senior brother, but Fong Ning decided to point out some potential problems for him at this time. However, Fong Ning also knew that Li Dashian could not be blamed for this, because sword cultivators are a little special. The main reason why they have combat power far exceeding that of monks at the same level is that their hearts are sincere enough. Only with a pure and innocent heart can you walk steadily and go far on the path of kendo. In addition, Li Dashian grew up in Jingyi sect. The Jingyi sect is a sect with great internal unity and friendship. The intrigues and schemes that occur in other sects are extremely rare in Jingyi sect. Therefore, under the influence of many factors, Li Dashian appears to be somewhat innocent. What's more, Bing Wanqing lacks educational experience in this area. So Li Dashian is completely blank in this regard. Fong Ning did not seek to change the other party's thinking in a short period of time. I just hope he can be more careful. Brother, you don't have to be so upright when facing certain things, Fong Ning said while carefully observing Li Daoxuan's expression, afraid that he would draw his sword and reason with him the next moment. Of course, I'm not saying that I have to be calculating in every situation. I know that this goes against your swordsmanship, brother, but buzz buzz buzz. Fong Ning had only said half of his words when he noticed that sword shadows appeared around Li Daoxian again. It is constantly making buzzing sounds, but it's a little different from before. Why do these sword shadows feel like they are about to get out of control? Fong Ning's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Damn it. Could it be that my Dao heart has collapsed because of what senior brother said? Looking at Li Daoxian, who had a gloomy face and said nothing, Fong Ning couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, what I said today is completely different from what the senior brother thought before. It's normal to be hit suddenly nowadays. What the hell, big brother, please don't be in any trouble. Fong Ning felt like crying but couldn't cry. I won't become the sinner who harmed my senior brother for no reason. That's right. Fong Ning slapped his head suddenly, as if he remembered something. A trace of spiritual power poured into the ice blue storage bag at his waist. A small ice crystal snow lotus appeared in his hand. The snow lotus has 6 petals, which are crystal clear and magnificent. A hint of chill spread across Fong Ning's palm. This is before departure. One of the magic weapons given to him by his master Bing Wanqing, Ice Heart Lotus 8th grade magic weapon. It is made from a snow lotus that has never melted in the coldest place of Joji. External use can create an indestructible defense. Taking it internally can stabilize the monk's mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. Big brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Fong Ning's mind moved, and he drove the Ice Heart Lotus towards Li Daoxian. The magic weapon just touched Li Daoxuan's forehead and disappeared instantly. At the same time, the sword shadows around Li Daoxian finally stabilized, and there were no more signs of collapse as before. Li Daoxian sat down cross-legged on the spot, clasping his hands together, as if he had entered a mysterious state. Seeing this, Fong Ning stood around to warn him and protect him. At the same time, Fong Ning could sense that Li Daoxuan's aura was rapidly increasing. Soon he reached the bottleneck of the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Boo! I don't know how long it took. Fong Ning seemed to hear a strange sound vaguely. He quickly looked towards Li Daoxian. The latter suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sword energies as solid as substance shot out from them. The aura of the whole person has reached the late stage of Jindan realm. Li Daoxian stood up suddenly, looked up to the sky and laughed. I have benefited a lot from what junior brother said earlier. Today I finally know what the true way of the sword is. Li Daoxian was full of vigor and the sword shadows around him once again condensed into a giant sword. 10,000 swords art finally broke through to the realm of 10,000 swords, returning to the origin. At this moment, Fong Ning, who was standing by, was completely stunned. No, I was just chatting with you casually, and you made a breakthrough. Request data, request updates. A new book is launched. The more you urge for updates, the more updates will be added. Purely handmade. Please support. Chapter 43. Excellent people are easily fought over. That was a close call. It almost went horribly wrong. But fortunately, the eldest brother has successfully broken through, and now we can finally go back. The sword cultivator's combat power is truly terrifying. Although those 2 guys from the Heavenly Demon sect were at the same level as the eldest brother, they were completely outmatched. I need to find an opportunity to interact more with the senior brother. If I do, there might be a high chance that I can get a kendo entry from him. When the time comes, I'll control the fire with my left hand and hold the sword with my right, and I'll kill anyone I dislike. By then, I'll be able to leave the sect with more confidence. Thinking about it this way, I'll have to get closer to senior sister Sue after I return. After all, her drop rate is the highest. The flame immortal is only a little bit away. Authentic 1. Ice Fairy Peak. Bing Wanqing looked at the diary in her hand and her expression changed slightly. Dashian broke through so fast. It has only been about 3 days since the 2 of them went down the mountain for training, right? Although I don't know whether he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation or sword realm, but Bing Wanqing was extremely certain in her heart that this matter is most likely related to Fong Ning. Is that evil disciple really so capable? How much ability does he still have hidden? Even I cannot guarantee that Dashian can break through again in such a short time, but this guy did it, and that demonic sect actually dared to attack my disciples again and again. They really don't take me seriously. Could it be for the Buddha's secret treasure that Fong Ning mentioned before? But then again, where did they get the whereabouts of Dashian and Fong Ning? Besides, Bing Wanqing only felt that she was gnashing with hatred. This evil disciple is thinking about betraying the sect all the time. While Bing Wanqing was thinking, she saw 2 streams of light, one red and one blue, flying in front of her and turning into 2 human figures. Master. The 2 of them saluted and shouted in unison. What's up? Bing Wanqing calmly put away the diary in her hand and looked quietly at the two disciples in front of her. Master, I would like to apply to go down the mountain for training. Sunnishan and Feng Xiaoyao spoke again in sync. Oh? Really? She was not surprised by what the two said. Mostly it's because of Fong Ning. Bing Wanqing felt a little melancholy before he knew it. Several of his disciples had become entangled with that evil disciple. I've received news that Dashian and the others will be returning to the sect soon. Are you sure you still want to go down the mountain? Sunnishan and Feng Xiaoyao both changed color when they heard this junior brother is coming back. Then why should I go and gain experience? Master, I suddenly remembered that I have some other things to deal with, so I'll put the training on hold for now. Feng Xiaoyao looked up and said sincerely. Master, my cultivation has improved too quickly recently. After much thought, I think I still need to practice more carefully. There's no rush for this training. Sunnishan also said this seriously. Bing Wanqing saw this, and although her expression didn't change, she felt a little resentful in her heart. Snort, that evil disciple, is it really so attractive? Look, how have you fascinated my disciples? We're finally here. Fong Ning placed one hand on his forehead, looking at the Jingyi sect's mountain gate not far away, feeling a deep emotion in his heart. Finally, I don't have to sleep outdoors anymore. He had lived through such a hard life in his previous life, so he naturally wanted to enjoy himself for a while longer. Well, thank you for your hard work this time, little brother. Li Daoxian, who was standing by, nodded when he heard this. If it weren't for you, I'm sure my brother wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. Big brother, what are you talking about? Fong Ning smiled sincerely. If you hadn't intervened earlier, I might have died at the hands of those two black-robed men. We're even now. Li Daoxian shook his head, obviously disagreeing. In order to calm my mind, you even used up an 8th grade magic weapon given to you by your master. Li Daoxian stretched out his hand, and a white sword the size of a palm appeared in front of Fong Ning. This is a strand of my original sword energy, which can launch a sword energy attack with the power of the Golden Core realm. Keep it for self-defense. Looking at Li Daoxian, whose face was a little pale, Fong Ning moved his lips slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say it. The origin of sword energy is different from ordinary sword energy. This is quite exhausting for the sword cultivator himself. It is estimated that Li Daoxian will need 3 months of quiet recuperation to condense this palm-sized sword again. Fong Ning understood Li Daoxian's personality. If I don't agree, the other party probably won't let it go. In that case, thank you very much, senior brother. Fong Ning's spiritual power surged at his fingertips, pulling the small white sword to his dantian, nourishing it with his own spiritual power. Just finished all this. Not far away, someone else shouted loudly, Junior brother. Fong Ning turned around and saw 2 figures, one in blue and one in red, flying towards the mountain gate. Senior brother Fong, senior sister Su. Fong Ning was a little surprised. Why did these 2 people come? Hey. Feng Xiaoyao strode forward and put his arm around Fong Ning's shoulders. How was it? Did this training go smoothly? He glanced at Li Daoxian beside him, then leaned over to Fong Ning's ear and whispered, Has this life idiot caused you any trouble? Without waiting for Fong Ning to answer, Sunnishan suddenly asked, You made a breakthrough? Li Daoxian said calmly, With the help of my junior brother, I have already broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and I have also broken through to the 10,000 swords technique. When these words were spoken, Sunnishan and Feng Xiaoyao were both shocked. Li Daoxian, what are you doing? Another breakthrough so soon? Not later. What did he just say? They both turned their heads at the same time to look at a junior fellow apprentice who was looking up at the sky. Is it related to the junior brother that the senior brother was able to break through so quickly? Feeling the strange atmosphere around him, Fong Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. Big brother, didn't I teach you before not to be too realistic? Sunnishan is fine. After all, she had benefited from Fong Ning before, and although she knew that Fong Ning's methods were extraordinary, she felt relatively balanced in her heart. But why? Feng Xiaoyao pointed at Li Daoxian with a trembling finger. How come you all broke through, but I didn't? He felt infinitely aggrieved. Why, I was here first. How so? Junior brother is biased. Fong Ning couldn't stand the other person's sad look and turned to look in the other direction. What can I do? These are all accidents. I don't care, little brother, you must. Before Feng Xiaoyao could finish his words, he felt his neck tighten. Before he could turn around, Li Daoxian's voice came from behind him. Feng Xiaoyao, come with me, I have something to talk to you about. After saying that, regardless of Feng Xiaoyao's struggle, he grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Snort, dare you lead your junior fellow apprentice astray? I must teach you a lesson today. In midair, Feng Xiaoyao's voice could be faintly heard in "Oh, I want to break through too." Woo. Sunnishan didn't react at all. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Fong Ning. This junior brother of mine is really not simple. It always surprises people again and again. Wow, it's quite lively here. You are Fong Ning, right? Just as Sunnishan was about to say something, another red flame fell beside the two of them. Qi Lianxin, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Sunnishan couldn't help but frown slightly. Qi Lianxin and Fong Ning looked in the direction of the voice and saw a wild beauty with a hot body and wearing a red tights appear in his sight. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you today. Qi Lianxin waved her hand. Of course, after all, no one likes to be beaten. Sunnishan said indifferently, you. Qi Lianqing glared at the other person angrily, then turned his attention to Fong Ning again. Junior brother Fong Ning is quite good looking. She walked over to Fong Ning, stretched out her finger and gently lifted his chin, her breath as sweet as orchid. His senior sister needs your help with something. After that, you can ask for anything you want. Feeling the heat from my arms and chest, Fong Ning was a little at a loss. It's hard to imagine, it was obviously a wild leopard, but next to Fong Ning it became as docile as a house cat. Fong Ning couldn't guess what the other person was thinking. After all, I have never had any contact with the other party. This successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry. Skilled craftsman, purple. Your speed and success rate in forging magical weapons will be greatly improved. No, how can I refuse you? Qi Lianqing, let go of your stinky hands. The next moment, a beam of fire shot up into the sky. Chapter 44, is the explosion rate of Qilian heart so high? Hee, why are you so angry? Looking at the blazing pillar of fire beside me, not only was Qi Lianqing not afraid, but she even lay on Fong Ning's back with a smile on her face, and her tone seemed to be mixed with some grievance. Junior brother Fong, look at her, she's so fierce. For a moment, I couldn't tell which of you two was more ferocious. Fong Ning was silent for a while. Hurry up and get off, junior brother. As she spoke, the red-orange flames around Sunnishan became more and more violent. Is my scarlet sky flame any good? Seeing this, Qi Lianqing not only did not get off Fong Ning, but instead clung even closer to him, saying lazily, look how generous I am. I even gave you this rare fire. Your junior brother won't die if he borrows it. Sunnishan didn't say anything, but the aura gathering around her became more and more terrifying. TSK. How boring. Qi Lianqing curled her lips, but still stood up straight again. You guys at Bingxian Peak have benefited so much from me, so it shouldn't be too much to ask Fong Ning to come back with me and refine a couple of furnaces of pills for me, right? Alchemy, how did she know I could make pills? Fong Ning subconsciously looked towards Qi Lianqing, and happened to meet the latter's smiling eyes. Don't guess blindly, Feng Xiaoyao told us. Senior brother Fong, you big mouth. Fong Ning knew that Feng Xiaoyao couldn't control his mouth, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Master, did she agree? Sunnishan looked directly at Qi Lianqing, and the flames around her subsided. Of course. Qi Lianqing said helplessly, do you really think that the Qi Shaoyan is that easy to get? Feng Xiaoyao, Sunnishan felt a surge of anger in her heart. It's all your fault. I don't want this scarlet sky flame anymore. I'll give it back to you at the weapon refining peak. Sunnishan spoke to in her heart. Fong Ningka is much more important than a strange fire, and the reason why junior brother secretly made pills for himself and did not tell anyone about it was probably because he did not want more people to know his secret. In this case, as his senior sister, I certainly have the obligation and responsibility to keep the secret for him. No. Before Sunnishan could finish, Fong Ning quickly waved his hand to stop her. Are you kidding me? Do you think this strange fire is something that can be plugged and unplugged? You are going to give up something you have just refined? How many lives do you have? How dare you play like this? If you are not careful, you may damage your foundation. Since Master has agreed, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll just go with senior sister Qi. It's no big deal. Fong Ning spoke up to dissuade him. Upon hearing this, Qi Lianqing's beautiful eyes moved back and forth between Fong Ning and Sunnishan, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Snort. Sunnishan snorted coldly and instantly turned into a beam of fire and left. Now, she also has some things to discuss with Feng Xiaoyao. Hello? After Sunnishan left, Qi Lianqing nudged Fong Ning with her elbow. Are you and Sunnishan in a relationship? How is that possible? Fong Ning's expression changed instantly when he heard this. Senior sister Qi, don't think too much, let's go. Oh, Qi Lianqing hooked her finger at Fong Ning. Hold me, you haven't formed your elixir yet, so your speed is very slow. I don't want to wait for you. Fong Ning was a little hesitant. He always felt that there was something strange about Qi Lianqing in front of him. Why? I'm not going to eat you. Qi Lianqing smiled sweetly and said, or are you afraid that you might accidentally fall in love with me? And then you won't be able to report to your senior sister Su? This woman is getting more and more outrageous. Fong Ning's face was filled with black lines, and then he put his arms around the other person's soft and boneless waist. No, senior sister, please don't make such strange noises. It's getting closer. Fong Ning could clearly see a hint of crimson staining Qi Lianqing's earlobe. Feeling the other person's slightly trembling body, Fong Ning's expression was a little strange. No way, you act like a seasoned lover, but it turns out you're just a white rabbit? Hold on tight. Qi Lianqing naturally didn't notice Fong Ning's thoughts. He just gave him a warning and then took Fong Ning towards the weapon refining peak. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry at dexterity. White, your finger flexibility has improved, allowing you to complete tedious tasks more quickly. On the way, Fong Ning looked at Qi Lianqing in his arms with some surprise. No, how come your drop rate is so high? I'm almost catching up with senior sister Su. At the same time, Tianji Peak. How come Master Bingfeng has time to visit my Tianji Peak today? Yan Shan, the head of Tianji Peak, stroked his beard and looked at the ice blue figure in front of him with a smile on his face. Check something. Bing Wanqing answered concisely. Oh? Yang Shan was a little stunned when he heard this. As we all know, Bing Wanqing, the leader of the Bingxian Peak of Jingyi sect, is extremely pure and indifferent to desires. In addition to his own practice and the teachings of several disciples, there were few other people or things that could arouse her interest. Did the sun rise from the west today? Yang Shan muttered to himself, then he looked up at Bing Wanqing again. What is Master Bingfang doing? Help me calculate whether there are any remnants of the heavenly demon sect in Qingzhou? Bing Wanqing was not vague and spoke directly to the point. Tianma sect? Yang Shan never expected to hear this name from the other party. Master Bingfang, you should know that the heavenly demon sect was destroyed more than 20 years ago, and it was the ancestor who personally took action. Yang Shan's implication is, how could there still be remnants of the demonic sect in Qingzhou? Check. Bing Wanqing only replied with one word, since Fong Ning said there is, then there must be. You keep attacking my disciples one after another. Do you really think I am easy to talk to? That's right, she came here today just to vent her anger for her apprentice, Tenji Peak, one of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect. The main responsibilities are to spy on the secrets of heaven, collect intelligence for the sect, and inquire about news. In Qingzhou, very few things can be hidden from the eyes and ears of Tenji Peak, and Yang Shan, the master of Tenji Peak, has reached the pinnacle of deduction, as long as he is willing to take action. He will be able to catch all the remnants of the demon sect hiding in Qingzhou. Chapter 45. This kid is definitely the chief disciple in Danfeng. We're here. The weapon refining peak is just ahead. Feeling the hot breath on the back of his neck and the strong arms around his waist, Qi Lianqing forced himself to calm down and spoke. Hateful, as a senior sister, I must never show weakness in front of my junior brothers. Qi Lianqing cheered herself up in her heart. Although I have never been in a relationship, my personality has already been established, so I must keep it stable. We're finally here. Looking at the majestic mountain before us, Fong Ning heaved a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. Senior sister Qi is clearly a harmless little white rabbit, but she insists on pretending to be an old hand, and I can only cooperate with her. This feeling is really unbearable. Qi Lianqing was also a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. He was quite fast and brought him to a magnificent hall in almost the blink of an eye. This is for you. As soon as the two landed, Qi Lianqing threw a round pill to Fong Ning. The weapon refining peak is different from other places. It is shrouded in a very strong volcanic heat day and night. It's inevitable that some fire poison will grow. Take this detoxification pill, and you should feel much better. Fong Ning raised his hand and grabbed the detoxification pill, then looked at it carefully. The fire energy here is strong, which will naturally produce fire poison. On the weapon refining peak, some weaker disciples also swallow this kind of pill every day. This kind of elixir has no grade. It is simply a combination of some medicinal materials with targeted effects. It is called a pill, but it is more appropriate to call it an elixir. Thank you, senior sister. Fong Ning smiled at Qi Lianqing, raised his hand and put the pill into his mouth. Although due to the existence of the flame fairy entry, the high temperature and fire poison on the refining peak had no effect on him, but the other party meant well after all, so Fong Ning couldn't refuse. I know how to deal with people. Why does this guy look so good when he smiles? Qi Lianqing was stunned, and this idea suddenly came to his mind for no reason. Damn it, Qi Lianqing, wake up. Let's go. I'll take you to see Master. He has something to tell you. Qi Lianqing felt her heart beating faster, and in order to avoid embarrassment, she turned and walked towards the depths of the hall. Of Fong Ning followed closely behind. After walking for about a cup of tea, a burly figure finally appeared in front of Fong Ning. Yanjinqing, the master of the weapon refining peak. Master. Greetings, Master Yanfeng. Fong Ning and the other man clasped their fists and saluted at the same time. Yanjinqing turned around and looked Fong Ning up and down. Although his strength is a little weak, he still gives people a very comfortable feeling. His spiritual power is extremely solid and steady. Combined with his previous performance in the arena, he can be considered a good seedling. No wonder Bing Wanqing was reluctant to let go. I'm sure you know why I called you here, Yanjinqing said, his hands behind his back. Can you also make a furnace of pills for my heart training? Since Master and Peak Master have spoken, I will follow their orders. Fong Ning nodded. Forget about the Phoenix blood pill. No one can replicate the thing without senior sister Su's tongue blood. Qi Lianqing is also a fire attribute cultivator, so the Xuanoa pill is also effective for her. Good. A hint of admiration flashed in Yanjinqing's eyes. This kid is neither humble nor arrogant, talented but not haughty. He is many times better than Feng Xiaoyao. I'm not a stingy person. That elixir must be your exclusive secret recipe. Since you are willing to give it to me for training today, I will give you some compensation, Yanjinqing said very generously. You can choose any of the 9th and 8th grade magic weapons on my refining peak. As one of the 13 main peaks of the Jingyi sect, the main responsibility of the weapon refining peak is to create magical weapons of various grades for the sect. In addition to personal use, they will also sell it out, and from what Yanjinqing said, it was obvious that what he was going to give Fong Ning was not some ordinary stuff. It should be the personal collection of the master of the weapon refining peak and the #1 weapon refiner of the Jingyi sect. Fong Ning's eyes lit up. He was going to make a fortune this time. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain from alchemy. After telling the other party the materials needed to refine the Xuanhua pill, Yan Jinqing quickly had it delivered and also brought a pitch-black alchemy furnace. When Fong Ning was refining the elixir, Yan Jinqing and Qi Lianxin were watching from the side. While watching, he transmitted his voice with his spiritual consciousness. Fong Ning's method of refining pills is truly unique. Yan Jinqing's eyes lit up with admiration. Master, I've also seen those Danfeng disciples making pills. Whether they were inner disciples or direct disciples, none of them could match his leisurely and skillful technique. If this kid had been accepted as a disciple by Danfeng Peak Master Xiao Baishang, he would have been promoted to the chief disciple immediately after he formed his elixir. Qi Lianxin was shocked when he heard this. She never expected that her master would give such a high evaluation to an inner disciple who has not yet formed a pill, the chief's personal disciple. This is the highest honor among the disciples of Yifeng. To sit in this position, in addition to having strong personal strength, the skills of this peak must reach the top level. It is like the 4 peaks of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and also like the weapon refining peak and the elixir peak. Although Yan Jinqing didn't know how to make elixirs, he had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that Fong Ning was extraordinary. Fong Ning, who was refining the elixir, naturally didn't know all this. At this moment, he was also a little surprised. Is this dexterity so useful? To be honest, Fong Ning felt somewhat contemptuous when he saw that the grade of this entry fragment was only white. After all, he has a lot of purple and gold fragments. But just now when he was refining the elixir, he keenly sensed something unusual. The speed and fluency of my alchemy have actually improved slightly. Refining the elixir is like drawing the talisman. It's a very delicate job. In addition to the monk's own strong perception, spiritual power, and whole body movements must also be coordinated. Fong Ning subconsciously glanced at his dashboard again. Dexterity, white, your finger dexterity has improved, allowing you to complete tedious tasks more quickly. Is alchemy complicated? Certainly. To make elixirs, one must not only control the temperature of the fire, but also carefully identify the age of the medicinal materials. The extraction and fusion of each medicinal material is of paramount importance. As for the last step of pill formation, it is the most critical part. Each link is closely linked to the next, and any mistake in any link will lead to all the previous efforts being wasted. Then it is only natural that my alchemy speed has increased after I obtained this fragment. After this incident, Fong Ning had some enlightenment. The effect of an entry is not limited to its own level. If low-level entries are used well, they can also produce huge effects. Fong Ning understood. He needs an entry, lots and lots of entries. Half an hour later, the flame in the pitch-black furnace went out. As Qi Lianxin and Yan Jinqing looked expectant, Fong Ning handed them the 5 small white jade bottles in his hand. These 15 mysterious fire pills should be enough for senior sister Qi to use for a while. Feeling the lingering scent of medicinal herbs in the surrounding space, Qi Lianxin took the pill impatiently and swallowed one on the spot. The next moment, there seemed to be some joy in her eyes. She sat down cross-legged on the spot and started practicing directly. It seems that Lianxin is very satisfied with the pills you made. Yan Jinqing nodded upon seeing this. Since you were so sincere, I will naturally fulfill my promise. After saying this, Yan Jinqing waved his hand, and dozens of magical weapons shrouded in flowing light appeared in front of Fong Ning. Choose. Fong Ning looked carefully and found that most of these magic weapons were fire attributed. The grades are between 9th and 8th grades, most suitable for Fong Ning to use at this stage. Fong Ning rubbed his hands excitedly. This was the first time in his past and present lives that he had seen so many magic weapons: knives, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, axes, gauze clothes, compasses. It is truly a dazzling array. The entire hall appears to be particularly auspicious under the illumination of these magical weapons. This is all I need. After some selection, Fong Ning finally chose a magic weapon that looked like a feather. It is covered with red feathers, and the handle is made of a piece of black material. It looks particularly stylish. Fong Ning just moved a little closer and immediately felt his mouth dry. This is definitely a good baby. Oh? After seeing the magic weapon Fong Ning finally chose, Yan Jinqing's expression became a little strange. You have good taste, kid. This red sun fan is indeed the best among these magical weapons. Have you chosen? Fong Ning smiled brightly upon hearing this. Really, my vision is good. I've chosen. Fong Ning nodded and put the red sun fan into the storage bag at his waist. Master Yanfeng, I have something to ask of you. What's up? Yan Jinqing was in a good mood at the moment, and responded casually after hearing this. I wonder if I could borrow Guifeng's forging pool. Fong Ning said sincerely. Yan Jinqing was a little stunned when he heard this. No, why do you borrow the forging pool? Can you also refine magic weapons? Chapter 46, An outstanding disciple like Fong Ning is destined to be with me. Bang! Bang! Beside a forging pool on the refining peak, many of the burly disciples of the weapon refining peak stared in surprise at the somewhat thin figure not far away. Of course, this thinness is only equivalent to them. That guy doesn't seem to be a disciple of our weapon refining peak, right? An inner disciple spoke hesitantly. No. I've never seen him. The other person shook his head with unusual determination. How strange. How could Master allow disciples from other peaks to get close to the forging pool? Didn't we just kick them out in the past? I'll tell you a secret. I just saw this kid being brought back by the senior sister. Suddenly, someone dropped a bombshell. Then the man continued to add, and this guy was hugging senior sister. They were almost touching each other. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. All the disciples at the weapon refining peak were shocked when they heard this. What? Fong Ning was shirtless at the moment, sweating profusely. The muscles on the body are clearly visible. It seems to be covered with a hazy jade-white luster. Fong Ning held a pitch-black heavy hammer in his right hand. This forging pool was quite close to the crater, and the temperature within this range was even hotter. Fortunately, he had the flame immortal entry, so although Fong Ning felt the heat, he was still able to hold on. On the pitch-black forging table in front of him, 3 pitch-black chains were being hammered down by him continuously, and some turbid aura visible to the naked eye was gradually dissipating. This heavenly demon lock is a good treasure, but the remaining aura imprint inside it makes it very easy for the other party to track it. Fong Ning swung the hammer with increasing force. He had previously requested from Yan Jinqing that he be allowed to enter a forging pool in order to use the environment there to remove all the remaining aura from the heavenly demon lock. Only in this way can you feel at ease when using it yourself. Of course, as an outer peak disciple, Fong Ning had to pay some extra price to enter the forging pool of the weapon refining peak. 3 bottles of Xuanhua Dan in a month, pay monthly, no credit. Correspondingly, Fong Ning can enter and exit the forging pool freely at any time. There will be many places where this forging pool will be used in the future. Looking at it this way, it's quite cost-effective. After all, the materials for alchemy are provided by the refining peak itself. Fong Ning thought about it and felt that his hammer swing became more powerful. Now that the money has been spent, you naturally have to hear the response. Not far away, Yan Jinqing looked in Fong Ning's direction with a complicated expression. Mixed feelings in my heart. This kid can actually forge magical weapons? Look at the movement of the hammer, the technique of controlling the fire, the timing of the tempering. What a talent! Bing Wanqing really found a treasure. Why? She doesn't know how to teach her apprentices at all. Such a good seedling should come to our weapon refining peak. Renxin, what do you think? Yan Jinqing crossed his arms and asked Qi Lianxin, who was standing beside him. You have a nice figure, quite strong. Qi Lianxin was daydreaming at the moment and didn't hear clearly what her master was saying. Traitor, Yan Jinqing's face was filled with black lines. I asked you to look at my weapon refining skills, but you were looking at my figure. Snort. Yan Jinqing snorted coldly, and Qi Lianxin finally came to his senses. At this moment, the chief disciple of the weapon refining peak also felt very complicated. After studying weapon refining for so many years, why do I feel like I have learned nothing? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. He is the direct disciple of the chief of the weapon refining peak, but his weapon refining skills are not as proficient as those of a disciple from an outer peak. Then he thought about the Xuanhua pill he had taken before, which was much more effective than ordinary Xuanhua pills. No, how come he knows everything, master? Practice your mind. The master and disciple shouted at the same time. Then they said in unison, we must find a way to get him to join our weapon refining peak. After saying that, they were both stunned. Master, practicing the mind, we have such a good understanding. Master Yanfeng, senior sister Qi. Just as the two were stunned, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Fong Ning clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Peak Master, for your understanding. I am deeply grateful. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Yan Jinqing came back to his senses and looked at Fong Ning in front of him, feeling more and more satisfied. Capable, be polite. Where can I find such a disciple? Is it done? Do you need any help? Yan Jinqing asked with great concern. It's already done. I don't dare to trouble the Peak Master anymore. Fong Ning shook his head. If you don't bother me, how can I have the nerve to snatch you away? Yan Jinqing muttered softly. Qi Lianxin didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes were constantly wandering over Fong Ning's naked upper body. The closer you are, the better the figure looks. He's also quite handsome. When Qi Lianxin thought of this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his heart. Why does Sunnishan have such an outstanding junior apprentice? Why don't I have it? Why are all my junior brothers a bunch of rough guys? In that case, I will take my leave first. The ring on Fong Ning's hand flashed a white light, and a new set of clothes was already on her body. Seeing this, Qi Lianxin's eyes were filled with some regret. Won't you stay a little longer? Yan Jinqing spoke quickly upon seeing this. Master Yanfeng, is there anything else? Fong Ning was a little surprised. No. What could possibly happen to me? Yan Jinqing waved his hands repeatedly, then threw a fiery red token to Fong Ning. With this token, you can enter and exit the weapon refining peak at will, and my other disciples will not stop you if they see you. Come and walk around more often when you have time. After all, we 13 peaks are all one family. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry weapon refining master. Gold. You have a unique understanding of the art of refining. All the magical weapons you refine will have stronger effects. Gold. Withdrawal again. A hint of joy flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Master Yanfeng, you were such a good person. Yan Jinqing reached out and patted Fong Ning's shoulder, then instructed Qi Lianxin beside him. Lianxin, go see Fong Ning off. While speaking, he secretly winked at Qi Lianxin. You understand what I mean? My good disciple, yes. Qi Lianxin returned the look. I'll do the job, don't worry. Although Fong Ning felt that something was a little strange, he couldn't put his finger on what was strange at the moment. After saying goodbye to Yen Jinqing, he followed Qi Lianqing out. The scene naturally caught the eyes of many disciples of the weapon refining peak, once again aroused a wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it. Could this brat be in a relationship with senior sister? Does anyone know which peak this bastard is from? I want to challenge him in a duel. Ask yourself, since they joined the weapon refining peak, when have they ever seen the senior sister smile so brightly? The corners of his mouth are always raised, I can't control it at all. I just heard that this guy's name seems to be Fong Ning? Fong Ning? Isn't this the disciple chosen by Master Bing Feng some time ago? That's the ice fairy Bing Wanqing, who in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world doesn't know this. This kid not only talked and laughed with his senior sister, he could even become a disciple of the ice fairy? Even more jealous, senior sister Qi, why do we have to walk out? On the mountain road, Fong Ning asked curiously, wouldn't it be faster to use the escape technique? Fool, it's because the escape method is too fast that I chose to walk, otherwise, how would I have the time to communicate with you? Qi Lianqing said this in her heart. Little junior brother, are you in a hurry? Don't you want to stay with me for a while longer? Qi Lianqing leaned towards Fong Ning again, her expression full of provocation. If Fong Ning was speechless. Senior sister, can you please stop pretending? You are obviously just a little white rabbit, why do you have to pretend to be a vixen? Fong Ning. Fong Ning was about to say something when he heard a familiar voice not far away. Broken. Fong Ning turned around and after seeing the person's appearance clearly, he felt inexplicably guilty. Come back with me. Sunnishan quickly walked to Fong Ning and grabbed his wrist. Sunnishan. What are you doing? Why should Fong Ning follow you? Qi Lianqing immediately became unhappy when she saw this and hugged Fong Ning's other arm. Because he is my disciple from Bingxian Peak. I am her senior sister. Sunnishan exerted more force on her hands. The two women were now fighting for Fong Ning, neither of them willing to give in. Fong Ning, my senior sister seems angry. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 47, Senior Sister, this Qiyang fan was indeed chosen by me specially for you. On the mountain path, Fong Ning looked hopeless. In his previous life, he was a little transparent that he lived a diligent and uncaring life on Bingxian Peak, but who would have thought that now there would be two gorgeous and beautiful girls fighting for him to the death? I just want to go back to my house and take a nap. Fong Ning looked up at the sky speechlessly. After following his senior brother and living outdoors for several days, he now misses his own cave with abundant spiritual energy and pleasant climate. Brackets. There is no senior brother. Fong. Qi Lianqing, what on earth do you want to do? Sunnishan was angry. She had never seen such a shameless person. Fong Ning is obviously her junior fellow apprentice, so why is this mortal enemy in front of her always pestering him? We've been competing since we were little, always trying to be first or second in everything. Qi Lianqing gritted his teeth and said, I just don't accept it. It doesn't matter if you win in other aspects. Why do you, Sunnishan, have such a good junior brother? I think of you in everything. Fong Ning frowned. Why do I feel like the situation is a little off? Why are you involving me again? What do you mean by that? Sure enough, Sunnishan was instantly attracted by what Qi Lianqing said. Snort. Qi Lianqing glanced at Fong Ning with some resentment. Master, in order to thank Fong Ning for refining the elixir for me, let him choose any magic weapon as a reward, etc. Fong Ning was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that? Do you know what he chose? Sunnishan glanced at Fong Ning and shook her head in confusion. Red Sun Fan. Anyone can hear the sourness in Qi Lianqing's words at this moment. A top-grade magic weapon specially crafted for female cultivators with the fire attribute. Qi Lianqing felt very unbalanced. Who else in the entire Ice Fairy Peak can use this except you, Sunnishan? This person was clearly chosen by Fong Ning specifically for you. My lord Clear Soup. Fong Ning's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said why he felt weird before. It turns out that this red sun fan is actually a magic weapon exclusively for female cultivators. No wonder Yen Jinqing looked at him with such a strange look before. Heaven and earth, conscience, he really doesn't know. How could Fong Ning have had the chance to see so many magical weapons in his previous life? He only knew to choose the good ones, who knew there were differences in styles. As for cultivating immortality, isn't it just a matter of dying? Why bother doing it? As long as the magic weapon snatched from the enemy can be used, it's fine. What's the difference between the women's and men's models? Broken. I hope senior sister Su won't misunderstand anything this time. Fong Ning was thinking this in his heart. A few lines of small words suddenly appeared on the panel in front of me. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry of Flame Immortal. Gold. This has been introduced in detail and will not be repeated here. Broken. Fong Ning's heart skipped a beat. Based on some rules he had gradually discovered in the past, this interaction does not necessarily require physical contact. The other party's emotional fluctuations due to your behavior are also considered within the scope of interaction. Senior sister Su, she should be okay now, right? Fong Ning felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Sunnishan. The reason is that he doesn't want to hand over the red sun fan. This is really a good treasure, no matter Whether it is men's or women's, as long as you can use it, just as Fong Ning expected. After hearing what Shi Lianqin said, Sunnishan was shocked. Junior brother, he specially chose a magic weapon for me. Sunnishan felt inexplicably warm in her heart of this idiot. Why do you think about yourself at that time? Snort. Although she felt her heartbeat quicken, considering that there were outsiders present, Sunnishan had to pretend to be indifferent. What's so strange about this? Fong Ning is actually my junior fellow apprentice. What's wrong with thinking about me, your senior sister? Shi Lianqin pursed her lips. Damn Sunnishan, why are you pretending? It's all because of that confused old master. Why didn't I get Fong Ning back then, sending away such an outstanding junior brother for nothing? Senior sister, listen to me. Finally, Fong Ning couldn't sit still anymore. He felt that he needed to explain. After all, he planned to keep the Qiyang fan for his own use. You don't have to tell me, I understand. There was a rare tenderness in Sunnishan's eyes as she looked at Fong Ning. Although my junior brother is a little bit lecherous, but it's not that hard to accept. No, what do you know? I really didn't think of giving it to you. Fong Ning wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at Sunnishan's expression, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Actually, successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry of Fire Mage Mastery. Blue, your use of various fire attribute spells will become more proficient. Your explosion rate shouldn't be so high at this time, otherwise I'd be really embarrassed to say it out loud. Fong Ning mentally organized his words and gritted his teeth, preparing to tell Sunnishan the truth. Senior sister Su, listen to me. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry high temperature resistance. White, your resistance to abnormally high temperatures is slightly improved. Fong Ning just felt dazzled. The information on the panel in front of him was refreshing at a speed he had never seen before. Soon, there were 5 more fire attribute entries on his panel. Looking at the glittering plus behind the entry for Flame Immortal, Fong Ning fell silent. Brother, what do you want to say? Sunnishan's beautiful eyes stared at Fong Ning, and her voice was more gentle than ever. If Feng Xiaoyao saw this scene, I'm afraid your jaw will drop. Will there be a day when violent women can change their gender? Actually, I want to say. Fong Ning took a deep breath, and a white light flashed in his hand, and a feather fan emitting fiery waves appeared in his hand. This red sun fan was indeed chosen specially for you by me, junior brother. It's considered as a way to repay senior sister's kindness. Damn it, you're looking at me with such affection. How can I have the nerve to say no? Fong Ning felt helpless. Fortunately, I didn't gain nothing. Sunnishan took the Qiyang fan, and a cluster of sparks suddenly shot out from the handle of the fan. Even though it hadn't been refined yet, Sunnishan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with this magic weapon. Could it be that this red sun fan was originally prepared for me by Master? After noticing Sunnishan's strangeness, Shi Lianqin couldn't help but explain. The fire crystal used to craft the handle of the Scarlet Sun Fan is a companion to the Scarlet Sky Flame. Although he had known for a long time that the Red Sun Fan was prepared by Fong Ning for Sunnishan, Shi Lian still felt a little unbalanced when he saw this scene happening. Even his speech became a bit humming. With the Scarlet Sky Flame by your side, you should be feeling somewhat strangely familiar now, right? This is because the two are of the same origin. Scarlet Sky Flame, Fong Ning blinked. When did senior sister Su get this thing on her? But that's not the point. I have to go back quickly to see if this fusion can maximize the progress of Flame Immortal. This was what Fong Ning was thinking. How could such a kind-hearted person like my junior brother go to a place like Suixinlu? Sunnishan stroked the handle of the fan in her hand, and a wave of anger gradually emerged in her heart. Sure enough, it's all Feng Xiaoyao's fault. We need to clean up the mess. Shi Lianqin bit her lips tightly. Damn it. How can such an outstanding junior disciple be given away for nothing to others? We must find a way to snatch Fong Ning away. On the small mountain road, the three of them each have their own ulterior motives. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. Complete golden entry. Future plans. Squeak. The moment the stone door of the cave opened, Fong Ning rushed in impatiently. He took a deep breath of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the cave of Fong Ning just felt relaxed all over. At the same time, I still feel a little dissatisfied. I have been traveling outside for so long, and I just returned to the sect, but I don't even have time to rest. He was immediately dragged away to make an elixir. Make a magic weapon. No, it seems like he volunteered to refine the magic weapon. But anyway, can this be right? He had to use a lot of effort to get rid of Sunnishan and Shi Lianqin just now. After confirming that the soundproofing array and the breath isolating array arranged in the cave were still functioning normally, Fong Ning clicked the glittering plus on the panel with some excitement. The next moment, the 5 pieces of fire attribute fragments disappeared instantly. At the same time, the progress bar behind the entry of Flame Immortal began to skyrocket. 60%, 65%, 70%. After a few breaths, the progress bar finally reached its full value. A dazzling golden light flashed by, and Fong Ning stared blankly at the panel in front of him. A complete golden entry shines brightly. A flame fairy. Complete. You were born to be the darling of fire, and have a unique understanding of fire attributed techniques. Practicing fire attributed techniques will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Finally, I got my first golden entry. This is all thanks to my daily hard work. Fong Ning was still in a state of excitement. The next moment, countless fire attributed spiritual energy rushed towards him frantically between heaven and earth. Fong Ning quickly calmed down with a clench of his palms. He held the 2 glittering spirit stones firmly in his hands. I quickly sat down cross-legged, and my consciousness gradually became clear. The Xuanzhen treasure mirror in the body began to run wildly. The vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth plus the spiritual stones in his hand all turned into nourishment for Fong Ning at this moment. After circulating in his body over and over again, it transformed into the purest fire attribute spiritual power. Finally, they were all poured into his dantian, although Fong Ning does not have a fire attribute spiritual root, but now, with the complete blessing of the flame immortal entry, he is no longer inferior to those cultivators who possess the best fire attribute spiritual roots. Moreover, the Xuanzhen Baojian on him accepts all comers, no matter what attribute of spiritual power it is, it can be absorbed. Under the superposition of these conditions, Fong Ning's aura finally began to surge. The 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, breaking through the realm is as easy as eating and drinking water. Feeling the abundant spiritual power in his dantian, Fong Ning finally showed a very satisfied smile on his face. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth completely dissipated, Fong Ning threw away the 2 spirit stones in his hand that had completely become waste. With a thought, a 3-colored flame suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. 3 talents fire. It can be said to be the most powerful fire attributed magic in the Foundation Establishment realm. Fong Ning flicked his index finger, and the 3 colors of the 3 elements fire suddenly separated from each other. In the blink of an eye, the blue, red, and orange flames transformed into 3 vivid fire phoenixes. Such exquisite control is terrifying. Even if Sunnishan comes, she has to kneel. Bah! The loud cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the cave at this moment. This unparalleled control made Fong Ning somewhat intoxicated. After playing with the flame for a whole cup of tea, Fong Ning reluctantly released the flame in his hand. After stretching, Fong Ning felt refreshed. The first small goal is completed. The next step is to find a way to break through to the 10th level of foundation building. A gleam flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. According to the records in the Xuanzhen Baojian, 9 is the ultimate number. If you want to transcend this realm and complete the perfect foundation, you must take an unusual path. Recalling the records in the Xuanzhen Baojian, Fong Ning thought thoughtfully. 9th grade elixir, realm-breaking elixir, a large amount of spiritual energy. These are the 2 necessary conditions for breaking through to the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The realm-breaking pill among them is easy to make. Fong Ning can refine it himself. Although the medicinal ingredients recorded in this recipe are a bit difficult to find, there is still a way. To be honest, there is actually a more clever way. All disciples of Jingyi sect, when they are about to form a pill, can use their own sect contribution points to go to Danfang or Law Enforcement Peak to exchange for a breakthrough pill. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, there are plenty of elixirs for you to choose from in Jingyi sect, but the problem is that Fong Ning has no contribution value at all. He had not been a disciple of Bingxian Peak for long, and I have never had much time to do some sect tasks. This has resulted in his sect contribution value still being a huge 0. Next is, now Fong Ning has an entry for Master of Alchemy, as well as dexterity, which is not of high quality but very useful. With these 2 entries at his disposal, Fong Ning was confident that the realm-breaking pills he could refine would be better than those provided by the Jingyi sect. Since there is a better option, why settle for second best? Isn't this a mental illness? Looks like I need to find some time to go for a stroll around Danfeng. Fong Ning touched his chin. The success of the Flame Fairy entry gave him a clearer plan in mind: collect more entries related to alchemy and complete the integration of Alchemy Master as soon as possible, or rather, find a way to get the golden entry Alchemy Master from senior brother Dan Yangzi. Then comes the second condition: massive amount of spiritual energy. The spirit stones sent by Master Li have been used up, and I can't find another reason to ask for more in the short term. After all, how could a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage need so many spirit stones? If this gets out, it will definitely attract other people's attention. If Fong Ning has been frightened by Su Nishang and Qi Lianxin, it's better to be low-key when practicing. Fortunately, Bing Wanqing had given him some spirit stones before. Add to that the scattered spirit stones I got from the storage bags of the 2 black-robed men from the Heavenly Demon sect, totaling about 30 pieces. It's still not enough. Fong Ning sighed. According to the records in the Xuanzhen Baojian, these spirit stones are far from enough. Where can I get spirit stones? Fong Ning was a little worried. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Never mind. Fortunately, Fong Ning always had a good attitude. I haven't written in my diary for a long time, so I'll make up for today's first. He really loves writing in a diary. Chapter 49, Get Out of Here. You're interrupting my conversation with my junior brother. In a dark valley. On the not-so-open ground, there were more than a dozen black-robed figures lying in a disorderly manner. At this moment, no one is breathing. If you look closely, you will find that these people have icy blue faces and stiff limbs. Most of the body was covered with a layer of hard dark blue ice crystals. At this moment, a figure stood here quietly. There are countless tiny ice crystals all over the body, and the temperament is cold and tranquil, like an iceberg snow lotus far away from the mundane world. Wow, I finally broke through. Finally got my first golden entry in life. This is so difficult. Thank you, senior sister Su. The Qi Yang fan was worth it. Looking at the contents of the diary, Bing Wanqing looked a little strange. This kid also gave Shang'er a magic weapon, evil disciple. Sure enough, the thief is still intent on doing this. He has always been thinking about hooking up with his own senior sister. The next step is to find a way to break through to the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Forge the legendary perfect foundation. But the number of spirit stones required to forge a perfect foundation is terrifying. Where can I find them? How about, try to test Master Li's attitude? You have to pay to attract talented people. Looking at the lines of small words that kept appearing on the diary in her hand, Bing Wanqing's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This evil disciple, why do you always want to run away? When you encounter difficulties, instead of seeking help from your master first, you go to an outsider. So what kind of magic potion did Li Qingguo give you? In what way am I inferior to him? Bing Wanqing snorted coldly and casually scattered a piece of ice crystal. The frozen corpses on the ground instantly turned into countless ice mist, exactly the same as the original Yukio. This evil, my good disciple, is there a way to forge the legendary perfect Tao foundation? Bing Wanqing's face was uncertain, and her slender jade fingers lightly stroked a line of small words, perfect Taoist foundation. This is something that only exists in legends. For a moment, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts, not to mention anything else. Just take the Jingyi sect as an example from the ancestors in the spirit transformation realm to the leaders of the Jingyi sect and the 13 peaks. They all chose to form a core after reaching the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. This is because the ancient method that is said to be able to condense a perfect Taoist foundation has long been lost. Where did this evil disciple come from? Perfect Tao foundation. According to the records in ancient books, as long as those cultivators who can build a perfect foundation of Taoism do not die prematurely, there is a great chance that they can achieve the body of an immortal in the future. In other words, could this wicked disciple Fong Ning possibly surpass the Jingyi sect's ancestor? Bing Wanqing took a deep breath, and the calm Taoist mind that she had cultivated for hundreds of years actually began to waver at this moment. This evil disciple, could he really do this? Need a large amount of spirit stones? Bing Wanqing thought about the conditions Fong Ning mentioned in the diary, and after thinking for a while, this icy beauty, famous in the Qingzhou cultivation world, actually smiled. A rare moment. In an instant, the whole world seemed to lose its color. I will give you the spirit stone. After a moment, the ice fairy seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The old fellow who escaped earlier must be the elder of this branch of the heavenly demon sect. These remnants of the heavenly demon sect are indeed formidable. I'll go back and find Yang Shan to figure out where that old ghost has fled to. A cold look flashed across Bing Wanqing's eyes. Cut the grass at its roots. What's more, this old guy is the mastermind behind the persecution of his own disciples. If you take a blow from me, you will be crippled if not dead. I want to see where you can run. Bing Wanqing clenched her hands tightly. The name Ice Fairy is not just because of her beauty. True to the sect, Ice Fairy Peak. Senior Sister Su. Junior brother, since I started practicing, I have accumulated a lot of doubts in my heart. I wonder if Senior Sister could spare some time to answer a few questions for Junior brother? Outside Sunnishan's cave, Dashian, dressed in black, was very sincere. Looking at the slim figure in the fiery red dress in front of him, a barely perceptible obscene look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ever since Dashian became Bing Wanqing's disciple, there has always been an unforgettable figure in his mind. It is Sunnishan, who is known as the Fire Fairy. When I first saw her outside the hall, I was immediately struck by her beauty. Apart from his master Bing Wanqing, Sunnishan is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. Dashian was almost obsessed with wanting to take it for himself. Unfortunately, Sunnishan has always been extremely cold to him. It was as if he didn't even exist in her eyes. This caused Dashian's obsession to become more and more deeply rooted. He must get Sunnishan. Only such a stunning beauty can be worthy of my talent. No time. Sunnishan uttered 2 words lightly and walked straight in one direction. Senior Sister Su. Dashian was anxious. When I lived in the palace, isn't she very popular among the palace maids and servants? How come since I came to this Ice Fairy Peak, is this trait gradually disappearing from me? Master told me that you should take good care of me, Senior Sister. There was no other way. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Sunnishan, Dashian had to move out the big Buddha of Bing Wanqing. No matter how proud you, Sunnishan, are, you wouldn't disobey your master, right? Sure enough, after hearing the 3 words Bing Wanqing, Sunnishan paused and finally stopped. Seeing this, Dashian was immediately delighted. He quickly stepped forward, walked in front of Sunnishan, and was about to speak again, but I heard another cold word in my ear roll. Sunnishan glanced at Dashian, her eyes filled with deep disgust. How could this guy be so tactless? Can't you see that I really dislike him? What does it have to do with me whether you practice or not? Sunnishan's voice remained cold. Do you think you are a junior brother? Dashian was stunned for a moment. How come this plot is completely different from what I imagined? Have I offended Sunnishan in any way? This bitch, how dare you speak to this prince like that? Dashian lowered his head, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Just as he was thinking this, Sunnishan's unusually surprised cry suddenly rang in his ears. Junior brother. Dashian subconsciously looked up, thinking that Sunnishan was calling him. It was not until I followed the other person's gaze that I realized that a figure had appeared not far ahead. Senior Sister Su. Fong Ning touched his nose awkwardly. He never expected that the first person he met after 3 days of seclusion was Sunnishan. Then he looked at Dashian, who was following him. Fong Ning vaguely smelled a scent of trouble. Junior brother, where are you going? Sunnishan doesn't care about that. Ever since Fong Ning gave her the Qiyang fan a few days ago, she has liked this junior brother more and more. I went to see senior brother Dan Yangzi. He had previously invited me to discuss the art of alchemy with him. Fong Ning said somewhat unnaturally, yet he was still not used to the other party's enthusiasm. This was very different from the image of his senior sister in his memory. Really? Then I'll go with you. Senior sister doesn't have anything to do right now anyway. At this moment, anyone could hear the joy in Sunnishan's tone. When Dashian heard this, his face was full of disbelief. No, that's not what you just said. Does the difference in treatment have to be so obvious? Dashian was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his dead fish eyes stared at Fong Ning viciously. Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry, charming nature. Gold. Regardless of your level of cultivation, all members of the opposite sex will have a strong natural liking for you. Fong Ning was stunned. I didn't do anything, so how come the funds were withdrawn? Could it be that? Fong Ning subconsciously looked towards Dashian. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. In Fong Ning's perception, Dashian's aura had surprisingly broken through to the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm. No, are you riding a rocket here? How long has Dashian been practicing? It will take no more than a month at most, even if he originally had some foundation, but this cultivation speed is too terrifying. Should we say that he is worthy of being the lucky son of this world? Shit, sooner or later, I will snatch all the entries from you. Just as Fong Ning was thinking this, suddenly, a faint fairy sound rang out across the entire Ice Fairy Peak. Ice Immortal Peak disciples Li Dashian, Sunnishan, Feng Xiao, Dan Yangzi, Fong Ning, quickly gather at the main hall of Yunmiao Peak. Fong Ning, can we still have a few days of peace and quiet? Chapter 50. The sect master gave me the opportunity to be the son of destiny. Yunmiao Peak die in the main hall. At this moment, except for Bing Wanqing, the master of Bingxian Peak, the masters of the other 12 peaks have all gathered. Dashian, the leader of the Jingyi sect, sat in the main seat, his eyes slightly narrowed, his long snow-white beard naturally hanging down to his chest. He looks just like an ordinary long-lived old man. No different, however, the entire Qingzhou cultivation world knows. Besides the reclusive ancestor of the Jingyi sect, its sect leader Dao Xuanzi is the strongest fighter in the entire sect. Here I come. Dashian seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes wide. The next moment, for streams of light of different colors came together. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the hall and transformed into 5 figures. Li Daoxian of Bingxian Peak, Ice Fairy Peak, Sunnishan, Ice Fairy Peak, Feng Xiao, Bingxian Peak, Dan Yangzi, Fong Ning from Bingxian Peak. The 5 figures saluted in unison and said, "Greetings to the sect master and all the peak masters." Fong Ning stood beside Sunnishan, yet he hadn't yet formed his elixir, and Sunnishan had brought him here before. This is why there are only 4 streams of light, but 5 people of Fong Ning raised his head slightly and saw Yen Jinqing winking at him. Just when he was confused, he felt a pair of eyes falling on him. When he turned his head, he met Li Qingguo's gaze. Fong Ning nodded slightly and saluted again. "Uncle Li, this path cannot be cut off. This is the route that I have carefully chosen as the most suitable for my defection. Why do I feel like someone is watching me?" Fong Ning frowned. When he followed the line of sight and found the owner behind it, he couldn't help but shudder all over. Why is it the sect master? Why are you all looking at me? Fong Ning quickly lowered his head, feeling something was wrong. Why are all the big shots in the sect paying attention to me? Are you still asking people to keep a low profile? Master, I wonder what orders you have for us this time. At critical moments, we still have to look to the eldest brother. Li Daoxian stepped forward and bowed towards Dashian. It's actually no big deal. Dashian withdrew his gaze from Fong Ning and said softly, "Something seems to have happened to the spirit stone vein that your Bingxian Peak is responsible for. I need you to check it out." Spirit stone vein? Fong Ning was slightly stunned when he heard this. Why does it feel familiar? I see. Li Daoxian nodded with an expression of I see. The other disciples of Bingxian Peak also looked as if they had suddenly understood something. May I ask, sect master, where is the mineral vein? Li Daoxian asked again. As the leader of the righteous sect in Qingzhou, Jingyi sect naturally has countless industries under its wing. There are dozens of spirit stone mines under his name alone. Jingyi sect would send its disciples to mine and dig every once in a while. Part of the spiritual stones obtained are used for the disciples' cultivation, and part are used to enrich the sect's foundation. Spirit stone vein. As the name suggests, this is a mineral vein that specifically breeds spiritual stones. Just like the gold and iron mines of ordinary people, most of these spirit stone veins exist in places with abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In Jingyi sect, the management rights of sect resources like these are all allocated to each peak, and this time the abnormal spirit stone vein is under the responsibility of Bingxian Peak. If there is a problem, it is naturally necessary for them, the disciples of Bingxian Peak, to go and solve it. Only, Li Daoxian asked another question without waiting for Dashian's answer. Master, do you know about such an important matter? Dashian stroked his snow-white beard and said, I have already informed Master Bingfeng of this matter, but she seems to be busy with other things at the moment and cannot rush back to the sect for the time being. As for the location of this spirit stone vein, Dashian waved his hand, and 5 glittering small compasses fell into the hands of 5 people. It's about 500 miles southeast of the sect. The exact location is already marked on the compass, just follow it. Fong Ning looked at the compass in his hand. Take a deep breath. There was a problem with the sect's industry that Bingxian Peak was in charge of. When the peak master is unable to return in time, it is perfectly reasonable for the sect leader to send disciples from the peak to investigate. But the key is, shouldn't this kind of thing be left to the disciples? Why are you looking for me, an inner sect disciple? I can't even fly, wouldn't it be a drag if you asked me to go? Something is wrong, there's something wrong out of 10, Metropolitan Fong Ning thought about it and finally decided to defend himself. By the way, if I remember correctly, your name is Fong Ning, right? Before Fong Ning could finish his words, Dao Xuanzi interrupted him with a smile. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. How long has it been since the last disciple competition? You're almost at the stage of forming a pill now. What rapid progress! It seems like you've been working hard on this. Very good. Our Jingyi sect needs motivated disciples like you. Master, actually I want to say. Dashuanzi waved his hand and interrupted again. No wonder Master Bingfeng is so optimistic about you. No, when did that old ice cube start to take a liking to me? Fong Ning was numb. Why don't you people like to let people finish speaking? There's no time to lose, you better set off quickly. Daochuanzi put away the smile on his face and gave the order, yes. Except for Fong Ning, the other 4 people clasped their fists in response. Let's go. Junior brother. Before Fong Ning could react, Sunnishan pulled him out of the hall. No, you guys listen to me. Seeing several people turning into flowing light and leaving again, Daochuanzi then revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Skirlbing, I have done what you asked me to do, the rest depends on the little guy himself. The speed of Jindan realm cultivators is very fast. In less than half an hour, everyone arrived at their destination. Dan Yangzi, find some pills to reduce the swelling for Feng Xiaoyao. Don't bring shame to the sect when you go out. Just as they were about to land, Li Daoshian suddenly spoke. Oh. After hearing what the eldest brother said, Dan Yangzi suddenly woke up from his dream and frantically took out a light brown pill from his storage ring. Brother Feng, this is for you. Because of the deep communication with Li Daoshian and Sunnishan before, Feng Xiaoyao still looked bruised and battered at this moment. Feng Xiaoyao took the pill handed to him by Dan Yangzi with some indignation, swallowed it in one gulp, and muttered softly, humph. You're the ones who caused this shame. Li Daoshian ignored him and just looked at the compass in his hand and said, the compass shows that there are abnormalities in 4 locations within this vein. Let's split up and act accordingly. If anything happens, use the communication jade pendant to contact us. Everyone nodded when they heard this. It was not until this moment that Fong Ning finally came to his senses. He remembered. No wonder he felt all this was familiar before. Isn't this the opportunity Zhou Xian had in his previous life? More and more memories emerged in Fong Ning's mind. The reason why this spiritual stone vein is abnormal is because an extraordinary treasure was born under this vein. A rare treasure from heaven and earth that can transform a cultivator, ice saliva of all things, in his previous life. Zhou Xian swallowed and refined this treasure by chance during this sect mission, which could not be considered a sect mission. Only then can you lay an extremely solid foundation for your physical body. Only then could he refine the Buddha Tower so easily. Thinking of this, Fong Ning's expression became a little strange. Am I stealing the opportunity of the Son of Fortune? Chapter 51. Why did you scare me when you said you were fine? Junior brother, are you okay? Sunnishan was closest to Fong Ning, so she naturally noticed the abnormality on his face first and asked with concern. As soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of the others. After all, Fong Ning is their closest junior brother. Feeling the fiery gazes around him, Fong Ning waved his hand somewhat uncomfortably. I'm fine, brothers and sisters, don't worry. Fong Ning smiled at them. Zhou Xian, this is not my fault, it was the sect master who forced me to come. Fong Ning couldn't help but feel happy when he thought about himself replacing Zhou Xian's position. It would be a waste not to take advantage of that bastard. Next, let's discuss the grouping. Li Daoshian nodded. Although junior brother is accompanying us this time, he is still only at the foundation establishment stage after all. This spiritual stone mine is deep underground, so I think someone should take care of him. What senior brother said makes sense. Feng Xiaoyao immediately agreed when he heard this, a pair of sparkling eyes. No matter it was the eldest brother or Sunnishan, after spending some time alone with the younger brother, their own strength had made a qualitative leap. God has eyes, now it's finally his turn. Feng Xiaoyao was startled and spoke quickly. I can take my junior brother with me, let him follow me. Sunnishan looked at Li Daoshian. In this operation, you are in charge of the overall situation, so don't be distracted. Dan Yangzi's strength is still a little weak. As for Feng Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes turned and looked at someone with a frozen expression on his face. Stay away from my junior brother. Sunnishan said, let junior brother follow me. Damn violent woman. White Feng Xiaoyao clenched his fists again and again, but finally let them drop weakly. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Wait for me to go back and ask my junior brother to give me some special lessons. In that case, then let it be. Li Daoshian nodded. He quite agreed with Sunnishan's suggestion. In short, Feng Xiaoyao must not be allowed to get close to junior brother. Junior brother is such a kind-hearted person, he must not go astray again. The sect has already evacuated the disciples stationed here, so we can just go in directly. Li Daoshian said, there are 4 entrances in the 4 directions, east, south, west and north. We can each choose one. Not long after, a few people made a decision. As the eldest brother with the strongest combat power, Li Dashian is responsible for investigating the eastern entrance leading to the deepest part of the mine. Feng Xiaoyao is fast enough and is responsible for serving as the southern entrance to the mine transportation hub. Dan Yangzi, who is weaker in strength, is responsible for the western entrance, which is closer to the ground. Okay. Let's act quickly. As soon as Sunnishan finished speaking, she turned into a beam of fire and quickly rushed towards the northern entrance of the mine with Fong Ning. The range of this entrance is extremely large, just right for two people to survey. After everyone has gone deep into the mine, a figure dressed in pitch black quietly appeared in a small forest not far from here. Judging from her curvy figure, she should be a woman. Senior brother Fong Ning, although the woman's voice was low, it had a gentle charm in it. Looking at the direction where everyone disappeared, a hint of darkness quickly surged in the woman's pupils. The next moment, the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed towards the northern entrance silently. Damn it! Duguyen spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Looking at the unusually obvious ice blue palm print on his chest, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. It seems that those two idiots not only died outside, but also leaked the branch's information. Duguyen closed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened not long ago. At that time, he was still in the valley that was set up as the location of the Heavenly Demon Sect's branch. I was planning to report the intelligence I had collected in recent days to the Great Saint, especially about the whereabouts of the key that can open the secret treasure of the pagoda, but at this moment, an uninvited guest fell from the sky. In just a moment, the entire valley was wiped out without a single survivor. All the death warriors and disciples of the demon sect that Duguyen had carefully trained died under the terrifying ice crystals. Duguyen felt his heart bleeding when he saw the scene. You know, these people are all the family property he has accumulated over the years, but it only took a cup of tea. All the hard work I put in over the years has gone to waste, and he also knew that person. It can even be said to be quite familiar, one of the 13 peak masters of Jingyi sect, Ice Fairy. Bing Wanqing. Although both of them are cultivators in the nascent soul stage, Duguyen is no match for Bing Wanqing. After just one palm strike from the opponent, Duguyen felt that the blood and spiritual power in his body were almost completely frozen. Helplessly, he had to use the secret technique of the demonic sect and paid a huge price to escape. Damn it! Duguyen opened his eyes, filled with real hatred and murderous intent. He hates it, hate Bing Wanqing, hate the same sect, but he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Luckily, Bing Wanqing is probably only here to avenge her disciple. The sect's disguise and plan should not have been exposed yet. Although Duguyen had hatred in his heart, he was very clear, before opening the Buddha's secret treasure and obtaining the resources inside, the demon sect will never be able to defeat the Jingyi sect. Therefore, even though he felt extremely unwilling, for the sake of the overall situation, Duguyen had no choice but to endure it. It's definitely not because he can't beat Bing Wanqing. Snort. He took out a healing pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. The expression on Duguyen's face improved a lot. I'm afraid even Bing Wanqing couldn't have imagined that I would dare to do the opposite. Not only is it not far away from the Jingyi sect, but it is actually hidden in the mineral vein that is even closer. A hint of pride flashed through Duguyen's heart. According to the intelligence they have collected over the years, the spiritual stone vein here is the property of the Jingyi sect. It contains a large amount of spirit stones. As long as I go deeper and randomly pick up one or two pieces, it will surely be enough to recover from my injuries. After the injury is healed, I will blow up this mine. This is so disgusting. It's really disgusting. This was Duguyen's original plan, until he turned his head and looked deeper into the vein. A rocky place. There are countless huge stalactites hanging upside down on the stone wall. Under the thickest stone pillar, there was a small puddle of water. It's about the size of an adult's head. The it is filled with jade-white liquid. It's like heavy mercury, extremely sticky. Duguyen just got a little closer and felt a faint sense of coldness. With his keen eyesight, he naturally recognized the origin of this thing at a glance. Ice saliva, of all things, the legendary rare treasure that can transform a cultivator completely. It is also the best healing medicine. Duguyen just wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. Really, God will not abandon me. I, Duguyen, am indeed the man of destiny. Under the leadership of Her Highness the Saint and this old man, the demonic sect is bound to rise again. Senior sister, you don't need to get so close to me. Just when Duguyen was about to devour and refine the ice saliva of all things to repair his injuries, suddenly, he heard a conversation next to his ears to someone. Duguyen's heart sank, and a black jade pendant hanging on his body flickered. He then silently blended into the shadows between the stone walls. Junior brother, you have only just started learning, so you don't understand the dangers deep within this mine. Sunnishan pulled Fong Ning's arm. Don't think that everything is calm now, but danger may happen soon. As your senior sister, I naturally have to stay close to you so that I can take action in time. Fong Ning twitched his arm, but it didn't move. For example? Sunnishan frowned. For example, perhaps there's a sworn enemy of the Jingyi sect hiding here. He's ready to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate our sect's elite. I've been discovered? Duguyen, hiding in the shadows, looked at the two figures walking towards him not far away. A man and a woman. The woman is wearing a red dress, so gorgeous. The man was handsome and sunny, but his face looked a little helpless. It's Sunnishan. When Duguyen saw the female cultivator's appearance clearly, his eyes suddenly widened. The second direct disciple of Bing Wanqing, who was that boy next to her? I've never seen a portrait of him in the intelligence gathered by the demonic sect, so I don't Think it's very important. Sunnishan called in junior brother, so he must be a new disciple who had just joined Bingxian Peak. Dugiyan was thinking in his mind. Sunnishan is at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, while the male disciple is at the Foundation Establishment realm, although he was severely injured by Bing Wanqing. But if we launch a sneak attack, it shouldn't be too difficult to capture a Jindan realm cultivator. I just wonder if there are other people coming with these. 2. If there was a nascent soul cultivator following behind them, junior brother, what do you think that is? Broken, my all-seeing eye saliva. Dugiyan thought to himself that something was wrong. If this thing is snatched away by the two of them, I will be completely hopeless. No, we have to act now. While the two's attention was drawn to the myriad eye saliva, now is the best time to take action. Thinking of this, Dugiyan no longer hesitated, his figure appeared again, he restrained his breath, and approached the two step by step. Get started. Dugiyan's spiritual power circulated throughout his body, and a hint of black color faintly appeared in his palm. This is his full strength attack. We must capture these two people together. But at this moment, an inconspicuous shadow silently wrapped around Dugiyan's calf, binding him firmly in place. What is this? Just when Dugiyan was shocked, the male disciple standing in front of him suddenly said, "Hey, is there something behind?" As soon as Fong Ning turned around, he saw a thin old man standing in front of him with a face full of despair, and his heart was shocked. Ghost. The mine here is already dark. Dugiyan was seriously injured, his hair was disheveled, and his face was pale. It looked spookier than a ghost. Fong Ning immediately became stressed. He subconsciously activated the sword energy that was lingering in his dantian. He launched a full strength attack from a Jindan realm swordsman. Puff. Dugiyan felt a chill in his heart, and then fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. Dugiyan could never have imagined a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, would actually die at the hands of a kid at the Foundation Establishment stage, and he died in such a miserable way. Chapter 52. My name is Zhou Xian. If you have the guts, come to Jingyi sect to hunt me down. It wasn't until Dugiyan collapsed to the ground that Sunnishan finally reacted to junior brother. Are you okay? She asked quickly. I'm fine, but he should be. Fong Ning was still a little frightened at this moment. He first glanced at Dugiyan, who was lying lifeless on the ground, and then looked at Sunnishan with a complicated expression. Could it be that this senior sister of mine is the direct disciple of Tianji Peak? I thought you were just saying it casually, but I didn't expect it to be true. Boom! A ball of fire ignited in Sunnishan's hand, immediately illuminating the surroundings, just as she squatted down to check the old man's identity. Fong Ning's voice suddenly came to my ears. Senior sister, didn't you say earlier that there are still a large number of unmined spirit stones in this vein, and that using magic rashly will affect the quality of the spirit stones? Sunnishan heard this and paused her movements imperceptibly. A special situation. A special situation. How can a mere spirit stone compare to the safety of you and me? Damn it, I was careless. Sunnishan gritted her teeth secretly. If there was always light, how could I have the right to stay close to you? How is it? Any findings? Fong Ning also came to Sunnishan at this time. No. I've never seen him before. Sunnishan frowned, reached out and took a black token from Dugiyan's waist, and handed it to Fong Ning. Fong Ning took the token and examined it carefully. The token is completely black, about the size of a palm, and has a very intricate and complex dark pattern around it. A large white skull is engraved on one side of the token. The eye and the two empty eye sockets of the skull. It seemed that one could still faintly see flashes of emerald green fire. The other side of the token is engraved with a 6. Fong Ning felt that the token in his hand looked more and more familiar. In a way, after a while, Fong Ning finally had the answer in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why would people from the demonic sect come here? And he is a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. He remembered that at this time in his previous life, the process of Zhou Xian obtaining the ice saliva of all things was not so tortuous. Something is wrong, 200% wrong. But, looking down at Dugu Yan's body, Fong Ning seemed to be thinking about something. Junior brother, what are you doing? Before Sunnishan could react, Fong Ning squatted beside the corpse and began to feel around. The appearance of this old man is too coincidental. I think it is necessary to check it carefully again. Fong Ning's fingers flew at this moment, and he said without raising his head, I suspect the abnormality in the spirit stone vein here is very likely related to him. Sunnishan thought about it and felt that what Fong Ning said made sense. So they let him continue to do what he wanted. Junior brother is so careful, Sunnishan praised in her heart. I really need to keep Feng Xiao away from my junior brother. We must not let him lead junior brother astray again. After a while, Fong Ning stood up with a dark look on his face. If it is not for the moral cultivation, he really wanted to spit at the dead body on the ground. Poor bastard. He searched Dugiyan's body, but found nothing except the black token. All they found were a few bottles of inferior pills and a heavenly demon lock. Are all the people in the demonic sect so poor? A cultivator at the nascent soul stage actually has nothing on him. How could Fong Ning know? The remnants of the demonic sect, including Dugiyan, have been hiding from place to place these years, and their lives are extremely poor, especially since Dugiyan was the 6th elder in charge of a branch of the heavenly demon sect. Whatever resources he had for cultivation were either offered as tribute or distributed to his fellow cultivators. How could he have any family assets? It really costs a lot of money for a monk to practice cultivation. Just when Fong Ning was feeling dissatisfied, there was a faint fluctuation coming from the black token in his hand. Before Fong Ning could come over, a cold voice came out, 6th elder, how is the situation over there? Have you found the whereabouts of the key? Fong Ning was a little stunned. Oh no, who are you, sister? Sixth elder. Fong Ning glanced at Duga Yen lying on the ground. If nothing unexpected happens, then there must be an accident. There's a woman? Different from Fong Ning's confusion, Sunnishan, who was standing by, became alert instantly after hearing the cold female voice coming from the token. Where did this bad woman come from? No, I must keep an eye on my junior brother. Sunnishan thought so in her heart. He immediately moved closer to Fong Ning without saying a word and listened attentively. The situation here is quite complicated, and I don't have any more detailed information yet. Fong Ning pondered for a moment, put his hand on his throat, and spoke hoarsely. You are not Duga Yen. Who are you? The cold female voice spoke again. Did you kill him? Depend on. Fong Ning's expression changed instantly. How come it was exposed so quickly? But before he could answer, the cold female voice continued. You even dare to kill our sect elders? How courageous. The next moment, a dark spiritual power suddenly burst out from the token and penetrated into Fong Ning's wrist at lightning speed. Then a small black skull mark appeared. Junior brother. Sunnishan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this, and looked at Fong Ning with a worried look on her face. Junior brother? The cold female voice seemed a little surprised that there were other people present, but she quickly continued, I've already placed a tracking mark on you. When I return to Qingzhou, the first thing I will do is kill you. Oh, tracking mark, then it's okay. Hearing the other party say that the black light was just a tracking mark, Fong Ning felt a lot more relieved. As long as it's not a method of cursing from a distance, it'll be fine. Fong Ning thought for a moment, then continued to suppress his throat, but uttered Zhou Xian's voice, snort. I never thought that my lifelong reputation as Zhou Xian would be ruined by the evil schemes of a villain like you. There was a lot of disdain in his tone, as if he looked down on the other person. If you have the guts, come and hunt me down in the Jingyi sect. I, Zhou Xian, am waiting for you. After saying that, Fong Ning cut off the communication without waiting for the other party to react. He drew a few talismans on the black token to block out any aura detection, and threw it into the storage bag at his waist. Junior brother, you. Sunnishan watched Fong Ning's smooth and flowing operation. I just felt like something deep inside me was quietly broken. Senior sister, do you think I shouldn't use junior brother Zhou's name? Fong Ning asked. No. Hearing this, Sunnishan shook her head decisively. That kid is so annoying. It would be great if I could give him some trouble. So he won't bother me every day. Don't be fooled by what the other person says. Our Jingyi sect is the leader of the righteous path in Qingzhou. How many blind people dare to cause trouble? What's more, the so-called sixth elder mentioned by the other party wanted to attack them first. It's just that he was not as skilled as his junior brother, and was killed by his junior brother in the end. No matter where this matter is brought up, they are always right. I'm just worried that even though you've isolated the aura on this token, the tracking mark on your body will still be sensed by the other party. Sunnishan expressed her concerns with some hesitation. Oh, you mean this? Fong Ning waved his hand nonchalantly. Fine. He turned and walked towards the small puddle not far away. Just use this Wanxian ice saliva bubble. All-encompassing ice saliva, what is this? Upon hearing this, Sunnishan's beautiful eyes were filled with doubts. She only saw Fong Ning walk to the small puddle. After looking around, he took out a wooden barrel for bathing from his storage ring, then he threw in some herbs that he couldn't recognize, and finally, he made hand gestures with both hands, condensed a bucket of water and poured it in. After doing all this, Fong Ning turned to Sunnishan and said to senior sister, please step aside. I'm going to take off my clothes. No, are you really taking a bath? Although Sunnishan was shocked, she still did as Fong Ning said. Junior brother knows so much, what he said must be right. Fong Ning stepped into the wooden barrel. With a casual hook of his hand, the jade-white Wanxiang ice saliva was drawn in. The myriad ice saliva is a rare treasure that can transform a cultivator completely. A smile appeared on Fong Ning's lips. Tracking mark, just soak it in this stuff. Moreover, the herbs that he added could bring out the maximum effect of the Wanxiang ice saliva. It would be strange if the mark could still be left after the skin and bones are tempered. Fong Ning closed his eyes and concentrated, the Xuanjin treasure mirror in his body slowly running, slowly drawing those strange energies into his body. Dear readers, if you think this book is well written after reading this, please kindly give me a thumbs up and urge me to update it. Add it to my bookshelf. The more you ask for updates, the more updates there will be. New book launch, these data are really important. The author would like to express his gratitude here. There are a few more chapters to go, please be patient. It's going to be exciting soon. Don't force me to beg you. Chapter 53, half a month later, I will take your life. At the same time, somewhere a million miles away from Qingzhou. A woman in black gauze stood quietly on the boulder. He also held a pitch-black token in his hand. If you look closely, you will find that this woman has a pair of extremely rare purple eyes. Every frown and smile seems to be able to make a person's soul fall deeply into it. She was not wearing shoes, and her perfect and delicate 3-inch golden lotus feet gently stepped on the boulder, with gold and silver bells tied around her ankles. Occasionally, when a breeze blows, a breathtakingly clear bell sound will be heard. The purple hair like a waterfall fell naturally behind her head, just covering her perky buttocks. Beneath the thin black veil, a large area of snow-white skin was faintly visible, and a faint fragrance permeated the whole body. She is a stunning beauty. Any man who sees it would probably go crazy. At this moment, Sheng Qianer frowned slightly, and looked towards Qingzhou with her eyes, as if her gaze could penetrate the space. Jingyi sect, Zhou Xian. The red lips opened slightly, and two names came out. Could it be that the sect's plan has been exposed? To be fair, this is the situation she least wants to see. Before obtaining everything in the Buddha's secret treasure and digesting it perfectly, Shang Qianer was unwilling to have a head-on conflict with the behemoth Jingyi sect at this stage. Zhou Xian? Her eyes flickered, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Qianer, why are you here? I was looking for you. At this moment, a clear voice sounded behind him. Shang Qianer's expression changed. As if nothing had happened, he turned his head and smiled softly at the person behind him, his words seeming to contain a hint of joking. What's wrong? What instructions does our little princess have? You're annoying. The woman who came later looked about the same age as Shang Qianer. She was wearing a golden phoenix robe and looked extremely noble. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on that beautiful face that was no less beautiful than Shang Qianer's. It's fine if they call me that, but why are you joining them in the fun? I'm going to get angry. Shangguan Luan, one of the youngest designated successors of the Lord in the history of the Yaoqi Holy Land, said this. She has always regarded Shang Qianer as her good sister. When talking to others, he never puts on airs. It was because the person in front of her was not only her good sister, but also equally talented. Okay, it was just a joke. Shang Qianer smiled, reached out and gently pinched the latter's face, her eyes full of pampering. So, why did you come to see me? Shangguan Luan's mood improved, and he spoke. The Lord asked me to tell you that the exchange meeting with the disciples of Qingzhou Jingyi sect is about to begin. We too will be the team leaders this time. Shang Qianer was slightly stunned when she heard this. Going to Qingzhou? Yes. Shangguan Luan didn't notice the expression on Shang Qianer's face at all, and continued to chatter excitedly. I remember Qianer, aren't you from Qingzhou? Why? Are you feeling homesick now? The girl looked at her good sister with a smile. You also know that the lord of our Yaoqi Holy Land and the ancestor of the Jingyi sect were close friends when they were young. After the two of them parted ways, they founded their own sects at the same time. The two of them, remembering their old friendship, will hold a disciple exchange meeting every 5 years. Didn't our Yaoqi Holy Land also help out in Qingzhou's massive demon-slaying campaign back then? Shangguan Luan was a little excited. She had never left the Holy Land of Yaoqi since she was born. It is all because of her outstanding talent that she is destined to take over the position of the current lord and take charge of Yaoqi in the future. The entire Yaoqi Holy Land respectfully calls her the little princess and takes care of her meticulously. Now, she can finally go on a long trip. How can she not be excited? About when will we leave? Shang Qianer was silent for a moment and then asked. In addition to being the holy maiden of the demonic sect, she is also one of the two heirs to the current empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land. It's almost there. Shangguan Luan held Shang Qianer's hand and smiled happily. About half a month later. Then we'll ride the Phoenix chariot together. Half a month later, Shang Qianer smiled and said, okay. Zhou Xian, just wait for me. An extremely strong hatred flashed in the purple eyes. Junior brother, are you okay? Alright. In the mine, Sunnishan heard the rustling sound of someone getting dressed behind her and couldn't help but ask a question. Senior sister, you can turn around now. Fong Ning's voice came from behind him. As Sunnishan turned around and was about to say something, but when she saw Fong Ning's current appearance, she could not help but freeze in place. Junior brother, you. Hearing this, Fong Ning paused, also a little confused. What's wrong with me? No, it's okay. Sunnishan turned her head somewhat unnaturally. Fong Ning could hardly hear the soft voice. Damn it, why does it feel like my junior brother has become more handsome again? Sunnishan tried her best not to look at Fong Ning. She only felt that her heartbeat was becoming more and more obvious. Even my breathing became a little faster. At this moment, Fong Ning's skin was as white as jade and glowed brightly. A pair of clean and bright black eyes appear even purer and deeper. There is an extraordinary aura surrounding the whole body. Even his figure seemed to be slightly taller. Every gesture and movement of the person is filled with a unique charm. It is just like the old saying, the man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Fong Ning looked at Su Nishan's current appearance and seemed to understand something in his heart. Heaven and earth, conscience. You really can't blame him for showing off. That ice saliva of all things is a rare treasure in heaven and earth. I wonder how many tens of thousands of years it would take to condense the reserves of that small puddle just now. The treasure is so rare that the effect produced after refining it is naturally extremely amazing. This transformation is not just talk. At this moment, if a cultivator used his spiritual sense to deeply explore Fong Ning's body, you will find that all the bones in his body are faintly shining with the luster of jade, extremely hard. Not only that, the jade light even spread throughout Fong Ning's internal organs and meridians. The meridians widen, as vast and mighty as a rushing river. Naturally, the spiritual power in the body flows more smoothly. Even the Xuanjin Baojian benefited greatly from this. It is easier to mobilize your own spiritual power. All aspects of the body's abilities have been greatly improved. At this moment, Fong Ning finally became the most persistent man in the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, due to Fong Ning's current realm, the benefits brought by this ice saliva of all things have not actually been fully demonstrated yet. More benefits are still hidden in Fong Ning's body. It will show up step by step when his strength improves in the future. Cool. Fong Ning was happy. He felt sincerely happy when he thought that doing so could greatly slow down Zhou Xian's rise. Junior brother, just as Fong Ning was carefully feeling the changes in his body, Su Nishan's voice rang in my ears again. Is there really no problem with your tracking mark? Although junior brother had promised solemnly that after soaking in the myriad ice saliva, the tracking mark left by the mysterious woman on him will disappear, but Sunnishan was still a little worried. Fong Ning smiled, stretched out his right hand in front of Sunnishan, and showed it to her. Don't worry, senior sister. No problem. Sunnishan looked up and saw that there was no trace of the dark mark. That's good. Only at this moment did Sunnishan feel relieved. She didn't care that Fong Ning had used Zhou Xian's identity to take the blame, she only cared about whether her junior fellow apprentice was truly safe and sound. I'm glad that my junior brother is okay. As for Zhou Xian, whatever you want. Junior brother, what are you doing? Sunnishan took a casual glance and noticed that there seemed to be a fire in the corner of her eye. Do some finishing touches. Fong Ning replied, then put his index finger and middle finger together, and a ball of three-element fire suddenly jumped onto his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, Dugian's body was burned to ashes. Fortunately, this old guy was seriously injured before he met them, and even his nascent soul was shattered. Otherwise, Fong Ning would have a really hard time dealing with it. Ghost exorcising talisman. Dust cleansing talisman. After going through a series of details and confirming that there were no traces left here, Fong Ning finally showed a satisfied smile, but just when he was about to say something, the entire mine began to shake wildly without any warning. It seems like it's about to collapse. The next moment, the communication jade pendants on his and Sunnishan's waists vibrated at the same time. Then, a voice came out. Everyone, gather at the east entrance. This is Li Daoxuan's voice. Big brother, something happened to him? Chapter 54, Giving away the spiritual stone marrow for free? Unless he is an idiot, Fong Ning and Sunnishan moved forward rapidly along the underground mineral vein. The thing that could make Li Dashian, the most powerful fighter, contact them on his own initiative must be something extraordinary. Because Sunnishan was with him, Fong Ning didn't need to worry too much at this time. Instead, he tried his best to search for relevant memories in his mind, but not long after, a look of helplessness appeared on Fong Ning's face. In his previous life, this ice saliva of all things was originally an opportunity that belonged to Zhou Xian. If Fong Ning was just a small transparent person on Bingxian Peak at this time, there is no chance to integrate with these senior brothers and sisters. Naturally, he had no memory of this sect mission. But I remember that Zhou Xian didn't seem to encounter any crises in his previous life, so I think the problem shouldn't be too big. After about a quarter of an hour, Sunnishan brought Fong Ning to the place where Li Dashian had sent the message before. At this moment, everyone has gathered here. Big brother! Sunnishan shouted, what happened? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Dashian didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. I found the reason for the abnormal mineral vein. Hearing this, Sunnishan was stunned, and then subconsciously looked at Fong Ning. Isn't the reason for this abnormality in the mineral vein the ice saliva of all things that junior brother just refined? But according to what senior brother said, there is obviously something else hidden here. Fong Ning was also a little confused at this moment. Still have questions? How come I don't know? Why are you two making eyes at each other? At this moment, Feng Xiaoyao, who had been paying close attention to the two of them, suddenly said, could it be that you are hiding something from us? Snort, there is something wrong with this violent woman. I have to find a way to get my junior brother back. Nothing. Sunnishan shook her head decisively. Although I don't know why the mysterious old man attacked them earlier, nor do I know what specific benefits the so-called myriad ice saliva will bring to my junior brother, but she subconsciously wanted to hide all this for Fong Ning. It's not that she doesn't trust Li Daoxian and the others, but the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Only in this way can we ensure the safety of our junior brother. Making a fortune quietly is the right way. This is what her junior brother told her earlier. Yeah? Feng Xiaoyao was obviously unconvinced and sneered. When he was about to say something else, he suddenly noticed that Sunnishan was looking at him. A faint flame ignited on the palm of his hand hanging by his side. Violent girl, Feng Xiaoyao's mouth twitched, and he wisely chose to shut up. Big brother, what did you discover? Dan Yangzi was also a little curious at this time. He also felt the previous vibration, but did not sense any danger. Follow me. Li Daoxian glanced at Fong Ning, then turned and walked towards the depths of a branch of the mineral vein. The people behind him looked at each other and followed his footsteps. It's really strange, Feng Xiaoyao muttered in a low voice. In the past, at times like this, Big Brother was the one who was the most open about keeping secrets. Why is he keeping things a secret today? This isn't like him. Sunnishan and Dan Yangzi nodded after hearing this. It's a bit strange. Among the crowd, only Fong Ning felt deeply relieved. Well done, Big Brother, you can finally hide things. It seems that the other party did listen to what he said before. Although the change is not big, it is already a remarkable improvement. It took them about a cup of tea to walk along the winding path. Li Daoxian in front finally stopped. Look! He didn't look back, but just stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction. Several people took a step forward, and when they saw clearly what was in front of them, they all gasped. Is this spiritual stone marrow? Feng Xiaoyao exclaimed, his face full of shock. In front of everyone, in a huge naturally formed pit, a transparent sphere 3 times the size of an adult's head lay inside. Even in such a dim environment as the mine, everyone still saw clearly. In the center of the sphere, there was a small ball of pure white liquid flowing slowly. Spiritual stone marrow. Fong Ning was also a little shocked at this moment. It turned out to be this thing. As we all know, most of the spiritual stones used by monks in Their cultivation are mined from spiritual stone veins buried deep underground. These spirit stone veins are divided into 3 grades: high, medium and low. Low-grade spirit stone veins give birth to low-grade spirit stones. The medium-grade spirit stone veins give birth to medium-grade spirit stones. The same applies to high-quality spirit stone veins. In the world of monks, 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Often, a small vein of low-grade spirit stone is enough for a small sect to survive, and this spiritual stone marrow is even rarer. No matter what grade of mineral vein it is, it can only produce 1 spiritual stone marrow. The amount of spiritual power contained in the spirit stone marrow is 100 times that of the same grade of spirit stone. And the quality is far superior to ordinary spirit stones. No wonder it caused such a big stir before. Sunnishan came back to her senses at this moment, and said as she looked at the spiritual stone marrow in front of her, when a spirit stone vein produces spirit stone marrow, it is often accompanied by a strange phenomenon. I believe the abnormalities that the sect master mentioned earlier also originated from this. Unlike the few people who looked shocked and had complicated thoughts of Fong Ning, who was lagging behind the others, felt something strange in his heart. He naturally knew about the spiritual stone marrow. He also knew the effect it could produce. But the key point is that the visions that this thing can trigger when it is born are far more than the previous ones. This is true even for small, low-grade spirit stone veins, and Fong Ning's eyes flickered, thanks to his keen perception that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. He always felt that the spiritual stone marrow in front of him seemed to have a kind of disharmony. Logically speaking, the aura of the spirit stone marrow produced by a spirit stone vein should have the same origin as the vein itself. But the spiritual stone marrow in front of me seemed to be somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere of the surrounding environment. Instead, it seems more like, was it placed here intentionally? Fong Ning suddenly had this thought in his mind, but then he smiled self-deprecatingly. Spirit stone marrow is such a precious thing that ordinary cultivators would definitely treasure it if they got it. I'm afraid it will fall if I hold it in my hand, and I'm afraid it will melt if I put it in my mouth. How could someone just say they don't want something this precious? Unless he is an idiot. The scene fell into a strange silence, because according to the rules of the Jingyi sect, the spiritual stone marrow is a kind of natural treasure that has no owner. Even if it is found in the spirit stone veins owned by the sect, it also belongs to the person who discovered it. In other words, the ownership of this spiritual stone marrow belongs to the 5 people present. How do we divide it? Feng Xiaoyao swallowed and spoke hesitantly. Thank you, dear readers. Thank you for your support. Sorry for being a little late today. Please give us your full support. The data from the new book period is really important. Please urge me to update. Add to my bookshelf. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 55. Didn't we agree to divide it equally? Why did you give it all to me? In the slightly quiet mind. At this moment, the 5 people, including Fong Ning, felt their heartbeats quicken. This is the spiritual stone marrow. The spiritual power it can provide is 100 times greater than that of spiritual stones of the same level. With such a precious treasure lying right in front of them, how could they not be tempted? Let's split it evenly. After a moment's silence, Li Dashian spoke. As the eldest senior brother of Bingxian Peak and the discoverer of this spiritual stone marrow, he was the first to propose this plan, so Fong Ning and others naturally would not object. I have no objection. It's up to you to decide, big brother. Feng Xiaoyao spoke. The others nodded upon hearing this. Although the disciples on Bingxian Peak like to fight and quarrel on weekdays, they are still quite united and harmonious at critical moments. Junior brother, what do you think? Suddenly, Li Dashian suddenly opened his mouth and asked Fong Ning. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Fong Ning knew clearly Li Dashian was not asking about the distribution plan of the spiritual stone marrow, but about how he performed in the previous matters. Big brother, you have really grown up. Fong Ning felt slightly relieved. After pondering for a moment, he said, listen to the eldest brother. Li Dashian responded, feeling a little excited. Hey, my junior brother didn't refute me, which means I did the right thing. Although the white shell that wrapped the spirit stone marrow was extremely hard, it still seemed somewhat fragile in front of Li Dashian, a Jindan realm swordsman. Several sword energies passed through, cutting open the hard shell, and the fist-sized white spirit stone marrow was divided into 5 equal parts, falling into the hands of everyone present. Alright. Now that things here have been resolved, let's go back as soon as possible. Sunnishan spoke, and everyone nodded after hearing it. Li Dashian turned around and left first, and the others followed him. Junior brother, come here. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Fong Ning's ears. He turned his head and saw Sunnishan, who was at the end of the team, waving at him quietly. Fong Ning slowed down his pace and came to her side. Naturally, Fong Ning originally thought that Sunnishan had called him in to get another confession about Dugayen, but he didn't expect that. This is for you. Sunnishan whispered. Before Fong Ning could react, he felt as if there was something extra in his hand. Looking down, I saw it was a storage ring. Fong Ning released a trace of spiritual power and probed into it. The next moment, the whole person was shocked beyond words. In the storage space, a small ball of pure white liquid was flowing slowly. Senior sister, you. Sunnishan patted Fong Ning in a somewhat annoyed manner. Keep your voice down. Then, she continued, you're almost at the stage of forming a pill, right? By then, you'll definitely need this thing more than I do. Just consider it as a return gift for the Red Sun fan. Fong Ning was silent after hearing this, rest assured. Seeing that he was silent, Sunnishan thought he was worried about her, so she reached out and patted his shoulder again. Have you forgotten that senior sister won the bet with Qi Lianxin? The cultivation resources personally passed down by Yifeng are not few. Adding what I originally deserved, it's more than enough. But senior sister Fong Ning wanted to say something when he heard this, but he saw Sunnishan's face change and she raised her fist towards him. Alright. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you up. After saying that, Sunnishan didn't care about Fong Ning's reaction and just quickened her pace and walked forward to Fong Ning's side softly and could only put away the storage ring in his hand, but not long after he walked, another figure suddenly appeared beside him. Junior brother. Feng Xiaoyao smiled and put his hand on Fong Ning's shoulder. Here. This is for you. On the other open palm, there lay a small white jade bottle of Fong Ning only sensed it slightly, and felt a very familiar aura from it. Brother Fong, you harmful. Feng Xiaoyao waved his hand, signaling Fong Ning not to say more. Senior brother has also gained a lot of benefits from you before. I, Feng Xiaoyao, am not an ungrateful person. After all, this thing is just a more powerful spirit stone. I don't need this little bit of money, so I might as well give it to you. Feng Xiaoyao was talking about the pill he had obtained from Bing Wanqing before. Although Bing Wanqing never admitted it, he had already determined that the pill was made by Fong Ning. Fong Ning thought Feng Xiaoyao was talking about how he had once enjoyed himself in Zuixinlu by borrowing Fong Ning's identity as a new guest. Brother knows. Feng Xiaoyao whispered that the breakthroughs of senior brother and Sunnishan are both related to you, junior brother. You can't favor one over the other. Find an opportunity to give some pointers to my senior brother. Just consider it as the reward for this spiritual stone marrow. Feng Xiaoyao smiled, then quickened his pace, widening the distance between him and Fong Ning. Don't you lack this? Fong Ning looked at the white jade bottle in his hand. You clearly don't even have the money to go to Zuixinlu. Fong Ning didn't know what to say at this point. We clearly agreed to divide the spirit stone marrow equally, so how come 3 portions ended up in my hands in the blink of an eye? Junior brother. Just when Fong Ning was feeling somewhat dazed, another voice sounded in his ears. Looking up, it was the eldest brother Li Dashian. Big brother, this is for you. Without waiting for Fong Ning to finish his words, Li Dashian threw a storage bag to him and left. Not a single unnecessary word of Fong Ning didn't even need to open it to know what was inside. Never mind, at least fourth brother didn't. Junior brother. Fong Ning's expression froze, and he turned to look at Dan Yangzi, who had been standing next to him without him noticing. Dan Yangzi, dressed in a plain red robe, seemed to not know what to say. He just silently placed a small cloth bag in Fong Ning's hand. He muttered, Brother, I don't interact with others very often, and I'm not very good at talking. As he spoke, Fong Ning could even clearly see that the back of the neck of his unusually fair-skinned fourth brother was stained with a hint of pink. But you know, brother, you have to pay for asking someone to do something for you. Dan Yangzi quickly whispered, Junior brother, if you have time later, can you teach me your alchemy skills? If you really don't have time, you can wait a little longer, brother. After all, you still have to focus on your own cultivation now. Fong Ning was silent for a while, and finally spoke a few words. Fourth brother, I will go. That's great. After hearing Fong Ning's affirmative answer, Dan Yangzi's eyebrows instantly lit up. He really likes making pills. Ever since he saw Fong Ning's miraculous alchemy skills, he could hardly sleep at night. Now, I finally have the opportunity to learn it. Looking at Dan Yangzi's cheerful back, Fong Ning fell silent. He looked down at the various storage magic weapons in his arms and oh, which kind person would use spirit stone marrow as a reward? Why are you all like this? At this moment, Fong Ning's mood was extremely complicated. It was clearly agreed that the distribution would be fair, but in less than half an hour, all the spirit stone marrows were in his hands. But the reasons given by these seniors are so simple and plain, there is no reason to refuse, or Fong Ning couldn't help but feel excited. When the time comes, will you take all your senior brothers and sisters with you and run away? And in a corner that Fong Ning didn't notice, a shadow blended into the darkness and quietly left. Chapter 56 Bing Wanqing, I want to recommend someone outside the spirit stone vein. A shadow transformed into a slim woman. Brother Fong Ning is extremely powerful, courageous, careful, and cautious. The woman thought to herself, I can also get along well with every senior brother and sister. Suddenly, the woman smiled coquettishly. Master is right. Senior brother Fong Ning, you have great talent. After saying this, he turned into a shadow again and left. After about a cup of tea, Fong Ning and his group also walked out of the mine. Sunnishan still protected Fong Ning behind her and glared fiercely at Feng Xiaoyao, who was trying to approach her. Let's go. Return to the sect and report the situation here to the sect leader. After Li Dashian finished speaking, he took the lead and turned into a swordlight and rushed towards the sky. Fong Ning also followed Sunnishan obediently and gave Feng Xiaoyao a somewhat apologetic smile. Brother, you know, there's nothing I can do. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, Absolute Shadow. Purple. You can more perfectly conceal your aura and launch unexpected attacks, which are more effective in the shadows. Ha, looking at the prompt that suddenly appeared on the panel in front of him, Fong Ning was a little stunned. Where did this entry come from? Who gave it to me? To be honest, he really couldn't understand the pattern of the entries given by his golden finger. He thought he had quite a bit of contact with Feng Xiaoyao, but so far, I have only obtained a fragment of the entry from him. On the contrary, these inexplicable fragments of entries come quite quickly. Could it be that there are some hidden rules that I haven't discovered yet? Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Just as Fong Ning was thinking, Sunnishan's voice suddenly came to his ears. He looked up and found that except for the two of them, the other three had already left. Oh. Fong Ning reacted and was about to walk towards Sunnishan, but saw the latter glaring at him. Come here and hug me. Fong Ning was a little stunned. What did senior sister Su mean by this? Why? You can hug Qi Lianxin, but you can't hug me? There was an inexplicable meaning in Sunnishan's tone. This matter has spread throughout their weapon refining peak. Fong Ning, no, are you guys also competing for this? True to the sect, Yanmiao Peak, the heads of the various peaks in Daoshuanzi did not leave, but all sat in the main hall. Master, the exchange conference with the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land will begin in half a month. Have you decided on the disciples who will participate in this competition? Xiongxing Yuan, the master of Zhanxian Peak, couldn't help but ask. Although Jingyi sect and Yaoqi Holy Land are old friends, they have a very good relationship, but no one wants their sect to lose to others. What's more, Zhang Xianfeng has a tradition of warmongering. If it wasn't agreed that only disciples from both sides could participate in each exchange meeting, Xiongxing Yuan would have wanted to take part himself. As usual, let's select a few disciples from each peak to take the stage. Daochuanzi had a calm expression. The overall strength of Jingyi sect is not much different from that of Yaoqi Holy Land. In previous years, the exchange conferences have had their winners and losers. In addition to the relationship between their own ancestors and the founder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the two sects only regarded this exchange meeting as a normal interaction between each other. After all, even a powerful sect like Jingyi sect needs to maintain social relationships. Qingzhou is very large. Since the destruction of the Tianhua sect, all kinds of sects have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. As the leader of the righteous path, Jingyi sect is bound to have some contact. So, should we send invitations to all the sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou as usual this year? Li Qingbo also spoke. After all, the disciple exchange conference between the two super sects can be said to be a grand event in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world. This year it is their turn as the host, so naturally they have to prepare these things. Well, let's do it. Daochuanzi nodded and said, as usual, the expenses for this exchange conference will be prepared by the masters of Lingfu Peak, Lianqi Peak, and Dan Peak. Talismans, magic weapons, elixirs, in the Zhangxian realm, in addition to hard currency such as spirit stones, many transactions between monks rely on bartering these three things. Therefore, when it comes to earning ability, these three peaks are the best, no problem. Yan Jinqing nodded. We at Refining Peak just made a big deal a few days ago. It's fine with me too. Danfeng Peak Master Xiao Baisheng is an old man with a ruddy complexion, and he always has a smiling face at all times. Yes, sect master. Lin Wenyi, the head of Lingfu Peak, spoke softly. She was one of the few female heads of the Zhengyi sect. She looked like a beautiful woman. Her long black hair did not hang down naturally, but was neatly tied up at the back of her head. She looked dignified and virtuous, and there was a unique charm in her every move. This is not the first time they have done this, so they are naturally familiar with the whole process, but these peak masters all understood in their hearts these preparations are just small matters after all. The key is which disciples each peak sends into battle. Although it was just an exchange meeting, they did not want to see their own sect lose. The Yaoqi Holy Land has produced two remarkable disciples in recent years. Yang Shan, the head of Tianji Peak, hesitated for a moment, then said after careful consideration, the little princess of Yaoqi, Shangguan Luan, and the heartless witch, Sheng Qianer, these two are both extremely talented. They possess unrivaled combat power at their level. When Yang Shan spoke, no one in the hall uttered a word in rebuttal. Tianji Peak is the main source of intelligence for Jingyi sect. Since Yang Shan, the peak master, said so, they naturally would not doubt the authenticity of it. Master, please forgive me for speaking frankly. Yang Shan bowed towards Daochuanzi, his expression somewhat bitter. An ordinary disciple from our 13 peaks might not be a match for these two women. At the very least, he or she must be at the same level of Li Daoxian. Daochuanzi nodded slightly upon hearing this. He knew that Yang Shan was telling the truth. He had already learned from Bing Wanqing the news that Li Daoxian had made another breakthrough. A swordsman in the late Jindan realm, he also cultivated the 10,000 swords art, one of the most difficult sword techniques to practice in the entire Jingyi sect, to the realm of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Even Jun Hongtuan, the chief disciple of Wenjian Peak, may not be his match. In Yang Shan's words, only a direct disciple of Li Daoxuan's level could be a match for those two women. If you filter by this condition, apart from Jun Hongtuan, it seems that only Sunnishan, the second disciple of Bingxian Peak, Wu Wei, the chief disciple of Zhanxian Peak, and Zhang Ziming, the chief disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, can participate in this conference, but there is still a gap between their strength and those two women. But apart from these few people, the remaining disciples of the Jingyi sect are not good at head-on combat. Perhaps they have skills in other areas that are difficult for ordinary people to catch up with, but it is not suitable for boxing matches. However, the disciple exchange conference between Jingyi sect and Yaoqi Holy Land is decided by taking turns to fight and defend. Therefore, it is not easy for Jingyi sect to win. After all, although the Yaoqi Holy Land is slightly weaker than the Jingyi sect, it is also a behemoth. According to some of my intelligence, there are several disciples in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Although they are not as strong as those two women, they are all good fighters. Yang Shan continued, although Li Daoxian is strong enough, our sect still lacks a decisive factor. missing a winning trick. Hearing this, everyone in the hall fell silent. Really, if we follow what Yang Shan said and divide the strength of the two sect's disciples into different levels, Li Dashian, Shangguan Luan, and Shang Chen are in the first echelon, Jun Hongchuan, Sunnishan, Wu Wei, Zhang Ziming, and several other disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land are in the second echelon. Just from the rules of the ring game, Jingyi sect still seems to be at a disadvantage. This exchange conference, it's not easy. This thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. I need another spot from Bingxian Peak. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the hall. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the ice blue figure. Master Bingfang? Several peak masters looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. You want Feng Xiaoyao to come up? A peak master frowned and said, although Feng Xiaoyao is extremely talented, his current combat power seems a bit no. Bing Wanqing shook her head and opened her red lips slightly. I have another choice. There was an extremely strong self-confidence revealed in the cold voice. Chapter 57, Former Master Authentic 1. Ice Fairy Peak. Sunnishan escorted Fong Ning to the outside of his cave. Junior brother, practice hard. I am waiting for the day when you can achieve Dan. Fong Ning nodded. Sunnishan just thought he was an ordinary cultivator who would form a pill after building the 9th level of foundation, but he never thought that Fong Ning possessed such a heaven-defying skill as the Xuanjin Baojin. In this life, Fong Ning is destined to take an unusual path. He had just refined the ice saliva of all things, and there was already an extremely huge amount of energy hidden in his body. In addition, I got a complete spiritual stone marrow. The next step is to refine the realm-breaking pill, and then wait for yourself to break through to the 10th level of the foundation-building realm. Then you can forge the legendary perfect foundation of Taoism. But Fong Ning thought about it and finally expressed his doubts. Senior sister, did you feel that when we were reporting to the sect master and the others in the main hall of Yunmiao Peak earlier, their looks were a little strange? Is there? Sunnishan frowned and thought for a while, but did not find anything unusual. It seems not. Junior brother, you may be overthinking it. Impossible. Fong Ning recalled the scene in the hall earlier, when the eldest brother reported the situation of the mine. Even if the matter of the spirit stone marrow was revealed, the peak masters and sect leaders of each peak also looked uninterested. Only when I started talking, I instantly became energetic. That feeling is like an old pervert seeing a peerless beauty. No, they are sick, right? Fong Ning was deeply suspicious at the time. What's so worthy of attention about a mere inner sect disciple like me? Shouldn't your focus be on the spirit stone marrow? But senior sister, just as Fong Ning opened his mouth again, wanting to explain something, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a familiar figure not far away. Zhou, a short man dressed in black, was staring at this side intently. To be precise, he was looking at Fong Ning. Fong Ning felt dazed. In the previous life, after Zhou refined the ice saliva of all things, Zhou underwent a drastic change. His short stature caused by long-term malnutrition grew to over 8 feet in the blink of an eye. Even his own temperament has become much more ethereal and profound. It can be said that she has transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. Unfortunately, in this life, ice saliva of all things is Fong Ning's opportunity. Senior sister. Seeing that Sunnishan didn't notice his existence at all and was only concerned with getting close to Fong Ning, Zhou was almost going crazy with jealousy. Damn it, why is Sunnishan too lazy to pay attention to herself, but wants to maintain such a close relationship with Fong Ning? This pretty boy, why? What's up? Hearing Zhou voice coming from behind her, Sunnishan turned her head and asked impatiently. The word disgust is just short of being written on his face. To be honest, if it weren't for Master's sake, Sunnishan really wouldn't bother with this guy. Junior brother is still the best. I only have one junior brother, and that's enough. Fong Ning felt a little strange when he saw this. Doesn't Zhou have the attribute charming nature? Why does it seem to have no effect on senior sister Su? Out of order? Junior brother, it's getting late. I'm leaving first. Remember to get some rest. Sunnishan didn't want Zhou to ruin her good mood, so she immediately turned into a beam of fire and left. It getting late. Fong Ning looked up at the sky. It was afternoon now and the sun was shining brightly. Fong Ning. Seeing that he was once again outperformed by Fong Ning, Zhou clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves. Even the nails were deeply embedded in the flesh. Damn guy, how come this guy didn't die outside? Why are those lackeys of the demonic sect so useless? I had clearly passed on the news about him and Li Dashian before. Those damn bastards. This prince will kill you all. Senior brother Fong Ning. At this moment, a woman in black appeared silently behind Fong Ning, speaking in a very respectful tone. Master wants you to come over. She's waiting for you in the main hall. Fong Ning was startled by the mysterious woman in front of him, but he also felt that her figure was somewhat familiar. Is it really Master who is calling me? Fong Ning asked uncertainly. Yes. The woman in black raised her head, finally exposing her heroic face completely to Fong Ning's sight. Lan Ruo. Why is it you? Before Fong Ning could speak, Zhou beside him started shouting with an incredible look on his face. Why are you here? Ever since being accepted as a disciple by Bing Wanqing, Zhou lost interest in the guard who suddenly disappeared. Anyway, I have already become a disciple of the Ice Fairy, just a guard. What does her life or death have to do with me? Brother Fong Ning, please come in. Master is waiting for you. Unexpectedly, when facing her former master, Lan Ruo turned a blind eye, as if the other party did not exist at all. All her attention was on Fong Ning. Dog slave. Seeing this, Zhou Xian instantly became furious. It would be fine if Sunnishan ignored me. You are just a lowly slave. How dare you act like this? How dare you ignore this prince? Zhou Xian raised his hand and slapped Lan Ruo hard without even thinking. Spiritual power gathered in the palm of his hand, and faint thunder could be heard. Zhou Xian possesses a top-grade spiritual root with thunder attribute. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, the spiritual power in his body has naturally carried a trace of thunder power, more domineering than ordinary monks. This lowly slave, today, this prince will let you see who the real master is. Bang! But the next moment Zhou Xian's body flew backwards and fell to the ground in a mess. He looked at Lan Ruo with horror. I saw a dark spiritual power wrapped around the other person's arm. Zhou Xian, for the sake of my father and brother, I have been tolerant of you again and again. Lan Ruo looked down at her with a cold tone. What our Lan family owes your mother, we have already repaid. Don't try to order me around like you did before. Lan Ruo looked at Zhou Xian, who fell to the ground, without hiding the disgust on her face at all. For this ruthless old master, she really didn't have any good feelings towards him at all. Retracting her arm, Lan Ruo once again looked at the man in front of her, the man who had, in a sense, given her a new life. Brother Fong, let's go. Fong Ning looked at Lan Ruo in front of him, then he looked at Zhou Xian lying on the ground. No, what is going on, dear readers? I'm sorry I'm a little late today. Here are the 3 chapters one promised you. To be honest, you all really gave the author a big surprise. As usual, please urge me to update. Bookshelf. Don't let others underestimate the bond between us. Please urge me to update. Please urge me to update. Please urge me to update. If you have any questions, please leave a message in the discussion at the end of the chapter. I will secretly read it. Chapter 58, Brother Fong Ning, Lan Ruo will protect you till death in this life. Fong Ning is feeling very numb now, because he found that everything happening before his eyes seemed to be beyond his understanding. After listening to the conversation between Zhou Xian and Lan Ruo, Fong Ning's long-forgotten memories began to resurface. Isn't Lan Ruo Zhou Xian's bodyguard? He is still a very loyal warrior. In his memory, Lan Ruo in his previous life was someone who could die for Zhou Xian anytime and anywhere, but now she has become an enemy of Zhou Xian. What went wrong here? But what Fong Ning didn't know was in order to protect Zhou Xian, Lan Ruo's father and brother both died tragically at the hands of their royal brother Zhou Haoqiong. She wanted revenge, but because of Zhou Xian's order she could not become Bing Wanqing's disciple, so she lost the chance for revenge. But Zhou Xian is a selfish villain. In his eyes, Lan Ruo's father and brother are trash. How could it be worth it for a noble ninth prince like him to avenge them? In his opinion, he was already showing great favor by not blaming these useless people for failing to save him. As for Lan Ruo, just like her good-for-nothing father and elder brother, but just when Lan Ruo was in despair, the famous ice fairy Bing Wanqing and the Qingzhou cultivation world accepted her as her disciple, gave her the opportunity to practice and take revenge. Although he did not announce to the public that he would be accepted as a disciple, it was enough to make Lan Ruo burst into tears of gratitude. Bing Wanqing also told Lan Ruo very clearly of the reason why I gave her this opportunity was because senior brother Fong Ning was very optimistic about her. I think she has the potential to be as good as Zhou Xian. In this way, in the heart of this little maid, senior brother Fong Ning is the greatest person in the world. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have this opportunity at all. Therefore, now in Lan Ruo's heart, the old master Zhou Xian is nothing, compared to senior brother Fong Ning. He is nothing, after the two of them left. Zhou Xian finally came to his senses and got up from the ground. Lan Ruo, looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Zhou Xian's eyes were full of hatred and ferocity. This bitch. Could it be that he really forgot the care his mother had given to the Lan family? This treacherous bitch. And that Fong Ning, Zhou Xian's eyes were red and his face was sinister. You all wait for this prince. Sooner or later, this prince will take back all these debts from you one by one. Zhou Xian exhaled heavily, turned around and left. He had heard long ago that Fong Ning was a waste who didn't even have any spiritual roots, even if his current cultivation level is higher than mine. That is just the advantage of him starting practicing earlier than me. As long as you give yourself some time, surpassing the other party will be easy, just bear with it for a while. And to endure this matter, Zhou Xian has been doing this for 18 years. Just wait and see. This prince will be the one who has the last laugh. Outside the main hall of Bingxian Peak, Lan Ruo took a step back and said to Fong Ning in front of her brother Fong Ning, please go in quickly. Master is waiting for you inside. Good. Fong Ning nodded with a strange look on his face, then walked towards the main hall. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, Absolute Shadow, purple. The specific effect will not be elaborated on. Fong Ning paused slightly and turned back to look at Lan. Are you owed? It turns out that this entry was given by you. Senior brother? Lan Ruo looked at Fong Ning with some confusion. It's okay, it's okay. Fong Ning quickly shook his head and walked quickly towards the hall. Lan Ruo looked at Fong Ning's receding back. I said silently in my heart, brother Fong Ning, it's you who gave Lan Ruo hope for revenge. I'm so grateful for your kindness. I will defend you till my death. Fong Ning walked into the hall. Bing Wanqing, wearing an ice blue feathered robe, was seen sitting cross-legged on a cushion with her beautiful eyes slightly closed, as if she was practicing. Master? Seeing this, Fong Ning called out tentatively. "You're here?" Bing Wanqing opened her eyes slightly and looked at the disciple in front of her who she had initially identified as an evil disciple. "I couldn't help but feel some subtle emotions in my heart. Since he has the ability to forge the legendary perfect Tao foundation, it must not be difficult for him to form a pill. After he forms the elixir, I will promote him to the 5th direct disciple," Bing Wanqing thought. So in her heart. Successful interaction. You obtain a fragment of the entry ice. Lord, Purple, you possess an innate talent for ice magic. You possess a strong control over ice-attributed spiritual energy. Practicing any ice-attributed magic or technique will yield twice the result with half the effort. Fong Ning blinked, somewhat suspecting that he had seen it wrong. How come even the master gave him an entry today? Is this reasonable? Has old Ice Cube changed his personality? Fong Ning couldn't help but complain in his heart. There was no way. It was just that Bing Wanqing's image from the previous life had been deeply ingrained in his mind. Fong Ning always subconsciously felt that Bing Wanqing did not have a good impression of him. "I called you here this time because I have something to inform you." Bing Wanqing didn't care what Fong Ning was thinking, she just spoke to herself. As the other party slowly tells the story, Fong Ning's eyes grew wider and wider until his face was filled with disbelief. "So, do you understand?" After a moment, Bing Wanqing asked. "Master, you mean?" Fong Ning was still a little dazed at the moment. When he heard Bing Wanqing ask him, he subconsciously pointed at himself. "For in half a month, there will be a competition between Yaoqi Holy Land and Jingyi sect disciples. Are you planning to let me participate?" "That's right." Bing Wanqing nodded calmly. "And now that you understand, go down. Remember to practice well and don't embarrass me when the time comes." Fong Ning wanted to say something after hearing this, but Bing Wanqing had already closed her eyes. An expression that said, "I've already made the decision, you can handle the rest yourself." But Fong Ning was almost going crazy at this moment. Are you kidding me? How could a mere foundation establishment disciple like him be able to participate in this disciple competition between these two super sects? What about the disciples from other peaks? Why don't they go up? And Shangguan Luan? Fong Ning silently repeated the name in his mind. In the previous life, it was this woman who ruined fourth senior brother. In Fong Ning's memory, after Shangguan Luan came to Jingyi sect, she fell in love with Zhou Xian at first sight. He was considering Zhou Xian almost everywhere. In addition to his outstanding talent, he developed an extremely willful and capricious character in the Holy Land of Yaoqi since he was a child. As long as she thinks that anyone, anything, or anything may hinder Zhou Xian's future, she will destroy it without hesitation. Dan Yangzi, who gradually revealed his talent and was known as the only one in that Song Xian realm in a million years who had the opportunity to become a true immortal of alchemy, was naturally also within her target range. But the most ridiculous thing happened. Senior brother Dan Yangzi, who has always been introverted and shy, fell in love with Shangguan Luan at first sight. In this way, this tragedy seems to have been doomed from the beginning, abandoning one's own cultivation and damaging one's Tao heart. Until I walked out of the Ice Fairy Peak Hall, Fong Ning's mind was still full of this matter. And oh, we must not let fourth brother make the same mistake again this time. What's so good about that woman Shangguan Luan, except that she's a little pretty and a little talented? There are women better than her in the world. A better woman. Fong Ning repeated these words over and over, his eyes flickering, as if he had some idea in mind. Chapter 59, Brother 4 has no resistance to the opposite sex? Just practice more. My dear guest, why don't you drink? Are you afraid that we will eat you? That's right. Now that we're here, we should at least have a drink, right? If you don't mind, I can actually feed you the wine in our Zuixinlu is very fragrant. Come on, Zuixinlu. In a superior room, several beautiful women in thin clothes with blushing faces looked lovingly at a young monk who was sitting in the middle of them. There was an unconcealable charm in those pairs of eyes. Dan Yangzi, dressed in a plain red robe, lowered his head, and the sound coming out of his mouth was almost inaudible. Brother Fong, why did you bring me to a place like this? I'm not used to it. Dan Yangzi rarely comes into contact with outsiders. How could he have ever seen such a scene? Everything around him at this moment made him feel quite uncomfortable. Her already fair face became even redder, like a ripe peach. Opposite him, Feng Xiaoyao drank a mouthful of the fine wine with great pride. He took the beautiful female cultivator beside him into his arms. He glanced at Dan Yangzi, who was fidgeting, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you don't have to do this. Feng Xiaoyao blinked at Dan Yangzi. Didn't I tell you before? These are all suggestions from Junior brother. Drinking fine wine, with a beautiful woman by my side, and eating without paying, Feng Xiaoyao was extremely happy at this moment. Junior brother said that? I don't believe it. Feeling the gradually rising temperature in the entire room, Dan Yangzi felt his whole body becoming extremely hot. He squeezed out from beside those cool female cultivators somewhat awkwardly, looking at Feng Xiaoyao with a red face. How could such an upright person like my junior brother do such a thing? This must be something third senior brother made up. Dan Yangzi nodded with conviction. I'm not sure about the details. Feng Xiaoyao opened his mouth, and the female cultivator in his arms very sensibly picked up a piece of food for him with chopsticks, but junior brother said that this is the first step in practicing alchemy. Only when you can remain calm and composed here can you be considered to have met the entry requirements. Only then will he teach you the alchemy you want to learn. Fong Xiaoyao swallowed the food and wine in his mouth, rubbed against the female cultivator next to him with a smile, looking very happy. No matter whether what the junior brother said was true or not, he only knew that it was true that he didn't have to pay. My junior brother asked me to bring Dan Yangzi to Zuixinla to play, and promised to bear all the expenses. Fong Xiaoyao was in a very good mood as he raised his head and took another sip of wine. It feels great when someone pays for it. Little junior brother, do you really say that? Looking at Fong Xiaoyao's confident look, Dan Yangzi hesitated. Although senior brother Feng's unreliability is known to everyone in the Jingyi sect. But he does have a very good relationship with his junior fellow apprentice. What if this is really the advice given by my junior brother? Whenever he thought of Fong Ning, Dan Yangzi's originally unwavering heart began to waver. A junior brother's alchemy skills are exquisite. Could it be that this is due to such a special method of cultivation? Although Dan Yangzi's face was flushed at this moment, his mind was extremely clear. For alchemy, let's fight. Okay. I'll drink it. Dan Yangzi shouted at the loudest voice he had ever heard, then he turned around and sat back in the middle of the cool female cultivators. There was an expression of selfless sacrifice on his face. That's right. Seeing this, several female cultivators quickly surrounded him with smiles on their faces while talking and laughing. Dan Yangzi drank 4 or 5 glasses of wine in a row. He was not very good at drinking and immediately felt dizzy, but when he thought that this was the pre-class tutoring arranged by his junior brother, then he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Come again." Gulp. Another glass of wine down my throat. Dan Yangzi reached out and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother must have his reasons for doing this. Authentic 1. Danfeng. Senior brother, what kind of elixir are you refining? This is the 9th grade elixir, the giant strength pill. After a cultivator takes it, his strength will increase by approximately 10% within half an hour. Oh, thank you, brother. Hey, senior sister, what kind of elixir are you refining? It smells so good. This is the 9th grade elixir, the rejuvenating pill. It has the effect of nourishing the skin and beautifying the skin, and is very popular among female cultivators. Looking at the young stranger in front of her, the female cultivator from Danfeng smiled gently. Are you a new disciple? Why haven't I seen you before? Remember, there are no shortcuts in the path of alchemy. I see you're probably at the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm, right? The female cultivator had a serene demeanor. This rejuvenating pill is one of the most difficult to refine among the 9th grade pills. You should first master the other 9th grade elixirs, and then try to refine them after accumulating more experience. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. The young disciple bowed politely, and then immediately moved towards another cultivator who was refining the elixir. Hey, you'd seeing that the young disciple obviously did not take her words to heart, the female cultivator sighed softly, although she had never seen this disciple before, but the female cultivator always felt that there was an unusually friendly feeling about him, especially when he smiled. She was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs, but seeing that this junior brother seemed to be a little too ambitious, she couldn't help but speak up and advise him, but the other party did not appreciate it. Forget it, just treat it as my own wishful thinking. Zhao Jingyu thought so. Senior sister Zhao. Just as the female cultivator was lost in thought, a disciple not far away shouted with a respectful expression. How come you have time today to come and inspect the alchemy area of the outer disciples? As the male disciple spoke, there was a look of confusion on his face. As Danfeng's chief disciple, Zhao Jingyu's talent in alchemy is outstanding. In the entire Danfeng, apart from the peak master Xiao Baishang, there are only a few people who can be compared with him. However, senior sister Zhao is a low-key person by nature. She rarely goes out on weekdays and spends most of her time in her cave making pills. The sun really rises from the west today. Master has something to do today, so I'll come out and take a look for him. Zhao Jingyu shook her head. Have you seen that disciple before? The male disciple was stunned when he heard this, and then looked in the direction Zhao Jingyu was looking. Oh, it's that boy. It seems like he's a disciple from another peak. He seems to have been coming to our Danfeng for several days in a row. It's the same every day, looking for us everywhere to discuss topics related to alchemy. After a moment, the male disciple chuckled and said, he's probably a guy who's very interested in alchemy. Anyway, he's quite likable. Our Danfeng isn't as overbearing as Liankofeng. If he wants to see it, then let him see it. A disciple of Biafeng Zhao Jingyu couldn't help but feel a little curious when he heard this. Why do I always feel like someone is watching me? Fong Ning touched Qianjian's face, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Who cares, anyway? With the Qinji Yen on his face and the fragments of absolute shadow hiding his aura, no one here would be able to recognize him. Soon, when Fong Ning left a Danfeng disciple again, the smile on his lips could no longer be suppressed. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Alchemy skill. Blue. Your pill refining speed has been slightly improved. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Herb mastery. White. You have a profound understanding of medicinal herbs and can easily identify their age and efficacy. You obtained a fragment of the entry. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Finally enough. Fong Ning looked at the 5 newly exploded, glittering fragments of entries on the panel with a look of relief on his face. The next moment, as Fong Ning's mind moved, the 5 fragments of terms related to the Tao of Alchemy were transformed into a portion of the progress value, filled into the purple entry Alchemy Master. After a few breaths, Fong Ning looked intently, and his panel finally changed again. Alchemy Master. Complete. My dear readers, this has truly given me a huge surprise. Thanks for the push for more updates. I'm really sorry today. I wasn't satisfied with the original 3rd chapter no matter how I wrote it. I thought I couldn't just do it half-heartedly, so I can only apologize, but the author still wants to shamelessly beg for updates and bookshelves. If I can get over 2,000 views within 24 hours and ask for updates, I will do my best to release 4 chapters tomorrow. Dear readers, please move your fingers and click to urge for more updates. Chapter 60. You remind me of an old friend. It's done. Looking at the panel, there was a new complete purple entry. At this moment, Fong Ning just felt relaxed. Cool, it's worth it that I've been running to Danfeng for several days. He even keeps actively reaching out to people, For a monk like him who is shy and not good at socializing, the pressure involved is like a mountain. Now, the hard work has finally paid off. Now, he is extremely confident that he can refine a breakthrough pill with super powerful effects. Add to that the complete spiritual stone marrow I got before and some of the remaining spiritual stones, just the last little bit. He can then forge the legendary perfect foundation of Taoism. In fact, Fong Ning had thought about revealing the golden entry Alchemy Master on Dan Yangzi before. But the 4th brother's drop rate is really too low. Fong Ning looked helpless. A few days ago, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get any fragments of entries related to alchemy from Dan Yangzi, therefore, he had to settle for the second best and first find a way to complete this Alchemy Master. To achieve this, a large number of fragments of entries related to the Tao of Alchemy are needed. Looking at the entire Jingyi sect apart from Danfeng, where else can this condition be met? Thinking of Dan Yangzi, Fong Ning couldn't help but sigh softly. A 4th senior brother has been following senior brother Fong to Zuishan Tower every day these days. I guess he should have developed a certain immunity to female cultivators, right? That way, I won't be completely at a loss when I meet Shangguan Luan. That's right, in Fong Ning's view, the reason why Dan Yangzi in his previous life fell in love with Shangguan Luan at first sight and had no resistance to her, and was even completely bewitched by this woman in the end, ultimately, it's because he has met too few women. Dan Yangzi is obsessed with alchemy and rarely goes out. He is simply the most otaku among otakus. In Fong Ning's opinion, only a Dan Yangzi like her would fall in love with the spoiled and willful Shangguan Luan who acted like a princess. Besides being a bit more beautiful, having a prominent social status, and having outstanding talents, what else is there to like? At least Fong Ning doesn't like this. For this reason, Fong Ning asked Feng Xiaoyao to take Dan Yangzi to places like Zuishan more often. Fong Ning believes, as long as he has come into contact with enough women, even if senior brother Dan Yangzi was originally very unbearable, his resistance will be improved to some extent. Moreover, Fong Ning was well aware of Dan Yangzi's temper. As long as this matter is related to alchemy, Dan Yangzi will try his best to do it no matter how difficult it is. In simple terms, Fong Ning wanted Feng Xiaoyao, a veteran in the world of romance, to lead the harmless 4th brother, the little white rabbit, to undergo a transformation. Alas! 4th brother, I'm doing this all for you. Fong Ning sighed helplessly just when Fong Ning was about to pack up and leave Danfeng. Suddenly, there was a murmur of discussion around. Why is this guy here? What bad luck? That's right, as long as he's around, our success rate in refining pills will drop by at least 30%. To be honest, I'm already a little tempted to run away. Me too. Hearing the discussions coming from a group of Danfeng disciples around him, Fong Ning raised his head with some curiosity and looked in the direction they were looking. Not far away, a tall man in a navy blue Taoist robe was walking slowly towards here. The man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, tall and thin. Although his Taoist robe was clean, there were still many patches on it, and he seemed to be short of money. The somewhat messy long hair was just tied behind her head with a straw rope. A few blue stubbles can still be vaguely seen on the chin. Judging from appearance alone, this man doesn't look like a monk, but more like a country bumpkin. But the most eye-catching thing is the temperament emanating from the opponent, calm and confident. Fong Ning frowned slightly. He just felt that the person in front of him gave him a very special feeling. Hey. Fortunately, I've already finished refining the elixir I wanted to refine today. Otherwise, I might be affected by this guy. A disciple from the first Dan Peak spoke. His words seemed to be filled with some gloating. Me too, he. Another disciple chimed in, looks like we can stay and enjoy the show. Performance, Fong Ning's perception was strong, and even though the Danfeng disciples around him were whispering, he still heard it clearly. Then he couldn't help but turn his gaze back to the man. I feel a little curious. Not far away, Zhao Jingyu also had a complicated expression on her face and sighed softly. This guy, ignore the expressions of the people around you, who are either watching the fun or showing pity. The man walked to a fixed alchemy position that belonged to him. Pinch your hands. Spiritual power surges at the fingertips. A small 4-legged alchemy furnace emerged from the storage bag on his waist. It grew taller against the wind, and by the time it landed, it was already half the man's height. It's about to start again. When the Danfeng disciples who did not refine pills saw the man acting like this, they instantly became excited. Beside the man, several monks who were closer to him swallowed nervously. Now, the attention of all the Danfeng disciples present was focused on this man. Mysterious icegrass, purple flower vine, fiery apricot, the man muttered to himself, while controlling the size of the flame under the alchemy furnace. He took out dozens of medicinal herbs from the storage ring. After several more checks, the man was sure that there was nothing overlooked and a confident smile appeared on his face. This time, it will definitely succeed. After encouraging himself in this way, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and began to put various medicinal materials into the furnace in an orderly manner. The finger gestures and the hands changed. The fire under the furnace suddenly grew stronger. The herbs in the furnace began to melt, and the aroma of the herbs in the air became stronger. Your technique is quite good. Fong Ning watched the man's actions and couldn't help but comment in his heart, his own alchemy skills are outstanding. Naturally, one can tell at a glance that the man in front of him is more skilled in alchemy than most of the Danfeng disciples present. Is it the 9th grade elixir, the Yin Yang mysterious spiritual pill? Through the medicinal materials that the man had previously put into the furnace, Fong Ning easily deduced the elixir the other party wanted to refine. Judging from the situation so far, Fong Ning felt that everything was normal. I don't know what those Danfeng disciples around here are gloating over. Forget it. Who cares? Fong Ning shook his head. Anyway, his goal has been achieved, and the rest of the matter has nothing to do with him. It is better for him to return to Bingxian Peak as soon as possible. Carrot, just as Fong Ning was about to turn around and leave, a not-so-harmonious voice suddenly came to his ears. What's going on? Here it comes. The voices of several Danfeng disciples became increasingly excited. We'll be able to see it soon. As they spoke, they made hand gestures and lowered their bodies slightly, as if they were guarding against something. Although I don't know why they act like this, but Fong Ning had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The next moment, a deafening sound came from behind him. Everyone be careful. Lu Yuan is blowing up again. A loud shout echoed throughout the entire Danfeng. Feeling the heat coming from behind, Fong Ning raised his hand slightly, and a transparent spiritual barrier appeared behind him. To be honest, Lu Yuan's actions reminded him of an old friend. At the same time, he finally understood what those Danfeng disciples were guarding against: bad luck. Due to the impact of Lu Yuan's furnace explosion, the several Danfeng disciples around him who had not yet completed the Dan condensation step all failed without exception. Dang, before the smoke and dust had completely dissipated, a black furnace lid rolled to Fong Ning's feet. Brother, please help me throw the lid back. Fong Ning turned his head and saw that the Danfeng disciple named Lu Yuan was standing safely at the place where the alchemy furnace exploded, and waved at him. Strangeness. A hint of doubt flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Logically speaking, if the alchemy furnace exploded, the cultivator refining the alchemy would more or less suffer some backlash. Why does this guy act like nothing happened? Fong Ning thought about it. He bent down and picked up the furnace lid from the ground, then he walked over to the man and gave it back. Thank you. Lu Yuan smiled and thanked Fong Ning, as if the furnace explosion had not affected him at all. The two of them got closer. Fong Ning took this opportunity to look the other person over carefully. Why wasn't he injured? Even the Taoist robe he was wearing was not wrinkled at all. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Lucky guy. Purple. Your luck has been slightly improved, and even when you encounter danger, you can always escape it safely. Chapter 61. I am a lucky boy. Looking at the explanations of the terms that appeared before my eyes, Fong Ning couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yes, there's such an entry. Then, he looked thoughtfully at Lu Yuan, who was still intact beside him. No wonder this guy looked like nothing happened even when a furnace exploded at close range. It turns out it's because I have this entry on me. I repeatedly looked at the two short lines of entry notes on the panel. Fong Ning's mind couldn't help but become active. Although this lucky boy is just a piece of purple item fragment, but in Fong Ning's opinion, this entry is even more precious than some golden entries, because the effect of this entry is very simple and crude. It simply can maximize the owner's luck. Oh no, this is the world of cultivating immortals. It should be said another way. Luck, as we all know in the Zhongshan realm, luck is something that is quite illusory but does exist. Its effect on monks is to make everything go smoothly for them and their practice go smoothly. Even if you sit at home and do nothing, a top-grade magic weapon may fall into your arms automatically. Acting on the sect, it will make the sect's fortune last forever. It will not decay even after millions of years. And the entries about luck, in addition to the true Dragon Emperor on Zhongshan, so far, Fong Ning has never seen this in anyone. This is enough to show how precious this type of entry is. And I also have a panel that can integrate and upgrade this entry. Fong Ning's eyes flickered slightly. I quickly made a decision in my heart. I must get this entry in its entirety. If you want to get a complete entry, you need to obtain more entry fragments of the same type. In other words, he must get more stuff out of Lu Yuan. Fong Ning was extremely determined at this moment. This lucky boy is so important to him. As we all know, Fong Ning is very afraid of death. As long as he can get this entry, his safety factor will be greatly improved, so he must get this entry. There seemed to be a blazing fire in Fong Ning's eyes. Lu Yuan, can you come and make the elixir next time when everyone else is resting? A Danfeng disciple who was implicated by the furnace explosion complained, every time we refine the elixir, you come over and blow up the furnace. I haven't had a chance to refine pills peacefully for 3 months. Have you ever considered our feelings? The man was now completely black, and his originally fine Taoist robe had become tattered. He is the closest to Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan exploded the furnace, naturally, he suffered the greatest damage. He stretched out a finger and pointed tremblingly at Lu Yuan. I'm so angry, this damn bastard. Don't worry about the details. Lu Yuan scratched his head and said seriously, and next time. I will definitely succeed next time. Successfully blew up the furnace, didn't you? The man took a deep breath and then uttered a few words expressionlessly, Beyond's evening mood. He really couldn't do anything about Lu Yuan, because the other party's furnace has exploded so many times that I can't even remember, but this culprit always gets away with it. The unlucky ones are only ordinary disciples like them. Lu Yuan, what's going on this time? A few busybodies around started to make a fuss. I don't know either, Lu Yuan scratched his hair and said while counting on his fingers, look. The herbs are black icegrass, purple flower vine, and fiery apricot. The intensity of the fire must be controlled within a quarter of an hour after the black icegrass melts, and the purple wisteria flower liquid must be purified last. After repeating all the steps and details of refining yin yang xian ling dan, Lu Yuan was also a little confused. I didn't make any mistakes in any step, but why did it still fail? Upon hearing this, all the Danfeng disciples present fell silent. Because Lu Yuan is right about everything he said. There was no problem with the operation during alchemy. Why does it have to fail at the last step? Why is this? In the crowd, Danfeng's chief disciple Zhao Jingyu also frowned, because like the other Danfeng disciples around her, she couldn't tell the reason why Lu Yuan failed. Just when the whole place was silent, a voice sounded softly, is it possible? Is it because the herbs are of the wrong age? Who is speaking? Everyone subconsciously looked up and looked towards the person who spoke. What caught my eye was a young disciple with a very unfamiliar appearance. At this moment, he was squatting among the remains of the alchemy furnace. Two fingers gently pinched a touch of white ash. The fiery apricot is a special medicinal herb. Every 100 years, a light red pattern will appear on the surface of the apricot kernel. The young disciple put the white ash to his lips and gently blew away the dust. A little finger-sized earthy apricot kernel appeared in everyone's sight. There are exactly 3 light red lines on its surface. The fiery apricots needed to refine the yin-yang mysterious spirit pill are best when they are 300 years old. If they are older than that, the pill formation will fail due to the overpowering effect of the medicine. After hearing this, Lu Yuan looked thoughtful, but then he said, that's not right. This apricot kernel of mine is indeed 300 years old. Look, there are only 3 lines on it. Hearing this, all the Danfeng disciples nodded. Everyone present has cultivation skills and naturally, you can clearly see several lines on the apricot kernel. Immediately, his expression became a little strange. Of this guy who appeared out of nowhere, is he trying to trick them? In the crowd, Zhao Jingyu was also a little confused. She had long recognized that the person speaking in front of her was the junior brother Bifeng, who had made her feel that he was a little too ambitious. Just trying to attract attention? Brother, you are wrong. Fong Ning, wearing Qianjian, shook his head. Look at the root of the 3rd line. Everyone gathered around him. Upon hearing this, Fong Ning's words had completely aroused their curiosity. This is, soon, a disciple saw the clue. I saw that the 3rd light red line that should have been smooth and straight, at the end, there is a slight stroke, and an inconspicuous little tail appears. This is evidence that this apricot kernel is over 300 years old. Fong Ning smiled and handed it to Lu Yuan, who looked shocked. This 4th line has just sprouted a small head, so it's normal that senior brother hasn't noticed it. This guy has such terrifying observation skills, and he is so familiar with the pharmacology of medicinal herbs. Zhao Jingyu looked at Fong Ning in the crowd with a complicated expression. Is he really just an amateur? I see, it was my carelessness. After listening to Fong Ning's explanation, Lu Yuan said with a look of sudden enlightenment. Thank you, junior brother, for clearing up my confusion. You're welcome, brother. Fong Ning shook his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. Lucky guy. Purple, your luck has been slightly improved, and even when you encounter danger, you can always escape it safely. Lucky boy is really lucky, really, but directly contact the parties involved. The explosion rate of entries is the highest. Fong Ning didn't care if showing off a little in front of so many Danfeng disciples would bring him trouble, because he has Qianjian on his face and absolute breath shadow on his body to cover up his own aura. He is invincible. Chapter 62. Can the disciples of Bingxian Peak kill the old monster in the Yuanying realm? Xin Jiyan. The smile on Fong Ning's face was extremely bright. He couldn't tell whether it was because of his good luck or because he had obtained the lucky boy entry. In short, the speed of obtaining the 2nd entry fragment far exceeded his imagination. Having tasted the sweetness, Fong Ning immediately decided to keep trying. So he turned to Lu Yuan and said, brother, you're just unlucky this time. The 4th pattern on this apricot kernel is indeed a little too hidden. I really can't blame you, senior brother. I see that senior brother's alchemy skills are smooth and flowing. I'm sure he will succeed next time. Hearing this, the smile on Fong Ning's face immediately shifted to Lu Yuan's face. Then I will accept your kind words, junior brother. To be honest, I also feel that I just lack a bit of luck. This alchemy is obviously very simple. The Danfeng disciples around frying the oven should be simple, right? And every time your furnace explodes, we are the ones who get hurt. Are you less lucky? Maybe all the people here combined are not as lucky as you. Fong Ning smiled, but inwardly he couldn't help but complain. It's just that you used your luck elsewhere. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry. A lucky guy. Purple, your luck has been slightly improved, and even when you encounter danger, you can always escape it safely. Ward hair? What the hell is going on? Fong Ning looked at the lines of small words that were refreshed in front of him with some disbelief. Again? This is definitely the fastest time Fong Ning has ever obtained the same entry fragment. Is this because of the sudden explosion of my own character? Or is it because Lucky Boy is really lucky? Forget it, the goal has been achieved anyway, so I'll just run away. I have to hurry back to make the elixir, Fong Ning thought so in his heart, while the attention of all the Danfeng disciples around was focused on Lu Yuan. Fong Ning quietly retreated behind the crowd and ran away. Ha ha. Now I can finally refine the realm-breaking pill. Fong Ning was in a very happy mood at the moment, and felt as if he had gained some strength out of thin air, but what he didn't know was, among the crowd, there was a pair of beautiful eyes staring at his departing figure, as if thinking about something. Tianji Peak, under a huge old pine tree, the thin-faced Tianji Peak master took a sip of the tea on the table in front of him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. So, Master Bingfeng, have you found that person's whereabouts? He turned his head and asked Bing Wanqing beside him. The latter was still wearing a dark blue feather robe, and a hint of helplessness was faintly revealed on his cold face. No. As expected, they are the remnants of the demonic sect. He really has some tricks, it can actually hide from my own perception. Oh? Yang Shan seemed a little surprised when he heard this. These peak masters knew Bing Wanqing's abilities and methods very well. He can definitely be ranked among the top among the 13 peak masters. How could someone escape from her? As expected of the remnants of the heavenly demon sect. They really are quite capable. Yang Shan sighed softly and said, then Master Bingfeng, you came to my Tianji Peak today for, that's right. A hint of coldness flashed in Bing Wanqing's eyes. I want you to help me count again. No matter whether you are a remnant of the demonic sect or not, want to murder my disciple, kill you all. Well, I'll just do it again. Yang Shan nodded. He shook the teacup gently in his hand, and some excess tea spilled onto the table in front of him. The old man did not make any movement, nor did he use his own spiritual power. The tea that spilled out rolled gently on the small square table. Many crooked lines were left on the clean and tidy table, and it continued to meander towards the surroundings, as if it would not be satisfied until it completely covered the entire desktop. Bing Wanqing sat quietly, not saying a word, just silently looking at the patterns on the table in front of her. Can't read. After just a moment, Bing Wanqing withdrew her gaze. He raised his eyes again and looked towards Yang Shan. The cultivators from Tianji Peak are a little different. On weekdays, in addition to cultivating one's own spiritual power, one also practices a mysterious technique. It's called the Mars Sense Sutra. This technique is somewhat special. It can enhance the monk's deductive ability to a great extent, however. Practitioners need to have extremely high talent to comprehend it, and Yang Shan, the master of Tianji Peak, is the best in this field. You can use anything around you to assist yourself in divination. After about a cup of tea, Yang Shan still did not move and did not open his eyes. If you don't open your eyes, I will freeze your Xianyan pine. Bing Wanqing spoke coldly out of the blue faintly. There seemed to be ice blue spiritual power gathering in his hands. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately opened his eyes, with a somewhat awkward smile on his face. Master Bingfeng, please show mercy. I spent a lot of effort to bring this black rock pine back from overseas. Maybe this is the only one in the entire Sangshuan realm. Bing Wanqing remained unmoved after hearing this. Well, seeing this, Yang Shan could only sigh and say, I'm not pretending to be dead, it's just that this is too ridiculous. What's the meaning? Seeing Yang Shan's helpless look, Bing Wanqing became curious. I just tried to find the whereabouts of the person you mentioned, Master Bingfeng, but the head of Tianji Peak looked gloomy, as if he was choosing his words carefully, but I still get nothing. I only got one clue, that person must have died at the hands of a disciple from Bingxian Peak. Having said this, let's not talk about whether Bing Wanqing believed it or not anyway. Yang Shan himself doesn't believe it. You said Bing Wanqing could kill a nascent soul cultivator, Thaxan, because Bing Wanqing's cultivation strength is there, but you say that a disciple from Bingxian Peak can kill an old monster in the nascent soul realm. I, Yang Shan, am putting this here today. If this is true, I will take off my head and use it as his chamber pot. You see, even Bing Wanqing didn't believe this. She won't suspect that I'm just making it up to deal with her, right? Yang Shan glanced at the silent ice fairy beside him and felt inexplicably guilty. It's no wonder, after all, this is all too outrageous. Yang Shan thought so in his heart, and at the same time, he retreated to the front of Lao Song without making any expression. The spiritual power in his body was circulating, and his eyes were full of vigilance as he looked at Bing Wanqing. He was really scared now. Bing Wanqing was so angry that she sent his precious life to the sky. After all, within the entire Jingyi sect, in addition to the ancestors and the master of the spirit transformation realm, the famous ice fairy doesn't give face to anyone. This tree is really precious. This is an overseas treasure. According to legend, this tree may have come from an immortal cave. Sorry, dear readers. I was recently hospitalized and just got home today after receiving an 4 drip. I also had a heat stroke and took some medicine, but I'm still dizzy. I'll try my best to write 1 chapter first and see how it goes. If I can finish the 2nd chapter, I'll upload it. Please bear with me. As for the gift question everyone mentioned, the author appreciates it. I just hope that if you have time, you can help me to fill my book shortage. You can also have more paragraph and chapter reviews. I'm really sorry. Chapter 63, Top Grade Realm Breaking Pill. Perfect foundation building, Ice Fairy Peak in Fong Ning's cave.at this moment, all the disturbances in the outside world have nothing to do with him, regardless of whether Danfeng's personal disciple cared about his false identity, or perhaps it was some speculation about him in the mind of the Ice Fairy Master. To be exact, even Fong Ning himself didn't know how big a commotion he had caused outside. Now he was concentrating on looking at the small ancient alchemy furnace in front of him. The alchemy furnace is small and exquisite, shaped like an octagonal tripod. This is one of Danyangzi's treasures. It can be considered an extremely rare 9th grade magic weapon. It can just be used by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and its effect is to increase the success rate of cultivators in refining and congealing pills to a certain extent. This tripod was given to Fong Ning by Danyangzi on some pretext. The main reason is that this 4th disciple from Bingxian Peak is not very good at communicating with others, and can only express his concern for Fong Ning in such a simple and unpretentious way. In the heart of this senior brother Danyangzi, a junior brother Fong Ning is obviously so keen on alchemy, but I have never seen him use a decent alchemy furnace. I guess he must be short of money. In this case, as a senior brother, I naturally have the obligation to help this junior brother as much as possible. At this moment, Fong Ning was muttering to himself, even though I didn't get the complete lucky boy, I think the effects of these 3 fragments should be enough, right? Although Fong Ning now has the complete alchemy master entry, but in his heart he still believed in metaphysics. The importance of this realm-breaking pill to him is self-evident. Naturally, he had to sort out all the details that could be controlled before officially refining the elixir. Well, the alchemy furnace is fine. The materials for refining the realm-breaking pill are also ready. They are all medicinal herbs carefully cared for by senior brother Danyangzi. The medicinal properties have reached their limit, Fong Ning kept muttering to himself. After more than half an hour, Fong Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect, Fong Ning asked himself, for he has simulated all the details that can be noticed and not noticed in his mind more than dozens of times. This time, the alchemy will definitely succeed. Start. Fong Ning took a deep breath. He once again held 2 spirit stones full of spiritual power in his hands, then the magic formula in his hand was driven. The 3 elements fire with 3 flame colors immediately drilled towards the bottom of the furnace, but what Fong Ning didn't notice was, just as he turned around to select the herbs beside him, a phoenix shadow faintly appeared in the 3 colored flames. 300-year-old Xianling grass, 10 incorruptible bones, golden patterned herbal liquid, ivy, Fong Ning muttered to himself as he placed all the herbs in a specific order into the gradually heating alchemy furnace. The flames rose up, dimly illuminating Fong Ning's young and handsome face. At this moment, he is definitely the most serious and focused since his rebirth. I hope my skills haven't gotten rusty, Fong Ning said softly. Of the next moment, the 3 elements fire that had been quietly curled up at the bottom of the furnace suddenly rose up. The temperature in the entire cave rose a lot in an instant. If there are other cultivators who are good at alchemy present, after seeing Fong Ning's actions at this moment, he would probably be shocked beyond words. It is hard to imagine that someone would choose to put dozens of medicinal herbs with completely different medicinal properties in the alchemy furnace at the same time and purify and fuse them simultaneously, and apart from a stupid cultivator like Lu Yuan, only a true master of alchemy would do this, because only these true masters can achieve this. But this level of alchemy master, who hasn't been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years, how could he be such a young monk? Fortunately, all this happened in Fong Ning's own cave. If seen by outsiders, it would definitely cause a commotion. Of Fong Ning was concentrating at this moment on a panel that only he could see of Flame Immortal, Master Alchemist, Dexterous Hands, Lucky Boy. These entries all emit an extremely strong luster at this moment. As time goes by in that small alchemy furnace, a pill that is round in shape and pure white in appearance is slowly taking shape. At the same time, an extremely strong medicinal fragrance also began to permeate Fong Ning's cave. I don't know how long it took Fong Ning, who had been concentrating throughout the whole process, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The finger gestures in his hands changed again. After several dazzling gestures in succession, he whispered, "Condensing pill." The words just fell from my mouth. The top cover of the small alchemy furnace flew out in an instant. A pill with special patterns on its surface was exposed to the air. Fong Ning was overjoyed when he saw this. Don 1. Any elixir may produce elixir patterns, which has nothing to do with the grade of the elixir itself. It's simply because the medicinal power of this pill has reached a point where it cannot be increased any further. Only elixirs that have reached the perfect state will have elixir patterns condensed on the surface. In other words, the realm-breaking pill refined by Fong Ning is the best in the world. There will never be another realm-breaking pill of equal or higher quality in this world. Fong Ning waved his hand to remove the 3 elements fire and carefully put this top-grade realm-breaking pill into a jade bottle. Next, a gleam of light flashed in Fong Ning's eyes, and he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. It means breaking through to the 10th level of the foundation establishment realm in one go. After all these days of accumulation, plus, there is a complete set of spiritual stone marrow and spiritual stones as a backing, Fong Ning knew the time for me to break through to the 10th level of the foundation establishment realm has come. He put the alchemy furnace given by senior brother Danyangzi back into the storage bag on his waist. Fong Ning's mind moved, and he took out the spirit stone marrow and dozens of spirit stones from it. He slowly closed his eyes again. At this moment, the Xuanzhen treasure mirror in the body is running at an unprecedented terrifying speed. In just a few breaths, it has already completed dozens of big cycles in Fong Ning's body. As the spiritual power in the body continues to flush and run, Fong Ning clearly felt the existence of that film. To be honest, Fong Ning felt that this membrane was not even weaker than the one he had when he broke through to the golden core stage in his previous life. The 10th level of foundation building is a method that defies the will of heaven. Want to break through? The difficulty involved is even far beyond that of forming a pill for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. But Fong Ning held the spirit stone marrow in his hand, a slight smile on his face. For me, it's still not good enough. Foundation building level 10, condensate for me. Fong Ning roared in his heart, mobilized all his spiritual power, and rushed towards the membrane in one go. The speed of the spiritual power running in the body also reached its peak at this moment, as a large amount of spiritual power poured into the body of Fong Ning. Only felt that his whole body was filled with an unprecedented energy. It's natural, this membrane that is like a natural chasm, is broken. The 10th level of foundation building, accomplished. Chapter 64, Ways to Save Danyangzi. I finally broke through. A small perfect dioji, take it, take it. The realm-breaking pill is also ready. It's top grade. It even has 3 elixir patterns on it. I am indeed a genius. Ice Fairy peeked eye in the main hall. Bing Wanqing sat cross-legged on a cushion, silently flipping through the diary in her hand. She could feel Fong Ning's joy from between the lines. Snort, this evil disciple is really good at hiding things. Bing Wanqing didn't know what she was thinking of. Her brows knitted slightly, and her face looked a little unhappy. If I didn't have a copy of his diary, I'm afraid I will never know these secrets in this lifetime. This evil disciple, can't you be a little more honest with your master? Moreover, she now strongly suspected that the disciple who killed the Yuanying realm old monster of the Tianma sect mentioned by Yang Shan was Fong Ning. But such an important thing, this kid doesn't even write a diary. Damn it, diary. What's the point if you don't write this stuff every day? At the beginning, I was a little diligent. Ever since Feng Xiaoyao came back from his trip, Fong Ning's disciple has written in his diary less and less frequently. The wind is free and easy. It's better if you don't have anything to do with this. Bing Wanqing took a deep breath. Even if she is calm at this moment, I also had a vague idea of cleaning up the house in my heart. With a thought, Bing Wanqing gently cut off these distracting thoughts in her mind and looked down again. Well, calculating the time, there are about 7 or 8 days left before someone from the Yaoqi Holy Land arrives. I wonder if senior brother Danyangzi is ready. How about I help him think of a solution? After all, you have to be prepared for everything. Danyangzi, seeing the few lines of small words that kept appearing in the diary, Bing Wanqing also felt a little emotional for this 4th disciple of mine. In fact, Bing Wanqing also has some complicated feelings in her heart. He is not likely Dashian, who has an extremely firm sword heart and always walks on the path he should take. Although this may seem a bit too stubborn at times, Bing Wanqing is still somewhat relieved after all that he is not like Nick Hang. Although his personality is a little eccentric, he has a talent that is enough to look down on the world, especially since he has an impressive background. This Fire Phoenix bloodline, not everyone can get it, not to mention it was for Sunnishan, who was still a baby at the time. Let's talk about the 3rd disciple Feng Xiaoyao. Forget it, let's not compare Danyangzi with this guy. He doesn't look like a senior brother at all. Every day I'm either thinking about drinking or going to Zuixinlu. But Bing Wanqing wasn't too worried about him. Although Feng Xiaoyao's frontal combat power is a little weak, fortunately he has a quick mind and his speed is unmatched. If you really get into trouble, you can always run away if you want to. But this 4th disciple of mine, there was a hint of helplessness in Bing Wanqing's beautiful eyes. He has a gentle temperament and a kind heart. Although he is not very good at dealing with people, he treats others sincerely. Moreover, his favorite thing was not practicing, but refining medicine. If it weren't for the fact that the refining of some high-level elixirs requires the cultivators to have a higher level of cultivation to support it, Bing Wanqing had reason to believe that her 4th disciple, who was somewhat introverted and shy, I don't care about cultivation at all. But even so, Danyangzi finally cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Just talking about talent, Danyangzi is not inferior to his 3 senior brothers and sisters, and judging from what Fong Ning had mentioned in his diary before, I am the 4th disciple with a gentle temperament. In the future, he will become the only true immortal of alchemy in the Zhangxian realm in a million years. This existence is even rarer than the sword immortal, but such a well-behaved and sensible disciple, it would actually be destroyed by the hands of the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bing Wanqing couldn't agree to anything. Although she is not very good at teaching disciples, Bing Wanqing is actually quite concerned about these disciples under her. It's just that she is naturally aloof, and most of the time she just doesn't know how to express herself. Does disciple Fong Ning really have a way to help Danyangzi survive this disaster? Bing Wanqing's heart tightened, because Fong Ning had not mentioned in his diary how he would specifically help Danyangzi survive the disaster. I remember that Shangguan Luan also seemed to have some special bloodline. In the Yaoqi Holy Land, they call this the Empress's bloodline? Empress, seeing this, Bing Wanqing frowned slightly. Didn't the first founder of the Yaoqi Holy Land call herself the Queen of Yaoqi? Since then, every Yaoqi ruler has inherited this title. This Empress's bloodline seems to be naturally endowed with a kind of majesty, capable of easily subduing even the weakest creatures. If I could give senior brother Danyangzi the Ice Master's Polar Soul Heart Lotus, it would surely calm his mind and reduce the influence of the Empress's bloodline. Polar Soul Heart Lotus. Bing Wanqing seemed to be lost in thought when she saw this. Thinking of being able to help Danyangzi survive this disaster, Bing Wanqing decided to temporarily forgive her disciple Fong Ning's disrespect to her. At least I didn't think of asking Li Qinghua for help. In the cave, Fong Ning stretched and put away the diary on the desk. The question is, how can I get the Polar Soul Heart Lotus from Master? Fong Ning scratched his head, feeling a little worried. Go and ask for it directly, there's no valid reason. Besides, considering Bing Wanqing's attitude towards me, it would be strange if she would give this thing to me. Well, what a headache. True to the sect, outside the mountain gate. Two young figures were staggering and supporting each other as they walked along the mountain path. Hiccup. The monk in white robes seemed to be older. Just as he was about to speak, he burped loudly with an extremely strong smell of alcohol. Fong, brother Fong, your mouth stinks. Dan Yangzi, with a flushed face, covered his nose with some disgust. Hey. Fong Xiaoyao waved his hand nonchalantly. What do you know? Isn't this what drinking is like? Why else do you think I, senior brother, had to go to Zuichenla to drink? Dan Yangzi shook his head vigorously. Not to see the girls? Bah! Fong Xiaoyao instantly flew into a rage upon hearing this, and immediately refused Dan Yangzi's support. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and said, Is this the image of senior brother in your mind? I did that all to help you. Dan Yangzi didn't say anything, with an expression that said, Yes, you are right. Hey, junior brother, what do you think that is? Fong Xiaoyao, who had been chattering for a long time, suddenly stopped while walking. He drank a little too much and was still a little dizzy. Why is that thing still shiny? Dan Yangzi looked in the direction of Fong Xiaoyao's finger. I saw on the mountain road not far away a crystal clear snow lotus is sparkling in the sun. P.S. I have done my best to finish this. Thank you all for your support and tolerance. I really appreciate it. This disease has improved somewhat, but it still requires further treatment and observation for a period of time. The author cannot guarantee anything, but can only say that he will do his best to complete the work as long as his physical condition allows, still asking for some data and urging for updates as usual. Chapter 65. If Fong Ning can't do it, you disciples have even less hope. 2 days later, true to the sect, in the main hall of Yunmiao Peak. Everyone, the disciples who will be participating in this battle have been decided. Daoxuanzi's gaze swept across the hall, and he finally spoke softly. Ask Jun Hongchuan, the direct disciple of Chief Jianfeng. Zhan Xianfeng's chief disciple, Wu Wei. Zhang Ziming, the direct disciple of the chief of law enforcement Peak. The chief of the weapon refining Peak personally taught me the Qi Lian Xin. Li Dashian, the direct disciple of the chief of Bingxian Peak. Ice Fairy Peak Sunnishan. Fong Ning from Bingxian Peak. So, do you have any opinions? After Daoxuanzi announced these 7 names, he asked again. Upon hearing this, the 12 peak masters of Jingyi sect all looked at the peak master of Bingxian Peak, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, with strange expressions on their faces. There are a total of 7 places to compete, and you from Bingxian Peak occupy 3 of them. Among them, there is not even one who is not a direct disciple, that is to say. Bing Wanqing actually planned to let one of her foundation establishment disciples fight against a group of Golden Core disciples. Moreover, these Jindan realms are not ordinary Jindan realms, they are all the best among the direct disciples of each branch of the Jingyi sect. Even though these peak masters were all highly skilled cultivators, they still couldn't help but murmur, is this Fong Ning really okay? They still highly recognized the strength of Li Daoxian and Su Nishang. But this Fong Ning, it was completely forced in by Bing Wanqing, Metropolitan of Peak. Master couldn't help but say, you also said before that among the disciples sent by Yaoqi Holy Land this time, apart from the leading 2 women, Shangguan Luan and Shang Chener, the rest of the disciples are also skilled. Isn't it a bit hasty to let a foundation establishment disciple participate like this? Dao Xuanzi did not say anything after hearing this. He just glanced at Bing Wanqing, who still had her eyes closed and did not intend to make any explanation. That's it. I trust Master Bingfeng's judgment. After a moment, Daoxuanzi said this. No, you have confirmed it. Why are you asking us? The other peak masters secretly complained. Could it be that we are also part of the play between you and Lord Bingfeng? Rest assured. At this moment, the dark blue figure who had been resting with his eyes closed finally opened his eyes slowly. If Fong Ning can't do it, then it's useless for your disciples to do it. The masters of each peak, awesome. Then, sect master, shall we go and send invitations to the other sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou now? Go! Daoxuanzi sat in the main seat, exuding an aura of majesty without anger. The exchange conference between the 2 sects' disciples is a grand event for the entire Qingzhou. It's time for them to come and admire the elegance of our disciples. Qingzhou, one of the secular dynasties of the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, Prince Wu's mansion. As one of the most powerful princes of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Haqiong's Prince Wu's palace was extremely luxurious. Every detail of the palace reveals the royal dignity and endless power. The gate of the palace is carved from the finest red sandalwood and inlaid with gold threads and gems. A huge plaque is hung on the lintel, forged with pure gold and engraved with imperial inscriptions. In a flamboyant style, although the current Emperor Zhou loves to write, not all of his 9 sons have the opportunity to obtain his calligraphy. Obviously, King Wu Zhouhaqiong was very satisfied with his son. The interior of the palace is even more magnificent and dazzling. In a beautiful garden, a man wearing a 5-clawed black python robe was lazily lying in the arms of a pretty beauty. Just open your mouth slightly and the washed spiritual fruit will be fed into it. At his feet, there were 4 Or 5 pretty young maids, massaging his legs and feet to it can be said that he has enjoyed all the pleasures in the world. Your Highness, we still haven't found the whereabouts of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Not far away, a soldier in armor knelt on one knee and said respectfully, we haven't found the whereabouts of the 3 priests you sent out that day. I think they may have perished together. Perished together? Suddenly, the man in the black python robe opened his eyes slightly, and his words seemed to reveal a hint of sarcasm. So you're saying, my 9th brother, who had no cultivation, teamed up with a maid at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and fought against 3 of my subordinates at the Golden Core realm, all to their deaths? Sensing the dissatisfaction in his master's words, the soldier quickly lowered his head, sweat pouring down his body. Your Highness. My humble self, don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. Let me ask you. Zhou Haoqiong said in a deep voice, where did the several worshippers last disappear to? The natal jade tablets they left at the mansion should have some records, right? You're not going to tell me that you can't even figure out something like this? Although Zhou Haoqiong's tone was calm, it seemed that he had no intention of blaming himself, but the soldier was trembling all over at this moment, and the fear in his eyes was even greater than before. Reporting to Your Highness, the last location indicated on the 3 natal jade tablets is deep within a mountain. Deep in the mountains? Zhou Haoqiong frowned, what mountain? Is there anything special about it? The soldiers replied, it's just an unnamed mountain, nothing special about it. If I must say, the soldier paused slightly, that mountain is somewhat close to the Jingyi sect's sphere of influence. Zheng Yaizong or Zhou Haoqiong was obviously stunned when he heard the name, although he had never joined any of those immortal cultivation sects, but I have heard of the great name of Jingyi sect. After all, their great Zhou dynasty is actually a subsidiary of the Jingyi sect. Ha ha. After a while, Zhou Haoqiong's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I just thought of something very interesting. This man is wearing a 5-clawed black python robe. Even if you look at the entire Great Zhou dynasty, His Royal Highness the Third Prince is considered to be one of the top few people. At this moment, I am as happy as a child. You said, could it be that my dear 9th brother was rescued by the immortals of the Jingyi sect? Then you saw his remarkable talent and took him in as your disciple? The entire palace was as silent as death at this moment, except for the third prince Zhou Haoqiong. Everyone else didn't dare to speak. Even the pretty girl who had acted very close to him before now had a pale face, because almost everyone in the Wuwang mansion knows, in terms of cultivation talent, the third prince Zhou Haoqiong is far inferior to the 9th prince Zhou Xian. Because of this, when I got the news that Zhou Xian had the ultimate thunder spirit root, only the third prince Zhou Haoqiong would kill his 9th brother whom he had always disdained. Report. At this moment, suddenly, a powerful voice came from outside the Wuwang mansion. Your Majesty, by the will of heaven, declares King Xuanwu Zhou Haoqiong, please enter the palace immediately. No mistakes. So ordered. Zhou Haoqiong frowned, activated his spiritual energy, and asked loudly, General Zhao, do you know why my father summoned me to the palace? Zhao Qing was a relative of Zhao, the mother of King Wu Zhou Haoqiong. The two have a close relationship. Haoqiong, an invitation has arrived from the immortals of the Jingyi sect, asking your Majesty to select someone to attend the ceremony at the Immortal Gate. Chapter 66. Zhou Xian is jealous again. Golden entry, explode for me. What did you say? The two sects are competing in a few days, and Master actually chose to let junior brother compete? On the ice fairy peak, Feng Xiaodiao and Dan Yangzi said in shock at the same time, that's right. Li Dashian, dressed in green, nodded. Compared with his two junior brothers, he was particularly calm because he knew very well the ability of his junior brother. After learning that his master had secured a spot for his junior fellow disciple, Li Daoxian actually didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Can junior brother win? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Feng Xiaoyao heard this, his whole head shook like a rattle. Junior brother is only at the foundation establishment stage now. How is it possible to defeat a group of Jindan realm disciples? Master, are you getting old and confused? Isn't this just Chun Chun asking junior brother to get beaten up? Amidst the emotional upheaval, Feng Xiaoyao also became a little outspoken. What else? Sunnishan, who was dressed in red, glanced at Feng Xiaoyao calmly when she heard this. Who told you, as a senior brother, to be so incompetent? You actually have to rely on your own junior brother to take the lead? After a while, Sunnishan seemed to realize something. He spoke to Dan Yangzi, who had also fallen silent. Fourth junior brother, that's not what I meant. You are different from Feng Xiaoyao. You don't like doing these things. No, what do you mean different from me? Feng Xiaoyao clenched his fists in his sleeves. Damn violent woman. But, senior sister, you are right, Dan Yangzi said quietly. As a senior brother, how can you let your junior brother stand in front of you? Even if I can't play, I have to find a way to help my junior brother. After that, Dan Yangzi turned around and left. The three people behind him stared at each other for a long time and finally, Sunnishan couldn't help herself. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like fourth junior brother is a little weird? The former Dan Yangzi, would you talk like that? Shouldn't he be uninterested in anything other than alchemy? Hey. Feng Xiao laughed sarcastically and explained to the two confused brothers and sisters, "This matter is a long story." After about a cup of tea, Feng Xiao then proudly recounted his experiences of the past few days. The more Sunnishan and Dashian listened, the more they frowned. The two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. I absolutely must keep Feng Xiao away from my junior brother. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the Jingyi sect. The Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing actually wanted to let one of her disciples who was at the foundation establishment stage participate in the competition between the disciples of Jingyi sect and Yachi Holy Land. This is simply a fantasy. Among a group of outstanding people in the Jindan realm, what role can a mere foundation establishment disciple play? Could it be? What is so special about this disciple named Fong Ning? With some curiosity, countless disciples of the Jingyi sect have launched an investigation into Fong Ning, a disciple from Bingxian Peak. What? This kid doesn't even have spiritual roots? During the inner disciple competition, was this kid chosen by Master Bingfang at first sight? Shi Lianxin, the chief disciple of the weapon refining peak, seems to want to become a Taoist partner with Fong Ning? For a time, countless news about Fong Ning were circulating throughout the Jingyi sect. It's just that which of these news are true and which are false is a bit intriguing. Bang. Damn it. In Zhou Xian's cave, the ninth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty smashed the stone table in front of him with a single slap. Between the broken stones, you can still faintly see a trace of charred black. Countless tiny electric currents are flowing in it. Why? Why did you choose Fong Ning to participate in the disciple competition? Zhou Xian's eyes were gloomy, and he was extremely angry at this moment. How exactly is this prince inferior to him? Sunnishan, who was indifferent to him, liked to be close to him. His own personal assassin turned against him because of him. Now, even Bing Wanqing favors him. Why? All of this should belong to me. At the exchange meeting between the two sects' disciples, it should be me who fights on behalf of Jingyi sect and enjoys the admiration of thousands of people. No, we must find a way to get rid of this thorn in our side. Zhou Xian placed his fingers on his arms and danced gently. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and injected a stream of spiritual power into the black ring on his hand. Almost in the blink of an eye, a cold voice came from the ring. Who are you? Hearing this, Zhou Xian was stunned, because the person from the demon sect who had contacted him in the past was an old man. How come it suddenly turned into a woman, and she's also a woman with a very nice voice? Zhou Xian came back to his senses and quickly said, "I'm Zhou Xian, Zhou Xian." Before Zhou Xian could finish his words, the woman's voice coming from the ring changed instantly. The other party's tone seemed to contain great anger. "I didn't expect you to be so bold. I don't know how you obtained my sect's communication ring, but you dare to provoke me again and again. I swear, when we meet, I will tear you into pieces." Bang! The next moment, the ring on Zhou Xian's hand suddenly exploded. The spiritual power fluctuation caused by it almost knocked Zhou Xian away. Feeling the turbulent spiritual power in the body, the whole body looked confused and at a loss. What is happening? How come the other party exploded immediately after I changed the contact person? And you said you wanted to kill me, didn't we get along well before? And this is the relic left to him by Princess Mu. Now, it just exploded. What the hell is going on? I originally wanted to contact this force to help me find an opportunity to get rid of Fong Ning. Unexpectedly, now I end up losing more than I gain. What a huge loss. What the hell is going on? Well, the weather is nice today, how about going out for a walk? Fong Ning stretched out his arms. Ever since he had forged a perfect foundation for the Tao, his overall mood had improved a lot. When it comes to cultivating immortality, it's definitely wrong to just blindly practice hard. You must combine work and rest. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a few lines of small words appeared on the panel in front of me. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, natural charm, gold. Regardless of your level of cultivation, all members of the opposite sex will have a strong natural liking for you. Fong Ning was a little stunned. Zhou Xian, what happened again? Chapter 67, I am upgraded. New features unlocked. Visitors from Yachi Holy Land. Fong Ning's expression was a little strange. Charming nature. This entry, as the son of luck in this world, Zhou Xian has one of the most powerful trump cards. Fong Ning never thought that he could get 2 fragments in such a short time. If it weren't for the existence of charming nature, how could Zhou Xian in his previous life be accepted as a disciple by his master Bing Wanqing? How could he obtain Lan Rua's sworn loyalty until death, not to mention gaining the favor of Shangguan Luan, the holy maiden of the Yachi Holy Land? This led to a series of tragedies. In Fong Ning's opinion, this thing is definitely a halo that lowers your intelligence. It can be called a powerful weapon for female cultivators. For a moment, Fong Ning felt a little emotional, looking at the several glittering golden and purple fragments on his panel. When did this golden entry become so worthless? In my previous life, I had seen many good entries on other people. Unfortunately, he was still only a sunny boy until his death, but this life is destined to be different. Those useful, powerful, strong, and high-quality entries, everything is his. How does that sentence go? Oh, Fong Ning frowned. That's right, the boat has passed through thousands of mountains. Fong Ning shook his head and put the distracting thoughts in his mind behind him. Anyway, I got it from Zhou Xian, so I might as well give it up. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, natural charm, gold. Regardless of your level of cultivation, all members of the opposite sex will have a strong natural liking for you. Come again, how come you are more generous than senior sister Su? Fong Ning was a little surprised. When did Zhou Xian change from a beast to a charity master? These golden entry fragments are popping out like they are free, or is it because of the effect of the lucky boy attribute on me now? And Fong Ning looked intently at the panel. I saw that there was a shining plus sign behind my entry sunny boy, 1 opposite sex affinity, blue, 1 charming and attractive, blue, 3 enchanting and natural, gold. Before I knew it, I had another chance to fuse entries. Moreover, it is my own ego entry. Fong Ning has always categorized the entries or fragments of entries he has on him of the sunny boy that I already have as naturally a unique existence and enjoys the supreme status. It is called the ego entry. As for the other entries obtained from others, Fong Ning collectively referred to them as foreign entries, and made a detailed division based on their grade and effect. No way, he is so thin, to be honest. When Fong Ning saw that his sunny boy could be integrated and upgraded, he felt a little excited. After all, these are my own original shares, it's first love. It is no exaggeration to say that without it, the number of entries Fong Ning has now would be at least half less. So, when I saw that sunny boy could also be integrated, Fong Ning clicked the plus sign without any hesitation. Then, a scene that Fong Ning was extremely familiar with occurred. The 3 gold and 2 blue fragments of the entries shattered into 5 streams of light, rushing towards the sunny boy madly. Just a moment later, a conspicuous golden color appeared on the originally purple sunny boy. As time goes by, the golden light becomes brighter and brighter. Could it be? After seeing this scene, Fong Ning widened his eyes in disbelief. His entry merged successfully. Its quality has been improved. I am upgraded. A series of prompt messages flashed wildly on the panel. Fong Ning had never seen such a big scene before. You have obtained a brand new self-entry. Everyone loves gold no matter where you go or what you do. Your every move will attract the favor of all the creatures around you. All living beings will subconsciously reduce their hostility towards you. Ward Hair? Looking at his panel, this is a brand new entry effect that can be said to be against the sky. Fong Ning felt like he was about to have a myocardial infarction. What a domineering entry effect. Can I change my job and become the group's favorite? Just now I was saying that Zhou Xian had an aura that lowered his intelligence. How long has it been? How come I have one too? And it seems the effect of my intelligence reducing halo seems to be more powerful than his? I just don't know if this entry's effect can work on Zhou Xian, Fong Ning muttered softly, but it's hard to say about this kind of thing. After all, the other party is the child of luck in this world, and he might be immune to the effects of his own entries for some inexplicable reason. When Fong Ning was still a little surprised, in the corner of my eye, the information on the personal panel is refreshed again quickly. I am upgraded and new features are enabled. Entry breeding. Now, the same level entries you own can be merged with each other. This has a chance to give birth to even more powerful entries. It's numb. Fong Ning was completely numb. I originally thought that the upgrade of my ego entry from purple to gold level was the limit. Unexpectedly, there was a huge surprise hidden behind this entry gestation. If entries of the same level merge with each other, is there a chance that a more powerful entry will be born? If Fong Ning knew every word on this panel, but when they are all combined together into a sentence, Fong Ning only saw 2 words: happiness. Yay, there will be more room for treason in the future. What is the son of Gobachian? From today on, I am the one. Fong Ning's face was filled with a happy smile. But this is just talk. After all, the best way is to develop slowly. When facing the son of destiny of the world, if I can't surpass him by several major realms and crush him completely at once, he will definitely make a comeback. Fong Ning didn't want to be used as food for others. Wait a little longer. Fong Ning was not overwhelmed by the great happiness before him. He took a deep breath, and after just a moment, he calmed down again. Stability is the way to go. 3 days later, the Jingyi sect opened its gates. Countless immortal birds and auspicious beasts were flying and howling in the sky above the sect. Thousands of chi are swirling around the sect. Spiritual power erupts. Gather the clouds and mists from the sky to make ribbons. Move the mountains in all directions to make steps, using the hanging springs and waterfalls as a message. Just invite countless sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou. Witness together this grand event jointly hosted by 2 super sects. The leader of the 13 peaks sat high on the cloud platform, his aura hidden but emitting a powerful aura. Standing behind them were their respective disciples, and behind them were a group of inner disciples. The 12 peaks are full of talented people. Only the Ice Fairy Peak, which is ruled by the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing, there are few disciples under his tutelage, but no one dares to underestimate it. Li Daoshian, the sword immortal in the Golden Core realm, has the strongest combat power among his peers. The fire fairy Sunnishan is extremely gorgeous, and her fire magic is superb. The 3rd disciple, Feng Xiaoyao, is considered a human being. The 4th disciple, Dan Yangzi, is a genius in alchemy, as well as no one told me that so many people would be coming this time. Fong Ning twisted his body uneasily. He was used to being low-key and introverted, and now this huge crowd of people really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Dao Xuanzi, the leader of Jingyi sect, sat on the highest platform, sipping the wine calmly and confidently. The immortal's demeanor is quite extraordinary. After about a cup of tea, above the 9 heavens, a most noble golden chariot came from the sky. Behind it was an extremely huge spirit boat. It is full of brilliance and looks extremely extraordinary. Faintly, one could hear the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix at the same time. The people from Yaoqi Holy Land have arrived. Chapter 68, Yaoqi Queen? Why are you staring at me? I haven't seen you for many years. Sect Master Daoxuanzi is still as elegant as ever. In the magnificent golden chariot, a female voice came. Although it sounded pleasant to the ears, it contained a hint of majesty in the ears of everyone present. This was not because the owner of the voice had deliberately used his extremely powerful spiritual power to suppress the enemy on the spot, but it's just like she was born this way. She is born to be the most authoritative ruler in the entire world. Some of the Qingzhou sects present, as long as they have some knowledge, it's not difficult to guess the identity of the person who spoke. The contemporary empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, a super sect in Yunzhou, Wu Xianxiao. His cultivation level is comparable to that of Dao Xuanzi, the leader of the Jingyi sect. Both are cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul realm. There are even rumors that the contemporary queen of Yaoqi, after years of enlightenment, is only one step away from the legendary state of incarnation. Looking across the entire Qingzhou, only the reclusive ancestor of the Jingyi sect has reached this realm. In other words, this woman might be even more terrifying than Dao Xuanzi. Ha, Sect Master Wu is not bad either. From what I've seen of your cultivation, I think you've made some progress, right? Dao Xuanzi smiled faintly. Spiritual power burst out from his hand, and his wrist shook lightly. A glass of fine wine flew towards the extremely noble golden chariot. Master Wu, please drink this cup of welcoming wine. Buzz, the exquisite wine cup made of beautiful jade, stopped as soon as it flew in front of the golden chariot, floating quietly in the sea of clouds. Alright, thank you so much, Sect Master Dao. The golden chariot opens. First exposed to the public's view, it is a pair of round and jade-like white thighs. Her legs were plump and tight, and just slightly raised, was enough to make all the male cultivators present feel a little short of breath. With a slight movement of her beautiful legs, the clouds in the sky automatically formed a Yunhua fairy road under her feet, willing to crawl at its feet and let it trample on me. Follow the pair of snow-white legs upwards. It was a golden slit-long skirt, which seemed to be decorated with 9 stars in the sky, full of elegance and luxury. Further up, after jumping over that pair of towering figures, there is a majestic face that is so beautiful that it can captivate the whole country. Place a cinnabar mark between the eyebrows. A pair of phoenix eyes are filled with the look of looking down upon the world. This is the contemporary empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the strongest cultivator in Yunzhou, Wu Xianxiao. Come. The empress waved her hand lightly, and the jade cup filled with fine wine fell into her hands. The white jade hand was slightly raised towards Dao Xuanzi. The latter also picked up a glass of wine. The two men's eyes met in midair, and the next moment they drank the wine in their glasses at the same time. Gulp gulp. Although Wu Xianxiao is absolutely beautiful, every move she makes is filled with the domineering aura of a king. She doesn't drink like other women, holding a cup in one hand and covering his face with the other. It has the feeling of half covering the lute and half covering the face. Instead, she raised her noble head high, revealing her slender white neck like a swan. With a gurgling sound, he swallowed all the wine. Amidst the boundless beauty, there is a sense of kingship. What a great queen of Yaoqi! After the golden chariot and the spiritual boat behind it landed on the seats prepared for them by the Jingyi sect, Fong Ning couldn't help but admire in his heart. He remembers it clearly. The queen of Yaoqi has a stain on her disciple Shangguan Luan. The rest of the aspects are all perfect: cultivation, appearance, identity, status, cunning, methods. Each and every one of them is of the highest quality. Thinking of this, Fong Ning subconsciously glanced at his master, who was sitting in front of him, resting with his eyes closed. These two are quite similar. Both are good-looking, but neither can teach apprentices. Bing Wanqing, why do I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back? Gulp. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came to Fong Ning's ears. Looking back, at this moment, Feng Xiaoyao looked like a pig. He, Empress. He, Yaoqi Queen, oh my god, brother, what are you doing? Fong Ning was instantly shocked. That's the Queen of Yaoqi. The Yaoqi Holy Land behind it is comparable to the super sect of our Jingyi sect. How dare you think about someone else's leader? How dare you think like that? Brother, wake up. Fong Ning had no choice but to whisper, there are so many people watching. Be careful if the sect master hears about this, or you'll be punished for disrespect. Slurp. After hearing what Fong Ning said, Feng Xiaoyao came back to his senses. He quickly walked over to Fong Ning, glanced around, and whispered in his ear, Junior brother. It's not that senior brother hasn't seen the world. It's just that you think that's the Queen of Yaoqi. Which man in this world doesn't like the Empress? Just imagine, on that dragon bed in Phoenix chariot, a beautiful woman in an imperial robe, saying to you. It was as if he was thinking of something happy. Feng Xiaoyao chuckled again and said, and this isn't just one of those empresses from secular dynasties. That Wu Xianxiao is a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Are you not moved at all? Fong Ning didn't say anything. Why don't you speak? Feng Xiaoyao was a little puzzled, then revealed an expression that all men understood. Oh brother, I know. You are shy, right? No. This time, Fong Ning answered very straightforwardly. Then why didn't you speak just now? Feng Xiaoyao asked relentlessly. Because master is watching you. Fong Ning has always been very honest and he answers whatever Feng Xiaoyao asks. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao's expression froze on his face instantly. He lowered his head feeling guilty and didn't even dare to look up at Bing Wanqing. Feng Xiaoyao. On the cloud platform, the dark blue figure spoke softly, yes. Feng Xiaoyao quickly raised his hand and answered. After the banquet, go to the law enforcement peak to receive your punishment. Bing Wanqing's voice was calm, but it scared Feng Xiaoyao half to death. Yes. Master. Be honest, this time, Feng Xiaoyao was completely obedient. Junior brother, do you like the Empress too? Just when Fong Ning thought he could finally get some peace and quiet, a voice came into his ears again. Turning around, there was a hint of danger in Sunnishan's eyes. Snort, junior brother can only be mine. All the Queen of Yaoqi has to stand aside, only the nascent soul realm. Give me time, I can do it too. Fong Ning waved his hand and said seriously, not really, I'm just a little impressed by the Empress's courage. Humph. That's better. Sunnishan muttered something softly, and then as if she remembered something, she turned and walked towards Feng Xiaoyao, who was lagging behind everyone. That's strange. Fong Ning touched his chest, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Just now did the Queen of Yaoqi glance at me? P.S. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for your concern. As usual, I'm looking for data on urging updates. I've read some of your comments. I'll find time to add a patch to the beginning of the first chapter. Perhaps my writing was a little obscure, and everyone read too quickly, causing some readers to not notice the setting. After the patch is completed, everyone is welcome to go back to Chapter 1 to check in. Chapter 69 Zhoushan. I'm here to kill you. Luaner, where is your sister Qianer? In the golden chariot, Wu Xianxiao asked a clever woman beside him. Didn't that girl tell you where she went? Wu Xuanxiao's eyes slightly opened, and a faint majesty surrounded him. If ordinary people saw it, I'm afraid that he would be intimidated by the other party's imperial majesty and couldn't help but feel fear. But Shangguan Luan, who had long been accustomed to this, did not feel scared at all. On the contrary, he greeted her with a smile on his face. Master, you know, Sister Qianer is always a bit secretive about what she does. How can I be so embarrassed to ask her? Shangguan Luan approached Wu Xianxiao, shook the arm of the contemporary Empress of Yaoqi, and said coquettishly, besides, even if I asked, she might not tell me. Why would I bother asking for trouble? Isn't that right? Hearing this, Wu Xianxiao just smiled faintly. How could this master not understand you two girls? I guess she thought this welcoming banquet was boring, so she just found an opportunity to slip away? And let you stay to cover for her? Don't you really think that your teacher knows nothing? According to past practice, before the two sect's disciples officially started the exchange meeting, the host will hold a welcoming banquet. It is used to comfort the disciples from another sect who have been through a long journey. In previous years, when the Jingyi sect went to Yinzhou, the Yaoqi Holy Land did the same. Shangguan Luan's face froze instantly when he heard this. After seeing Wu Xuanxiao's half-smile, his heart skipped a beat for no reason. This exchange conference between Yaoqi Holy Land and Jingyi sect, the Yaoqi Queen Wu Xianxiao is in charge. She and Shang Qianer both led the team, but it's just that Shang Qianer never likes to interact with others. In the entire Yaoqi Holy Land, apart from his master Wu Xianxiao, he is only close to her, his junior sister. Although the space in the golden chariot was large enough, Shang Qianer took the initiative to ask to go to the spirit boat to look after the fellow apprentices who had come with her. Wu Xianxiao must have noticed this anomaly. That's why I asked this question. Master, at this moment, Shangguan Luan's face looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he knew that Wu Xianxiao would discover their plan sooner or later, he never expected it to happen so soon. It just landed. I don't know if Sister Qianer has found the person she's looking for. Shangguan Luan muttered in his heart. In the Yaoqi Holy Land, there is a secret that few people know, like Shangguan Luan. Shang Qianer, who is also a candidate for the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, is actually from Qingzhou. Before this trip, Shang Qianer once told Shangguan Luan something. At this time she returned to Qingzhou, not only to represent the sect in the two sects disciples competition, but also to go home to visit her relatives. Then, she was going to find someone, but as to who this person is, what's his name, where he lives, is he a man or a woman, no matter how Shangguan Luan asked, Shang Qianer didn't tell her. Could it be Sister Qianer's lover? Shangguan Luan, who couldn't get an answer, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Anyone who can make Sister Qianer care so much about him or her, no matter whether he or she is a man or a woman, must be an extraordinary person. Shangguan Luan was very sure of this. After all, the reason why the two can get along so well is that they have something in common. Arrogant. As a genius of a sect, not everyone can be taken seriously by them. The candidate for the Empress had an idea. Could this person be within the Jingyi sect? After all, this is a grand event covering the entire Qingzhou. If that person has some talent, he must be among these sect disciples, right? Wu Xianxiao looked at his disciple's expression, which clearly said something is on my mind, and couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. In fact, from the personal perspective of this empress, she is more optimistic about Shang Qianer. If she were to choose a successor to continue to rule the Yaoqi Holy Land, Wu Xianxiao is more inclined towards Shang Qianer, because although Shangguan Luan is also very talented, his temperament is still a little less calm. Forget it. Let her be. Wu Xianxiao shook his head. As long as that girl can return before the official competition, I won't mind. Only the Queen of Yaoqi opened her eyes slightly. I think I saw an interesting little fellow just now. Yes. Master. Seeing that Wu Xianxiao had no intention of punishing him, Shangguan Luan immediately smiled. The two of them walked out of the golden chariot one after the other. This immediately attracted a wave of exclamations from the outside world. After all, both the master and the disciple are stunning beauties. At this moment, somewhere thousands of miles away from the Jingyi sect, Shang Qianer was dressed in purple and holding a black token in her hand. It seems like he is waiting for someone to die. In fact, just when the team from Yaoqi Holy Land set foot on Qingzhou territory, she used the token in her hand to pass on a message. Now she is not Sheng Qianer, the candidate for the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, but it's the Holy Maiden of the Demon sect, Sheng Qianer. About half an hour later, dozens of dark figures suddenly appeared in the originally quiet and deserted grove. Each of these people was wearing a black robe and a pale skull mask on their face. The first time I saw Sheng Qianer, these people did not hesitate at all. They all knelt on one knee without exception and said respectfully, "Greetings to Her Majesty the Saint." The tone was filled with fanaticism. Even the few black-robed men who have reached the nascent soul stage are the same. After all, is standing before them now is the spiritual belief of the entire Tianma sect, the daughter of the previous leader of the demonic sect, Shang Chaotian, Saint Qianer. "Have you found the whereabouts of the key?" Without any unnecessary greetings, Shang Qianer asked directly. Reporting to the saint, "I have confirmed that the key to the hidden stupa is in the hands of a disciple of the Jingyi sect." A man in black robes replied respectfully, "It's just that due to the overwhelming power of the Jingyi sect, we are unable to gather more accurate intelligence for you." "No need to check," Shang Qianer said calmly, "I think I already know." There was a flash of murderous intent in the purple eyes. "A disciple of the Jingyi sect, who killed Du Guiyan, yet dares to openly challenge me," Shang Qianer murmured. "Zhou. Who else could it be but you?" Although I don't know what means he used to erase the heavenly demon mark I had placed on him, but I, Shang Qianer, always keep my word. After taking a deep breath, Shang Qianer spoke again. "From now on, you must gather some disciples here every other day. Ambush near the Jingyi sect. This time, I have prepared some incredible surprises for them." Shang Qianer raised her hand and waved. "This time, it's time to make these bastards from the Jingyi sect pay the price. Yes. I will follow the orders of Her Highness the Saint." Dozens of dark figures answered in unison. Chapter 70. What is a sword immortal? This is the sword immortal, true to the sect. Above the Wanli Cloud platform, looking at the Yaoqi queen who sat down gracefully and the disciples behind her, Fong Ning felt a little emotional. This time, senior brother Dan Yangzi shouldn't be so easily defeated, right? After all, I have completed a series of novice missions with senior brother Fong. My ability to resist female cultivators should have improved a bit, right? The banquet is now in progress and the atmosphere is very high, whether they are disciples of Jingyi sect or disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land, or perhaps it was the other sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou that were invited. Everyone had a great time. The Jingyi sect is not stingy either. Every sect or dynasty present, regardless of the status of the personnel, has an exclusive seat. On the seat, unlimited supply of spiritual fruits, fine wine and delicious food. The entire platform is connected to the seats below. The whole sky and earth were filled with clouds and mist. The aroma of wine and spiritual fruits filled the air everywhere. In a trance, it seemed as if I had really arrived at the fairy palace in heaven. This situation is probably not much different from the peach banquet. Fong Ning was currently sitting in a seat reserved for him. Take a sip of wine from time to time. Looking up, I saw Feng Xiaoyao, with a bruised face and nose, drinking the most happily not far away. To be honest, Fong Ning sometimes really envies Feng Xiaoyao. Heartless, even though he had just been beaten by Sunnishan, he still had the nerve to go to other peaks to drink with disciples. You didn't even bother asking fourth senior brother to get him some pills to reduce swelling and dissolve blood stasis, everyone. Just as Fong Ning was complaining in his heart, the voice of Dao Xuanzi, the leader of the Jingyi sect, suddenly came from above his head. "I'm grateful for your appreciation and the opportunity to attend the disciple exchange conference between my Jingyi sect and Yaoqi Holy Land today." Dao Xuanzi's voice was like a loud bell, mixed with some spiritual power, ensuring that his voice covered the entire cloud platform. "I'll raise a glass." Dao Xuanzi raised the wine glass in his hand. The Queen of Yaoqi raised the cup in her hand almost at the same time. Both bosses acted like this. Below the cloud platform, those second and third-rate sects in Qingzhou and the people from the secular dynasties naturally did not dare to neglect it. "What is this Master Dao saying? It's us who should be thanking Your Majesty for giving us this eye-opening opportunity." Everyone raised their glasses, not daring to look down on others. He is a big shot, so it is normal for him to be polite to you. This shows that he has high emotional intelligence. But if you don't recognize your own status and really don't give others face and accept their toasts, then you probably won't be able to survive in Qingzhou in the future. It's not that the Jingyi sect is arrogant and domineering, however. There are many monks and sects who want to please Jingyi sect and climb onto this big and thick leg. There is no need for Jingyi sect to give any orders. They will rush to deal with these low EQ sect forces. Who says there are no human relationships in the world of cultivating immortals? There are human relationships and social conventions everywhere here. People who don't understand the ways of the world would have died long ago, and his death was extremely ugly. It's really nice to take shelter under a big tree. Fong Ning was also among those who raised their glasses. After all, since his clan leader had spoken, he had no reason not to accept the offer. "Master Dao, I heard that Li Dashian, the chief disciple of Bingxian Peak, one of your sect's 13 peaks, is a rare sword immortal embryo that only appears once in a century." After finishing the drink, the leader of a Qingzhou sword cultivation sect said, "Although I am a small sect disciple and not very capable, I do have a yearning for the legendary sword immortal. Can you let Li Qingchuan open our eyes, oh?" Dachuanzi did not refuse after hearing this. Before the competition with Yaoqi Holy Land officially begins, it would be a good idea to use the disciples of the sect to gain face for my family. Since Master Bai has said so, then alright. Dachuanzi pretended to refuse at first. Finally, he agreed reluctantly. After all, our Jingyi sect is a big and powerful sect, and we can't lose face. Dashian. Dachuanzi shouted towards the area where Bingxian Peak was located. Disciple is here. Li Daoxian put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up. Why don't you just spar with the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect? Dachuanzi smiled and said, remember, stop when you're done, yes. Li Daoxian nodded, then a person in white clothes floated down onto an empty platform. A gentle breeze blew. A white robe rustled in the wind. A white light flashed in Li Daoxian's hand, and a long sword appeared beside him. Clenching your hands, the whole person's aura instantly rose a few points. From the gentle white clothes at the beginning, it turned into extremely sharp. Between heaven and earth, the storm is surging. The sword energy is full, it's like a peerless sword drawn from its sheath. Oh? This scene actually attracted the attention of the Queen of Yaoqi. She sat up slightly and held her cheek with one hand. He looked at the person off the field with bright eyes. Ice Fairy Peak, Li Daoxian, please give me some advice. Li Daoxian saluted with a sword in one hand. Lingjianman, Lin Fong, please give me some advice. A young monk also dressed in white jumped out from the area where the Spirit Sword sect was located. He also held a sword in his hand. Looking at the sword immortal Li Daoxian, who has long been famous among the younger generation in Qingzhou, Lin Fong only felt that his palms were sweating, but he knew this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was something. The sect leader had fought hard for him. No matter what, I must fight with this sword master. His strength is not weak, and he is now a swordsman at the Golden Core realm. Although it has just been a short time since the formation of the elixir, but among the disciples of the second and third-rate sects in Qingzhou, they are definitely one of the top few. At least I should be able to take a few dozen moves, right? Lin Fong took a deep breath. Are you ready? Seeing this, Li Daoxian did not rush to attack, but asked a question first. Ready. Lin Fong nodded heavily. Your sword is shaking. Li Daoxian glanced at the other party casually, and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. You can't take my sword. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Snort. Lin Fong felt a little embarrassed and annoyed when he heard this. Although the man in front of him has been famous among the younger generation in Qingzhou for a long time, he cannot be underestimated. He, Lin Fong, is also a genius. There's no point in talking anymore, come on. Lin Fong let out a low shout, and spiritual power surged around him, and the long sword in his hand also made a sound. He actually attacked Li Daoxian first. Buzz, at this moment, the sword in Li Daoxian's hand fell. Just a moment. Those countless sword shadows have completely submerged the geniuses of the Lingjian sect. After this sword, the whole audience was silent. It was also on this day, Lin Fong, the genius swordsman of the Spirit Sword sect, finally understood the difference between an ordinary genius and a true genius. What is a sword immortal? Everyone present subconsciously looked at the white-clothed figure standing on the platform. This is the sword immortal. Chapter 71, Li Daoxian, Junior Brother, do you like watching? Then I will play 2 more games. On the cloud platform, white clothes like snow, holding a 3-foot green peak in his hand, defeat the enemy with one sword at the breeze blows by. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, there was no significant fluctuation on the face of the Ice Fairy Peak's chief disciple, because this has become a common thing for him. Since I started practicing swordsmanship, he has never been defeated among his peers. Now, of course, he would not feel proud and complacent just because he defeated a fellow cultivator whose realm was lower than his own. Naturally, there won't be any big emotional fluctuations. Oh my god. So handsome. Is this the sword immortal cultivated by a major sect? It's so terrifying. In the four-sided cloud platform, there were constant sounds of exclamations and envy. Countless disciples from second and third-rate sects looked at the figure standing in the center of the platform with longing. After all, they are young people. How many people don't like to show off? At this moment, these young disciples all had fantasies in their hearts. How great it would be if I were that sword immortal. I would be satisfied if you could just let me stand there for a second. Good. Ha ha ha. Dachuanzi also smiled happily when he saw this. After all, he had heard all the praises of Jingyi sect from the surrounding sects. It's face-saving. It's so face-saving. The Queen of Yaoqi, who was also watching the battle, at this moment, his eyes were full of brilliance, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, what a talented swordsman. The Jingyi sect is indeed full of talented people. Cut. Why are you pretending? In the area of Bingxian Peak, Feng Xiaoyao, who was still bruised and battered, looked at the figure of his senior brother. He said with some dissatisfaction, if a disciple who has just formed a core realm fights against a late Jindan realm disciple, I can do it. I don't know what to brag about. What's that you can't take my sword? What the hell is he pretending to be? Dan Yangzi, who was standing beside him, first looked at his senior brother who was standing on the platform, enjoying the attention of everyone. Then he looked at his third brother standing beside him, gritting his teeth. Third senior brother's conjunctivitis recurred. Dan Yangzi drank a sip of the wine by himself. He didn't like fighting and killing, and had no interest in anything other than refining medicine, including this kind of manifestation of divine power in front of people. Damn it. Feng Xiaoyao was still full of regret at this moment. If I had kept a close eye on my junior brother and prevented Sunnishan and Dashian from getting in touch with him, it would be my turn to be in the spotlight today. Even now, Feng Xiaoyao still firmly believes it was because of my negligence that I didn't keep a close eye on my junior brother. This gave those two shameless senior brothers and sisters an opportunity to take advantage. I have to find a way to ask my junior brother for some benefits. Feng Xiaoyao said this with determination in his heart. Dashian stood on the platform, listening to the cheers and praises coming from all around. I just feel it's boring. It's really boring. It would be better to go back and practice swordsmanship twice more and study the sword manual in depth. Big brother. So awesome. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice came from not far away. Dashian looked up and saw that it was his junior fellow apprentice. Suddenly, a gleam of light shone clearly in those eyes that were originally as calm as water. Junior brother, he saw it too. Haha, how about it? Isn't this sword move by senior brother very cool? Although Dashian didn't say anything, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Big brother, Fong Ning stood on the platform, looking at the high-spirited Dashian not far away, feeling a mixture of emotion in his heart. This is the life you were supposed to have, a genius, the leader of Kendo. If it weren't for that damned demonic sect, you will never end up in such a miserable way. Thinking of this, Fong Ning couldn't help but recall some memories from his past life. Dashian, who had been possessed by the devil, was so angry that he killed people blindly. His hair was disheveled and a dark and cold aura surrounded him. There was no trace of humanity left in those red eyes. The long sword in his hand is also surrounded by demonic energy. The Jingyi sect was slaughtered so hard that blood flowed like a river. There are broken limbs everywhere, and he escaped before the 13 Peaks Master and the sect master could react. From then on, there is no more sword immortal Dashian in Qingzhou, but only a terrifying sword demon without a name and memory, just. Now, Fong Ning was also in a state of momentary emotional excitement and shouted out subconsciously. I in this life, he has formed a close bond with his senior brother Dashian. He is also a human being in his feelings. After seeing the life that the other person should have had, the thought in my mind suddenly became more resolute. But after shouting this, Fong Ning reacted quickly. Am I being a little too excited? This doesn't fit my style. Keep a low profile. Don't do this next time. You have to drink 3 cups of wine, gulp gulp. Anyway, there are so many people here, so no one will hear me if I just shout, right? After a few glasses of wine, Fong Ning comforted himself in this way. Junior brother, suddenly, a voice full of resentment came from behind. Fong Ning turned his head and looked. It was a face with some bruises and swellings. You also think Dashian is amazing? At this moment, Feng Xiaoyao's face was almost distorted with jealousy. Why? Why does my junior fellow apprentice also admire Dashian? That life idiot, what right does he have? Oh, Fong Ning. On the platform, Dashian had originally planned to leave, but the shout of encouragement from the junior brother earlier really went deep into his heart. Junior brother, do you like watching these? Dashian looked down at the long sword in his hand. A thoughtful look. Alright. Dashian, come down. After all, it's just a competition. Please don't damage the harmony between our sect and the Spirit Sword sect. On the highest platform, Dashian touched his beard on his chin, feeling very satisfied. Although it is a well-known fact in Jingyi sect that the ice fairy Bing Wanqing is not very good at teaching her disciples. But these apprentices are hardworking and excellent enough. Dashian is a good example, and this is not a formal ring match at most. It's just an activity to entertain the guests during the meal. It's better to go down quickly after the performance. After all, the highlight has not yet begun. This was what Dashian was thinking. This boy's swordsmanship is firm and clear, and he will surely achieve great things in the future. A strange light suddenly burst out from Wu Xuanxiao's eyes. She never hesitates to praise such a talented person. TSK, what's so great about that? Shangguan Luan, who was following her, pouted in dissatisfaction after hearing this. Looking at Dashian, who was still standing on the platform, I have made up my mind. When the contest between the two sects officially begins, I will let you know who the true genius is. Clang. Listening to the crisp sound of swords coming from the cloud platform, Dashian was a little stunned. Everyone present was stunned, because they had no idea what this young swordsman with a promising future would do. Dashian spoke hesitantly, as if he had noticed something. Shut up. Not far away, an extremely cold telepathic voice sounded in Dashian's mind. The leader of the Jingyi sect's expression froze, and he looked towards the direction of Bingxian Peak with some embarrassment. Alas. I really owe you. Dashian sat back down, looking somewhat discouraged. Never mind, you guys in Bingxian Peak can do whatever you want, just don't scare the old man out and beat me up. Dashian thought, a little depressed. Oh? Seeing this, the queen of Yaoqi standing by showed some interest. Everyone. Dashian pointed his sword at the four-sided cloud platform and said loudly, Dashian of Bingxian Peak, please give me your swords. As soon as he finished speaking, sword energy surged around him. A huge sword shadow lay across his head. The whole person exudes an extremely astonishing aura, completely different from before. Dashian is willing to use the sword in his hand to seek guidance from you all. After saying this, he shook the tip of the sword in his hand and pointed it at a distant platform, including all the senior disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land. Since junior brother wants to see me use a sword, Dashian's eyes gleamed brightly, and his fighting spirit reached its highest point. Then I'll show him. Chapter 72. My junior brother is watching. Of course I have to win. On top of the four-sided cloud platform, whether they are from the Jingyi sect or the Yaoqi Holy Land, or perhaps it was the other Qingzhou sects and secular dynasties, everything is silent at this moment. Looking at the sword fairy in white clothes below, they all had big doubts in their hearts. No, wasn't it just a friendly exchange competition? How come in a blink of an eye, the chief disciple of Bingxian Peak is going to challenge everyone with a sword? This isn't how you increase the intensity, right? What exactly happened in the meantime? Snort. What a big mouth. Do you really think that you, Li Daoxian, are invincible? When everyone was silent, the area where the Yaoqi Holy Land is located, a figure in a golden robe stood up angrily and shouted, "Let me, Shangguan Luan, come meet you." Boom! In an instant, a momentum that was no less powerful than Li Daoxuan suddenly erupted. Some clouds were dispersing from the surrounding cloud platforms. Without waiting for everyone to react, a proud figure had already landed on the platform below and stood in front of Li Daoxian. On the sacred ground of Yaoqi, the golden figure held its head high, like a proud phoenix. "Please give me your guidance." On the platform, all the forces on all sides were extremely shocked. This appetizer isn't even finished yet. Why is the main course served? At the same time, almost everyone subconsciously looked at Dao Xuanzi, the leader of the Jingyi sect. This also according to the procedure. Dao Xuanzi was silent for a while. Just keep drinking. In that case, Wu Xinxiao said calmly at this time, "Master Dao, I think we should just officially start this competition. Let's just assume that Li Daoxian and Shangguan Luan are the first contestants sent by the two sections. What do you think?" "That's it," Dao Xuanzi said in a muffled voice, then waved his hand. Suddenly, two clouds appeared in the sky. It turned into a scoreboard. What's going on? Not only the others, but even Fong Ning on the platform was looking down with a confused expression. What happened, big brother? What else can I do? I'm just trying to show off. Feng Xiaoyao still spoke with some indignation. I actually hope that this woman named Shangguan Luan can make Li Daoxian suffer. Brush, brush, brush. Before Feng Xiaoyao could finish his words, he felt several pairs of eyes around him falling on him. He immediately shrank his neck in fear. I'm just saying it. Why do you have to snort? Sunnishan withdrew her gaze, hesitated for a while, then came to Fong Ning and asked softly, "Junior brother, do you think that big brother can win?" They also understood Shangguan Luan's situation. Previously, Yang Shan, the head of Tianji Peak, once said this woman is an opponent on the same level as Li Daoxian. No one on either side expected that. Normally, some disciples would be sent in to test the waters in the ring match, but now the final battle is being staged directly. No matter how reluctant Sunnishan was, she knew that there was still some gap between her and the current Li Daoxian. In other words, if Li Daoxian lost to Shangguan Luan, according to the rules of the competition, they would most likely lose another person to the opponent. At the very least, it would cause great damage to a regular disciple. This is an extremely unfavorable situation for a fight, so she almost subconsciously wanted to come to Fong Ning for peace of mind. We can win. After a brief moment of thought, Fong Ning nodded. Big brother, he will be fine. In that case, I'm relieved. After getting Fong Ning's answer, Sunnishan patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. I feel relieved too. Dan Yangzi on the side said the same thing. Snort, come on Shangguan Luan, teach Li Daoxian a lesson, but don't really win. Feng Xiaoya thought so in his heart, but on the surface he said with a serious face, me too. Fong Ning was a little surprised. I'm just stating my own guesswork. You don't all have to believe me so much, right? What Fong Ning didn't notice was that as Sunnishan approached her intentionally or unintentionally, a black-robed figure with a sinister look appeared behind her. Bring it on. Li Daoxian looked Shangguan Luan up and down, nodded and said, you are worthy of being my opponent. Conscience of heaven and earth, when Li Daoxian said this, he did not mean to look down on the other party. He was merely stating his thoughts objectively. But when Shangguan Luan heard these words, their meaning changed completely. Good for you, Li Daoxian. How could you be so arrogant? Shangguan Luan was furious at this time. When Shangguan Luan saw his master praising the white-robed swordsman, he felt a little jealous. I originally decided to dampen the opponent's enthusiasm, but unexpectedly, the guy in front of him was even more arrogant than he thought. Look at the sword. Shangguan Luan let out a delicate cry, turned her wrist, and actually grasped a long sword. No wonder she was so unconvinced before. It turns out that one of the candidates for the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land is also a sword cultivator. Li Daoxian opened his eyes slightly. After receiving Fong Ning's guidance, his sword skills suddenly became more smooth and natural. Be firm in your faith and know how to adapt. This is exactly what Fong Ning wants to see the most. Li Daoxian took a deep breath. The spiritual power in the hands gathers. When facing one of the heirs of Yaoqi Holy Land, he also planned to decide the outcome with one strike. Junior brother, watch carefully, Li Daoxian shouted angrily. Cut. The terrifying sword light gathered together, almost completely overturning the platform. But when facing such a fierce attack, Shangguan Luan not only did not retreat, but instead rushed forward again. Li Daoxian, you think you can beat me so easily? Dream on. After saying that, an extremely special aura emanated from Shangguan Luan, completely integrated into her sword moves. An imperial aura filled with majesty instantly enveloped the entire platform. All the monks around were horrified, because they can clearly feel it. Just the part of the aura that escaped made them want to worship Shangguan Luan. And this is the sword art practiced by the heir to the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Emperor's sword. When the sword is swung out, the terrifying sword force is like the royal power in the secular world. the common people who were oppressed couldn't even raise their heads. Horrible, it's really scary. It turns out that all the direct disciples of these big sects are tough guys. The monks who were watching swallowed their saliva. The residual power of the Emperor's sword is so terrifying, it's hard to imagine. What kind of pressure did Li Daxian face as he faced this full-force attack on the platform? Looking at the platform where there was no movement for a long time, the people around looked at each other in confusion. Li Daxian, lost. After all, even the sword energy he had previously condensed was completely overwhelmed by Shangguan Luan's Emperor sword. Well done, senior sister. Senior sister is awesome. Senior sister is so handsome. In the Yaoqi Holy Land area, there was a sudden roar like thunder and lightning. Seeing that the opponent was defeated by his own senior sister's sword, the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land immediately celebrated with each other. On the Jingyi sect side, the expressions of the disciples from the 13 peaks all darkened. They just lost like that? Li Daxian, it's nothing special. Although his face was pale and the sword in his hand was so heavy that he could hardly lift it, Shangguan Luan still gritted his teeth and said, just when everyone thought Li Daxian had lost to Fong Ning looked at the rapidly flashing lines of small words on his panel with a strange expression. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, innate sword bone, gold. You were born for the sword. As long as you are willing, you can learn all the countless sword arts in the world. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the platform that had become a ruin. Brush, brush, brush. First a sword shadow flew out, then there are 10, 100, 1,000. There's more. Even the monks from other sects on the four-sided cloud platform, as long as they had swords on them, all looked at the swords in their hands with horror. Sword, come! A voice came from the platform, as if issuing a supreme order to the thousands of sharp swords. The next moment, all these swords were out of the control of their respective owners, fly straight towards the cloud platform. Shangguan Luan, you're defeated. Li Daxian said softly, and waved his right hand gently downwards from his raised position of fall. P.S. Tomorrow is my last treatment. I feel like I'm almost recovered now, so writing today is going smoothly. It's been a while since I played the game of urging someone to update more chapters. So, let's put it this way. If I break 1600 tomorrow, I'll just give you 3 chapters. Please forgive me for the reaction I'm having to the medication right now. Gentlemen, please stop supporting the book and urge for more updates and data collection. Thank you, the patch for chapter 1 has been added. Dahua can go back and sign in again. Our bond is still there, right? Chapter 73, Imperial Swordsmanship? Bring it to me. As Li Daxian's words fell, that surrounds him, the silver torrent formed by thousands of sharp swords immediately roared towards Shangguan Luan. Its force was so powerful and sharp that it seemed to split the entire platform in half. Under the sword, even though Shangguan Luan was trained as the heir to the Empress of Yaoqi Holy Land, I couldn't help but feel timid. She subconsciously closed her eyes, pale cheeks. At this moment, how could one see any trace of arrogance on that beautiful face? Boom! There was a loud noise. The cloud platform was actually split into 2 pieces. In the misty sky, a figure in a golden robe stood in front of Shangguan Luan. In this battle, we, Yaoqi Holy Land, admit defeat. Wu Xianxiao waved his hand and blocked all the thousands of sword shadows in front of him. Li Daxian, you are very good. The Empress's light and majestic voice resounded throughout the four-sided platform. Anyone could hear the appreciation in Wu Xuanxiao's words. Buzz. Li Daxian did not speak, his expression remained serious, and the sword shadows around him did not dissipate. Master. I haven't lost yet. Shangguan Luan, who was protected by Wu Xianxiao, finally reacted. Although her face was pale, she still said with some dissatisfaction, I want to fight him again. Shut up. The Empress's face darkened and she scolded in a low voice, realizing that her master seemed really angry. Shangguan Luan subconsciously shrank her neck and dared not speak loudly anymore. Master Dao, even if your Jingyi sect wins this battle. After Wu Xianxiao finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave with Shangguan Luan. Daochuanzi also nodded. The exchange meeting between the 2 sects' disciples is mainly for guidance and exchange, so we must not damage the harmony. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and above his head, the cloud representing the Jingyi sect transformed into a 1. It means the Jingyi sect took the lead. Brotherly, well done. Look. This is the sword immortal of our Jingyi sect. Weren't you guys shouting happily just now? Why are you silent now? Different from the silence of Yaoqi Holy Land at this moment, the disciples of the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect were so happy at this time. As the saying goes, we all prosper together and we suffer together. Li Daxian represents their entire Jingyi sect at this moment. On weekdays, it is normal for disciples from different branches of the Jingyi sect to have some minor fights, but now never lose face in front of outsiders. Cut. It was just a lucky win. Look how proud you are. That's right. This is a ring match, not a one-on-one match. Whoever laughs last laughs the best. The disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land are not easy to deal with either. How could he withstand the opponent's output of flying dragon riding on his face? So he immediately fought back. The rest of you regulars, be careful. Don't give up the advantage that senior brotherly has worked so hard to gain. Why does it feel like something is wrong? The area where Bingxian Peak is located. Fong Ning mingled in the crowd and frowned imperceptibly. Big brother, why don't you seem to want to stop? Could it be what I think? Fong Ning shook his head with a strange look on his face. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the white-robed swordsman did not stop, and the sword shadows around him moved forward a little more, almost approaching the face of the Queen of Yaoqi. Dashian! Don't be rude. Daoxuanzi frowned upon seeing this and shouted loudly. What happened to Li Daoxian? A sudden illness or madness? Suddenly, there were sounds of people gasping for breath on the square platform. Does he still want to use force against the Yaoqi queen? Looking at Li Daoxian, who did not shy away from him, Wu Xianxiao frowned, as if he thought of something. A moment later, the empress actually chuckled. He's an interesting young man. She turned her head and looked at Shangguan Luan behind her. Luaner, admit defeat. Although Wu Xuanxiao's voice was soft, but at this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the four-sided cloud platform. Therefore, the words of the empress also fell into their ears this time. Not only Daoxuanzi, the expressions on everyone's faces became very interesting. So the reason why the chief disciple of Bingxian Peak dared to point his sword at the empress was just to get Shangguan Luan to admit defeat in person. Is this a little too ridiculous? My master has already admitted that he lost this battle, but you still want to force him to say it again. The above are the thoughts of the leaders of sects and secular dynasties. But other than that, those sect disciples didn't think so. Fuck. This Li Daoxian is so handsome. After watching the white-robed figure controlling thousands of sword shadows, many young people, the admiration and yearning in their eyes are almost piling up into substance. Young and frivolous, at this moment, Li Daoxian embodied these four words to the fullest. So what if you are the empress's apprentice? Now that we are on the stage, then everything must naturally follow the rules of the ring. Before the opponent loses consciousness and admits defeat, that means the battle is not over yet. If you don't admit defeat, what does it matter even if you point your sword at the empress? So cool, extremely powerful, don't fear power. This is the style of the sword, immortal in their hearts. Li Daoxuan's swordsmanship is very pure, and he is a person who is more stubborn. So that's exactly what he thought. In Li Daoxuan's view, Shangguan Luan did not lose consciousness, and he did not admit defeat in person. Then according to the rules of the ring, the battle between the two sides must naturally continue. You can't just end it like this just because your master is here, right? Even if she is the Queen of Yaoqi, it won't work. Hearing the words of my master, even though Shangguan Luan was unwilling to accept it, she could only say helplessly, I give up. Before clear and loud words echoed throughout the platform. How? Wu Xianxiao turned his head and looked at Li Daoxian again. Are you satisfied this time? Buzz. Li Daoxian did not speak. It just dispersed the spiritual power around it. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of sharp swords returned to their respective owners. Master Wu, Daoxian was indeed wrong in this matter. I will teach him a lesson later. Daoxuanzi also came in front of several people at this time. Looking at Wu Xianxiao, he spoke with an embarrassed expression. No problem. Wu Xianxiao just shook her head slightly. I am not such a stingy person. Li Daoxian is doing things according to the rules. What's wrong with that? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame my disciples for not being good enough in their skills. As the Queen of Yaoqi said this, there was a strange sound behind him when she looked back, but the figure in white was sitting cross-legged on a cloud, with eyes tightly closed. There was a faintly familiar aura spreading around her. This is Emperor Sword Art? Suddenly, Wu Xianxiao opened his eyes wide, looking at Li Daoxuan's eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. He had fought with Luaner once. He actually comprehended the imperial sword Dao, such talent. How terrifying is it? At this moment, even the knowledgeable empress couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 74. Brand new golden entry. On the platform, Daoxuanzi also discovered something unusual at this time. He looked happy and was about to say something when an ice blue figure appeared in front of him. Daoxian may have some realizations, so don't disturb him. Bing Wanqing spoke lightly. Daoxuanzi also nodded. This is a great opportunity for Li Daoxian. As for the ring match, is it important to have a good future for your own disciples? Daoxuanzi waved his sleeves, and a gentle spiritual power wrapped up Li Daoxian, allowing him to be unaffected by the outside world and quietly comprehend this sudden opportunity. Everyone. Daoxuanzi used his spiritual power to compress his voice into a line and transmitted it to the ears of everyone on the four-sided cloud platform. This competition is temporarily suspended. The party continues. This disciple exchange meeting will continue tomorrow. Daoxuanzi finished speaking and turned to look at the Yaoqi Empress beside him. Master Wu, what do you think? I have no objection. Wu Xianxiao shook his head without making any difficulty. On the contrary, he said in a very casual manner, this competition happened suddenly. Since your disciples have gained some insights, I will naturally help them. The Jingyi sect and the Yaoqi Holy Land have been friendly for generations. The two groups would occasionally exchange information with each other. The two sides are not mortal enemies. There was naturally no need for Wu Xianxiao to be so aggressive. In that case, thank you very much. Daoxuanzi bowed towards Wu Xianxiao. Master Wu, please return to your seat and let's have a few more drinks. Good. The Queen of Yaoqi smiled and nodded. On the four-sided cloud platform, people from other sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou, seeing that the two big bosses of the organizers have reached a consensus, so what else can they say? Anyway, the spiritual fruits and fine wines of the Jingyi sect are supplied in unlimited quantities. Just eat it and that's it. These things are not cheap if you put them outside. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. I eat. In this way, the banquet lasted until the evening. During the dinner, all parties were talking and laughing happily. This is true even for those sects that have some minor conflicts and frictions on a daily basis. After all, on such a happy day, they didn't want to experience the feeling of being slapped by Dashian Z.at night after properly arranging accommodation for these guests from various forces. The entire Jingyi sect finally returned to peace. In Fong Ning's cave, a three-colored flame floated beside Fong Ning, providing him with light.at this time. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, quietly studying the new functions of the system he had previously obtained. Well, I do have quite a few purple item fragments now. How about, give it a try? After sorting out all the fragmented information in my mind, Fong Ning's mind couldn't help but become active. Entry gestation. You can fuse fragments of entries of the same level to create entries with stronger effects. Anyway, I'm free anyway. Fong Ning does what he says. Let me take a look. Fragments of entries of the same level. Fragmentary information flashed by quickly on the panel in front of my eyes. Soon, Fong Ning locked onto the target absolute shadow. Purple. You can more perfectly conceal your aura and launch unexpected attacks, which are more effective in the shadows. Lord of Ice. Purple. You possess an innate talent for ice magic. You possess a strong control over ice-attributed spiritual energy. Practicing any ice-attributed magic or technique will yield twice the result with half the effort. Fong Ning had just gone through a round of screening. Suddenly I discovered a very sad fact. At present, although I have a lot of entry fragments, most of them are of different levels. Although the new features of the panel are powerful, but at this stage, he cannot achieve cross-level entry breeding. Therefore, after some screening, Fong Ning only selected these two purple fragments. I don't know if fusing these two fragments together will produce any positive changes. Fong Ning took a deep breath. It would be a lie for him to say he wasn't nervous at this moment. Regardless of their level, these entry fragments were all collected by him with great effort. If you want to collect entry fragments, you have to interact with others. For a social phobic like him, that's harder than climbing to the sky. Fortunately, I still have 3 pieces of Lucky Boy on me for protection, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Fong Ning muttered something, then used his consciousness to click on the equal sign after the 2 entries. There was a brief silence. The panel in front of Fong Ning began to change wildly. At this moment, the 2 fragments of the entry completely turned into 2 purple powders, then they got entangled with each other. It looks like a beautiful purple nebula. There is a hint of mystery in the profound beauty. God bless you. It has to be a positive change. At this moment, Fong Ning clasped his hands together and prayed devoutly. About a quarter of an hour later, the purple light finally stabilized and stopped changing. At the same time, a brand new entry appeared in front of Fong Ning. Shadow Ice Lord, gold, perfectly blending the effects of Absolute Shadow and Ice Lord. You can not only perfectly conceal your own aura, but also allow ice attribute spells you cast to have the same effect. Ward Hair. Withdrawal has been made. Looking at the golden light before my eyes, Fong Ning was so excited that he almost flew up. I really am a lucky boy. Fong Ning carefully read the new entry effect. The corners of his mouth lifted up uncontrollably. As we all know, in the Zhongshuan realm, any magical attack will cause fluctuations. Perhaps a cultivator at a higher level can use his own spiritual power to hide this fluctuation, but when faced with some targeted detection methods, some abnormalities will still be discovered more or less. This is not good news for a cultivator like Fong Ning, who likes to keep a low profile. After all, he has always been very steady, but now, the appearance of Shadow Ice Lord perfectly solved this problem. Think about it, in a shadow, a smooth and restrained icicle emerged silently from the ground. Before the enemy can react, he had already taken the other person's life without any warning. TSK, cool, so cool, this entry is very suitable for me, Fong Ning thought with some happiness. Let's celebrate by writing in a diary. After thinking about it, the Loki Fong Ning took out his diary from his arms and began to write on the table in front of him. Well, I haven't written in a diary for a long time. I feel like my hands are getting a lot less familiar with it. Chapter 75, anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll just get some Dashian. So much has been going on lately that I haven't written in my diary seriously in a while. This won't do. I must be more careful next time. Not keeping a diary is a bad habit. Ice Fairy Peak, by the cold pond. Bing Wanqing glanced at Li Dashian, who was still soaking in the cold pond with his brows tightly closed. He turned his attention back to the diary in his hand. Snort, you even know how to write a diary, evil disciple. Bing Wanqing frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. As the teacher said, this diary should be written every day, otherwise, why not call it monthly record or annual record? In the diary, several lines of small characters are appearing rapidly. The writer seems to be in a very happy mood at the moment. Speaking of which, senior brother really surprised me. He actually comprehended the Imperial Sword Dao after just one fight with Shangguan Luan. That's it, don't you see who Dashuan's disciple is? Bing Wanqing glanced at Li Dashian in the cold pond again, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Unfortunately, Big Brother is good in everything except luck. He actually became Master's disciple. If I had gone to Wenjian Peak back then, I might have achieved even greater success by now. Master, how could she teach a disciple? Evil disciple, evil disciple, evil disciple. After reading these lines of small words clearly, Bing Wanqing's face flashed with a hint of shame and anger. What on earth do you mean by that? How can I be as bad as you say? But it's okay. I'll be running away with my senior brother anyway, so it doesn't matter. Good, good, good. You still want to run away, right? Wait until you form the elixir. I will promote you to be my personal disciple right away. Let's see how you can run away. When Bing Wanqing saw this, she couldn't help but clench her delicate hands. Hard, the fist is hard. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to let this evil disciple feel the care of his master. I carefully observed fourth senior brother today and discovered that he wasn't as excited as I'd imagined after seeing Shangguan. Luan. I guess the special training he had earlier was taking effect. If only I could give him the Polar Soul Heart Lotus from Master's hand. That way, my chances of winning would surely increase. See here, Bing Wanqing finally showed a smug smile on her face. Do you, a wicked disciple, need to explain this? I have already placed the Polar Soul Heart Lotus in front of Dan Yangzi. There is one more thing I can't figure out. See here, Bing Wanqing's mood instantly became tense again. Is there anything else that this evil disciple is worried about? Bing Wanqing herself didn't even notice, since accepting Fong Ning as his disciple. As she flipped through the diary every day, her mood changes became more and more obvious, and most of them were related to Fong Ning. Why didn't Shang Qianer come? Shang Qianer, Bing Wanqing frowned. Isn't this another candidate for the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land? How did Fong Ning know him? He had clearly never left Qingzhou, so how could he know the Holy Maiden of Yunzhou, who lived a million miles away? This guy actually hid his identity as the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect perfectly, sneaked into the Yaoqi Holy Land, and even became the heir to the Empress. What? When Bing Wanqing saw this, her spiritual power almost dissipated uncontrollably. Shang Qianer, one of the candidates for the Empress of Yaoqi Holy Land, she's actually the saint of the Heavenly Demon sect. Bing Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened, and she seemed not to recognize the words in front of her. Forget it, no one would believe me if I told them anyway, so I'd better not waste my breath on it. Anyway, once I've saved enough money, I'll take my brothers and sisters and run away. Hey. Bing Wanqing frowned and looked at the diary in her hand. At this moment, she really wanted to say, I believe it, I really believe it. You keep talking, hey. I suddenly remembered something. This time, for the grand competition between the two sects, I'm sure those secular dynasties affiliated with the Jingyi sect will also be invited. Well, how about why not go find those guys from the Great Zhou dynasty and test Zhou Xian's background? After all, that guy has too many hidden cards. If I act rashly, I might be in danger. By then, even if I can't kill him, I'll at least make him sick. I can also use the XXXX I just obtained to try out the effect. Fong Ning wants to cause trouble for Zhou Xian. There was something strange in Bing Wanqing's expression, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just sat back and quietly watched Li Dashian in the cold pond. Never mind, let him be. In the cave, Fong Ning stretched out his arms. He put the diary on the table into his arms. A flash of white light appeared in his hand. A set of pitch black nightclothes was placed on the table in front of him. When the mask was pulled down and covered his face, Fong Ning's aura changed. The whole person seemed to have disappeared into the shadows. There was also an extremely cold aura about him. After leaving the cave, under the pouring moonlight, it seemed to merge with the entire darkness. Standing on a huge rock, Fong Ning looked around to identify the direction. I remember, people from the Great Zhou dynasty seem to live in that direction, right? The Jingyi clan has a large and powerful family. Basically, these guests are given a single family house on the mountain. Fong Ning stepped lightly and quickly rushed towards the headquarters of the Great Zhou dynasty. Still haven't found any news about Zhou Xian? On a mountain peak, Zhou Haoqiong, the third prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, asked with some annoyance. At this moment, behind him, dozens of dark figures were half kneeling. Reporting to the prince, the Jingyi sect is an immortal sect after all. We dare not be too presumptuous. The speaker's tone was obviously a little embarrassed. If the immortal sect is alarmed, not even your majesty will be able to withstand their wrath. Hearing this, Zhou Haoqiong remained silent, but the expression on his face became even gloomier. Of course he knew that what his men said was right. In front of a behemoth like Jingyi sect, a mere secular dynasty is like a slightly stronger ant. It can even be said that there is no difference at all. This is also the reason why he did not dare to act rashly after he knew that Zhou Xian might have been rescued by the immortals of Jingyi sect. But as long as Zhou Xian isn't dead, I can't sleep or eat. There was a terrifying murderous gleam in Zhou Haoqiong's eyes. This was also the first time that he openly showed his murderous intention towards Zhou Xian in front of his men. After all, my ninth brother is extremely talented. If I give him time to grow, that would be the biggest disaster. Pa, in the dead of night, a very obvious voice came from not far away. Who is it? Zhou Haoqiong suddenly shouted. A dozen people behind him also stood up at the same time, protecting their master in the middle. You, go and take a look. After a moment, Zhou Haoqiong ordered one of his men to walk towards the place where the previous voice came from. Soon, the man came back. He was holding a bamboo tube in his hand. After Zhou Haoqiong ordered him to open it, a small piece of paper fell out of it. It says, Zhou Xian is at Bingxian Peak. Finished writing, will update tomorrow at 2300. Continue. Chapter 76. Night encounter. Your Majesty. In the night, the moonlight is bright and clear, even without torches. These people read the contents of the note in the bamboo tube carefully. At this moment, Zhou Haoqiong looked a little solemn. Who was the person who sent the note? How could it be such a coincidence? Just as he was about to kill Zhou Xian, the note revealed his hiding place. Is he an immortal from the Jingyi sect, or? Zhou Haoqiong's expression was uncertain and he didn't speak for a long time. The guards surrounding him didn't dare to breathe when they saw that their master didn't say anything, for fear that they would accidentally anger the moody third prince. If I remember correctly, after a long time, Zhou Haoqiong finally spoke. This Bingxian peak should be one of the 13 main peaks of the Jingyi sect, right? Yes. Your Majesty. Someone behind Zhou Haoqiong replied, the master of this ice fairy peak is none other than the ice fairy Bing Wanqing, renowned in the Qingzhou cultivation world. Bing Wanqing, Zhou Haoqiong's eyes changed. The Great Zhou dynasty was a secular dynasty affiliated with the Jingyi sect, but he is of course aware of these things. Go check it out. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Haoqiong ordered, go check and see if my ninth brother is hiding on Ice Fairy Peak. As this note says, try to be gentle with your methods. Remember, don't disturb the immortal, yes. A guard behind him responded, soon, peace returned behind Zhou Haoqiong. Now he looked up at the sky, lost in thought at the full moon and the night sky. Ninth brother, oh ninth brother, you were such a talented person, it would be better if you died as soon as possible, otherwise, my brother's throne is not stable. Zhou Haoqiong narrowed his eyes slightly, although I don't know who sent this note, even if you want to use this prince as a pawn. But if I can really kill Zhou Xian, what does it matter? If I'm used by you once? The evening breeze ruffled the strands of hair on Zhou Haoqiong's forehead, causing him to squint his eyes. Mr. Mu, did you sense the aura of the messenger just now? There was no one around Zhou Haoqiong, but as these words fell, an old figure walked out of the darkness. No. The old man called Mu Lao shook his head. I have been guarding your side the entire time, Your Highness, but I didn't notice anything. It seems that this person either has a cultivation level above the golden core realm, or possesses a secret technique. Zhou Haoqiong frowned when he heard this stuff. He was obviously somewhat dissatisfied with the words spoken by his disciples, but since the death of the 3 Jindan realm priests, this Mu Lao is already the last Jindan realm worshipper beside him, yeah? Zhou Haoqiong nodded. It is my honor to be used by the immortal for once. Call under the moonlight. The scenery of Jingyi sect has a unique charm. Fong Ning was currently sitting under a towering tree. Cross your arms. Well, the effect of the Shadow Ice Lord is really good. At this time, he had taken off his mask and was breathing in the slightly cold mountain air in big gulps. Those from the Great Zhou dynasty may only be at the 4th or 5th level of the foundation establishment realm, but that figure hidden in the darkness clearly has the strength of the golden core realm. But even he couldn't detect my presence. After this attempt, Fong Ning finally had a clearer understanding of the effects of the Shadow Ice Lord entry. At the very least, cultivators in the Jindan realm cannot detect his existence. As for the higher nascent soul realm, if there's a chance, I might try it. That guy in the 5-clawed black python robe looks a little familiar. Fong Ning stood up and dusted himself off. As I recall, it should be Zhou Xian's third brother, right? What's it called? After the brief contact just now, Fong Ning's long-forgotten memories began to reawaken a little, but not much. After thinking carefully for a long time, Fong Ning finally remembered the other person's name, Zhou Haoqiong, the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. He is also the most powerful among the 9 princes. In his previous life, he remembered that after Zhou Xian improved his strength and gained power, he directly returned to the Great Zhou dynasty. He refined the 3rd brother who had caused him a lot of trouble in the early stage into the pagoda tower. I hope you can bring some trouble to Zhou Xian. Fong Ning flexed his wrists and exhaled. You're not a good person anyway. If you two die together, I'll save myself a lot of trouble. Having said that, but Fong Ning knew that Zhou Haoqiong would never be able to kill Zhou Xian no matter what. After all, the latter was the son of destiny of the Zongxian realm. Even if I snatched his ice saliva of all things, he would still have other opportunities and trump cards. Damn it, little thing, quite hard to kill. It's getting late, let's go back to bed. Fong Ning thought so, but just as he was flying towards the ice fairy peak, his powerful 5 senses made him keenly aware of it. In the woods not far below, there was also a figure dressed in black flying rapidly. Who is it? Fong Ning suddenly felt alert. Not sleeping late at night. Why are you wandering around in Jingyi sect? Could they be the people from the sects who were invited here? Fong Ning knew clearly. Although the Jingyi sect is the leader of the righteous path in Qingzhou, but secretly, there are many forces that want to bring down this leader. Then I can take their place. This does not mean that Jingyi sect has done something unsatisfactory in some aspects, which has aroused the jealousy of others, but that's just human nature. Is he a spy? Fong Ning thought about it and finally decided to choose a completely different path to leave. Anyway, the only ones who can truly threaten the Jingyi sect, besides the grown-up Zhou Xian, are the people from the Tianma sect. But how could the remnants of the Tianma sect dare to risk their lives and sneak into the Jingyi sect at this time? I'm afraid he thinks he's not dying fast enough in this life. The key to the Buddha's secret treasure is in your own hands. How could the Tianma sect, which failed to seize this opportunity, defeat the Jingyi sect? That's what Fong Ning thought, but the next moment, suddenly, a loud shout came to his ears. Bold. Who dares not abide by the rules of our Jingyi sect? This sound, why does it sound familiar? Well, Fong Ning, who was already hundreds of meters away from the previous place, was stunned before he could react. An extremely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Bang snort. First there was a fierce collision of spiritual power, then a muffled groan was heard. Far away, from the corner of his eye, Fong Ning seemed to see a figure flying backwards towards him. No, don't do that. Fong Ning was confused. Don't throw everything at me. Chapter 77. Is your way of interaction serious? Sheng Xianer is in a very complicated mood now. After he had just finished explaining some things to the disciples of the demon sect, I received a message from my best friend Sheng Wanwan, senior sister. Where are you? The Jingyi sect's welcoming banquet is over today, but you haven't returned yet. Master is already a little angry. She said if you don't come back now, you don't have to come back anymore. After Shang Qian'er learned the news, he immediately rushed towards the Jingyi sect. After all, her current official identity is still one of the candidates for the Queen of Yaoqi Holy Land. Of course, you can't openly disobey the Queen of Yaoqi. Ever since the Tianma sect was destroyed by the Jingyi sect and other righteous sects in Qingzhou, Shang Qian'er was sent out of Qingzhou by her father Shang Chaotian, who gathered the remaining strength, and he also entered the sacred land of Yaoqi. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Shang Chaotian determined that based on the relationship between the two sects, no matter how hard they tried, they would never have imagined that he would actually send his only daughter, the holy maiden of the demon sect, into it. Certainly, Shang Chaotian is not that brave, otherwise, he would have let Shang Qian'er directly join the Jingyi sect. Over the years, while Shang Qian'er was absorbing nutrients from the Yaoqi Holy Land and constantly strengthening herself, she was also secretly observing the situation in Qingzhou. Duge Yan, the sixth elder of the demonic sect, is one of her spies in Qingzhou. He is also her most trusted subordinate, but not long ago, this subordinate who had always been loyal to her is dead. He died at the hands of a Jingyi sect disciple named Zhou Shen. Shang Qian'er swore secretly, I must avenge him. Just at this time, the exchange meeting between Yaoqi Holy Land and Jingyi sect disciples has begun. As the Empress's heir, Shang Qian'er naturally has to go together. After returning to Qingzhou and meeting the remaining members of the Tianma sect, Shang Qian'er had only one purpose for this trip: to kill Zhou Shen. Although I don't know how the other party broke the demon mark I placed on him, but as long as he is still in the Jingyi sect, you can't escape from your own palm. But, ahem. Feeling the sharp pain in my chest, Shang Qian'er couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. This Jingyi sect is indeed full of masters. Previously, since the curfew of Jingyi sect had passed, Shang Qian'er chose to secretly return to the residence of Yaoqi Holy Land in order not to attract attention, but I didn't expect that it was actually discovered by the head of a peak of the Jingyi sect. If those people discovered my identity, I guess it will cause more trouble then. You are the heiress of the Empress of Yaoqi Holy Land, why hang around at a time like this? Is there any shameful purpose in order to prevent this situation from happening? Shang Qian'er chose not to have a head-on conflict with the other party and turned around and ran away, but while running away, he was accidentally slapped by the other party. Now, I just feel a slight pain in my chest. Even the circulation of spiritual energy in the body was somewhat hindered, damn it. Even though his body was flying backwards uncontrollably, Shang Qian'er's mind was still clear. Now that things have come to this, if I stop now and reveal my identity as the heir to the Empress of Yaoqi Holy Land and confront the other party, it will surely only make things worse. Just run away. After escaping this pursuit, we will take another route back to the base of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Shang Qian'er barely managed to mobilize the spiritual power in her body. Enduring the severe pain in my body, he controlled himself and barely turned over in midair, intending to use the huge force of the impact to speed up his escape. What is that? Shang Qian'er narrowed her eyes. Not far ahead, there seemed to be a figure in black standing there, staring blankly at him. Although he was wearing a mask, but from those exposed eyes, Shang Qian'er still felt the other party's emotions: shocked, puzzled, bewildered, at a loss. Who is this guy? Suddenly, this thought came into Shang Qian'er's mind. Then the figure was only 0.01 centimeters away from me. I want to run, but when I found out, it was too late. Fong Ning's essays looking at the ever-increasing figure before my eyes. Fong Ning swallowed. I don't know if it was because the opponent was flying too fast, or because the previous spiritual attack was too fierce. In short, when Fong Ning wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Bang in the night, two figures in black collided heavily, so hard, so soft. At the same time, an idea came to both of their minds. Although the opponent's body was somewhat soft, but under the impact of this huge force, Fong Ning still had a stern look on his face. That he thought secretly, if I didn't have a fragment of the ice skin and jade bones attribute on me that could enhance my resistance to blows, I'd probably be vomiting blood right now. But this spy is actually a woman, damn it. Shang Qian'er looked at the guy in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. What on earth is this guy made of? Why is your whole body so hard? That collision just now, Shang Qian'er was so shocked that she saw stars. Indistinctly, I just felt a fishy and sweet taste in my throat. Forced to swallow the blood in his mouth, Shang Qian'er's face was icy cold as she waved her palm towards the person in front of her. Get out of here. Whoever he is, Shang Qian'er only knew that she must not reveal her identity because of him at this moment. Stinky woman, you still dare to hit me? Fong Ning frowned, dodged the opponent's attack by moving sideways, and slapped back with his backhand. Bang, wrong. Why does this feel a little lecher? Just as Fong Ning was amazed at the feeling in his hands, a shameful and angry voice suddenly rang in my ears. In an instant, the opponent actually launched another more violent attack. No, let me explain. I really didn't mean it. It's so dark. It's normal to accidentally hit the wrong place. Fong Ning felt like crying but had no tears. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, a magic giant. Gold. You are born with the talent to practice magic. Any magic technique you perform will be even more powerful. No, is your panel serious? In a trance, Fong Ning suddenly thought of the scene when he first obtained the entry fragment. Then, it seems that it was because of this inexplicable interaction with senior sister Su that then the entry drop function was successfully activated. Wrong. What did you call this entry fragment just now? Magic giant? When Fong Ning came to his senses, he looked at the entry notes displayed on the panel, and his mood suddenly became more complicated. I was just saying that. So you really are a remnant of the demonic sect who was not afraid of death. Chapter 78. It's all Zhou Xian's fault. Golden fragments of the entry magic giant, woman, sneaky. Under the knife, Fong Ning's mouth twitched. Could it be that? Is it really such a coincidence? Indistinctly, Fong Ning felt as if he had guessed the true identity of the person in front of him, although she was dressed in black, although she covered her face, although she restrained her breath, although she. Wait a minute. What are these big black balls you are rubbing on your hands? Why does it look like he wants to kill me? Get out of here. Shang Qian'er was really angry at this moment, seeing the Jingyi sect disciples who were chasing him getting closer and closer, but she was entangled by the mysterious man in front of her. Even if I wasn't afraid of wasting time, Shang Qian'er really wanted to kill him with her own hands at this moment. My innocence was actually destroyed by this guy. Hey, wait a minute, what is that in his hand? Why does it feel a little familiar? In the night, by the moonlight like silver yarn, Shang Qian'er clearly saw what was in the hands of the man in black. A long thing suddenly appeared. Yes, demonic lock. As the holy maiden of the demonic sect, Shang Qian'er naturally recognized the standard magic weapon of her own sect at a glance. Can a hint of doubt flashed across Shang Qian'er's beautiful eyes? Isn't this magic weapon only possessed by people from my Tianma sect? How did it end up in this guy's hands? Could it be that he, Your Highness the Saint? Just when Shang Qian'er was feeling confused, a low shout suddenly sounded in her ears. What did he call me? These four simple words caused a huge stir in Shang Qian'er's heart. Come with me. I have a way to evade the searches of these Jingyi sect lackeys. The person in front of him whispered quickly. His tone was extremely anxious. You hold the heavenly demon chain, and I will lead the way for you. Shang Qian'er said hesitantly. Are you from the demonic sect? Yes. Fong Ning said quickly and quietly. I have been lurking in the Jingyi sect for many years and have successfully become a disciple of the first peak master. Time is running out, please follow me. After saying that, without waiting for Shang Qian'er to react, a chain with a cold and sinister aura slipped into Shang Qian'er's hand. Hiss, so cold. Feeling this extremely familiar breath, Shang Qian'er suddenly opened her eyes wide. It is indeed the magic weapon of my Tianma sect. Could he really be a disciple of my heavenly demon sect? After knowing the other party's identity, Shang Qian'er was surprised at first, but then she found the other person more and more pleasing to the eye. Everyone loves gold. No matter where you go or what you do, your every move will attract the favor of all the creatures around you. All living beings will subconsciously reduce their hostility towards you. Looking at the golden entry that was glittering on the panel, Fong Ning continued in a very anxious tone. Come with me quickly. Otherwise it will be too late. Just when Shang Qian'er was in a trance, there was another voice behind me. Search carefully for me. Don't let that guy get away. Yes. Feeling the approach of the pursuers behind her, Shang Qian'er gritted her teeth and finally spoke. Good. Hooked under the mask, Fong Ning couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Previously, after guessing the identity of Shang Qian'er, he was also once conflicted. This matter, is he pretending not to know, or is he pretending not to know? After thinking hard for a while, a perfect plan suddenly emerged in Fong Ning's mind. He decided to use Shang Qian'er to eliminate Zhou Xian, although it may not succeed, but, it's always good to discuss Zhou Xian, with his familiarity with the terrain of Jingyi sect. Fong Ning quickly took Shang Qian'er and hid from the search by a group of law enforcement peak disciples behind them. That's right, from that familiar voice before, Fong Ning had already recognized the identity of the person who had attacked earlier. It was Li Qinghua, the master of the law enforcement peak. I really didn't expect that. This Shang Qian'er actually had the strength to escape after being hit by Li Qinghua. It seems that the saintess of the heavenly demon sect also hides a big secret. After bringing Shang Qian'er to a rarely visited peak, Fong Ning opened up a small cave. He walked in with the seriously injured Shang Qian'er. Ahem. Perhaps because she felt that she was finally safe, Shang Qian'er's tense nerves relaxed for a moment. It was at this moment that she finally could no longer suppress the injuries in her body. Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out, able to withstand the attack of Yuanying realm cultivators with the cultivation of Jindan realm. Although Shang Qian'er was a bit tricky, although the opponent did not use all his strength, but it was still a bit too forced. Your Highness, are you okay? Just when Shang Qian'er's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground, a strong embrace held her firmly. I'm fine. Shang Qian'er shook her head, her voice a little weak. Help me over there and take a rest. Yes. Fong Ning responded, then carefully helped Shang Qian'er sit down against the stone wall of the cave. He asked nervously, Your Highness, are you okay? Shang Qian'er didn't say anything. A pair of purple eyes looked Fong Ning up and down. Are you really from my heavenly demon sect? How could he be lurking in this Jingyi sect? Snap! Fong Ning reached out and pulled off the black mask on his head, throwing it to the ground, revealing an ordinary yet somewhat pretty face. Certainly, this is Qianjian's disguise. Ever since Fong Ning left the cave, when he decided to tell the news about Zhou Xian to the people of the great Zhou dynasty, he has already put on the Qianjian. I'm so steady, Fong Ning thought so in his heart. In reply to Her Highness the Saint, I am the sixth elder's subordinate. The sixth elder was very far-sighted. He sent me to the Jingyi sect since I was a child. So that when Your Highness the Saint is ready to lead the heavenly demon sect in a counterattack, we can work together internally and externally to destroy the Jingyi sect in one fell swoop. Fong Ning spoke with sincerity and heartfelt words. It seems as if he really carries the mission of revitalizing the Tianma sect. Are you the sixth elder's man? Upon hearing this, Shang Qian'er's face suddenly became softer. She had already taken off the mask when she was resting against the stone wall, and now it seems that she really lives up to her stunning beauty. Do you have any proof? Your Highness, please look. A white light flashed in Fong Ning's hand, and a pitch-black jade pendant appeared in his hand. Sheng Qian'er took it, and after carefully feeling the aura above, she finally nodded. It's Duge Yan's keepsake, for sure, the heavenly demon lock, the elder's keepsake, and recognizing one's own identity. He is indeed a disciple of my demonic sect. At this moment, she has gradually believed what Fong Ning said. Your Highness the Saint. Fong Ning suddenly spoke up. I originally agreed with the sixth elder that we would contact him every 5 days to report on the situation. But since the last contact, I haven't received any message from the sixth elder for a full half-month. He is a loyal one. Sheng Qian'er sighed softly and said, the reason you didn't receive the message is because the sixth elder has been killed. What? Fong Ning was instantly shocked when he heard this. The sixth elder is so powerful, how could it be possible that he looked distraught, as if he couldn't bear the blow? From what I know, the sixth elder must have been murdered by Zhou Xian, a disciple of the Jingyi sect. Mention this name again. A hint of hatred flashed in Sheng Qian'er's eyes. Zhou Xian? Fong Ning was stunned when he heard this. Is it Zhou Xian from Bingxian Peak? You know him? 2 rays of light suddenly shot out of Sheng Qian'er's eyes. I have only heard some news about him occasionally. Before Fong Ning could finish his words, Sheng Qian'er interrupted with a wave of her hand. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 79. From today on, you are only responsible for me after about a cup of tea. Sheng Qian'er, who was leaning against the stone wall, finally relaxed her frown a little. She looked at the handsome and loyal subordinate in front of her. Well, I already know everything about Zhou Xian. He's so lucky, he actually became Bing Wanqing's disciple. Mentioning the name Bing Wanqing, a solemn look appeared in Sheng Qian'er's eyes. The 13 peak masters of the Jingyi sect, Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing is definitely one of the top 3 masters. I can't believe that kid Zhou Xian is so lucky. Sheng Qian'er said angrily, but even so, I'm going to kill you too. Cough cough cough. Maybe it's because of the excitement. Sheng Qian'er's aura, which had just become more stable, instantly became much more chaotic again. Fong Ning saw it clearly. After the latter took his palm away from his mouth, there were several very obvious dark red bloodstains on the white and tender palm. Your Highness the Saint. Fong Ning's voice was filled with worry. You must not be in any trouble. If you have something to do, how can you help me deal with Zhou Xian? I'm fine. Sheng Qian'er shook her head, and looked at Fong Ning with a gentle look in her eyes. I see no trace of you practicing any of my demon sex techniques or spells. Yes. How quick was Fong Ning's reaction? When Sheng Qian'er asked the question, the answer came to his mind immediately. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from the people of Jingyi sect, the sixth elder did not allow his subordinates to practice our sex techniques. This heavenly demon lock is only kept as a status symbol. Sheng Qian'er nodded when she heard this, without any doubt in her heart. The sixth elder has always been so cautious and careful. Got it handled. Hearing this, Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief. So, do you want to learn? Suddenly, Fong Ning heard Sheng Qian'er's voice again. Fong Ning was stunned. Are you kidding me? How could I, a righteous person, learn the evil techniques of your demonic sect? What you said is simply disrespectful. Fong Ning, will jump down from here, and definitely not. The method recorded in this Heavenly Demon Sutra allows you to activate the Heavenly Demon Lock while in the Foundation establishment stage. Normally, this Heavenly Demon Lock can only be used by sect disciples after they have formed a golden elixir. Sheng Qian'er raised her hand lightly. A pitch-black scroll appeared in her hand. I see that your aura is only at the 5th or 6th level of the Foundation building stage. I'm sure you haven't received much attention in the Jingyi sect. I think you just need to be careful on a daily basis, and you don't have to worry about attracting prying eyes from others. Such a loyal subordinate, how could Sheng Qian'er bear to leave him helpless while he was deep in the enemy camp? The Heavenly Demon Lock is at least an 8th grade magic weapon. Being able to skillfully control it always means having more means of saving your life. Thank you, Your Highness the Saint. Fong Ning clasped his hands together and said solemnly, I will definitely not let Her Highness the Saint down. Just waiting for the day when you blow the horn of counterattack. We will definitely work together from within and without to overthrow the dark rule of the Jingyi sect. Fong Ning tried hard to make her smile less obvious. Yay, she said that this Heavenly Demon Sutra can allow me to control the Heavenly Demon Lock. To be fair, Fong Ning doesn't have any useful magic weapons on him right now. Sheng Qian'er's move solved his urgent problem. Well, don't stay here too long. I'll leave after my injuries have healed a little. After handing the demon scripture to Fong Ning, Sheng Qian'er thought for a moment, then pulled out a jet-black jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Fong Ning. From now on, I will contact you, and you will only be responsible to me. Fong Ning hadn't come back to his senses yet. Sheng Qian'er's figure had disappeared from my sight. Faintly, Fong Ning seemed to be able to smell the fragrance lingering in this place. You didn't even ask my name. Looking at the demon scripture and the black jade pendant in his hand, Fong Ning's expression was a little strange. Forget it, forget it. As long as I can cause some trouble for Zhou Xian, that's fine. Fong Ning's mind moved. The aura of the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm that surrounded his body and was specially displayed to Sheng Qian'er was completely restrained. After putting on the mask, he walked out of the cave and circled around the peak several times before finally choosing a small path to return to Bingxian Peak. The next day, on the Ice Fairy Peak, all the inner disciples looked at the white-robed figure sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain with envy on their faces. I saw several golden sword shadows circling around the handsome young monk. From time to time, there would be a shocking wave coming from it. I never thought that in just one day, senior brother has comprehended Shangguan Luan's imperial sword art to such a high level. An inner disciple spoke up, his tone was full of envy. Yeah. Big brother is indeed a genius in swordsmanship. Another person also spoke up, there are thousands of swordways in the world, and each swordway is a completely different path. But senior brother only fought with it once, and he was able to comprehend a new path. Li Daoxian closed his eyes and concentrated. At this moment, he was carefully experiencing the changes in the swordsmanship around him. He turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the inner disciples around him. Suddenly, without warning, he opened his brilliant starry eyes and looked straight in one direction. Junior brother. Not far away, several streams of light were falling towards here. Hey, Li Daoxian, we all came here together, but you only have eyes for my junior brother, right? From a distance, Li Daoxian heard Feng Xiaoyao's complaining voice, but he generally doesn't want to pay too much attention to this. Big brother, how do you feel? Fong Ning popped his head out from behind Sunnishan. Not bad, this emperor's sword art is a rather wonderful sword art. Li Daoxian nodded, then he raised his hand and summoned 3 golden sword shadows. The imperial pressure contained within this can easily cause greater damage to ordinary cultivators with slightly weaker minds. Send 3 imperial sword energies to Fong Ning. Li Daoxian said softly, you can take it for self-defense for now. At least it's a guarantee for me. Fong Ning looked at the 3 golden sword energies floating in front of him and was a little slow to react for a moment. Li Daoxian didn't care about the envious looks of the inner disciples around him, just staring at Fong Ning. Thank you very much, senior brother. Fong Ning, who knew Li Daoxian's character well, sighed softly as he put the 3 golden emperor sword auras into his sleeves. Let's go. Today, the disciple competition officially begins. Li Daoxian said, my situation is special, and I'm out of the game. Now it's up to you guys. These words were spoken to Su Nishang and Fong Ning Dai. In addition to him, Bing Xianfeng also occupies 2 regular selection spots, rest assured. Hearing this, Su Nishang said confidently, my junior brother and I are invincible together. P.S. I think I've been in treatment for too long and my mind is not clear anymore. I actually got the chapter upload time wrong. I've read this far, please give me a thumbs up for more updates. I beg you. Then please help me promote my book or something. Honestly, my data is a bit weird and doesn't match what you'd expect for a company of this size. Also, we are collecting a large number of names of heroes and villains. Leave a comment at the end of each chapter or in the paragraph review with your name and desired image, and I'll draw a lucky reader to make their dream come true. After all, this is the bond between us. Chapter 80. Junior brother, your hands look so small, let me touch them. By the time all the disciples of Bing Xian Peak arrived at Sifang Yintai, this place is already full of people. That it's still the same situation as yesterday. People from all the major sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou raised their glasses and drank, and then they flattered each other. The 13 peak masters of Jingyi sect also gathered together at this moment. Following behind him were the candidates who were selected to participate in the disciple competition. After separating from Feng Xiaoyao and Dan Yangzi, Fong Ning followed Li Daoxian and Su Nishang to this area. As soon as it landed, Fong Ning was embraced in a very warm embrace. Junior brother Fong. Shi Lianqing stretched out his hand and pinched the latter's cheek, saying with a smile, it's been a while since we last met. Do you miss me, senior sister? I miss you. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the Entria dexterity. Green. Your finger dexterity has improved, allowing you to complete tedious tasks more quickly. Fong Ning forced a smile on his face. One more fragment of dexterity, and it's green. Looking at the few lines of small words that appeared on the panel, Fong Ning felt a little happy. He now has a clearer understanding of his own panel. Although the names and effects of some entry fragments are the same, but if the level is higher, the greater the increase this can bring, and dexterity happens to be a very useful term. Although the level is a bit low, but it works, Fong Ning was very satisfied. This wave is worth it. If I could get more dexterity fragments from senior sister Qi, maybe I could even create some even stronger entries. Just as Fong Ning was thinking this, but a cold female voice came to my ears again. Shi Lianqing, let go. I won't. Looking at Su Nishang, who was obviously unhappy, Shi Lianqing was still the same as before. Not only did he not stay away from Fong Ning, that beautiful body actually got closer. Humph, such a good junior brother must not be given to Su Nishang. We must find a way to lure him to the weapon refining peak, Shi Lianqing thought to himself. And after not seeing each other for so long, why do I always feel that junior brother Fong Ning has become more likable? Junior brother Fong, I recently learned a new skill, palmistry, from a disciple of Tianji Peak. Come. Let me show you. After saying that, before Fong Ning could react, Shi Lianqing grabbed his hand. 10 green jade fingers kept pinching Fong Ning's left hand. Hey, junior brother, your hands are so small, they feel so comfortable to touch. No, why does this sound so familiar? Fong Ning's mouth twitched. He now feels that Shi Lianqing is just like a pervert, and he is like a decent woman waiting to be teased. That's enough. With so many guests watching, you're still arguing like this. How can this be disrespectful? Not far away, a voice with a hint of rebuke was heard. At the next moment, Shi Lianqing suddenly bounced off Fong Ning and stood up straight. The other disciples saw the figure coming. They all bowed respectfully. Meet Uncle Li, master. Fong Ning looked back and saw that the person coming was Li Qinghua, the head of the law enforcement peak. I don't know if Master Li found anything last night, Fong Ning muttered to himself. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to get Xing Qianer to shift her target to Zhou Xian. Naturally, one does not want any accidents to happen before one's plan is accomplished. Seeing that everyone was quite honest, Li Qinghua nodded slightly, and his expression relaxed. In half an hour, the competition between the two sect's disciples will officially begin. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Li Dashian again. You should all be aware of what happened to Dashian yesterday. Although he won, he also lost the qualification to participate in the next competition. The rest is up to you, yes. The remaining 6 selected disciples, including Fong Ning, all responded respectfully. No way, Uncle Li is so oppressive. Zimming, you go on stage first later. Don't lose face for the law enforcement peak. Li Qinghua said to one of them. Yes. Master. Zhang Zimming, the chief disciple of the law enforcement peak, responded, a disciple will definitely not let master down. Fong Ning turned his head and looked at Zhang Zimming. Is quite handsome, with a noble aura about him, looking like a gentle and elegant young man. Li Qinghua nodded, then turned and left. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Called Master Li is so scary. Qi Lianxin complained, even if I haven't done anything wrong, I always feel like I've done something wrong when he looks at me like that. Upon hearing this, the other disciples all nodded in agreement. Even Zhang Zimming is no exception. Others may meet Li Qinghua occasionally, but he sees him every day. It's so hard for me, Zhang Zimming said with some emotion in his heart. Looking at the reactions of the people present, Fong Ning thought about it and decided to put away the storage bag that suddenly appeared in his arms. No matter what you say, anyway, I think Master Li is a nice person. Zhang Zimming, why do I feel like your master isn't in a good mood? Qi Lianxin asked in a low voice. Well. Hearing this, Zhang Zimming sighed heavily. I'm telling you this in secret, don't tell anyone. When I heard there was melon to eat, Qi Lianxin and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Tell us now. We promise we won't tell anyone. Zhang Zimming looked around and made sure his master had gone far away before he whispered. Last night, while master was on patrol with a team of law enforcement peak disciples, he encountered a suspicious individual. Fong Ning frowned upon hearing this and stepped back slightly behind the crowd. Master Li didn't catch anyone? Qi Lianxin was a little surprised when he heard this. I can't believe that someone could escape from Master Li's hands. Could it be that he is a master of the same level as Master Li? That's not. Zhang Zimming shook his head. Master didn't tell us anything in detail. He only had a brief exchange with the other party. Although that person is powerful, he is still far from reaching the level of the nascent soul realm. Maybe he has some secret method to hide his aura. Fong Ning, it has nothing to do with me. On the four-sided cloud platform, the area where the Yaoqi Holy Land is located. Qianer, how is your injury? The Queen of Yaoqi glanced at Xing Qianer, whose face was still a little pale, and asked. Master, don't worry, it's not a big problem. Xing Qianer spoke softly. On my way back yesterday, I encountered a group of robbing cultivators. I was not paying attention and got a few minor injuries. It's nothing serious. Wu Shenxiao closed his eyes slightly. I'm glad you're okay. Your junior sister has been defeated. You are the trump card of our Yaoqi Holy Land. Disciple knows. Master, rest assured. With me here, the winner of this disciple competition will be our Yaoqi Holy Land. Shang Qianer spoke in a firm tone. Chapter 81, Strange Water. Half an hour later. Dayaxuanzi's voice resounded throughout the four-sided cloud platform. Everyone. I declare that the second round of competition officially begins. As soon as the words fell, in a flash, two streaks of light landed on a cloud platform. The light fades away. Suddenly, two tall figures appeared. Jingyi Sect, Zhang Zimming. Yaoqi Holy Land, Lu Wendao. The two stood on both sides of the platform and saluted each other. I still say the same thing as before. This competition is mainly for sparring. Stop when you're done. Dayaxuanzi didn't waste any words and just waved his hand. Start. When in the sea of clouds, three long bells rang out, announced that the competition officially begins. Fong Ning has now returned to the area where Bingxian Peak is located. Mixed in the crowd, looking towards the two people, I remember Zhang Zimming is at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and his spiritual roots are also of the fire attribute. Fong Ning frowned. I wonder if he has any useful words? Fong Ning couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, ever since the panel upgrade, the number of entries he needs has increased exponentially. On the platform, just a few breaths past, Zhang Zimming and Lu Wendao had already exchanged more than 10 moves. The former held a magic weapon that looked like a spear. Under the urging of spiritual power, the entire gun was emitting endless flames. The extremely high temperature directly burned the space around it and caused it to slightly distort. On the other hand, Lu asked, the magic weapon he used was actually a square scarf, but there were countless dark blue ripples surging on it. Faintly, it seemed as if countless streams were flowing in it. Master Wu, your disciple is quite good. Daochuenzi, who was watching the battle from the side, was surprised. If I'm not mistaken, the magic weapon in his hand should contain some kind of strange water, right? Master Dao really has good eyesight. Seeing that Daochuenzi had seen through his disciple's tactics, Wu Xianxiao nodded. This strange water is called blue jade water. I, a useless disciple, found it in a strange lake while out training. It just so happens that he himself has a water-attributed spiritual root, so he can use it quite easily. On the platform, Zhang Ziming also keenly noticed that something was wrong. Ever since the other party used that handkerchief-like magic weapon, he only felt that the water vapor around him had become noticeably thicker. Looking down, the flame on the spear in his hand became a little shaky. A large amount of water stains gushed out from the palm of his hand. I was not careful and almost lost my grip on the gun. Strange water? Zhang Ziming is also a well-informed person. Such a strange scene naturally caught his attention instantly. This guy is so lucky. Strange water, a rare treasure from heaven and earth, is not so easy to obtain. If an ordinary cultivator gets it is a huge improvement to one's own strength. Brother Zhang, you should just admit defeat. Lu Wendao looked at the other person's distressed expression and said kindly, there's not much difference between our strengths, but I have the blue jade water in my hand. You can't defeat me no matter what, unless. Lu Wendao approached Zhang Ziming step by step, his aura rising continuously. You also have a strange fire or other rare items that can compete with this blue jade water. Stop talking nonsense. Although the whole person has been soaked by the surrounding moisture and feels extremely heavy, but Zhang Ziming still gritted his teeth and mobilized his spiritual power, pointing his spear at the opponent. A disciple of the Zhengyi sect, have never surrendered without a fight. Come and fight again. Why are you so stubborn? Lu Wendao looked at Zhang Ziming's expression and knew that he would not give in easily. He could only sigh helplessly. Then I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, an endless stream of water gushed out from the scarf and rushed straight towards Zhang Ziming. In the blink of an eye, a huge wave that covered the sky and the sun formed. On the platform, Fong Ning widened his eyes in surprise. Strange water? Damn, how come these guys are so lucky? Fong Ning felt a little jealous. Whether in his previous life or this life, he has never had such good luck. But Zhang Ziming is going to lose. Same area. Li Dashian glanced at the arena below and spoke lightly. The other regulars were silent after hearing this. They can be the chief disciple of a peak. Naturally, you can see the advantages and disadvantages on this field. If Zhang Ziming loses, who should we let go next? Jun Hongchuan, the chief disciple of Wenjian Peak, frowned and asked. This is a burly man carrying a huge broadsword. That strange water is indeed a troublesome thing. If we can't deal with it, we will probably always be at a disadvantage. The Yaoqi Holy Land seems eager to win? Wu Wei, who was standing aside, also said in a bad tone. To think that Lu Wendao was being brought into the fray so early. Possessing the mysterious water, he's probably the strongest person in Yaoqi Holy Land besides Shang Qian'er and Shangguan Luan, right? After saying that, he turned and looked at Li Daoshan. It seems that you killed Shangguan Luan with your sword, which made her very unhappy? Li Daoshan nodded slightly after hearing this. It should be. The strange water is very difficult to deal with. Everyone present reached a consensus on this point. Looking at Lu Wendao's expression, it's clear that he didn't have to exert much effort to deal with Zhang Ziming. Jun Hongchuan spoke again. It's just his bad luck. The other party's cultivation method just happens to counteract his, and there's also the blessing of the strange water. On the platform, Zhang Ziming is still struggling. As they put it, he really has bad luck. If I face other disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land, I can at least kill one of them. But the Lu Wendao he was fighting against had a spiritual power that countered his own, and with the added bonus of blue jade water, damn it. Zhang Ziming was madly circulating the spiritual power in his body, wielding the 8th grade magic weapon Tiger Flame Spear in his hand even more densely. Even if we can't win, we have to consume more of this guy's spiritual power. Although he knew that he was doomed to lose, Zhang Ziming was still unwilling to let the other party win too easily. Only in this way can the following people have hope. Now they all fight for the sect, indistinguishable from each other. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Ziming has reached his limit. Li Daoshan was the first to break the silence. Sure enough, the next moment Daochuanzi's voice rang out again. In this match, Yaoqi Holy Land wins. Li Qinghua floated down to the platform and waved his hand, turning the water flowing in the sky into mist. He bent down slightly, picked up Zhang Ziming who had lost consciousness and passed out, and turned to leave. Who's coming to your next game? Lu Wendao looked towards the area where Li Daoshan and the others were. Boom! The next moment, a pillar of fire surged up into the sky. I'll do it. A man in red clothes landed on the platform. Zhengyi sect, Sunnishan. P.S. Senior sister Su is coming up. I'm cheering for her like crazy. As usual, please click to urge the update. Please help promote the book. Don't wait for the book to be published, you must read it. Also, I've looked at the comments section and have already started designing the names you left, but it seems like there are still very few that can be used. I'm still collecting them. It would be best to bring some simple introductions to make the characters more vivid. Chapter 82. I'll burn your rag. On the platform, Lu Wendao first glanced at the red dress in front of him, then he said, Yaoqi Holy Land, Lu, but before he could finish his words, Sunnishan interrupted him. I'm not interested in who you are. You should hurry up and recover. Although the competition between the two sects was conducted in the form of a ring match, however, the winner of the previous game can get a short break to regulate their breathing and meditate. Well, it was me who was being sentimental. Lu Wendao was stunned at first, then laughed at himself after saying that he no longer cared about Sunnishan's reaction, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and recover. TSK. Let's not talk about her strength for now. This fairy Su from the Zhengyi sect is truly stunning. On the four-sided cloud platform, after seeing Sunnishan's appearance, many disciples of the sects everyone couldn't help but marvel at it. What are you thinking about? You don't think that a disciple who can compete in the disciple competition between the two sects is just good-looking, right? Someone said disdainfully, "Can you please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? It's so disgusting." Snort. Do you dare to say that Sunnishan is not pretty? So what if you're pretty? Do you think anyone would be interested in you? I've heard that Sunnishan has already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm at such a young age. She possesses a top-grade fire-attributed spiritual root. She has also mastered fire-attributed magic to perfection. She should be much stronger than the Zhang Ziming from before, and she and Lu Wendao also happen to complement and counteract each other. Next, there should be a good show to watch. Humph. So what if you possess a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root? A disciple from one faction retorted, as long as you can't decipher the strange water that Lu Wendao has, what good will it do you to have another spiritual root? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, judging from the previous battle between Lu Wendao and Zhang Ziming in the same realm, the increase that can be brought by such a rare item in the world as strange water is enormous. Can you say Zhang Ziming is not strong? Obviously not. The other party is the direct disciple of the chief disciple of the Zhengyi sect, so his strength is naturally unquestionable, but even so, when facing the strange water, he still didn't have much resistance. If Sunnishan didn't have a rare item that could compete with the blue jade water, I'm afraid this ending has already been predetermined. You said, what if Sunnishan really has such a treasure? This is obviously a sect disciple who supports Sunnishan, but after he said this immediately attracted the ridicule of those around him. Ha! Do you think such rare treasures are so easy to find? Even for a sect as powerful as Zhengyi sect, obtaining this item still depends on luck. Like strange fire and water, these rare things in the world, the generation conditions are extremely harsh. Moreover, most of the places where these wonders of heaven and earth are born contain hidden dangers that ordinary cultivators cannot resist. In simple terms, the probability of finding and refining this thing is no less than winning 50 billion. In just one day, can they really see two kinds of strange things? Stop dreaming, listening to the discussions coming from the four-sided cloud platform. Jun Hongchuan couldn't help but frown. Li Dashian, is your junior sister really okay? The strange water on Lu Wendao's body is not easy to deal with, don't worry. Li Daoxian looked at his old rival and said calmly, junior sister Su will win. Although the tone was calm, but anyone could hear the strong confidence in Li Daoxian's tone. Look at Qi Lianxin and Fong Ning again, they all had a calm and composed expression. Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei looked at each other. A thought suddenly came to my mind, could it be? Dang dang dang, 3 more bells rang. Daoxuanzi's voice once again spread throughout the 4 directions cloud platform. The third competition begins. As the words fell, Lu Wendao opened his eyes immediately, looking at the red-clothed figure in front of him who did not attack first. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Miss Su, if you boom. Looking at the crimson flames that almost took up the entire platform, Lu Wendao's expression finally eased. This Sunnishan doesn't seem like she's easy to talk to. How could he know? Sunnishan is only easy to talk to in front of Fong Ning. In addition to his junior brother in front of other people, she has always been the extremely proud fire fairy. Miss Su, if you can't break my blue jade water, you'd better admit defeat as soon as possible, because when I was fighting against Zhang Ziming before, Lu Wendao did not consume too much energy, so after a short period of breathing and recovery, his spiritual power had already recovered to a large extent. The magic formula in his hands changes, the scar-shaped magic weapon slowly rotated again, there is an endless stream of blue water gushing out of it. Congeal. Lu Wendao shouted softly, and the water flowing in the sky condensed into a giant blue dragon in the next moment. Roar. The huge dragon roar resounded throughout the four-sided cloud platform. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the giant dragon, the disciples of the sect who were watching the battle were all panicked. Lu Wendao really didn't use his full strength earlier. After these words fell, another person spoke. Poor Zhang Ziming couldn't even survive this one move. Under Lu Wendao's control, the giant blue dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sunnishan in one gulp. It's worthy of being called strange water. To be able to defeat the 2 main candidates of Zhengyi sect in succession. Seeing this scene, those people exclaimed again. Brother Lu, well done. The area where the Yaoqi Holy Land is located, some of the disciples started cheering. Amidst the cheers, he continued to cast provocative glances towards the area where the Zhengyi sect disciples were located. How about letting you, the Zhengyi sect, win once first? Our senior brother Lu only needs to make a slight move to easily win 2 battles. Moreover, judging from senior brother Lu's appearance, this fight obviously didn't consume much energy. In other words, he might even be able to defeat 3 opponents at once. If Lu Wendao really did it, it is hard to imagine what kind of blow this will have on the morale of the disciples of Jingyi sect. Only what these Yao Qi disciples couldn't understand was Sunnishan is about to be defeated. Why are there no fluctuations on the faces of the orthodox sect's chosen ones and peak masters, especially her master Bing Wanqing? He didn't even open his eyes. Is it because you can't bear to see your disciples fail, Master Dao? I should win this battle. Lu Wendao looked towards the highest cloud platform, his tone full of confidence. Not quite there yet. Daochuanzi shook his head slightly, just a little bit more. Lu asked as if he sensed something. Looking back, I saw a little fire light up in the belly of the blue dragon. A moment later, the small candle-like light point became brighter and brighter. Phew, a loud phoenix cry sounded. Then, the huge body of the blue dragon was blown to pieces from the middle. Countless blue streams were evaporated into water vapor at this moment. Tread, tread, there were light footsteps coming from the water vapor. A fiery red figure stood there. Strange water, nothing more than this. In the extremely shocked eyes of all the monks present, in the hands of the figure that looks like the Queen of Fire, suddenly, a red-orange flame ignited. As soon as the flame appeared, all the cultivators on the four-sided cloud platform could feel an extremely terrifying high temperature. Is this strange fire? A sect leader had already recognized him and screamed in surprise. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. In just one day, did they really see the two strange objects, strange water and strange fire? When did this thing become so worthless? Looking at the equally stunned Lu below, he asked. Sunnishan clenched her right hand. A glittering and colorful treasure fan appeared in her hand. As her mind moved, the Qi Shayan then cleverly drilled into the Qi Yang fan. I burned your rag. Sunnishan fanned with her right hand. A vivid fire phoenix rushed towards Lu Wendao below. Blue jade water. Seeing that the other party was coming with great momentum, Lu Wendao did not dare to be negligent at all. Of the handkerchief in his hand suddenly grew larger. It was like a shield blocking in front of him. Above it flows azure water. He is trying his best to resist the attack of the fire phoenix. You still dare to block me? Li Daoxian can defeat the enemy with one sword. Sunnishan can do it too. I must not be outdone by Li Daoxian in front of my junior brother. Sunnishan thought to herself. The finger gestures of her left hand changed, and a faint shadow of a fire phoenix flashed before her eyes. Fire phoenix bloodline. Start. After doing all this, Sunnishan's spiritual power surged again. Phew, with a loud phoenix cry, the azure water shield finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed completely. Lu Wendao was instantly burned all over by a ball of red-orange flame. Aha! The extremely shrill screams instantly resounded throughout the platform. Just a moment of contact, when Lu Wendao asked, he realized that he could not contend with the power of the flames. I give up. I give up. Lu asked loudly for mercy. Snort. Sunnishan snorted coldly and waved her hand to recall Qi Shayan. Then he turned his head and looked towards the direction of Yaoqi Holy Land. Who's next? The fairy in red returned Lu Wendao's previous words exactly as they were spoken. Chapter 83, Your Highness the Saint, Senior Sister Su, the palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. Looking at the proud and powerful red figure on the platform, all the monks present were impressed by Sunnishan's aura. Previously, Lu Wendao from the Yaoqi Holy Land easily defeated Zhang Ziming with almost no effort, but he also said, who's next? Now, it was returned intact by Sunnishan. After a brief silence, the disciples from the 13 peaks of the Jingyi sect who were watching the battle all burst into thunderous cheers. Senior Sister Su was so cool. Senior Sister Su is so amazing. I want to give birth to a baby for you. If those guys from Yaoqi Holy Land continue to act arrogantly, I will beat them to a pulp. Did you hear what Senior Sister Su said? Who's next? It's just strange water, is it that great? Our Senior Sister Su also has strange fire. To be honest, Ishui is really quite amazing. Are you an idiot? Who told you to say that now? At the highest cloud platform, Wu Shenxiao glanced at Sunnishan below and said softly, Master Dao, I originally thought that your Jingyi sect was already very remarkable for having a Li Daoxian, but I didn't expect that. Unexpectedly, Sunnishan is so outstanding. Master Wu, you're too polite. Daochuanzi smiled and said, luck. Luck. It's all just luck. Well, the grade of Scarlet Skyflame is still slightly higher than that of Blue Jade Water. Fong Ning stood behind his fellow brothers, looked at the platform below, and thought to himself her senior sister Su's current strength has far surpassed the level of this time in her previous life. Not bad, not bad. In order to change the other person's fate, he wants to run away with Sunnishan. Among them, the stronger the latter, the better. In this way, if you encounter any emergencies in the future, at least you can get more protection. Well, not bad, it's becoming more and more hopeful. Fong Ning thought so in his heart. Wait a minute, he suddenly felt something strange. Why does it feel like, a bit like playing a cultivation game? Sunnishan actually has a strange fire? Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei looked at each other. When did this happen? The two turned their heads and looked at Li Daoxian. It's been a while. While Li Daoxian was speaking, he glanced at Fong Ning without leaving a trace. Snort. Qi Lianqin also looked at Fong Ning somewhat unhappily. Fong Ning, is your Bingxian peak so showy? Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei looked at each other. Why does it feel like among all the people present, they are the only two who are kept in the dark? Master, let me take over. Just as Wu Xianxiao was thinking about which disciple he should let go next, Xing Qian'er's voice came to his ears. The latter was now dressed in purple, bare feet hanging in the air. There is a unique charm in a pair of purple eyes. How is the injury? Is it affecting you? Wu Xianxiao did not agree immediately, but asked instead. It's all right now. Shang Qian'er nodded gently. The main thing is that Sunnishan has the strange fire by her side. Even if the other disciples join in, they may not be her match. If she continues to kill a few people in vain, the situation may become unfavorable to us. Now Sunnishan is gaining momentum. If they, Yaoqi Holy Land, want to win, we must ruthlessly suppress the opponent's momentum. In that case, go ahead. Wu Xianxiao nodded. It seems like exchanging one for your junior sister and Li Dashian is a good outcome, yes. With Wu Xuanxiao's approval, Shang Qian'er immediately jumped and came in front of Shang Qian'er. Yaoqi Holy Land, Shang Qian'er. At this moment, Sunnishan, who had finished regulating her breathing, also opened her eyes. What a nice view. After seeing Shang Qian'er's appearance clearly, even Sunnishan was a little stunned. The other person exudes a strange charm. It seems that people can sink into it without realizing it. Oh my god. This female disciple from Yaoqi Holy Land is so beautiful. On the four-sided cloud platform, many people exclaimed at the same time. Originally, Shangguan Luan was already considered stunningly beautiful, but I didn't expect that Shang Qian'er was also equally beautiful. Do you want to be the heir to the Empress of Yaoqi Holy Land? Do you have to be good-looking? Hee, both Sunnishan and Shang Qian'er are very pretty. It will be a good show to watch them fight. At this moment, almost all the male cultivators present felt refreshed, and even their backs could not help but straighten slightly. I love watching female cultivators fight the most. Fong Ning was a little worried and conflicted at the moment. As the saying goes, the palms and backs of my hands are all flesh. Senior sister Su should be fine, right? Shang Qian'er is still stronger than her. Shang Qian'er, don't get hurt too badly. You still have to help me deal with Zhou Xian. Otherwise, you two can just tie p.s. The author is working hard, but if this book is to be long, it will require some character development, so there will be some scenes similar to the protagonist's behind-the-scenes development. Be more tolerant and understanding. Several characters have been designed and will be available after the sect competition chapter. Everyone is welcome to claim them then. As usual, please urge me to update and promote. Please don't support the book. Please don't support the book. Please don't support the book. Don't forget our bond. Chapter 84. When has this happened to me? Hee. There's nothing interesting to see in this Jingyi sect. It doesn't seem as beautiful as our Yaoqi Holy Land. True to the sect, on a small hill, Shangguan Luan, dressed in a light golden robe, was wandering aimlessly at the moment. As the first disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land to go into battle, she actually lost to Li Dashian so easily. This was a little hard for her to accept, as she had always been proud and arrogant. And that guy actually learned the imperial sword art from her, damn it. Thinking of this, Shangguan Luan kicked the stone wall in front of him into pieces with one kick. Why should he? Then I thought about that guy's extremely contemptuous, indifferent expression when he was fighting with me. As the heir to the Empress of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Shangguan Luan felt that she had been greatly offended. She was in a bad mood and had no intention of watching the duel between the remaining disciples of the two sections. Anyway, with Sister Qian'er and Luan out here, I'm sure we won't lose no matter what. Shangguan Luan said this in his heart that day. Before fighting with Li Dashian, she also looked at the selected disciples of Jingyi sect who were participating in the battle. There is no doubt that Li Dashian is the strongest among them. The rest of the people were more or less lacking in quality. How strange, Shangguan Luan suddenly seemed to remember something. Among those selected disciples, there's actually someone at the foundation establishment stage? She frowned, feeling a little strange. There are 14 disciples in the two sections. They all have the Jindan realm as their foundation. Among them, there was a foundation establishment realm cultivator who had unexpectedly appeared. It seemed a bit strange no matter how one looked at it. Who cares? Maybe the leader of the Zhengyi sect has gone crazy. Don't miss out on a victory that comes for free. Shangguan Luan originally came here to relax, but when she thought of Li Daoxuan's face, she couldn't relax at all. Damn Zhengyi sect. Shangguan Luan thought angrily, after this competition, I'll never come again. Dang, ouch. Just when Shangguan Luan was feeling a little depressed, suddenly, there was a loud clanging sound not far away. Damn it, I was already annoyed, and now I'm even more annoyed by hearing this sound. Shangguan Luan frowned. Lift your legs and walk in that direction. She has been arrogant in Yaoqi Holy Land since she was a child. Therefore, even if I am in Jingyi sect at this moment, even if the other party might be a disciple of Jingyi sect, but Shangguan Luan still made up his mind to punish the guy who offended him, who told you to bother me when I was in a bad mood. The heiress to the Empress thought so. After she walked along a winding mountain road for a while, a young monk in a plain red robe appeared in Shangguan Luan's sight. At this moment, the man was looking at the alchemy furnace in front of him and the black medicine residue scattered on the ground with a worried look on his face. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's over. Why did you fail again this time? Didn't junior brother say that after that training, my alchemy skills have improved a lot?" Dan Yangzi looked at the medicine residue on the ground with some heartache. These materials are not cheap. I originally planned to help my junior brother by refining some medicinal pills, but Dan Yangzi knew clearly in his heart, I can't go on stage to compete, but I want to help my junior brother and senior sister Sue, so I can only start with some logistical work, for example, refining some elixirs that can help them, the resilience pill that can speed up the recovery of the cultivators. Spiritual power, strengthening bones and muscles powder which can increase the monk's physical strength in a short period of time, fire repellent pills, water repellent pills, etc. that can increase a cultivator's resistance to certain targets. Anyway, the competition between the two sects did not say that these pills could not be taken in the arena. Dan Yangzi felt that there was nothing wrong with what he did. And it is quite correct and reasonable. I don't know if it's because I'm too worried about my junior brothers or what. Dan Yangzi always felt a little uneasy when he was refining the elixir. It was as if something was vaguely influencing my thoughts. Hello? That guy. Just when Dan Yangzi was feeling a little strange, a woman's voice suddenly sounded not far away. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the person who came with a pale golden robe is exactly the same as that of the Yaoqi Queen Wu Xianxiao. There was also a hint of majesty on the beautiful face. Isn't this Shangguan Luan from the Yaoqi Holy Land? Why is she here? Dan Yangzi felt a little strange. When the other party was fighting with Li Dashian before, he had also seen Shangguan Luan from a distance. Naturally, there is some impression in my mind. Hello? I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Before Dan Yangzi could figure out the interests involved, Shangguan Luan had already arrived in front of him. But I have to admit, although Shangguan Luan is willful and capricious, there is really nothing wrong with her palm-sized face. Dan Yangzi was originally an introverted person apart from the time when he and Feng Xiaoya went to Zuishan Tower to cultivate his mind. He had never been so close to any other female cultivator. Suddenly, I saw a beautiful face like a flower in front of me. He immediately felt short of breath, and even the roots of his ears turned a little red. I'm asking you a question. What's your name? Looking at Dan Yangzi's reaction, Shangguan Luan couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. Another man who only cares about his own beauty, nausea. My name is Dan Yangzi, Dan Yangzi said hesitantly, but just as he said this, Dan Yangzi felt a sudden pain in his heart. Even the sea of consciousness in my mind was shrouded in some grey mist. What is going on? Dan Yangzi was instantly shocked that he had never encountered such a situation in his practice so far. This woman doesn't look like a good person. There was still some clarity left in Dan Yangzi's mind. He subconsciously took a few steps back and quickly widened the distance between himself and Shangguan Luan. Seeing this, Shangguan Luan was stunned. What does he mean? Weren't you obsessed with my beauty before? How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? For a moment, Shangguan Luan couldn't help but doubt her own charm. Just when Dan Yangzi was alert, a small ice crystal lotus was spinning slowly in his arms. A bright white light continued to emanate from the lotus petals and penetrated directly into Dan Yangzi's body. Then it surged towards his sea of consciousness, transforming into traces of cool aftertaste. Almost in an instant, Dan Yangzi no longer felt dizzy or blurry. He took one last look at Shangguan Luan, then he turned into a stream of light and left without hesitation. Original place. All that was left were the black medicinal residues on the ground and the bewildered Shangguan Luan. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? It took a long time for Shangguan Luan to react. At this moment, she was extremely angry. From childhood to adulthood, when have I ever been looked down upon by others like this? But now, I have experienced this feeling again in just 2 days. First it was Li Dashian, and now it's Dan Yangzi. Damn it! I will make you pay the price. In a rage, Shangguan Luan smashed a huge rock into countless pieces with just one palm. Chapter 85. Did you get the strange fire? On the four-sided cloud platform, all the sects and secular dynasties in Qingzhou stared intently at the two beautiful figures on the platform below. It has to be said, their fight is really fun to watch. Although the monks watching the battle did not dare to say it out loud, they all had the same idea in their hearts. No way, if you were in my shoes, you would also prefer to watch two delicate female cultivators fighting each other rather than two big and strong men sweating each other. This Sheng Qianer really has some strength. Jun Hongchuan, carrying a huge sword on his back, crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the platform below with a serious expression. She is at the late Jindan stage. Just from the perspective of realm, she is already superior. In fact, he didn't need to say it, everyone present could see it. Sheng Qianer's strength is stronger than Shangguan Luan and Lu Wendao. Although Sunnishan has the red skyflame on her, there is still some gap between her and Sheng Qianer. Junior brother, do you think your senior sister can win? Suddenly, Li Daoxian asked Fong Ning. Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei were both stunned. No, this is a fight between two Jindan realm cultivators, and you are seeking advice from a foundation establishment realm kid. Can he understand it? In fact, not only were these two people stunned, even Fong Ning was a little surprised. My senior brother, do you have to ask me at this time? How eye-catching. Didn't you see the expressions on those two guys' faces right now? That? I don't know either. Fong Ning whispered, the eldest brother is still so down to earth. Although there have been some changes, the changes are not that obvious. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, Alchemy Master. Gold. Your pill refining speed has increased significantly. The effectiveness of the pills you refine will far exceed that of pills of the same grade. Every time you refine a pill, there is a chance that you will trigger a different enlightenment on the way to pill refining. This is, Fong Ning blinked, a little stunned at what's going on. Why did fourth brother suddenly reveal his own entry? Junior brother. Not far away in the horizon, a streak of light turned into a human figure and landed beside the crowd. Fourth senior brother? Fong Ning looked at Dan Yangzi, who was obviously out of breath. and was very curious about what he had been through, as he looked so miserable. Senior Sister Su, are they done fighting? Dan Yangzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Not yet. Fong Ning shook his head, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. I can't understand the battles between those at the Golden Core stage. That's right. Hearing this, Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei looked at each other. This is in line with the logic of their cognition. Li Daoxian was a little confused after hearing this. He turned his head to look at Fong Ning. Just when he was about to say something, but he saw Fong Ning desperately winking at him. Got it. Junior brother wants to keep a low profile. Li Daoxian glanced at Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei beside him, looking thoughtful. Since junior brother doesn't want to say it, then I'll keep it a secret for him. But fourth brother, what happened just now? Fong Ning asked quickly. In fact, he mainly wanted to know why fourth brother would reveal an entry to him for no reason. Just now, as soon as this topic came up, Dan Yangzi suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but when he thought that his junior brother was sincerely concerned about him, after hesitating for a moment, he told him about his previous encounter with Shangguan Luan. If you, my little junior brother, hadn't asked senior brother Fong to take me with you to stabilize my Dao heart, I'm afraid I would have fallen for Shangguan Luan's trick. Even at this moment, Dan Yangzi still had an expression of fear on his face. That woman is obviously not a good person. Dan Yangzi said angrily, when I saw her, I felt that my heart could not calm down no matter what. If this continues for a long time, it will definitely affect my alchemy. Fong Ning's expression changed after hearing this. That's not right. In the previous life, didn't Shangguan Luan have his first contact with fourth senior brother after the competition between the two sect's disciples ended? How come we bumped into each other so early? As for what Dan Yangzi said, the abnormality he felt when he was talking to the other party should be his calamity energy. After all, Shangguan Luan is Dan Yangzi's biggest calamity on the road to becoming an immortal. That being said, looking at Dan Yangzi, whose eyes were still clear, Fong Ning couldn't help but think, fourth brother, is this okay now? Is this Suichilu mind refining method really that useful? I was thinking of giving him my master's polar soul heart lotus. Bump. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the platform below. Everyone looked closely. It turned out that Shang Qian'er and Sunnishan had already decided the winner. On the platform, Sunnishan, dressed in red, was breathing heavily. Even the height of the chest became fluctuating because of this. At this moment, she had exhausted all her spiritual power, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. You lose. Shang Qian'er held a long sword transformed from spiritual power in her hand, pointing it at Sunnishan from afar. Snort. Although Sunnishan felt a little unwilling, but at this moment, she had really exhausted every bit of spiritual power in her body. Damn it. Am I really going to lose? Sunnishan looked at the equally stunning woman in purple before her. The finger gestures on his right hand changed again, and he was about to point towards his heart. Nishan. A cold voice sounded in her sea of consciousness at this moment. Master, Sunnishan murmured. You are only at the Golden Core stage now, so you must not overstimulate the power of your Fire Phoenix bloodline. Bing Wanqing's voice transmission was filled with a rare hint of anger. This is not something you can bear right now. Have you forgotten what your master agreed with your parents? If you overuse the power of the Fire Phoenix, that clan will come after you. It was the first time that Sunnishan heard Bing Wanqing say so many words in one breath. I was subconsciously stunned. Master, I don't want to lose. This is just a competition. There's no need to take the outcome too seriously. If you overstimulate the power of the Fire Phoenix clan, you might have to leave Jingyi sect early. In that case, are you willing to? Leave Jingyi sect? Sunnishan was a little confused. Doesn't that mean that I will never see my junior brother again? No, absolutely not. When I think of such terrible consequences. Sunnishan woke up immediately. She stood up, looked directly at Shang Qian'er and said, you won this time, but next time, I will definitely win back. After saying that, Sunnishan turned around and left. When she returned to the group of selected disciples, Fong Ning was the first to greet him. Senior sister, are you okay? Junior brother is caring about me. Sunnishan's mood, which had originally seemed a little bad due to her defeat, instantly became a little better after hearing Fong Ning's words. I'm fine. Sunnishan shook her head slightly. It's a pity that you, junior brother, helped me get the red sky flame and red sun fan. Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei, who had also planned to speak out to comfort Sunnishan, were both stunned. Brush. The next moment, two pairs of suspicious gazes fell on Fong Ning at the same time. What, did you get the strange fire on Sunnishan? Piece. This book is finally 200,000 words. To celebrate, there will be 3 more chapters tomorrow. But, Joshio, can you please let me see what it's like to urge for an update with 3,000? After all, I've never asked for gifts or anything like that. I just want to see reminders for updates, and thanks for the comments. Actually, when I have free time, I read a lot of your comments and discussions. I'll take some good ideas into consideration, but if they're just for the sake of criticizing, also, remember to recommend my book. Love you guys. This is the message section dedicated to the bond between me and all the readers. Chapter 86, Senior Brothers and Sisters, you are such good people. After hearing what Sunnishan said, the chiefs of Wenjian Peak and Zhanshin Peak, I just feel a little bit bad of the rare fire that is so precious in the outside world actually appeared in front of them, or was it obtained by an inner disciple at the foundation establishment stage? Since when did this rare treasure from heaven and earth become so worthless? Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry broadsword. Mastery, Blue, your broadsword skills are unrivaled. If the opportunity is right, you might even be able to discover a completely new sword technique. Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Purple, you possess physical strength that ordinary cultivators cannot even begin to achieve. It seems that you can fight against hordes of demonic beasts with just your physical strength. Fong Ning glanced at his own panel. My attention was immediately attracted by the 2 new pieces of information. Good person, you are all good people. He glanced at the 2 people in front of him calmly. Good, my 2 senior brothers, you were so kind. Although Shang Qianer defeated me, I also consumed a lot of her energy. Sunnishan glanced at the purple figure who was meditating and regulating his breathing on the cloud platform. But when I was fighting with her just now, I found that the skills she practiced were a bit strange. Her spiritual energy recovery speed seems to be far faster than that of cultivators of the same level. Also, the quality of spiritual power is much higher. After listening to Sunnishan's words, Wu Wei and Jun Hongchuan frowned at the same time. This is not good news for them. Judging from the strength that Shang Qianer just displayed, it was obvious that neither of them had the ability to defeat her in the short term. But if we drag on and fight a protracted war, with the speed at which their spiritual energy recovers, they will definitely be dragged to death by the opponent. What should I do? But if they don't go, who else can go? Qi Lianxin, or is he the disciple in the foundation establishment stage? Stop joking. Isn't that because you think you're not losing fast enough? At this moment, the area where the selected disciples were located seemed a little silent. Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry Broadsword King. Purple, you have mastered the broadsword technique to perfection. When you attack with a broadsword, you can unleash greater power than ordinary cultivators. Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry Strong Physique. Purple, your physical strength has been slightly improved, and you never feel tired. Great, good man, you are my great benefactors. Fong Ning stood behind the crowd and luckily managed not to laugh out loud. Cool, so cool, although I don't know what happened, but anyone who can provide me with entries is a good person, brackets, except Zhou Shen. I'll go. After a moment's silence, Shang Qianer's recovery time was about to come, and Qi Lianxin finally spoke. Are you okay? Sunnishan crossed her arms and looked at the opponent with whom she had competed for many years. Snort. Qi Lianxin rolled her eyes in annoyance, then stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful figure. If I had the red sky flame and the red sun fan, I would definitely win. Fong Ning was speechless after hearing this. It turns out that Qi Lianxin is still feeling upset about this matter. As for successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry dexterity. Green, your finger flexibility has improved, allowing you to complete tedious tasks more quickly. Or, why don't you just continue to dwell on it? Senior sister Qi, this is for you. Dan Yangzi walked quickly to Qi Lianxin and handed her a few round pills. This is the stock he had successfully refined before. Although the last batch was unsuccessful, it was not a complete failure. Originally, I prepared this for senior sister Su, but I didn't expect she had already finished it. You can use it. After Dan Yangzi finished speaking, he immediately ran to Fong Ning again. Call, I'm still not used to talking so much with outsiders. It's more comfortable to stay with my junior brother. Dan Yangzi thought so. Junior brother Fong Ning, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Before going on stage, Qi Lianxin smiled at Fong Ning. There's a story between these 2 people. Wu Wei and Jun Hongchuan, who had been watching silently from the side, couldn't help but prick up their ears when they heard this. After all, eating melons is human nature, and even Yifeng's own disciple is not immune to it. Senior sister, feeling the other person's fiery gaze, even Fong Ning felt a little uncomfortable. But when I think of the fragrant entry on the ladder, Fong Ning felt a little hesitant. After all, according to the nature of his panel, the scope of this so-called interaction is quite broad in general. Just fight well on your own, little brother doesn't have much to say to you. As I was thinking about what I should say, Sunnishan's figure had already appeared between the 2 of them at some point. Why do you and junior brother have so much to talk about? In addition to the hugs before, you have no contact at all. Sunnishan was secretly alert in her heart. TSK. Stingy. Qi Lianxin was too lazy to argue with Sunnishan at this moment. When 3 long bells rang again, Qi Lianxin's expression suddenly became serious, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate, and he was about to fall towards the cloud platform. Come on, senior sister. I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me. Qi Lianxin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, junior brother Fong Ning is cheering for me. Qi Lianxin, who landed on the cloud platform, instantly felt in a good mood, and even Shang Qianer in front of him didn't look so annoying anymore. Jingyi sect, Qi Lianxin. As per convention, both parties reported their names to each other, then the battle began. Oh my god. Another beauty. The male disciples of Jingyi sect are so lucky. On the 4-sided cloud platform, many monks sighed. This trip to Jingyi sect was a good decision. First, the 3 masters and apprentices of Yaoqi Holy Land were stunningly beautiful. Then there were Sunnishan, Qi Lianxin, and the ice fairy Bing Wanqing from the Jingyi sect. How great would it be if I could have some connection with one of them? Some monks couldn't help but think in their hearts. Even if I could have some interactions with these 6 fairies, that couldn't be better. The area where the peak masters of Jingyi sect are located. Bing Wanqing's heart moved. She could feel that there were some movements coming from the diary that she had refined into her sea of consciousness. Close your eyes slightly and concentrate. Bing Wanqing came to the depths of her own sea of consciousness. Under the scanning of powerful divine consciousness in that diary, several new lines of text continued to emerge. Chapter 87. You want to keep a low profile? I'm going to make you a big hit, P.S. In response to readers' requests, we've made the following adjustments. Where there are, in the diary, that's where Master can't see. This Saint Xianer not only cultivated the skills of the Yaoqi Holy Land, but also possessed the magic skills of the Tianma sect. She has actually cultivated these two completely different techniques, one good and one evil, to an extremely high level. As expected, he is a character who will be able to join forces with Zhou Xian in the future, to destroy the Jingyi sect. It's so terrifying. Looking at these lines of small words, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but marvel in amazement. If it is true as written in this diary, this Saint Xianer practiced two completely different techniques simultaneously, and even integrated them. This woman's talent is truly terrifying. He can even be compared with Dashian, Nishang and others. Although Qi Lianqin is also a leader among the 13 Peaks disciples, she is no match for Shang Xianer. If she loses, she can only pray that Shang Xianer's recovery speed cannot keep up with her energy consumption after so many battles. If that happens, perhaps one of Jun Hongchuan and Wu Wei will be able to defeat her, but even so, the other side still has 5 selected disciples. In terms of numbers, we are still at a disadvantage. Do you really want me to take action? This last line of small words clearly carries a sense of entanglement. Oh, after her spiritual sense swept across this line of small characters, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but feel a slight movement in her heart. Does disciple Fong Ning have a way to deal with Shang Xianer? You know, the latter has already reached the late stage of Jindan realm. Could it be? Is it the so-called perfect Dao foundation that gives Fong Ning the confidence? Bing Wanqing thought in her heart, in the entire Jingyi sect. She is the only one who knows that Fong Ning has achieved the perfect Dao foundation. Silly disciple thought he was hiding well enough. Bing Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little proud, but she was actually quite shocked. Does this perfect Taoist foundation, which is said to be able to become an immortal once it is forged, really have such a miraculous effect? How could Fong Ning, a disciple at the foundation establishment stage, defeat Shang Xianer, who was at the late golden core stage? With my perfect Dao foundation and the properties of the Xuanjin treasure mirror, I should be able to defeat the already exhausted Shang Xianer. If all else fails, I'll just give Her Highness the Saint a hint. I've already been involved with her before anyway. Boy, when did you become involved with Shang Xianer? Bing Wanqing was slightly stunned. Who understands? Why do I always feel that disciple Fong Ning has done a lot of things behind his master's back? No, this is a very bad idea. There's a huge risk of exposing myself. Let's wait and see. It's just a competition, so if I lose, I lose. It won't hurt anything. If this makes it impossible for me to keep a low profile, then I'd be missing out on the big picture. Well, keep a low profile. Don't waste time. This brat, Bing Wanqing, was a little angry at the competition between Zhengyi sect and Yaoqi Holy Land. The disciples of each peak were all thinking about how to win honor for their own sect, just like Zhang Ziming. He fought so hard that his spiritual power was exhausted and he fainted, just to further weaken the opponent's strength for the selected disciples behind. But Fong Ning, this brat, he could clearly defeat the other party, but he was still thinking about how to keep a low profile. How? Outrageous, I will never tolerate this kind of thing happening. Bing Wanqing had already made up her mind. You want to keep a low profile? I just want to make you a big hit. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, ice skin and jade bones. Gold. Your physical toughness far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, and your ability to withstand blows has been greatly improved. In a deserted corner, Fong Ning had just put away the diary in his hand when a prompt suddenly appeared on the panel in front of him. Fong Ning was a little stunned. What did I do? How come Master suddenly gave me an entry? I didn't do anything? Could it be that a gleam of light flashed in Fong Ning's eyes? I understand. All this must be because of Lucky Boy. Senior brother Lu Yuan is such a good person. Although he exploded the furnace while refining the elixir, although he was ostracized by the Danfeng disciples because of this and became the poorest among all the disciples, but he is indeed a good man. I must find an opportunity later to discuss this with senior brother Lu. I must complete the entry for this Lucky Boy. At the same time, Fong Ning also made up his mind. Buzz. At this moment, Yan Jinqing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. In this battle, your Yaoqi Holy Land won. When Fong Ning turned around, only then did he realize that Qi Lianqin had already reached his limit. It was already very difficult when facing Shang Xianer, but the latter's face was not good either. Obviously, it consumes a lot of energy, but this is normal. After all, Sunnishan and Qi Lianqin are not weak, otherwise they would not be able to represent Jingyi sect in the war. Although Shang Xianer was powerful, she was still injured after all. After fighting 2 people in a row, her recovery speed was almost unable to keep up with the consumption. After hearing Yan Jinqing speak, Qi Lianqin on the cloud platform also spoke softly. I give up. In this way, there are only 3 selected disciples left in Jingyi sect. The situation became extremely serious at this moment. Let me play in the next game. Jun Hongchuan, carrying a broadsword on his back, spoke, and then he turned his attention to Wu Wei. Except for Li Dashian, you are the strongest among us. This time, besides defeating Shang Xianer, I will also do my best to clear some obstacles for you. At this time, the sacred place of Yaoqi, including Sheng Qianer, there are 5 other selected disciples. If Xingyi sect wants to win this disciple exchange conference, that means the chief disciple of Wenjin Peak has to kill at least 2 more people, but even so, Wu Wei also has to face a situation where he is outnumbered. The situation remains grim. Sheng Qianer's response speed is too fast. Wu Wei also frowned and said, when you go on stage, you must resolve the battle in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the situation will only become increasingly unfavorable to you. I know. Jun Hongchuan took a deep breath. I'll do my best. Among the disciples from Yaoqi Holy Land participating in this competition, there are 3 trump cards: Sheng Qianer, Shang Wanluan, and Lu Wendao. Now, as long as they can kill Sheng Qianer, they might have a chance to win the championship. As for Fong Ning, feel sorry, whether it was Wu Wei or Jun Hongchuan, they didn't hold much hope for this foundation establishment disciple. I don't know how the sect master chose the person this time. Successful interaction, you obtained a fragment of the entry: thick body, white. Your basic physical strength has been slightly improved. Fong Ning subconsciously looked at the 2 brothers from Biafeng in front of him. You guys are teasing me again, right? After seeing Qi Lianqin being taken away by Yan Jinqing, Jun Hongchuan had already taken off the broadsword from his back. With a slight movement of his wrist, the seemingly extremely heavy broadsword formed a swordflower in his hand. Just when Jun Hongchuan was about to tell Dao Xuanzi that he was ready, the voice of the leader of Xingyi sect suddenly rang out on the 4-sided cloud platform. The next disciple from my Xingyi sect to appear is Fong Ning from Bingxian Peak. Fong Ning was stunned. Me, Wu Wei, Jun Hongchuan, him. What is the sect master doing? Could it be that you think that Sheng Qianer is already at the end of her strength after experiencing 2 consecutive fierce battles? Do you think Fong Ning, a mere foundation establishment disciple, can defeat the other party? Fong Ning, get on stage quickly. Dao Xuanzi forced a smile. At this moment, there was still a faint icy breath coming from his sea of consciousness. It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to go can go. The leader of Xingyi sect thought helplessly. Ancestor, this is really not my fault. It was this Bing girl who insisted on having her own way. Chapter 88. I am born to be more durable. Fong Ning? Is this guy also a direct disciple of the Xingyi sect? How come I've never heard of it before? On the 4-sided cloud platform, many cultivators were stunned when they looked at the young man on the platform below, who was only at the foundation establishment stage. He's only at the foundation establishment stage, right? No matter how much Sheng Qianer consumes, she is still in the golden core realm. Building the foundation and attacking the golden elixir? They all had strange expressions on their faces, and they kept the second half of the sentence hidden in their hearts, not daring to say it out loud no matter what. This Dao Xuanzi, is he mentally ill? Ha! What? Are you from the Xingyi sect planning to admit defeat early? The area where the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land are located, after seeing that Xingyi sect only sent a disciple of the foundation establishment realm to fight against their senior sister, these disciples suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. You don't have to be so obvious if you want to admit defeat, right? His tone was full of sarcasm. Damn it! Why would the sect master send him into battle? In fact, it is not surprising that the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land think this way. Even the disciples of Xingyi sect find it difficult to accept it. A Fong Ning, in the previous inter-disciple competition, the one who was valued by Master Bingfang and then accepted as a disciple, even if he does have some talent, but can a foundation establishment realm person defeat a golden core realm person? She was also a terrifying female devil who killed 2 of their generals in succession. Could it be? Is it true as the other party said that the sect leader is planning to admit defeat? Otherwise, why would they send such a disciple to do bad things? Li Dashian, does your junior brother know any secret method to hide his aura? Has he already formed a golden elixir? Jun Hongchuan looked at Li Daoxian, who was standing beside him, and couldn't help but ask. No, junior brother is indeed only at the foundation establishment stage. Li Daoxian's tone was calm, without any fluctuations in his voice. Then why is the sect master still? Shut up. Just watch. Jun Hongchuan wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Sunnishan. My little junior brother is not as simple as you think. Not that simple. Wu Wei and Jun Hongchuan looked at each other. No matter how complicated it is, isn't it still a foundation establishment stage? Expect him to defeat a Jindan realm cultivator. I eat it directly. On the cloud platform, Fong Ning looked at the purple-dressed woman in front of him without saying a word. In fact, when the two met that night, because the situation is urgent, in addition, Fong Ning was completely focused on how to lead the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Astray, therefore, I have never observed each other carefully. To now, in this beautiful sunshine, each other's smile and frown is full of unique charm. She is indeed a witch. He really has some skills. Why do I feel a chill on my back? Fong Ning shrank his neck uncomfortably. You, the Xingyi sect, are you planning to admit defeat? Sheng Qianer looked at Fong Ning in front of her and couldn't help but chuckle. Although this guy in front of me looks quite pleasing to the eye, but sorry, I have a reason to win. Fong Ning felt helpless upon hearing this. Who understands? I really don't want to come, although I can win. It is not my intention to show off in front of so many people. Fong Ning looked at Her Majesty the Saint in front of him. I couldn't help but think, is there any way to make my win look like a fluke? In this way, he could explain to the outside world that Sheng Qianer had been too tired and underestimated the enemy, which was why he had gotten the upper hand. While thinking, Fong Ning subconsciously looked at the panel in his mind. It seems, there is a solution. After seeing how many entry fragments he had recently obtained, Fong Ning immediately had an idea in his mind. I gently tapped ice skin and jade bones, and sure enough, 4 more boxes appeared. Fong Ning suppressed his excitement, added 9 oxen and 2 tigers, strong physique, thick body, and another ice skin and jade bones. We must succeed. Fong Ning prayed silently in his heart. Almost at the same time, the progress bar behind the entry for ice skin and jade bones began to skyrocket. 60%, 65%, 70%. After a few breaths, following a flash of dazzling golden light, the panel in front of Fong Ning showed a brand new, complete golden entry is shining brightly. Ice skin and jade bones, complete ice skin and jade bones. Gold, your physical toughness far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, and your ability to withstand blows is greatly improved. Done, I am indeed a lucky boy. Then the next step will be easy. While Fong Ning glanced at Sheng Qianer in front of him, the latter came to Fong Ning in an instant. He raised his hand and released a fierce spiritual force. Fong Ning's face suddenly showed a panic expression, his feet slipped, and he actually crashed directly into the spiritual power. Junior brother. Sunnishan shouted worriedly. Hearing Sunnishan's voice, all the monks around her showed envy on their faces. This kid, he actually has a close relationship with such a fairy. Bang! After being hit by that spiritual power, Fong Ning took several steps back, a look of pain on his face, but in my heart I secretly thought, hey, it doesn't hurt. Golden entry, it's true. Snort. Seeing that her attack was effective, Sheng Qianer snorted coldly and stepped forward again. She stretched out her pair of jade hands and instantly sent out hundreds of palm prints. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fong Ning turned around and ran away, carrying the Xuanjin treasure mirror. And with thick skin and flesh, Fong Ning felt no pain at all when dozens of palm prints that he could not avoid fell on him. Let's see which of us can hold on first. Fong Ning was very confident. On persistence, if he claims to be second, who dares to claim to be first? This kid is really a sly one. Sheng Qianer looked at Fong Ning, who was running away in front of her, and suddenly a surge of anger arose in her heart. I want to see how long you can run? Thinking of this, she ignored the consumption of her own spiritual power and even increased her spiritual power output, continuously chasing after Fong Ning. This kid is too tough, isn't he? On the 4-sided cloud platform, many cultivators looked at this scene with strange expressions. Sheng Qianer had been chasing him and beating him for half an hour. How come that guy doesn't look tired at all? But the eldest sister from the Yaoqi Holy Land is exhausted and panting. How long are you going to run? Sheng Qianer finally got angry. In order to end the battle quickly, the spiritual power in her body had been almost exhausted, according to the usual situation, not to mention 1 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Even 5 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators would be defeated by her. But the guy in front of me is just like a loach. I couldn't catch up with it, and there was no response even if I hit it. Sheng Qianer couldn't help but doubt herself. Could it be that I am already so weak? Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, a magic giant. Gold, you are born with the talent to cultivate magic skills. Any magic skills you perform will be more powerful. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Fong Ning was a little stunned. Is there such a good thing? He immediately stopped and hooked his finger at Sheng Qianer. Come here. P.S. Yay! Keeping my word is my ninja way. 3 more updates coming soon. Please, gentlemen, please give me a 5-star book review. Thanks to you. If you have any suggestions or ideas, please leave them in the comments section and I will secretly read them. Please urge me to update again, and then beg for 5-star praise. Please rate it. Raise the score. This is our bond. Chapter 89. I can't even do anything to him? Find someone to check. Sheng Qianer swears she had never been so angry since she started practicing. Damn brat. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Although she wanted to tear this guy into pieces, Sheng Qianer felt a little reluctant. Snort. You are no match for me, so admit defeat and go down by yourself. Sheng Qianer snorted coldly and frowned slightly. Senior sister, I can still fight. Fong Ning continued to maintain his posture against the enemy. Are you kidding me? This is a good opportunity to brush up on entries. It is also safe and pollution-free. After leaving Yuntai, where else can you find such a good place? I won't go down even if you kill me. Let's continue, Fong Ning asked tentatively. Tisk. Sheng Qianer frowned. Others might not have noticed, but as Fong Ning's opponent, she could clearly feel the ease and control from the other person. He, a person in the foundation establishment stage, fought with me for such a long time. The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body did not weaken at all. I won't fight anymore. After a moment, Sheng Qianer said unexpectedly, then he actually turned around and got off the cloud platform, flying towards the holy land of Yaoqi. This is not right. How could you suddenly stop fighting? On the platform, Fong Ning stood alone, still unable to react. No, my entry hasn't been published yet. Is Sheng Qianer just admitting defeat like that? On the 4-sided cloud platform, after seeing this scene, countless Qingzhou forces all found it unbelievable. Sheng Qianer was clearly in the upper hand, and the Zhengyi sect disciple had been being beaten by her the entire time. Why did she suddenly admit defeat for no apparent reason? Something is wrong. 100% out of 10 is wrong. Could it be? On the platform, countless eyes suddenly began to wander back and forth between Fong Ning and Sheng Qianer. There's something fishy going on between these two guys, huh? It's really strange. Why did Shang Qianer admit defeat for no reason? Could it be that she knows junior brother? Feng Xiaoyao has now reached the area where the selected disciples are. He asked curiously, they can't be old lovers, can they? That's not right. Without waiting for others to answer, Feng Xiaoyao continued to speak. Shang Qianer used to be so arrogant. Why is she so kind and amiable in front of junior brother? Could it be senior brother Feng? Just when Feng Xiaoyao was reasoning enthusiastically, he suddenly felt someone poking his elbow. Turning around, it was Dan Yangzi. What's wrong? Feng Xiaoyao spoke impatiently. Judging from my experience as a veteran in the world of flowers, there must be something fishy going on between these two people. He is curious. As we all know, only monks who always remain curious can make progress. Feng Xiaoyao, really want to make progress. Ahem, that Dan Yangzi had already quietly moved away from Feng Xiaoyao. Senior sister Su and senior sister Qi seem to have something to say to you. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyao subconsciously turned his head and saw Qi Lianxin, who should have been taken away by Yan Jinqing to rest, and Sunnishan appeared behind him. Feng Xiaoyao, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Sunnishan's face was calm, without any sign of fluctuation. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaoyao softly uttered a few words. Be gentle. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry 3000 red dust guests. Gold. Your agility is unrivaled among all the heroes, and your speed of understanding wind attributed magic and the great Dao far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. On the platform, Fong Ning was a little frustrated because he didn't get more entries from Shang Qianer, but after seeing the few new lines of small words appearing on the panel, his mood instantly became cheerful. Finally, the golden entry on senior brother phone was revealed. Fong Ning was a little excited. Obviously, I have interacted with senior brother phone quite a bit, but I just haven't been able to get any entry fragments from him. Is this reasonable? Obviously unreasonable. Brother Fong, you are such a good person. Fong Ning said silently in his heart. In the next match, Yaoqi Holy Land disciple Ding Xiu will fight. 3 long bells rang out. Representative Fong Ning's break is over. At this time, a tall and strong man was standing in front of him. He has a very rough square face and an extremely powerful aura. Yaoqi Holy Land, Ding Xiu. A muffled sound was heard, as if someone was beating a drum next to Fong Ning's ear. Jinyi sect, Fong Ning. In fact, according to Fong Ning's previous temperament, he should have found a reason to leave after defeating Shang Qianer. After all, the more he shows off in front of others, the greater the chance of him being exposed. If there is a choice, Fong Ning really just wanted to be a quiet nobody on the Ice Fairy Peak. There are several senior brothers and sisters who take care of everything. He just needs to be responsible for developing quietly. Since we're here, let's see if we can get a few more entries. Fong Ning sighed helplessly in his heart. He had clearly intended to die together with Shang Qianer, and he never expected that the other party would voluntarily admit defeat and stop fighting. Master. Yaoqi Holy Land area, Shang Qianer shouted to Wu Xianxiao. Well, why don't you fight? The queen of Yaoqi glanced at her with some confusion between her brows. After I defeated Sunnishan and Qi Lianxin, I suddenly felt that the injuries in my body were getting worse. To be on the safe side, Shang Qianer said this, but she knew in her heart, she seemed unable to be ruthless to the guy named Fong Ning. How strange, I have never encountered such a situation in my practice so far, or find someone to investigate Fong Ning's background. Looking at the figure on the platform, there seemed to be some kind of determination in his purple eyes. Damn loach boy. Ding Xiu was a little irritated at this time. He possesses a top-grade earth-attributed spiritual root, and most of his skills in magic are bold and powerful. On weekdays, the people I hate meeting the most are those monks with agile movements, just like Fong Ning in front of us. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? He was a little annoyed. Fong Ning actually stopped when he heard that. He had just wanted to test the effect of the 3000 red dust guests he had just obtained from Feng Xiaoyao. Well, it's really useful. After inspecting the goods, Fong Ning felt a little happy. But why didn't I get any entries from this guy in front of me? Could it be that some close contact is really necessary? Looking at the tall and strong Ding Xiu in front of him, Fong Ning suddenly became a little hesitant. Chapter 90, we can't fight anymore, or we'll be exposed. A moment later, for the sake of his own entry, Fong Ning decided to take a risk. Anyway, I have thick skin now, this guy can't hurt me. Fong Ning pondered in his heart. In his previous life, he did not have the opportunity to participate in the exchange meeting between the disciples of these two sections. Now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to brush up on entries is right in front of me. How can I give it up so easily? To be on the safe side, Fong Ning decided to use more strength. Well, this guy is in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It should be fine if I use all my strength, right? After all, he's just resistant to beatings, not insensitive to pain. That's right. Now that's what a man should be like. Ding Xiu was overjoyed when he saw that Fong Ning actually didn't run away. He didn't have any magic weapon to trap the enemy. If Fong Ning simply relied on his speed advantage to deal with him, then he really would have no temper at all. Bring it on. Fong Ning spoke softly. He hadn't fought for so long that he was almost forgetting the feeling. There's no way, I'm used to it. Fong Ning took a deep breath and slightly got into position. On the highest platform, the queen of Yaoqi was looking down with great interest. Oh? Master Dao, this disciple of yours is quite interesting. Wu Xianxiao narrowed her eyes slightly. With the cultivation base of the Foundation Establishment realm, he is fighting against a Golden Core cultivator, yet he doesn't show the slightest fear. This boy has a firm heart. Master Wu, you are too kind. Xuanzi felt quite uncomfortable when he heard Wu Xuanxiao's praise. I never praise people for no reason. Wu Xianxiao shook his head slightly, but didn't say anything more. Before is it you who caught my attention? Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, you born emperor. Gold. Your every word and action is filled with an inexplicable imperial aura. Those with weak minds are easily intimidated by your aura. Withdrawing money again. On the platform, Fong Ning was originally fighting with Ding Xiu vigorously, but his attention was attracted by a few lines of small words on the panel. Who gave it to you? Fong Ning was a little confused. Born to be an emperor? What a domineering name. Could it be? The figure of a woman in a light golden robe suddenly appeared in Fong Ning's mind. Queen of Yaoqi. Thinking of this, Fong Ning's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. As we all know, his panel is extremely vague about the scope of interaction. Sometimes, even some things that happen because of yourself or some attention will be considered as an interaction by default. In other words, Fong Ning took a deep breath. There was a hint of horror in his eyes. Of the Queen of Yaoqi is looking at me? When Fong Ning thought of this, he felt unwell. I just want to keep a low profile. No, we can't continue to fight with Ding Xiu. We must keep a low profile. Fong Ning made up his mind. When the opponent's next punch came up, he didn't dodge or avoid, but rushed straight into it, and was then completely knocked away by the punch. Junior brother Fong. The area where the selected disciples are located, Sunnishan and Qi Lianqing screamed at the same time when they saw this scene. Although Li Dashian on the side did not speak, but sword shadows were already fatally appearing around him. Even Wu Wei and Jun Hongchuan were the same. After all, they are all disciples of the Jingyi sect. I lose, I give up. Fong Ning fell out of the platform and shouted hurriedly. As soon as he opened his mouth, a cloud of mist immediately floated out from the sea of clouds and gently supported him. Since Fong Ning has already admitted defeat, then this competition, Yaoqi Holy Land Ding Xiu wins. As the three bells rang, the two clouds floating above everyone's heads changed again, condensed into a 3 and a 4. As of now, the Jingyi sect won 3 games and the Yaoqi Holy Land won 4 games. Today's competition ends here. You can all roam freely within my Jingyi sect as you did yesterday and wait for tomorrow's finals. Xuanzi waved his hand and announced that today's competition was over. Although the competition between the two sects' disciples was conducted in the form of a ring match, however, given the relationship between the two sects, there is no need to worry too much about winning or losing, so there is no requirement to complete the process within 1 day. Did you see that? That guy named Fong Ning is really amazing. Just as the cloud was about to leave with Fong Ning on the four-sided cloud platform, the voices of cultivators talking reached Fong Ning's ears. Although Sheng Qianer was defeated due to excessive consumption, Fong Ning is still only a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage after all. He should be proud enough to win a victory against her. Who said it wasn't true? Besides, that guy even fought Ding Zhang, who was in the Golden Core realm, for such a long time, and the other party couldn't even touch a hair of his. This boy's talent should not be underestimated. The Jingyi sect is indeed powerful. Even disciples at the foundation establishment stage can be trained so well. These words, every time a sentence reached Fong Ning's ears, there was one more drop of sweat on Fong Ning's forehead. Damn it, how the hell are you guys so imaginative? I haven't done anything yet. Who drew your attention to this? Fong Ning felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, I was wise and brave enough to choose to admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this trend continued, I don't know how much more people would pay attention to me. He looked at the golden fragments on his panel. I feel mixed emotions. Junior brother, are you okay? As soon as Fong Ning landed, 2 figures surrounded him. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fine. Fong Ning shook his head. It's okay now. If the fighting continues, something serious will happen. Junior brother Fong, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Seeing Fong Ning looking worried, Qi Lianqing thought he was a little depressed because he lost to Ding Xiu, but he couldn't help but comfort her. That Ding Xiu is definitely a realm above you. It's amazing that you were able to fight him for so long. In the future, when you have formed a golden elixir, how could he still be your opponent? No, I'm really not unhappy because of this. Fong Ning was speechless for a moment. He couldn't tell them his true thoughts, but the other party's concern is indeed sincere. I understand, senior sister Qi, thank you. Fong Ning said very seriously. Or should we bring Qi Lianqing along when the time comes? She's a really nice person too. Fong Ning thought so in his heart. This brat, high up in the clouds. Bing Wanqing stared at Fong Ning's back below and glared at him fiercely. You really thought I couldn't see it? Did you give up on purpose? What on earth is this brat thinking? Are you really so willing to hide your shortcomings? If I didn't want to reveal that I could see the contents of his diary, Bing Wanqing really wanted to rush to this evil disciple right now, ask him in person what secrets he is hiding. You little bastard. At night, in Fong Ning's cave, Fong Ning, who was operating the Xuanjin treasure mirror, suddenly felt something vibrate on his body. He frowned and took out a black jade pendant. Immediately, Sheng Qianer's voice was heard. See you at the usual place in half an hour. Fong Ning blinked her eyes. Her Highness the Saint wants to see me, PSG, understand? Push for more updates, add more updates, understand? Chapter 91, oh no! The demon sect is coming to attack the mountain gate. The moonlight is hazy under the dark night as heavy as mercury. A purple figure stood quietly on a peak. Snort. Sheng Qianer exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her. A flash of resentment flashed in her purple eyes. This is the treatment that a disciple of my heavenly demon sect should receive. If the Tianma sect had not been destroyed by the Jingyi sect and other sects in Qingzhou, all the blessings of these spiritual veins should belong to them. Damn Jingyi sect, just wait, your good days are about to end. Your Highness, are you looking for me? Just as Shang Qianer was thinking in her heart, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of her, feeling the other person's aura. Shang Qianer's face showed a long-lost gentle color. Well, I want you to do something for me. Your Highness, please speak up. I will fight to the death. Fong Ning clasped his fists and spoke, his tone full of respect. It's so late, Shang Qianer also wants to call me out. Is it to deal with Dashian? Yeah, just when Fong Ning was feeling happy, but then he heard Shang Qianer's voice ringing in his ears. Go and help me find someone, a disciple of Bing Wanqing from Bingxian Peak, a disciple named Fong Ning. No, why are you checking on me for no reason? Fong Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. How did this person offend your Highness the Saint? That's not the case, Shang Qianer shook her head hesitantly. It's just that when I was fighting him today, I kept feeling a little uneasy. That really concerns me. Go and help me check this guy. The holy maiden of the demon sect said in a firm tone. Yes. Fong Ning had no choice but to respond respectfully. Anyway, I am Fong Ning, check yourself, then you can say whatever you want. Fong Ning thought so in his heart. Be prepared. We will soon launch our revenge on the Jingyi sect. The specific time will be after the competition between the two sects' disciples. At that time, I will find an excuse to stay. Once the people from Yaoqi Holy Land leave, we will take action. You must be careful then, after all, you are inside the Jingyi sect. Before Fong Ning could think carefully about the countermeasures, then Shang Qianer spoke again. She had a very good impression of this loyal subordinate, so she specifically reminded him to, what does this mean? Fong Ning was a little surprised. Is the demonic sect coming to cause trouble? No, I haven't run away yet. Hearing this, Fong Ning immediately became anxious and said quickly, Your Highness the Saint. Why are you yelling so loud? Because Fong Ning's voice suddenly became higher, Shang Qianer was caught off guard and was shocked that Fong Ning said somewhat awkwardly, could it be that our sect is about to declare an all-out war on the Jingyi sect? No, I haven't finished my entries yet, but if Shang Qianer really intends to fight to the death with Jingyi sect, then he really has no choice but to run away early. What nonsense are you talking about? Shang Qianer gave him a strange look and said, when did I ever say I wanted to go to war with the Jingyi sect? With our current strength, we are simply unable to contend with the Jingyi sect. I'm still clear about that, call it so scary, you should have said so earlier. Hearing this, Fong Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Your Highness, what do you mean is snort? Shang Qianer snorted coldly, although we don't have enough strength to overthrow the Jingyi sect right now, we can still cause them some trouble if we want. She glanced at the somewhat bewildered subordinate in front of her. So stupid. Come closer. Shang Qianer hooked her finger at Fong Ning. Fong Ning subconsciously leaned over and suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming, gently disturbing his heartstrings. He only heard the latter whisper in his ear, you previously worked under the sixth elder, so you should know about the Buddha's secret treasure, right? Buddha's secret treasure, Fong Ning nodded subconsciously, but he didn't understand clearly in his heart how is Shang Qianer's plan related to the Buddha's secret treasure again. All you need to know is that this Buddha's secret treasure will be open soon. And one of the entrances is near the Jingyi sect. What do you think, will those guys from Jingyi sect just sit back and watch? There was a hint of pride in Shang Qianer's tone, although the whereabouts of the key have not yet been found, but once this Buddha's secret treasure is unlocked, it can no longer be determined by a single key. Fong Ning was shocked when he heard this, Buddha's secret treasure is about to be opened? This doesn't match the time he remembers, and, if this is true, why is there nothing unusual about the key on him? This Buddha's secret treasure can only be entered by Qingzhou cultivators at the Jindan realm or below. A strange light bloomed in Shang Qianer's purple eyes. This is a great opportunity for us. Cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot enter. Then with his cultivation in the late Jindan realm, as long as he enters this Buddha's secret treasure, won't he be able to cover the sky with one hand? Otherwise, why did she take the initiative to go on stage and compete with those disciples of Jingyi sect? Isn't it just to find out their background? Now it seems that the only difficult person to deal with is the sword immortal Li Dashian. As for the others, she, Shang Qianer, really didn't take it seriously. When the time comes, I will have the disciples of the heavenly demon sect go in together and target these disciples of the orthodox one sect. Come in with me, stay by my side, and with my care, you'll be able to gain some benefits. Looking at her loyal but somewhat clumsy subordinate, Shang Qianer couldn't help but give him some instructions. Yes. Fong Ning is now just a ruthless answering tool. Your Highness, that Dashian, Fong Ning asked cautiously, we must avenge the sixth elder. Well, once we enter the secret realm, I will naturally deal with him. Shang Qianer nodded. Given the nature of the Jingyi sect, they will not miss this opportunity to benefit their disciples. I guess Dashian will go in too by then. You just need to keep an eye on those two, yes. Hearing this, Fong Ning was immediately delighted. It would be best if Dashian could be killed in the secret realm. Even if I can't kill him, I must snatch all the opportunities from him. By the way, I left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask your name. Shang Qianer seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Fong Ning quickly bowed and said, my surname is Xiao, and my name is Dashian. Xiao Dashian? Shang Xianer seemed a little surprised. That's a good name, quite impressive. After a moment's silence, she took out a purple ring. You have to practice hard, otherwise you will be unworthy of your name. It doesn't matter if you are not valued in this Xingyi sect, I have some cultivation resources here, you can use them first. After a moment's hesitation, Shang Xianer said in a faint tone, for so many years, you have been lurking in the Xingyi sect. It has been really hard for you, don't worry. When the Heavenly Demon sect makes a comeback, I will definitely treat you well. Fong Ning took the ring silently. Did she misunderstand something? Chapter 92, I have to find a way to create a new vest. The next day Fong Ning stood among the selected disciples, feeling somewhat complicated. Last night, after separating from Shang Xianer, he went back and spent the whole night studying the key to the Buddha's secret treasure, but no matter how he tried, I haven't been able to get any useful clues from it yet, damn it. Why isn't the lucky boy attribute triggered at this very moment? Fong Ning felt quite unhappy. Everyone, today is the last day of this exchange conference. On the four-sided cloud platform, Daochuanzi's voice was extremely clear, enough for all the cultivators present to hear clearly. Thank you, Sect Master Dao and Sect Master Wu, for allowing us to witness this grand event with our own eyes. Yes. It will also allow these evil disciples of mine to clearly see the gap between themselves and the true geniuses in your sect. I hope that in the future this will inspire them to work harder and catch up. Daochuanzi, the host, spoke. In an instant, it attracted the support of countless leaders of sects and forces. Master Dao is absolutely right. This exchange conference, regardless of who wins or loses in the end, will be an unforgettable experience. The Queen of Yaoqi also smiled calmly and said, I believe that after this incident, the disciples of both sects will practice even more diligently. Hearing this, Daochuanzi smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to the cloud platform below. On top of that, Jun Hongchuan, the chief disciple of Wenjin Peak, had already confronted Ding Xiu. There is not much difference in strength between the two. In addition, Jun Hongchuan's broadsword techniques all use powerful and heavy moves. He and Ding Xiu are of the same kind. In a short time, this competition was fairly evenly matched, but Fong Ning was in no mood to watch this. What he was more concerned about was the authenticity of what Shang Xianer had said before. If the Buddha's secret treasure is really going to be opened in the near future, then you have to prepare in advance. For example, give yourself a whole new vest or something. Even if he planned to do things under the identity of Xiao Beixian, there must be some means that are consistent with this identity, right? And the method must be completely different from the identity of Fong Ning. If this is the case, he will need to think carefully about it. Just as Fong Ning was thinking about these things, there was another figure beside him. Junior brother, what were your feelings after fighting with Ding Xiu yesterday? The person who spoke was Li Dashian. In fact, after seeing Fong Ning being knocked out by Ding Xiu yesterday, Li Dashian, as the eldest senior brother, was also very worried, but he always felt that his junior brother did this on purpose. That's right, in Li Dashuan's heart, the reason why Fong Ning lost yesterday was not simply because of the difference in strength between him and Ding Xiu. On the contrary, he always felt that there seemed to be something else hidden in this. In fact, Li Dashian had originally planned to go to Fong Ning yesterday to find out the truth. But Sunnishan and Qi Lianqin are so enthusiastic, the two of them have been surrounding Fong Ning. Li Dashian couldn't find a chance to speak for a while. He knew that Fong Ning liked to keep a low profile, so he didn't plan to raise this question with him in front of more people. Fong Ning looked at Li Dashian and blinked. Why did senior brother suddenly ask this? Could it be that even he could see it? No, what Fong Ning wailed in his heart. Before he has absolute strength, he doesn't want to expose himself prematurely. Big brother, you're overthinking it. Thinking of this, Fong Ning immediately shook his head decisively in denial. I'm only at the foundation building stage, so isn't it normal that I can't defeat Ding Xiu? Fong Ning said seriously. Yeah. After hearing this, Li Daoxian nodded thoughtfully. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, innate sword bone, gold. You were born for the sword. As long as you are willing, you can learn all the countless sword arts in the world. Senior brother, why don't you believe me? Fong Ning felt like crying but had no tears. Jun Hongchuan wins. Just as Fong Ning was hesitating whether to say anything more, Daochuanzi's voice sounded again on the Sifong Cloud platform. Ding Xiu was still a bit weaker than Jun Hongchuan after all. After the two fought for half an hour, in the end, Jun Hongchuan won the victory. Brother Jun, well done. At this moment, almost all the disciples of Xingyi sect cheered. Jun Hongchuan's victory means they are one step closer to final victory. Although Daochuanzi and the Queen of Yaoqi did not attach too much importance to the final victory of this exchange conference, the two of them just hoped that their disciples could learn something from this exchange meeting. But disciples from both sects don't think so. Young people, after all, I am still competitive. If you don't have passion, can you still be? Call a young person, they don't care whether they can learn something or not. As long as my senior brothers and sisters can beat the other side, that's enough. At this time, Fong Ning still didn't pay too much attention to the outside world. He focused all his attention on the panel in front of him. Well, including the fragment of the innate sword bone I just got from senior brother, I only have 6 fragments of entries related to Kendo. Looking at the fragments of entries that kept flashing on the panel, an idea suddenly emerged in Fong Ning's mind. He is good with fire. This is something that many people in the Jingyi sect know. After all, he had stood out in the inner disciples competition by relying on the extremely difficult three elements fire that was cultivated and mastered in the foundation establishment realm. Even though he did not publicize this method too much in the days that followed, but it still left a general impression in many people's minds that if you want to act as Dashian, he needs a completely different method. For example, Kendo. Among the 13 peaks of Jingyi sect, the number of disciples at Wenjian Peak is definitely among the best, in front of Sheng Qianer. He was also a disciple of one of the branches of the Jingyi sect. Good, in this case, from this moment on, Dashian is an inner disciple of Wenjian Peak. After deciding on the idea in my mind, Fong Ning silently said in his heart, "Fusion." As his mind moved, sword heart clear, swordsmanship mastery, broadsword king, these item fragments have all turned into the fusion progress of innate sword bone. A moment later, a brand new, complete golden entry appeared on Fong Ning's panel. Innate sword bone, complete. You were born for the sword. As long as you are willing, you can learn all the sword arts in the world. Dashian, done it. Fong Ning opened his eyes, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. P.S. I'm preparing a surprise recently, you can look forward to it as usual. I ask for various data. The power of bond. You know chapter 93. The Wu in my Wu Wei is not the Wu of the Wu family. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Sunnishan had been standing next to Fong Ning, so she naturally felt the changes in him. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Fong Ning shook his head and didn't say much. Well, we need to think about it again. Fong Ning touched his chin. When I fought Ding Xiu before, I also demonstrated my speed and ability to withstand blows. Although this isn't obvious, there's still a risk of exposure. When acting as Dashian, it's best to eliminate these two traits. Fong Ning has always been prudent in his work. These are all the experiences he accumulated in his previous life. After all, he who survives last laughs best. Being arrogant and domineering will only lead to a quick death. What, you mean Dashian? Can that beast be the same? If he wasn't the son of luck, I would have killed him long ago. Strangeness. Sunnishan looked at Fong Ning, her beautiful eyes constantly wandering over him. When has junior brother ever been so focused? What on earth is he thinking about? You're still laughing so happily? Could it be? Sunnishan's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that they are in love? There are only a few things that can make a cultivator of this age like this junior brother so happy. That's right, since my junior brother is both outstanding and good looking, it's perfectly normal for him to be noticed by some senior and junior sisters from other peaks. Moreover, he had fought against a golden core cultivator with his foundation establishment realm cultivation level just yesterday, right under the eyes of so many people. When Sunnishan thought of this, her heart was suddenly filled with alertness. No. I have to keep an eye on my junior brother. How can you, at such a young age, dwell on those sentimental matters? Practicing diligently is the right path. Sunnishan made up her mind, and it was not for any other reason. Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry fire immunity. Blue. Your resistance to fire has increased. And Fong Ning looked at Sunnishan beside him with some surprise. Senior sister, are you imagining some weird things again? On the platform, Jun Hongchuan lived up to everyone's expectations. After defeating Ding Xiu, he also defeated another disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land. He also dragged his seriously injured body, causing great consumption to the opponent's next disciple. Call. When a cloud in the sea of clouds sent it back to the area where Jingyi sect was located, the chief disciple of Wenjian Peak looked at Wu Wei and said, "My mission is completed, now it's up to you, rest assured." Wu Wei nodded very solemnly. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation that Jun Hongchuan could defeat two people in a row, not to mention that he also helped him to consume the opponent's energy again. In this exchange conference, victory will definitely belong to our Jingyi sect. Wu Wei promised. Jun Hongchuan smiled and nodded when he heard this. The area where the Yaoqi Holy Land is located. Snort. What on earth is Shinta Su doing? I actually lost to Jun Hongchuan. Shangguan Luan, who was wearing a light golden robe, said with great dissatisfaction, "This is truly a disgrace to our Yaoqi Holy Land." Damn it, Shangguan Luan cursed inwardly. She was very angry with Dan Yangzi yesterday, and she originally thought that she would see her own sect members slaughtering people everywhere today. Finally I can vent my anger. Result, shut up. Upon hearing this, the queen of Yaoqi glared at her. Didn't you also lose to Li Daoxian? Can't you be more tolerant towards your fellow apprentice? When Shangguan Luan heard this, he was suddenly speechless. If you have nothing to do, just learn from your senior sister. Look how calm she is. Wu Shenxiao continued, if you don't change your impetuous temper, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Although her master did not seem angry on the surface, Shangguan Luan still felt a slight pain in her little. But the queen of Yaoqi only has 2 steps to discipline her air talk and then beat. When we say we will take action without hesitation. No, that seems a bit imprecise, because usually only Shangguan Luan was beaten. As a senior sister, Shang Qianer basically never gave Wu Shenxiao any worries. Don't tell me if you don't want to. Shangguan Luan silently closed his mouth and retreated behind Shang Qianer. Master, their last disciple is Wu Wei. Shang Qianer spoke softly. Let him be. After hearing the name Wu Wei, the queen of Yaoqi also sighed softly, and her tone seemed to be filled with helplessness. It is our Yaoqi Holy Land that owes him. About a cup of tea passed, Wu Wei gently moved his hands and feet, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and began to fly towards the cloud platform below. TSK. I never thought that it would be Wu Wei who would end it all. The area where the Jingyi sect's selected disciples are located, Zhang Ziming, who had already recovered, was somewhat amazed. There's nothing I can do. Perhaps this is fate. After hearing what Zhang Ziming said, Qi Lianqin, who was always a bit erratic and fond of making trouble, rarely showed a serious expression on her face. Li Dashian didn't say anything, just watched quietly. After taking the pill provided by Dan Yangzi, Jun Hongchuan also recovered 70% to 80% of his strength. Although his face was still a little pale, he was able to move freely. Believe in Wu Wei. Yaoqi Holy Land is a thing of the past. He is now a disciple of our Zhengyi sect. The others listened and nodded silently. Only Fong Ning felt a little confused. No, what are you all talking about? Why didn't I understand a word? Have I forgotten something again? Fong Ning frowned and thought hard. No way, in his previous life, he was not qualified to be exposed to these things. Most of the memories about Jingyi sect come from some well-known things. He had no way of knowing such secrets among the direct descendants of each peak. Wu Wei, Yaoqi Holy Land, Wu Shanxiao. Wait a minute. After chewing on these names over and over again, Fong Ning suddenly had an idea in his mind. These two people are both surnamed Wu. Could it be? Is there any connection between these two? Looking at the burly figure that suddenly appeared on the platform below. A complex look flashed across the Yaoqi Queen's phoenix eyes. Jingyi sect, Wu Wei. As per convention, Wu Wei gave his name. Senior brother Wu. Unexpectedly, the disciple from Yaoqi Holy Land also spoke hesitantly. You shut up. Wu Wei suddenly shouted, the Wu in my Wu Wei is not the Wu family's Wu. Then his whole body's momentum suddenly rose. Stop talking nonsense and start fighting. The next moment, the burly figure appeared in front of the disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land. A punch came down hard. Chapter 94, Your master wants to see what you are up to. Wu Wei's voice was very loud. It was loud enough for everyone on the Sifang Cloud platform to hear. What is this kid mumbling about? Some monks looked puzzled. I don't know. But I feel like there's some connection between the disciples of the Jingyi sect and the Yaoqi Holy Land, someone speculated. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, neither the Jingyi sect nor the Yaoqi Holy Land are people they can afford to offend. Something is strange. Snort. Xiongxing Yuan, the head of Zhanshan Peak, said with some dissatisfaction, the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land are too unruly. Do you still think Wu Wei is a disciple of their Yaoqi Holy Land? Xiongxing Yuan was a little unhappy. Wu Wei was trained by me personally. He is from our Zhengyi sect. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters all looked at each other. Come on, old bear, why are you getting mad at them? It's not worth it. Lin Bailey, the head of Huafeng Peak, spoke to comfort him. After the way the Wu family treated Wu Wei, do you think he still has any good feelings towards them? Don't forget, Wu Wei's parents were indirectly killed by the previous leader of Yaoqi Holy Land. When a wave of demonic beasts broke out in Yunzhou, the people of Yaoqi Holy Land sent Wu Wei's parents to rescue the affiliated sections. However, due to incomplete intelligence, the couple were both killed by the demons. With such a huge grudge, how could Wu Wei easily forgive them? Lin Bailey is a handsome male cultivator who looks to be in his 30s. His long black hair is even better maintained than that of some female cultivators. I know. Xiongxing Yuan said in a muffled voice, I just can't stand what Yaoqi Holy Land is doing. They clearly could have kept Wu Wei, but they refused to give in. Is it so hard to apologize for such a major decision-making mistake? Lin Bailey shrugged his shoulders in dismay upon hearing this. Even so, that's an internal matter of Yaoqi Holy Land. The two sects are on good terms right now. You don't want to make things difficult for the sect master, do you? So, do you understand, little brother? The area where Fong Ning and the others are. Sunnishan looked at Fong Ning, who was dumbfounded in front of her, and sighed softly. Now do you understand why Wu Wei's emotions fluctuate so drastically? I understand. Fong Ning nodded quickly. Oh my god, both his parents are dead. He was originally a core disciple of a super sect. He has outstanding talents and carries a deep blood feud. How does it feel? Senior brother Wu Wei also looks a bit like the child of destiny. Fong Ning just felt something was strange in his heart. In his previous life, he was practicing silently on Bingxian Peak during the exchange meeting between the two sects disciples. There is no way to know these stories about Wu Wei and now. I learned about this matter from Sunnishan. A wave of monsters erupted in Yunzhou. Fong Ning blinked his eyes, vaguely. Seeming to grasp a key point, he was sure that he had heard of this incident somewhere. Damn it, this is an unreliable memory. Fong Ning was a little annoyed. Oh, I really want to write a diary. The memories Fong Ning had accumulated were simply too vast, and in his current condition, there was no way he could take them all in. Therefore, he could only recall some memories related to the present by writing a diary. For example, right now, Fong Ning feels his hands are itchy. It feels like there are ants crawling on my body. No, I have to find a chance to escape. Fong Ning made up his mind, then quietly restrained his breath and left. No one present noticed Fong Ning ran 2 miles in one breath. Only after he was far away from the crowd did he find a secluded place and take out his diary. Senior brother Wu Wei is actually related to the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land? Damn, why didn't I know? On the four-sided cloud platform, Bing Wanqing felt that the diary in her mind had changed again. I immediately checked it carefully. After hearing Fong Ning's slightly shocked tone, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little proud. So there are things you don't know. I really thought that you, my evil disciple, knew everything, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, as I remember, the Jingyi sect won in the end. Of course, Bing Wanqing felt much better when she saw this, although she is not good at expressing herself, but he still cares a lot about his own sect. Now that she saw Fong Ning was certain that Jingyi sect would win in the end, Bing Wanqing was actually somewhat happy. However, I don't know whether what Sheng Qianer said to me last night was true or false. Will this secret stupid treasure really be revealed after this exchange conference? In the previous life, it didn't seem like this either. Looking at the few new lines of small words that appeared in the diary, Bing Wanqing was also a little surprised. Buddha's secret treasure is about to be opened. She knew that the key to the Buddha's secret treasure was on Fong Ning. But when did this evil disciple become involved with Sheng Qianer? Boy, you have strong communication skills. Bing Wanqing was a little angrier. This evil disciple first became close to Li Qinghua, then there are Feng Xiaoyao, Sunnishan, Li Dashian, Dan Yangzi, Qi Lianxin. Even now he has climbed up to Sheng Qianer. Damn it. Why don't you get close to your teacher? Am I really that incompetent? If it's true, as Sheng Qianer said, that one of the entrances to this secret stupa is near the Jingyi sect, then I'll definitely rush in and take a look. We must make this key play its due role. When the time comes, I will act as Xiao Beixian. With my senior brothers, Innate Sword Bone, and Shadow Ice Master, it will be easy to disguise a completely new identity. Xiao Beixian. Bing Wanqing was a little surprised. Judging from the contents of Fong Ning's diary, it is not difficult to guess that he has prepared a brand new identity for himself. My disciple is really a bit timid, steady and low-key. Bing Wanqing just felt something was strange in her heart. If it were any other sect disciple, if there is an opportunity to become famous, I will never miss it. I wish the whole world could know, but this disciple of mine is a little too low-key. Fortunately, Bing Wanqing has now become somewhat accustomed to Fong Ning's style of doing things. At Xiao Beixian, a strange glint appeared in Bing Wanqing's ice blue eyes. I want to see what you have up your sleeve. By the way, the people from the Heavenly Demon sect will also follow Sheng Qianer into the secret stupa vault. We need to find a way to make the brothers and sisters more vigilant. Well, I still need to think about how to get them to help me deal with Zhou Xian. Speaking of which, isn't Zhou Haocheng of the Great Zhou dynasty really useless? I threw the intelligence in his face, and he didn't even dare to take action. No wonder Zhou Xian refined him into the pagoda. However, this time, this pagoda will be named Feng. P.S. Don't worry, I'll give you a few chapters soon to lay the groundwork, and you'll be thrilled soon. The author promises that the plot so far is effective and long-term. You can't eat good food if you're impatient. Please urge me to update, recommend the book, give me good reviews, and read more. You know our bond is unbreakable, asshole, provoke it. Chapter 95 Li Qinghua, I can give Fong Ning special treatment again. The Bing Wanqing frowned when she saw this. Which righteous disciple laughs like this? Could it be that my disciple Fong Ning has developed some bad habits? Bing Wanqing couldn't help feeling a little worried. However, the final outcome of the exchange meeting between the two sects disciples was exactly as Fong Ning had predicted. Wu Wei defeated the last two disciples of the Yao Qi Holy Land with ease, but this is not surprising. After all, among the Jingyi sect's selected disciples, apart from the sword immortal Li Dashian, the strongest one is undoubtedly the chief of the war immortal peak, Wu Wei. In addition to the grudges between him and Yao Qi Holy Land, Wu Wei, with some personal emotions, was naturally unstoppable. The exchange conference between the disciples of Jingyi sect and Yao Qi Holy Land came to an end. Master Wu, this exchange meeting between the two sects' disciples has been very beneficial. Daochuanzi smiled faintly at the Yao Qi empress beside him. It's hard to believe that a disciple of your sect could possess such a rare treasure as the strange water. This truly opens our eyes. Snort. What are you talking about? Doesn't your Sunnishan also have strange fire? Shangguan Luan, who had been following Wu Xianxiao, said with a little dissatisfaction when he heard this. Master Dao, is it possible that if your disciples of Jingyi sect can have something, our disciples of Yao Qi Holy Land cannot have it? A look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Daochuanzi's face. This little girl is so rude in her words. Don't you understand what polite words are? Luan. Wu Xianxiao scolded him lightly, and although Shangguan Luan was still a little dissatisfied, he chose to shut up obediently. Master Dao, please forgive me. My disciple has been spoiled since he was young, so naturally he doesn't speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. The Queen of Yao Qi was also somewhat helpless. For the first time, a hint of apology appeared on that beautiful face. It's no problem, no problem. Daochuanzi laughed heartily and waved his sleeves. Your Excellency may be outspoken, but that is also a good quality. Wu Xianxiao nodded upon hearing this. In that case, I'll take my leave today. However, in 3 months it will be my master's birthday. My Yao Qi Holy Land will also be inviting many friends to the event. I look forward to everyone from the Jingyi sect coming. Sure. Daochuanzi clasped his hands together and said, when the time comes, we will definitely present a gift that will satisfy Senior Wu. Wu Xuanxiao's master, Wu Lingyan, was the previous empress of the Yao Qi Holy Land. He is also on good terms with the Jingyi sect. It is reasonable for Daochuanzi and the others to go as well. What's more, the Queen of Yao Qi invited us personally. Then let's say goodbye. The Yaoqi Queen's style of doing things has always been decisive and efficient. Just go when you say you want to, without any delay. After the enormous spirit boat and the noble golden chariot disappeared into the sky, a smile suddenly appeared on Dayaxuanzi's originally calm face. This time, the disciples of their Jingyi sect are really doing well. Before this, the Yaoqi Holy Land had defeated the Jingyi sect several times. Now they, the Jingyi sect, finally achieved a long-awaited victory in their home court. Someone come. Dao Xuanzi, in a good mood, spoke. Metropolitan Li Qinghua, who was following behind him, clasped his hands together and spoke calmly. Pass on my order. All selected disciples participating in this competition will receive 3 times the amount of training resources. Since my little ones are so competitive, as the sect leader, he naturally cannot be petty. Reward must be rewarded greatly, yes. Li Qinghua was also somewhat happy when he heard this, because this means that he can legitimately give Fong Ning special treatment. Anyway, that kid will definitely be promoted to a direct disciple in the future. Even if he is not a direct disciple of Bingxian Peak, he will be a direct disciple of my law enforcement peak. The triple cultivation resources rewarded here should be based on the standards for direct disciples. The head of the law enforcement peak, who was known for his fairness and strictness, thought so in his heart. Outside the mountain gate of Jingyi sect, Zhou Haoqiong, wearing a 5-clawed black python robe, said gloomily, How? Have you found out the whereabouts of my 9th brother? This is the exchange meeting between the disciples of Jingyi sect and Yaoqi Holy Land. It took 3 days in total. For Zhou Haoqiong, these were also the most torturous 3 days, because he must confirm whether Zhou Xian is really dead. Reporting to your majesty, we have already heard some news from some immortal masters of the Jingyi sect. Beside him, a guard spoke in a deep voice. Your 9th brother, Zhou Xian, he has indeed become a disciple of the ice fairy Bing Wanqing. He didn't dare to look up at Zhou Haoqiong's face, just continued quickly. However, I have no way of knowing the details. After all, this is an immortal sect, so we dare not be too presumptuous. Zhou Haoqiong didn't speak for a long time. The scene was suddenly filled with an invisible and huge pressure. The guards following him all lowered their heads involuntarily, not daring to breathe, because they know Zhou Haoqiong, the king of Wu of the great Zhou dynasty, is a moody man. Out of consideration for the immortal's reputation, he might not dare to start a massacre in Jingyi sect, but no one could guarantee that. After returning to the great Zhou dynasty, he wouldn't vent his anger on them. Your majesty, at this time, only Mulao, who was following Zhou Haoqiong, dared to speak. Don't worry, in a few days, people from the Jingyi sect will come to test the cultivation aptitude of our royal children. You can definitely place some trusted confidants among them. Once they join the Jingyi sect and improve their cultivation, they will naturally be able to help you get rid of Zhou Xian. Hearing this, Zhou Haoqiong's gloomy expression finally eased. The great Zhou dynasty was a subsidiary of the Jingyi sect. In order to obtain its protection, people offer some money and treasures every year. After all, this world, the number of mortals far exceeds the number of practitioners. Those yellow and white things can also provide some convenience to these immortals at certain times. After all, not every practitioner can reach a very high level, just like the 3 priests under him and Mulao. Beside him, the Jindan realm is already their limit. In the Zhongshan realm, the lifespan of a cultivator at the Jindan level is only a few hundred years. Rather than wasting most of your life on the illusory path of immortality, it would be better to become a royal worshipper respected by thousands of people in a secular dynasty. Moreover, some things that the immortals are not convenient to do in person are also done by people from these secular dynasties. To some extent, the two are mutually beneficial. Therefore, these immortal gates will naturally give these secular dynasties some hidden benefits. For example, selecting qualified royal children to be trained within the mountain gate. That's true. Zhou Haoqiong nodded. My 9th brother must think that he has hidden himself well and can rest easy now, right? But he didn't know that there were also immortals in this immortal sect who wanted to kill him. Zhou Xian, you must die. A hint of brutality suddenly appeared in Zhou Haoqiong's eyes. After returning this time, I must find a way to find out the identity of the person who sent me the message. Chapter 96, Great. I can protect brother Fong Ning personally. Ice Fairy Peak. Fong Ning was standing outside his cave. He looked at the head of the law enforcement peak in front of him with some surprise. Are these really all for me? No wonder he was so surprised, just because after he sensed the storage bag handed over by the other party, in an instant, I was dazzled by the glittering pile of spirit stones inside. In his past and present lives, Fong Ning had never fought such a prosperous battle. That's right. The head of the law enforcement peak still said seriously, this is the reward bestowed by the sect master upon you, the chosen disciples. To commend you for your heroic performance in these 2 exchange conferences. But hearing this, Fong Ning obviously wanted to say something more, but Li Qinghua interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Fong Ning, you don't have to say anything more. You deserve this. After all, you are the only foundation establishment disciple in this competition, and you even won a match. This achievement is even more impressive than those of your senior brothers and sisters. Li Qinghua said with an undoubted look on his face. Then thank you very much, uncle. Although Fong Ning felt strange, he still accepted the award from Li Qinghua, even if this is really a reward bestowed by the sect master. But this share is obviously wrong. This wasn't Fong Ning's first time as a disciple of the Jingyi sect. In his previous life, he had studied the ins and outs of this more than once. It was because he was in financial difficulty at that time. I wish I could break a spirit stone into 2 pieces to use. This is obviously the Special treatment that Master Li gave me, Fong Ning was very sure, but it's better this way. I owe Uncle Li some favors. If I can't repay him in the future, he will have no choice but to take me away. Yay, wait until Li Qingguo left. Fong Ning quickly turned around and returned to his cave. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the diary. After thinking for a while, he leaned over the desk and started writing. Master Li thought I didn't know that this time's reward was probably a personal favor from him. How could an inner disciple normally have 3 times as many cultivation resources? And last time, he also gave me a lot of spirit stones and pills, as well as a few books on fire attribute spells. I really can't repay this favor. I can only do more for Master Li in the future. Ice Fairy Peak in the main hall. Bing Wanqing was very angry at this moment. Damn Li Qingguo, you're trying to steal my girl again. Bing Wanqing frowned. Or, should I also go and give some things to disciple Fong Ning? He said before that it would take a lot of effort to build a perfect foundation, so he must be short of resources. If I lend him a helping hand at this time, wouldn't my image in his heart be greatly improved? Unconsciously, the Ice Fairy Bing Wanqing became more and more concerned about her inner disciple. But I can't be too abrupt. Otherwise, based on the way this brat thinks, he'll probably think I'm plotting something again. Thinking of this, Bing Wanqing felt extremely conflicted. Damn it, when did I ever think about these things? After a long time, Bing Wanqing became a little angry. Are you the master or am I the master? But before Bing Wanqing could calm down and the contents of the diary emerged densely again, after some time, I should be able to form a golden elixir. This time, it will be much faster than my previous life. By then, I should be able to take on some outposts at the law enforcement peak. This way, I should be able to lessen my presence. Come on, Fong Ning. You're the man who's going to make it. This brat is about to form a pill. Bing Wanqing was a little surprised when she saw this, because she was very clear about Fong Ning's qualifications and nothing special. She really didn't expect that the other party could form a pill so quickly. Looking at him, it seems that he has no intention of telling me about this. Bing Wanqing muttered to herself. No. I absolutely cannot let my good disciple run away. Bing Wanqing thought for a moment and said Lan Ruo. A moment later, a slender figure walked in from outside the hall. Master Lan Ruo performed the disciple's salute very respectfully. The entire Jingyi sect, aside from senior brother Fong Ning, the one she respected the most was her master Bing Wanqing. You are now at the 9th level of foundation building, right? Bing Wanqing just glanced at her and instantly understood Lan Ruo's current state. Yes. Lan Ruo said gratefully, it's all thanks to your cultivation, master. What have I cultivated in you? Bing Wanqing felt a little strange. Didn't I just give you some spirit stones and pills? Then I found a practice method suitable for you. Is this considered cultivation? If it were in the past, Bing Wanqing would not have thought so much. She might even think that this is the process of training disciples. Li Dashian, Sunnishan, Feng Xiao, Dan Yangzi. Isn't this how it all happened? But after reading Fong Ning's diary for so long, Bing Wanqing would occasionally reflect on herself. Have I truly fulfilled my responsibilities as a master? If I have really done my best, why would my disciple Fong Ning resist me so much? Bing Wanqing was also a little confused. But isn't this what my master taught me? From today on, you will follow Fong Ning closely. With your dark spiritual roots, he will surely not discover you. Bing Wanqing cleared away all the messy thoughts in her mind and spoke lightly. Remember, you must pay attention to who he contacts and what he does, and report to me regularly. Do you understand? After hearing Bing Wanqing's words, Lan Ruo was a little surprised at first, and then replied with a look of surprise, yes. Disciple obeys. Finally I can always follow senior brother Fong Ning. Finally I can protect him. Lan Ruo clenched her fists tightly. I secretly said in my heart, brother Fong Ning, Lan Ruo can finally repay your kindness. 3 days later, these days, Fong Ning has been immersed in cultivation. The feeling of an impending breakthrough in his heart became stronger and stronger. Now, all we lack is a small opportunity. But maybe it's because of my limited qualifications, but Fong Ning couldn't get over that final step no matter what. Should I think of a way to get some entries that can improve my cultivation aptitude or speed? Fong Ning sat cross-legged on a cushion, supporting his knees with his hands. A look of distress, but just when he was thinking about the feasibility of this plan, sudden and extremely powerful shock swept through the entire Jingyi sect with overwhelming force. This is? Fong Ning stood up suddenly. His eyes were full of surprise and uncertainty. Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this moment, an extremely familiar voice came from a pitch-black token in his arms. Xiao Beishan. Hurry and meet up here. There was an excitement in Shang Qianer's voice that was hard to conceal. The secret treasure of the Buddha has appeared in the world. Chapter 97. I envy you guys for being able to fly, unlike me who could just walk in. The secret treasure of the pagoda has been opened. Hearing Shang Qianer's words, Fong Ning's heart suddenly tightened. Finally waited for this opportunity. Fong Ning took a deep breath. The excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. Buddha Tower. Mr. Fong is here. Fong Ning quickly left the cave. At this moment, the entire Jingyi sect was shocked, as the leader of the righteous path in Qingzhou there is also the only ancestor in the spirit transformation realm in the sect. The Jingyi sect naturally has its own protective formation, built by Su Wanruo, the master of Lingjin Peak. As a master of formation in the nascent soul realm, Su Wanruo has done a lot of research on formations, and he has put all his efforts into the protective formation of the Jingyi sect. It has reached the limit of the 7th grade formation. But even so, under the influence of the previous shock, this great sect protection formation was almost showing signs of collapse. Yunniao Peak in the Master's Hall. How? Daoxuanzi looked at the Tianji Peak Master beside him with a serious expression. Have you figured out anything? With Daoxuanzi's cultivation, he could naturally sense that the previous vibration was not intended to be directed towards their Jingyi sect, but even so, it still gave them quite a shock. Even, although I cannot predict the specifics, the hexagram indicates that this is an opportunity for the cultivators of Qingzhou. Yang Shan stroked his goatee. Only just what? After hearing the second half of the sentence, all the peak masters present, except Bing Wanqing, turned their attention to Yang Shan. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Although this is an opportunity, there are also hidden risks. Yang Shan sighed softly. Their Tianji Peak lineage does not like fighting, so he, as the peak master, is basically in a state of retirement and idleness. As I get older, I naturally can't stand watching all the fighting and killing. Looking at the peak masters who had clearly confused expressions on their faces, Bing Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little proud. Humph, when you guys are still confused, my disciple Fong Ning has figured all of this out long ago. Judging from the time, the Buddha's secret treasure he mentioned should have appeared in the world, but when I think of Fong Ning's habit of keeping a low profile, Bing Wanqing hesitated again and again, but in the end she did not tell anyone about the Buddha's secret treasure. Anyway, our own disciples can get the benefits, so why should we panic? We must not let disciple Fong Ning have more troubles out of thin air. Look. What is that? Almost at the same time, all the sects and forces in Qingzhou looked up at the sky in shock. I saw that in the originally endless blue sky, it turned out to be a majestic palace complex stretching for thousands of miles. This majestic palace complex is hidden in the clouds and mist. The 9 heavens cloud palaces are stacked layer upon layer in an orderly manner, and each palace emits a faint spiritual light. All Qingzhou monks can see very clearly in front of the hall. Broad jade steps led straight to the sky, with ancient bronze tripods placed on both sides, filled with curling incense and fairy air. Below the steps, a crystal clear stream gurgles by, with exotic flowers and plants competing for beauty by the stream, and cranes dancing, adding a bit of charm. Even more peculiar is around this 9 sky cloud palace, there are often shadows of strange beasts wandering around. These strange beasts, or phoenixes from above the 9 heavens, with wings of fire, soaring, or a dragon from the abyss. Nimble and powerful, tumbling through the clouds, there are also auspicious animals such as Qilin and white tiger, either lying or standing, majestic and awe-inspiring. Among them, there was even a faint sound of the immortal palace. Suddenly, all the Qingzhou monks who saw this palace complex had the same name in their minds: Buddha Palace. That's the name of the palace complex. Then, another ethereal voice sounded in the hearts of these monks. I am Futu Tianzuan, originally from Qingzhou, and have practiced cultivation for thousands of years. I lament the difficulty of becoming a cultivator in the Zhongshuan realm. Anyway, I'm already dead, so leaving these things behind is of no use. Let's just leave it to you younger generations. I don't know if it's my illusion. After hearing these words, all the Qingzhou monks had an image of a blurry middle-aged monk in their minds, although I can't see his face clearly, but one can feel the kindness emanating from him. Buddha Tianzuan, have you been practicing for thousands of years? This is definitely a powerful thing. At the very least, he must be a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm or above. Countless monks were all excited at this moment, because they know that this is a great fortune. At this moment, countless Yuaniing stage monsters also poured out, and a hint of joy appeared on their gloomy faces. They know better than anyone what the relic of a powerful being above the divine transformation realm means. True to the sect, Daoxuanzi and the masters of the 13 peaks were also extremely shocked at this moment. This Buddha Heavenly Venerable is definitely more than just a cultivator at the spiritual transformation realm. Daoxuanzi said this while suppressing his inner excitement. Since his ancestor was a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, Daoxuanzi naturally had to say, this pressure is definitely several times greater than that of the ancestor. Even, to say something outrageous, the two are not on the same level at all. You guys clean up. Thinking of this, Daoxuanzi was filled with emotion. Follow this sect master into the pagoda palace. Here comes your chance to reap the benefits. Ice girl, why don't you move? Looking at the peak masters around him who were eager to try, and then looking at Bing Wanqing who remained calm, Daoxuanzi couldn't help but ask. Bing Wanqing didn't say anything. Humph, disciple Fong Ning has already made it very clear in his diary, only cultivators below the nascent soul stage can enter this Buddha palace. I'm too lazy to waste my energy. Without waiting for Daoxuanzi to speak again, the voice of Buddha Tianzuan sounded in his heart again. The Buddha palace is indeed an opportunity one leave for you, but there are 2 rules. First, only Qingzhou cultivators can enter. Second, only cultivators below the nascent soul stage will be accepted. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, many nascent soul cultivators from Qingzhou instantly lost their composure. Damn it, why won't you let us in? This is discrimination, I protest. I hope you can make good use of what I have hidden. With a chuckle, the figure of Buddha Tianzuan in everyone's heart completely disappeared. Pass the order down. Daoxuanzi was indeed the leader of a sect. At the critical moment, he quickly reacted. Disciples of the Jingyi sect, quickly enter the Buddhist palace. Yes. Behind him, the masters of the 12 peaks all spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, that is among the palace complex far away in heaven, countless extremely spacious white marble steps stretched out and landed directly on the land of Qingzhou. At this moment, all the Qingzhou monks who met the standards rushed towards the nearest white marble steps, outside the Jingyi sect, watching the countless streams of light disappear. Fong Ning felt a little emotional. It's great to be able to fly. What are you looking at? Come here quickly. Not far behind him, Shang Shan'er, dressed in purple, waved at him. Beside her, there were dozens of disciples of the demon sect dressed in black. Here I come. Fong Ning touched the Qianjian on his face. He trotted all the way to Shang Shan'er's side. Behind them, a hazy circle of light suddenly floated between heaven and earth. Among them, you can vaguely see a staircase extending out. Fortunately, this is the closest one. Fong Ning thought happily, while Shang Shan'er was explaining some precautions to the disciples of the demon sect around her. Fong Ning used the communication jade pendant in his arms to send a message to Li Dashian, Sunnishan, Feng Xiao, Dan Yangzi, and Qi Lianqin respectively. Then, he followed Shang Shan'er towards the circle of light, but just after Fong Ning crossed the circle of light, the key to the Buddha's secret treasure on his body began to vibrate wildly. Chapter 98. No, you still want to give me something even though I don't do anything? Fong Ning noticed the abnormality on his body almost immediately. What's going on? But before he could react, the wildly vibrating key took him and disappeared on the stairs, and none of Shang Shan'er and the other disciples of the demon sect noticed it. But as they continued up the stairs, the figures of these people also disappeared one by one. When Fong Ning opened his eyes again, only then did I realize that I had arrived at an extremely spacious square. There was a blank space around point. One could only vaguely see countless clouds rising upwards, constantly condensing into various auspicious beasts. This is? Fong Ning just felt that everything in front of him looked familiar. Soon, he reacted, isn't this the interior of the palace complex we saw on the ground earlier, and it's still the most core area? Why am I here? Fong Ning was a little confused. In his previous life, he had also entered the Buddha Palace, but at that time Fong Ning did not go very deep before he was beaten out. After all, although this Buddha Palace is the lifelong collection of a powerful person in the fusion stage, the resources in it are still limited. Others take more. You will get less. At this time in his previous life, Fong Ning's strength was not very good. Not to mention the Jingyi sect, even among the disciples of the entire Qingzhou forces, he was below average. If you're unlucky and encounter a slightly stronger peer, or are besieged, you could easily be kicked out of this Buddha's secret treasure. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Fong Ning was thinking about it, the pitch-black key in his arm suddenly popped out. As soon as this dark key appeared, the originally extremely thick clouds and mist around the square were instantly absorbed by it. In the dim light, Fong Ning seemed to feel a sense of joy from this key. This key is alive? Fong Ning's pupil shrank slightly, and he quickly made a guess in his mind. Fong Ning had no idea who had the key in his previous life. Naturally, I didn't know that the other party had such a strange scene. Oh? I never thought that someone could find a part of the incomplete pagoda spirit of my Buddha pagoda. Suddenly, a faint voice came from all directions. Fong Ning instantly became alert. The spiritual power is circulated rapidly. At the same time, flames and 3 golden sword shadows appeared around his body. This Buddha palace is definitely not as peaceful as it looks on the surface. Interesting. I didn't expect that you could rely on your ethereal body to cultivate fire magic and swordsmanship to your current level. Did I really misjudge you? Do you have more potential than that kid with a top-grade thunder spirit root? As this chuckle fell, a cloud of mist slowly formed the figure of a middle-aged cultivator in front of Fong Ning. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. The middle-aged monk looked at Fong Ning's alert expression and actually shook his head and smiled. I just haven't seen it for a long time, and I feel a little emotional. After saying this, the middle-aged monk made a casual move, and the so-called key that looked like a black stone came into his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. As a strange light appeared, the surface of the dark stone actually began to peel off. Soon, a small ball of white light appeared. Is this key the spirit of the pagoda? Fong Ning's brain was a little confused. He stared blankly at the middle-aged monk in front of him. What did he just say? Do I have more potential than that kid who possesses the best thunder spirit root? That bastard Joshan actually came so quickly? After sleeping for so long, it seems even its consciousness is about to dissipate. Buddha Tianzuan smiled bitterly. I'm the one who caused it. My friend, how about I make a deal with you? He raised his eyes and looked at Fong Ning, but saw that the latter was still alert and even deliberately kept a distance from him. I don't want to listen. Turtle chanting sutras. Fong Ning retreated frantically at this moment. Senior, I'm just an ordinary guy. I really don't have the ability to help you fulfill any of your unfulfilled wishes. You should find someone else. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I'm a newbie in the foundation establishment stage who knows nothing? From the many words that Buddha Tianzuan said earlier, he only heard 2 words, trouble. What a big trouble. It could bring down a powerful Buddha Tianzuan, and even destroy the Buddha Tower, a 4th-grade magical weapon, causing the tower spirit to shatter and fall into a deep sleep. You can figure it out even if you use your, but to think about it, there is a huge cause and effect hidden in this. Not right, not right. My friend, you Buddha Tianzuan frowned at first, but finally uttered a few words softly. It's really special. To be honest, in all his life, this was the first time that Buddha Tianzuan had seen a younger generation as cautious as Fong Ning. But am I going a little too far? Even though he was about to die, he still wanted to let such a lovely junior do such a dangerous thing. It seems that I am not really that free and easy. Never mind. Buddha Tianzuan waved his hand, and then handed the white ball of light to Fong Ning. I'm sorry for being rude. Please don't mind me, my friend. From now on, let Buddha follow you. Following you, I believe it will have a good life in the future. What did you say? Fong Ning was a little stunned. I didn't do anything, and you still want to give me the pagoda spirit? Is this reasonable? But the fragments of the tower are hidden in this pagoda's secret vault. If you are destined to meet them, you will meet them. After Buddha Tianzuan had done all this, he actually smiled at Fong Ning. I have used the last of my true spirit to awaken the Buddha. Its potential is far greater than this. I hope you can treat it well. As this last voice fell, the figure of Buddha Tianzuan also turned into a cloud and dissipated again. A long passage extended from the white square under Fong Ning's feet, leading him towards a building in the core area. The attic looks far from here, and actually, it's really far away. If Fong Ning's foundation was not so solid, he doubted whether he could reach the other side. When he got closer, I discovered that the exterior of this building actually resembles a black 9-story pagoda. On the plaque on the first floor, several large characters shone brightly. Tower of Inquiry. P.S. Dear readers, chapters 2, 3, and 65 are currently under review. Please be patient. As for the reasons behind this, I don't want to elaborate. After all, there are so many jackals in this world. I'll sort out the plot recently, and when I'm ready, I'll resume the standard of 3 or 4 updates. In addition, please recommend the book and urge me to read it. Thank you very much. Let our bond shatter the darkness. Chapter 99. The Tower Spirit appears. Tower of Conscience. Fong Ning frowned. What a strange name. That Buddha Tianzuan was obviously also affected by the words in me. I don't think he would do anything bad to me, right? Although Fong Ning was a little hesitant, when he thought about the miraculous effects brought by the words on his body in the past, he finally chose to believe it. Take a deep breath. Fong Ning stepped into the Tower of Inquiry. Although his experiences in his previous life have made him develop a steady and low-key personality, this does not mean that he has lost the courage to fight. How cruel is the world of cultivating immortals? Fong Ning would never give up the opportunity in front of him. From the outside, this Tower of Inquiry has a total of 9 floors. The first floor has the largest area, and the area decreases as you go up. But since Fong Ning walked into the first floor, he found himself in a vast and boundless space. It was pitch black all around, without even a hint of light. I looked up, but it was still pitch black and I couldn't see anything. Fong Ning tentatively mobilized the spiritual power in his body, intending to drive the 3 elements fire for lighting, but no matter how he tried, the spiritual power in his body did not move at all. At this moment, he was like a mortal who had never practiced cultivation. Junior brother. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Fong Ning's ears. He looked up and saw several figures standing not far ahead. Sunnishan in red, Dashian in white, Feng Xiao with his hands behind his head, and Dan Yangzi with a shy face. Junior brother, why are you here too? Sunnishan spoke, her tone full of worry. Are you okay? Almost all the cultivators in Qingzhou are involved this time. You got separated from us as soon as you came in. It's really worrying. Yes. Junior brother, you are too ignorant. Why don't you come over? Feng Xiao also waved towards Fong Ning and said, if you make your senior sister so angry, the consequences will be. Fong Ning didn't say anything, just watched everything in front of him silently. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Li Daoxian also spoke at this time. This unparalleled swordsman frowned, but still spoke concisely as always. Did you suffer some injustice? Among all the senior brothers and sisters, only Dan Yangzi did not speak. He just looked at Fong Ning with a worried look on his face, and his fair face was obviously flushed to fine. After a long silence, Fong Ning finally spoke softly. That's good. Sunnishan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Come quickly, let's look for opportunities in this hidden treasure of the pagoda together. Fong Ning heard this, but his feet remained motionless. After a moment, the 4 senior brothers and sisters seemed to realize something. A strange smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Junior brother, you are really a little alert. The next moment, except for Sunnishan, the other 3 disappeared, and the red dress also changed its appearance at this moment. The red dress that had always been clean and tidy became tattered at this moment. That beautiful face was also covered with countless hideous scars. There was some blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and she looked weak. Junior brother, Sunnishan collapsed to the ground powerlessly, her right hand trembling as she stretched out towards Fong Ning. Save senior sister. Before he finished speaking, another blurry figure appeared in front of Fong Ning, and it looked like a woman. The person had a slender figure and a soft voice, but it revealed a boundless chill. Sunnishan, a Sunnishan. You bitch. It finally fell into my hands. As he spoke, he raised his right leg and kicked the latter hard in the abdomen. Sunnishan immediately let out a wail, but perhaps because she was tortured too miserably, Sunnishan's screams were much quieter, almost inaudible. When Fong Ning saw this scene, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Today, I will turn you, the peerless fairy princess that everyone envies, into a complete useless person. Looking at Sunnishan's miserable appearance, the woman's voice was full of pleasure. She raised her right hand, bent her palm into a claw, and grabbed Sunnishan fiercely. Bah! The next moment, a phantom of a fire phoenix was forcibly pulled out of Sunnishan's body. This fire phoenix bloodline is such a waste to give to you. It's better to give it to me. After the other party extracted the fire phoenix blood from Sunnishan, the scene in front of Fong Ning changed again. The three of them arrived at the dark blue sea at the same time. There is an extremely cold breath in the seawater. It seems to be able to freeze everything in this world. The woman pushed back with her hand, and Sunnishan, who had completely lost the ability to resist, was suppressed to the bottom of the sea, transformed into a dark blue ice statue. Ha ha ha. From now on, you will be at the bottom of this vast ocean, enjoying this endless cold and loneliness. The woman laughed loudly and then disappeared in front of Fong Ning. From beginning to end, she seemed to have completely ignored Fong Ning. Time passed slowly, and Fong Ning didn't know how much time had passed. At this moment, he had no cultivation at all and seemed like a complete mortal. Before his eyes, Dashian slaughtered all the disciples of the three peaks of the Jingyi sect, and fell from being the revered white-robed sword immortal to a sword demon who had lost his mind. Fong Xiaodao's legs were cut off in front of him, imprisoned in a demon-suppressing tower filled with countless ferocious monsters. Then there is Dan Yangzi. At this moment, the tragic end of these senior brothers and sisters in the previous life was all repeated in front of Fong Ning. Under the impact of these scenes, Fong Ning's whole body was trembling slightly, but at this moment, a voice sounded in his heart: "This is their destiny. You can't change it. All you need to do is live well. Have you forgotten? You were just a little bit away from seeing the most beautiful scenery in the world. Do you want to give up all your efforts? This is not like you, Fong Ning. Isn't immortality what you seek? The path to immortality is inherently cruel. Why bother caring about the lives of others? As long as you stay out of it and don't get involved in the cause and effect, it will almost go smoothly. Don't forget, you now possess the perfect foundation of Taoism, the appearance of an immortal." The voice was full of temptation, but what he said was indeed right. This was indeed what Fong Ning was thinking. But junior brother, how's your practice been lately? Lianshin, stay away from junior brother. Junior brother, these are the alchemy furnace and herbs that I prepared for you. Keep them well. If you run out, tell me, junior brother, let's go. Today is my treat. I'll take you to Zuixinle to have some fun. The voices of the four senior brothers and sisters rang in Fong Ning's ears. He looked up and their figures seemed to appear before him again, whether it's the seriously Dashian, the hot-tempered Sunnishan, the idle Feng Xiaoyao, or the unsociable Dan Yangzi. Their eyes all revealed their deep concern for him. Fong Ning clenched his fists. Can I really turn a blind eye to all this? Can you really watch your senior brothers and sisters die? Cultivate the immortals, if at the end of cultivation, not even a trace of emotion is left, then what is the point of success? In his previous life, he did not have much interaction with these senior brothers and sisters, but this life is completely different. I can't just watch them die. Fong Ning said word by word. Even if the chances are slim, even if I have to go up against that son of destiny, I will change all this. Rumble. At the moment when Fong Ning's thoughts were completely clear, the first floor of the Tower of Inquiry suddenly collapsed. Endless light surged towards his body. To be precise, it was rushing towards the white ball of light on his body. It's really strange, a voice suddenly rang in Fong Ning's ears. With only the Foundation Establishment realm, how could he be able to break through the heart-searching tower's heart-searching trial so quickly? No wonder the old man wanted to hand me over to you. Just when Fong Ning was stunned, a chubby little boy appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Thanks to you, the pagoda will now also function as a test of conscience starting today. The little boy stretched out his hand towards Fong Ning. The latter saw it clearly. On his palm, there was an illusory small tower, the bottom of which was currently gleaming brightly. Chapter 100, Seize the Opportunity. Exploding red entries. What does it mean that the pagoda also has the function of testing one's conscience? Fong Ning looked at the little boy in front of him. Or rather, the pagoda spirit of the stupa. Did Buddha Tianzuan really wake you up? Fong Ning asked hesitantly. Nonsense. Tao Ling looked impatient. If it weren't for that stinky old man, how could I have slept for so long? He owes me this. Having said that, but Fong Ning could still detect a hint of loneliness in the tower spirit's tone. I don't know what that stinky old man sees in you? A fellow without any spiritual roots, you think you are worthy of commanding me? Tao Ling said with a look of disdain. Fong Ning was speechless when he heard this, but he soon became happy again. The pagoda spirit of this stupa has been following Buddha Tianzuan for so long, and the latter is a genuine powerful being in the fusion realm. The pagoda itself is of a very high grade, but even he couldn't see through the true mystery of the Xuanjin Baojin he cultivated. You just said that the pagoda will also be able to conduct trials of conscience starting today? Fong Ning asked curiously. In the previous life, he had never heard that Zhou Xian's Buddha Tower had such an effect. As far as he knows, the Buddha Tower in Zhou Xian's hand seemed to only have the function of refining all things in the world. In this case, wouldn't I be more powerful than Zhou Xian? After thinking this through, Fong Ning felt his heart beating wildly. Yes, but if you want to achieve this effect, you must collect all the parts of the pagoda. The pagoda spirit did not deny it. I am just the pagoda spirit. Without the pagoda body, the true magical power of the pagoda cannot be brought into play. Where is the main body of the pagoda? Fong Ning asked quickly. It's right here in this pagoda palace. The tower spirit seemed to be a little out of energy. After saying this, it merged into Fong Ning's body again. In Fong Ning's introspection, the tower spirit was currently curled up in his Dantian Qi Si. Fong Ning could faintly sense a sense of weakness from it. Is it in this pagoda palace? Fong Ning thought about it and had a plan in mind. The pagoda palace is very large. So big that it seems to have no boundaries. Dashian was holding his knees and breathing heavily. He has now reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm, but at this time, some people still cannot afford the consumption. Those damn guys. A trace of hatred flashed in Xian's eyes. They actually want to kick this prince out. Not long ago, Xian had just walked along a white marble staircase into the Buddha Palace. 4 or 5 foundation establishment cultivators came to him. Xian could tell from their clothes that these people all came from the same sect. The Buddha Palace is full of treasures. Even the stones in a stream or the weeds in a forest may be rare treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world. Xian was lucky. Not long after I came in, I found an 8th grade medicinal herb, emerald silk. Grass, if it can be refined into a pill and swallowed, it can slightly increase the physical strength of the monk. It is an extremely rare treasure, but Xian still felt the blood surging in his chest at this moment. How dare you steal my things? You really don't know how to live or die. Although he possessed a top-grade thunder spirit root and his own combat power far exceeded that of cultivators at the same level, he was no match for the enemy's large numbers. Although he severely injured several of the opponents, he also consumed a lot of energy. In order to avoid being kicked out, Xian was forced to hand over the emerald silk grass to the other party, and then quickly escaped while the other party was distributing it. But it's okay. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at a central area. From the moment I entered the Buddha Palace, Xian vaguely felt that something seemed to be calling him in this palace. There must be an opportunity for you, Xian was certain in his heart. Once I find this opportunity and refine and absorb it, I will make you bastards pay the price. As mentioned before, this Buddha Palace is very large, and the white marble steps scattered across the land of Qingzhou are at different distances from all cultivators. Therefore, at this time there are still many monks who have not entered this palace. We have to speed up. Xian thought to himself, and then spiritual power surged around him, and countless tiny arcs of lightning flashed on his body as Xian's originally running figure suddenly became even faster. But after about a cup of tea, Xian's heart suddenly tightened. He could feel as if he had lost something extremely important, and his whole heart became a little empty. What is going on? Successful interaction. You obtained a fragment of the entry, True Dragon Emperor. Read, he is destined to be the one who possesses all the great fortunes of the world. After walking out of the area where the heart-questioning tower is located, Fong Ning suddenly saw the prompt on the panel. He was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with ecstasy. A red entry? I actually got a red entry from Xian? What good thing have I done? Fong Ning quickly calmed down and began to think about how he had triggered the interaction conditions this time. Could it be? Is it because he obtained the pagoda spirit of the Buddha pagoda from Buddha Tianzuan, stole the opportunity that originally belonged to Xian? The more Fong Ning thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was correct. Moreover, he had given the pagoda spirit functions that it had never possessed in his previous life. If you think about it this way, the explosion of red entry fragments seems to be a natural thing. We must speed up and find the body of this pagoda. Hee. Fong Ning, in a good mood, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was carrying the spirit of the pagoda, and he soon felt it in his heart. How about writing a diary? Fong Ning hesitated for a moment, but he quickly rejected this idea. Write shit, the best way is to get the benefits first. Anyway, no one else is reading the diary except me. P.S. Fong Ning's mood has changed, and he's about to start making trouble, you know.